It was picking up my parents
Oh.
because there was a mic there,
Oh.
and that mic was on. So I was
Yeah,
trying to
that'd
fix that.
probably do it.
But welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
My parents stopped by for a little bit just to say hi
Hmm.
right before we started.
God,
Uh,
your parents care about you.
I know. It's almost like they love me or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ugh.
Ugh.
No.
But no, no, no.
No, they're
We
great.
shouldn't say that with tomorrow being Father's Day.
Yeah, no.
Um, but we're here to talk Star Wars.
Yes.
Uh, there's some exciting stuff that came out this week.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my phone in my pocket.
Yeah, mine was
'Cause I.
buzzing too. Let me check that though. That might actually. But there's a new Star Wars game,
Yes!
and it just ran like they randomly were like, "Here's the trailer." One
Yeah.
like during the week, middle of the week, and then we were like, "Oh, okay." And then they told us that the next day we would get gameplay footage as well,
Mm-hmm.
because Ubisoft is the one developing it with their Ubisoft Massive, who do the Division.
Yep.
Um, and so Division 2 is actually pretty good compared to Division 1, so I guess we're in good hands there. And basing off the footage and the trailer, I'd say, yeah, we're in good hands. I showed Seth the trailer and footage
Yeah.
before we started recording, so we're just going to talk about it. We're going to assume you guys have watched it.
Yep.
But if you haven't, go check it out, because the trailer and the gameplay footage is really good.
Yep.
In my opinion, anyways. And I'm just happy that we're getting a Star Wars game next year.
Yeah.
We don't have to wait 2 to 3 years for the next game.
You know, it's done something that I don't think I'm not exactly the most hype when it comes to video games, but I am looking forward, and I'll probably try to get that when I have the chance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
If I'm not
We're gonna
destitute.
yeah. We're gonna figure out. At the very least, you'll play my copy,
Yeah.
because I will share, because I. Plus, we're gonna talk about it when it comes out.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's happening either way. Either way, you're getting your hands on the game at some point. Plus, you tend to be. I don't know your relationship with Ubisoft. I know you don't like recent Assassin's Creed games. Because we've talked about it. We talked
Yeah.
about you don't like the roleplay game aspects to it that they've added in more recent ones.
Yeah.
I don't mind them. I think the stories are fine, and that's why I'm okay with the more recent ones. Although they've really drifted from the initial story, but I don't mind it as much.
The story in Assassin's Creed,
I'm glad Mirage is going back to classic Assassin's Creed,
Mm.
though,
for
which they
me,
showed off as well.
look, I understand that Assassin's Creed, the overarching story, is nonsense, and I'm okay with that.
It's pretty much, how do we brainwash people? No, we don't want to brainwash people. It's the fight. That's the main
Yeah.
conflict. Is we can only bring peace through fascism, essentially, because Templars are.
Yeah.
They literally want to control people, not figuratively, literally, because the seeds of, or the
Pieces of Eden.
pieces of Eden. That's it. The pieces of Eden are literally just brainwashing devices.
Mm-hmm.
It's a MacGuffin. It's a MacGuffin, and its whole purpose is for our characters to fight over, and then eventually, in the case of Altair, he actually gets a hold of it in the first game.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, now I gotta hide it because I don't trust any of these motherfuckers with it. Because the last person I trusted, who was my boss, turned out to be the bad guy.
Yep.
So I can't even trust assassins. Because it turns out assassins and Templars are essentially the same organization. And then, like, everybody forgets that for the rest of the franchise. Because, like, the first game introduces that, and then, like, throughout the franchise, they're trying to be like, no, assassins are different than Templars. No, y'all are the same.
You do the same things. The only difference is the internal logic behind it.
Yeah. I mean, like, literally, we've literally had two protagonists that have been on both sides of the conflict.
Hmm.
Because we have the Kenway, Hatham,
Mhm.
Hatham, who's been on both sides.
Yep.
And then I'm pretty sure there was somebody else.
Uh,
Pretty sure.
I do feel like Kenway isn't too far either,
Yeah.
but he's a pirate.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
he actually
I mean,
cared most of the time.
yeah.
He cared eventually,
So like,
not initially.
and then you actually get to play as Hatham proper in Rogue, Assassin's Creed Rogue. So you get to play his side of being an assassin.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah. But going back to Star Wars Outlaws, though.
Yeah.
I liked what I saw. It looks like a fun game. I'm curious of more of the deeper mechanics.
Yeah.
But we've got time for them to show us that. I think they did this announcement right. So this, because we've talked about my disappointment with the gaming industry
Mm-hmm.
in the past.
Yeah.
And most of my disappointment is announcing games too early.
Yeah.
That tends to be where 90% of my anger with like a good game comes from, and then finding out, oh, it's canceled. It's like, yeah, because you announced it like 10 years ago, and you showed footage for a game that you didn't even start production on yet.
Yep.
Star Wars Discipline. Don't even have a script for. You BS'd your storyline.
What was it? 6 years?
Yeah, it was like a 6 years. Yeah, because they didn't even know what the plot was going to be for it yet.
Yeah.
They knew where it's taking place, that it's High Republic, but that's it.
Oh.
And then it's probably going to play just like any other game from that studio. So decision-heavy story game. But as for this, like the games that I've been the happiest with in terms of announcement style, I like. Well, Todd Howard has a lot of issues with EA, with Bethesda, and the way he runs things a lot of the times. And I'm not a fan of how Starfield has kind of been promoted, although it does look good now that we've seen footage. But I don't know if it's going to be as good as the hype has led it to believe, because this is another game that's followed that trend of we've known about this game for so long that it's kind of like I don't think the hype could match what.
Yeah.
But the one thing Todd Howard did right was when Fallout 4 was announced. They were like, yeah, it's literally coming out in a few months. They're like, what was it, like 3 months before, like, when they announced it? They were like, here's Fallout 4, and then 3 months later, here it is.
We're done.
It's done. And then on top of that, like, they didn't, I think on top of that, it helped that we also got Fallout Shelter that same year, so like, there was something for us to play in the meantime that, like, sure, your hardcore gamer didn't really care about Shelter, but it was something that if you're a Fallout fan and you just wanted a game to play, kept you busy, and Fallout Shelter was fun. I've played it on multiple devices, because it's one of those that's even on console now. Even though it's just a build-a-base game. But I like that type of announcement where it's like, hey, you knew we were making this game,
Yep.
but we didn't promote it in any way until now, and it's coming out within the next year. I think that's where the gaming industry should be moving when it comes to announcements. I don't think a game should be announced so far in advance that like the storyline hasn't been written. Because what's the point of me being happy about that game? Because then I don't know if that game's going to happen, as we've seen with a lot of Star Wars games, where they've been like, here's a cool game that we're working on. Never mind. Especially with post-Disney buyout of Star Wars. Because LucasArts, which was the original video game side of LucasArts, they were pumping out games every year for a while. But the trick was they weren't making all the games themselves. They were licensing it out to different developers. So you had BioWare, you had Obsidian, you had I can't think of other studios off the top of my head, but like they weren't making the games all by themselves. They were licensing them out to other studios. That's why we were able to get like so many games so quickly. Now, not all games were fantastic, but I think there was a lot of good versus the bad. I'd say there's plenty of good actually with the LucasArts era of Star Wars gaming. I'd say more good than bad. But then post Disney buyout, we got the EA only license.
Mm.
So EA was the only one that could make console like AAA title games, because we still got phone games. Where Kablam was making some games, and I liked Underworld. I wish there was a way that Star Wars Underworld could be implemented into a console game, but I don't know how they would get the resources. Like, because from what I understand, Kablam just deleted everything once the game shut down.
Oh.
Because like I saw a buddy of mine in a different Discord server talking about how they managed to pull one original score piece from the game and find it on the internet. And then, like, they reached out to Kablam, and Kablam has no idea what happened to the rest of the score. Allegedly. I want to say allegedly because I don't want to, but as far as we know, it's gone. And, like, it's been up to the fans to kind of reproduce the story of Underworld, because Underworld is canon. Or not Underworld, what was it called? Sorry, that's not what it's called. Uprising. Star Wars Uprising. Star Wars Uprising is canon. It was the first canon game that takes place after Return of the Jedi, after the buyout. And it was a Diablo-esque game. It's that style of isometric RPG. So it was right up my alley, but it was also multiplayer and phone only. And that's where it didn't get the audience, really. And then on top of that, there was a lot of because it was a mobile game, there was a lot of the pay
to win.
Not really pay to win, but like kind of essentially, yeah. And then it finally started to go the direction some people wanted, because Uprising started with you as like a smuggler.
Yeah.
But of course, a similar complaint to what's going on actually with Star Wars Outlaws, of the internet going, why can't I be a Jedi? Why do I gotta be this stupid smoke? Because it's not always about Jedi.
Shut the fuck up about Jedi.
Jedi are cool. I get it. I, of all people, get it. But it's not just about Jedi.
I'm tired of Jedi.
I love being a Jedi in Star Wars games. But I also like being other things, and I like seeing the Underworld is the next coolest part of Star Wars.
Yeah.
So I like Jedi Sith stuff, top for me personally. The list can be different for other people. I know people that would put like spaceships and pilots and stuff over everything.
Yeah.
To them, that's just the aspect they love. I like the wizardry and the Jedi Sith conflict stuff. I think the Old Republic stuff has probably skewed my love for that, and that's why we talked about that last week. But the Underworld is the next best part for me. Like, Jedi Sith, Underworld, right there. Like, that, it's just so interesting, because I like the Hutts, I like the Pikes, I like all that stuff, because it's really interesting in seeing that. So Book of Boba Fett was kind of disappointing, like, in some aspects of that, because I was hoping for more of that. I like, because we talked about that, I like the show still, but I kind of wish that they leaned more into the Underworld stuff than they did. It's what I'm hoping if they do a season 2, which we keep hearing murmuring of. I hope that's where they're gonna go with it, is lean even heavier into that stuff. Now that especially because the Pikes are definitely still gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
Like, they are not happy with.
They're not happy about your hostile takeover, Mr. Fett.
They accepted it for now because you had a Rancor, but and a Force user who put the Rancor to sleep. But like, I don't know if, like, I feel like they'd come back with bigger numbers.
Yeah,
because the Pikes are not weak.
Their main strength is that there's just a fucking lot of them.
Well, I mean, their main strength is their drug dealing, but yeah.
Yeah, their secondary strength is that there's a bunch of them.
I mean, and also we know that the Hutts are pretty much dead entirely.
Yeah.
Which is why Boba Fett has to fill the power vacuum, because Vader killed all of them except for Jabba. At least on the council, he killed all the council, the Hutt council.
Like the Hutt cartel is still around, but it's basically dying out.
Yeah, like there's no leadership with Jabba. Like Jabba was the leader by the time of Return of the Jedi.
Because all the other ones are dead.
So with Jabba's death, power vacuum, which is why the Pikes try to step in, and then Boba Fett's like, nah, I'm stepping in. And I also think we need to deal with the fact that Boba Fett's not a good crime lord.
Oh, no, he's not.
He really shouldn't be in charge. He should stick to what he knows, which is kicking people's asses. No offense to Mr. Fett. In case he decides to come after me.
Mr. Fett, why are you in charge? Everyone else is dead and no one has been able to kill me yet.
But I think the person who should really be in charge is Ming-Na Wen's character.
Yeah.
Fennec Shand. Fennec should be in charge. Fennec knows what she's doing. Because every time Fennec opens her mouth, she's like, hey, this is what we should do. And Boba's like, no. And then she turns out to be right.
Every time. I'm not running this that way. Said Fett, and she's like, but you
gotta have, she's like, you gotta have an iron fist. He's like, but I don't want to. I want to have an open hand.
And it's like, no.
But yeah, as far as Outlaws, some interesting ideas are popping up. Oh, the EA drop. That's why I was talking about that. Because EA, when they got licensed out, they were the only ones that can make AAA titles. And the only things we got throughout that time, because it was a contract that ran until 2020, 4 games. Out of that entire, 3 games technically, because the 4th game is after that contract ended. Battlefront 2, which is the first actual story content of a video game, because Battlefront 1 had no campaign for EA's Battlefront 1, so the rebooted Battlefront games. And then Jedi Fallen Order. Those were the 3 games we got during that reign of the contract. And then Jedi Survivor was like technically one they started before the contract ended.
Yeah.
So I guess 4 games were developed during that reign. But now that reign's over, any studio can make a game, which is like Eclipse was the first game that was announced once that, like, where they were like, okay, we can, because that was also when Lucasfilm Games was created to be the new LucasArts essentially for Star Wars, because they needed a new video game side that could organize the the licensing agreements, and also work on the games as well, because they are also a developer and publisher for it. But yeah, so that's when Eclipse got announced, which isn't happening for another, now we're at 5 years since it was announced?
Yep.
So 5 more years before Eclipse is even...
It'll show up eventually. Or maybe not at all. Who knows?
The other issue is the David Cage of it all, which we've talked about.
The cage in the room?
Yeah, because a lot of Star Wars fans who care about that type of stuff are not happy with David Cage, which is fair.
Yeah.
Especially, like, the treatment of Elliot Page during Beyond Two Souls making. That's not great.
Yep.
And so, also Beyond Two Souls might be the weakest of the David Cage games, in my opinion. While Heavy Rain is memed a lot, Heavy Rain is actually a good game still. I do think that the ending... The plot twist, though, is a little bit hard to take in, considering the fact it does have a lot of plot holes. Spoiler warnings for a game that's like, what, a decade?
Yeah.
Almost 2 decades
Almost. Yeah, it's pretty old.
One of your playable characters is the killer. I'll leave it at that, in case you still want to play the game.
Yeah.
you do not get hints at all that that's true. Like, and in fact, you are playing as that person, getting rid of the evidence of them committing the crimes. But whereas every other character, you hear their inner monologue. You hear their inner monologue still, but it has no hints at all that they are the killer. That's not how a person thinks. So it's a big plot hole that you...
I know the exact scene you're talking about, and it's hilarious in hindsight.
Yeah, because when you're burning the papers and stuff, why are they not thinking of the fact that they are committing, like, that they are still committing crime? Because why give us inner monologue if you're gonna not let us know things?
Also, that scene in and of itself is very misleading.
Yeah. So, I think that's where my biggest issue with Heavy Rain is, but the rest of the game is fantastic. And while, yes, me more because of the Jason, that's really only a problem if you are constantly hitting Jason like that. Like, realistically, he doesn't say it that often. Sean is more often, actually.
Sean!
I haven't actually played through the other, the Cyborg one, the robot one.
Detroit Become Human.
I have a copy of it. I haven't played through it yet.
Oh boy,
but
that's gonna be
I've seen gameplay, and it looks fine. Although it might become the new weakest of the three, because I don't know. I have to replay Beyond Two Souls. The only thing I remember liking was Willem Dafoe and Elliot Page.
William Dafoe is the best.
It's a goblin.
After everything I sacrificed.
But yeah.
There is a.
So
you're unlocking memories that I had forgotten about in regards to those games.
But like, in terms of Lucasfilm Games, which is what they rebranded, because they closed LucasArts entirely, so they had to, that's why they had to create a new branch, because eventually they closed LucasArts, and so Lucasfilm Games is the replacement for it. So Eclipse was announced, and then we had nothing really, but we heard rumors that Ubisoft was working on something. We didn't know what. We knew at some point Amy Hennig was working on something, the one who was in charge of the Uncharted games at Naughty Dog and all that.
Yeah.
Because she was working on she has her own studio now that she's in charge of.
Never played an Uncharted game. Now that I think about it.
So if you want to borrow them, because they're PS4 copies. So I have at least the first three. I don't have the fourth one on that collection. I have the first three collection.
I will say, like, I think for me the Ubisoft games that I've played are Assassin's Creed 2, 3, and Far Cry 3.
Far Cry Primal, Far Cry 3. Primal is underrated, honestly. I know it's just Reskin 3, or Reskin 4, rather. But I like Primal. And then I played Assassin's Creed 1. I've played the PSP Assassin's Creed Bloodlines. I actually like Altair the most, because I feel like Altair gets underappreciated.
No, they're all good.
Altair gets underappreciated, though. He gets ignored because of the big shadow of Ezio.
Yeah.
The Ezio trilogy kind of overshadows Altair, even though Altair does so much important stuff for the Assassins. Like, the Assassins would not exist as an organization if not for Altair.
Yeah.
Ezio kind of brings him back more. Ezio is also important, but like, I feel like we wouldn't get to Ezio if Altair doesn't do what he does.
Yep.
And Bloodlines is also important to that knowledge. Anyways, we've gone really off base for a minute, but the main point is Outlaws looks interesting. I do want to talk about one thing. In the initial trailer, there was a character named Jalen who gets introduced as like a point of contact. So he's like a point of contact that they show that potentially is hiring Kay for a job. Now, I viewed it as, I don't know if this is a main story mission or a side mission, because
it's unclear.
It's unclear because we see in the gameplay trailer that there is an idea of like side quests and main quests, and that is something that that equals out to a lot of the rumors that we've heard about this game, that it's going to be like an open world, almost in the style of No Man's Sky that big of a game that they're trying to make. Now, we don't know if they've accomplished that idea of that big of a game. I don't know if they're going to hit No Man's Sky levels or not. We're going to find out. And once again, that was an early rumor, so we don't
Yeah.
we don't the validity of that rumor.
It's questionable.
But we know at the very least it is an open world sandbox game, because that's the Ubisoft way with side quests and stuff like that. But there's a character introduced named Jalen, and he looks a lot like a very important character to Star Wars video gaming history, Kyle Katarn. And the internet has been going wild of speculation of, is this the return of Kyle Katarn? Jalen is on the right in this image. And so, it's pretty spot on. It's a little bit, it's a mix of a younger and older version of Kyle. Because he's got like, actually no, it's still younger, because the haircut almost made it look silver, but it's actually like just, he's got it trimmed, like really got the fade look that he's going for the haircut. And so a lot of speculation has come up of, is this Kyle Katarn undercover? Because Kyle Katarn's history does include the fact that he was a rebel spy. He started as an Imperial stormtrooper, defected after his father was killed by the Empire, becomes a rebel mercenary. So he doesn't fully work for the rebellion, but he's a mercenary that they hire. And then eventually he becomes a Jedi, as seen in that image on the left, because it turns out his father was force sensitive, and so secret Jedi shit. Eventually he kills the guy that killed his dad, Valley of Jedi and all that. The Dark Forces and Jedi Knight games happen. Which, I mean, if you watch the channel, you followed along. I played Dark Forces 1 and 2 already. Dark Forces 1 is his mercenary days. So this is why Kyle Katarn's important to the video gaming side of Star Wars. He is essentially, he's almost like the founding father of Star Wars video gaming. Because the first game came out in the late 90s. While some Star Wars games had already come out then, none of them were games that were like top tier. Like there were some that were, like you had your X-Wing and TIE Fighter games that were out, but nothing story heavy that was like, this is what Star Wars gaming is. Dark Forces happens, and I've talked about the history of why Dark Forces is to you outside of the recordings. Why Dark Forces is also important, not just on a Star Wars gaming level, but on a gaming level. Because Dark Forces was considered a Doom clone when it came out. And it kind of is, except it does something that Doom didn't do. It actually is a 3D shooter.
You're going to make a lot of people mad.
I know I am. But Doom is not a 3D shooter. It is a top-down shooter because of how the programming of Doom is. It tricks you into thinking you're playing a 3D game. And I do think Doom is important for what it did. Like, Doom is a stepping stone. Like, I'm not trying to take away anything Doom did. Doom is important. We would not have first-person shooters where we are without Doom. But I also think Dark Forces needs to be acknowledged as that next step, that took the next step that we needed to get where we are. And so Kyle Katarn is introduced in that. He's a mercenary. He's one of the first people that we learn that took the Death Star plans in Legends continuity. Because, like, Death Star plans goes through, like, 5 people in Legends continuity. Canon simplified that shit, thank God. But he's, like, the first person to get a hold of it in canon, in the Legends storyline. But then Dark Forces 2 is a continued build-up of that, where he goes from mercenary to Jedi, and he finds out his Jedi heritage, and it's called Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, and thus begins the Jedi Knight series, because Jedi Knight becomes its own series. So Dark Forces 2 is the last of the Dark Forces games, and then we get a expansion where you play as Mara Jade for Dark Forces 2, which is just called Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, which I've also played on the channel. And then after that you get to Jedi Outcast, which is Jedi Knight 2 officially. So
okay.
So it's Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight 2, and then Jedi Academy doesn't keep up the numbers, so it's still called it's still called Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, but it's not Jedi Knight 3 Jedi Academy, but it's Jedi Knight 3. But Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast begins really evolving lightsaber combat in video games.
Mm.
Because while yes, you're just swinging, you on PC at least, I don't know how well it works on console, but on PC, when you move your mouse, that's kind of the direction that you're kind of swinging your lightsaber. You're still clicking the mouse button to swing, but you can guide it a little bit with your mouse,
Mm.
and that's all. Like, it's a start of a more built lightsaber combat rather than just I'm just swinging. Jedi Academy kind of built on top of that, because Jedi Outcast only let you have your single blade. But then Jedi Academy, which doesn't star Kyle Katarn but has him in a Jedi Master role, you play as a different character that you can actually develop a little bit. But in terms of like character creation, but they still have a name and everything. You don't get to pick that.
Oh.
But yeah, so 90s to early 2000s, Kyle Katarn is like this figurehead. I think he's a founding father of Star Wars gaming.
All right.
But so it's exciting that we keep getting hints of him, because in Jedi Survivor there's an outfit that's very Kyle Katarn-esque, and so I think the developers of these video games appreciate what Kyle has done for video gaming, but we haven't quite been able to bring him in yet.
Mm-hmm.
But this might be it. All right. That's everything I wanted to talk about regarding Outlaws. Any input you want to bring in?
I've already shared my thoughts.
Okay. On a side note, a buddy of mine went to Galaxy's Edge,
Yes.
and randomly, I haven't seen this man in 6 years.
Yep.
Randomly,
This was prompted on a Tuesday night.
on a Tuesday night, he randomly messages me on Instagram, shows me pictures of him at Disney, and he's like, "Hey, you want me to get you anything?"
Mm-hmm.
This is my buddy Dan. Shout out to Dan. Love you, man. I'm glad that we got to hang out again, because let's not wait 6 years to hang out again. Although I don't mind if it's another 6 years and you get me something else. But yeah, I asked him, I was like, a holocron or a Jedi or a Stormtrooper helmet, because my dad just wanted a Stormtrooper helmet for a while. So any of my friends out there, if y'all make helmets or anything, or you know somewhere to get a good helmet. My dad wants one because I don't know why. I think he just wants one because he doesn't want to do cosplay or anything. He's
Yeah.
like, I want a cool helmet.
It's like how I wanted a blaster.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
But got the Jedi holocron. I'm gonna use the Force.
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I regret to report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen, with the dark shadow of the Empire rising to take their place.
And there's two more messages, but
Yeah.
I appreciate the gift. He didn't get the Kyber crystal, so I only get the 3 Obi-Wan messages. But I am gonna probably invest into getting the Kyber crystals, and I guess now a Sith holocron to go with it, because if you pair the Sith and Jedi holocron, there's a secret message, so you gotta like put them together. And there's a secret message there. But yeah, that's basically the roundup for stuff this week that happened interesting.
Yep.
Let's get into the main topic of today: Path of Vengeance. Big spoiler warning.
Big spoiler. The biggest of all spoilers.
Because I know it was weird. I was in a Star Wars group last night. Surprised how many people have not finished this book that are like,
Yeah.
people that I would have expected.
I
to finish this,
I gotta admit, I was a little bit mad at you.
because
because-
I hadn't finished it yet.
Yeah, I was like, shit, the podcast is tomorrow. I have to finish this.
And then we didn't know if the podcast was going to happen for a minute.
Yeah.
And then you finished the book still, and I was like, I got an hour and a half left because I was doing the
Okay,
audiobook.
yeah.
And so, because I did the audiobook, because I
I thought-
lent you my physical copy.
It was basically, to me, like, So I knew we were going to have to cover this week, but I got it on Tuesday, but then I only really started on Wednesday, and I was like, shit, I have
But
like,
it's a relatively short book for what it is. Like, there's a lot of chapters, but they fly by really fast. Because on the audiobook, like, it shows like 65 chapters because
yeah,
it separates the prologue and all that. And so it's like 65 chapters all in all if you include the prologue
Mhm.
and all that. And it, but they're really quick because at the most,
Yeah.
like the longest a chapter is maybe like 10 minutes in audio form.
yeah,
So like, what? I mean, a good author doesn't make. Most authors don't make their chapters more than 10 pages because, and that's something I actually learned at a Star Wars panel way back when for Star Wars authors panel. You know, like you should not extend a chapter beyond 10 pages because anything past that, your reader loses interest in a chapter, and you don't want them stop. Like you want them to finish a chapter and
Yeah.
then go, "Oh, that was just 10 pages. I could read another 10 pages," and so continue reading the next chapter. That's a little tidbit there for any authors out there
Yep.
like me. If you want to keep your readers invested, don't do more than 10 pages in a chapter.
So I should probably explain how I read these books because I have a method to my
Yeah, you do page count.
Yeah. So whenever you send me the book, I will go and look at how many pages it has, and then I'll divide it by the days I have.
Yep.
I had 3 days. I had 3 days for 517 pages.
Yeah, which sucks for you on that level, but
Yeah.
like, it's really relatively not the worst that we've done.
No, it's not.
And then like, because the audiobook's only 11 hours or something. No.
Mm.
Yeah, 11 hours. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I had to buy the audiobook because I didn't have a copy yet when I lent you my physical copy.
Oh,
But I had a digital copy of the book, but I like the audiobooks. And plus, the audiobook came out on the 6th, which is why we waited for this review.
I see.
So that way I could get the audiobook before we did this review. Otherwise, we would have talked about it when it came out. You know,
Yeah.
I wanted to wait till the audiobook was out.
All right.
Because also that ensures more viewers had the chance to check it out. Because there's different types of readers. You got people like you who like the physical, which I like.
Like,
too.
I don't hate audiobooks.
It's just it's a different level of concentration you have to use.
No, it's not even that. It's just that I'm like, whichever method I have is the method I have. I'm not gonna complain about it.
I didn't know if there's like some
No.
method of preference for it, but
No, it's whichever tool I have is the one I use.
But I know some people have preferences, and so, like, being able to wait until the audiobook is out to allow more people. Because I will say, I think, I don't like the argument of, and I know you don't, because you basically said you don't care. But there's people that don't think audiobooks should be considered as reading. That is, no. Audiobook is still a form of reading. Because what are you going to tell a blind person they're not reading because they're listening to their book?
I was gonna be really mean and say they have Braille, but sure.
I mean, but they got Braille as well. But not all books are printed in Braille.
Yeah,
So audiobooks are their main form of reading.
yeah, they have to use that.
And like,
Hey man, I turned the subtitles on for you on the TV. It's like, you dumbass.
but like, so I think and it tends to be the more snobby people that don't
Yeah.
consider audiobooks
I'm
as
like-
reading. It's like, no, it's a form of reading.
I'm like,
They are still being literate and expanding their knowledge by checking out a book. Of some form.
like, it still counts. Plus, some people are really busy.
I love listening to a book while I'm driving, because for my commute to work, my day job, it's an hour.
Hmm.
So that's at least 2 hours of an audiobook that I can get in each day that I'm
Oh.
working. But yeah,
Yeah, like,
and so I mean that's why I was able to
look,
finish
if
books.
you want to listen to audiobooks, I'm not going to think less of you for doing that.
Exactly. And so I wanted to make sure everybody had their format before
Yeah.
we talked about this book. let's go ahead and actually dig into the contents
Yes.
of this book, though. I like that the perspective of this book
Yes.
is from the Rose perspective and from our two Jedi.
Mm.
Because it's so the High Republic content. Only one other piece of media has been from the antagonist perspective, and that's the eye of.
Who's the other Jedi?
So you got Olivia and Maddie.
Yeah,
So,
but you never see anything from Olivia's perspective.
oh yeah.
It's only
No. There's
it's
some
only
stuff from Olivia's perspective.
no.
Oh, I thought there has been.
Mm-mm.
Okay, you're right.
It's
yeah.
Yana,
So
Marta,
Shauna, Marta,
and Matea.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Maddie. If we're being informal,
Yeah, we're being.
me full name, Matea.
I mean, Matea Kathleen did it.
Yeah, Matea Catholic,
You're gonna be really.
Padawan Catholic.
Olivia bugged me.
Oh yeah.
A little bit.
Why did you bother you this much?
Only a little bit. Not as much as Marta. Marta really
Okay,
pissed me off.
let's
But
get
Let's start with Olivia.
what did Olivia bug you?
Olivia bugged me because of how secretive her whole shit is. And, like, and it's even worse for me because I predicted it from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
I predicted that shit as soon as Olivia was introduced to the High Republic Phase 2. And we figured out that she and, spoilers, the mother share the same last name.
hmm
And I predicted that.
You did. I was like, this is a dumb coincidence, but you're like, it's never a dumb coincidence in fiction, and I'm like, I don't,
Because 90% of the time,
because no one writes that
yeah,
way.
you don't write that way. If there's no way that you go, oh, I'm gonna use the same last name, and not try to have a
Yeah.
connection. Like that would be poor writing. And so, like, not,
It would be. I'm tempted to do it out of spite for one day.
but it's poor writing. And now, of course, if you're doing it on purpose to tell, like, but then at that point, then that's not that. It makes a different point. You're still making a point. There's still a connection, just it's the opposite connection.
Yep.
The other thing I predicted that I was getting gaslit on, and I'm not going to call out who it is because I've already told you who it is, but I'm
Yeah.
not going to call them out on a show. But they gaslit me about the mother's force usage
Okay.
because on Path of Deceit, I immediately recognized that she used the force
Mm.
on Sunshine.
Mm.
Because I was like, oh, she's just doing a simple nudge with the Force to make Sunshine do what she wants. And of course, that makes even better for a cult villain. Because using the Force to make people kind of lean towards what you want.
Mm.
Excellent leader of a cult. Because that's literally what a cult of personality is. Just without the Force. And so, if they have the Force...
Just makes it worse.
And it just makes for a great villain, which is why the mother's a great villain, although I kind of agree that she's not as great in this book as she is in other books.
Yeah.
I think she's really, but she's also spiraling in
Yeah.
this book. Because, like, this is the book where she's like, okay, everything's falling apart. What do I
Fuck.
do?
Fuck. What now?
And so, I think Marta goes to great levels of being a great villain.
I
But I have issues.
am so happy that the mother is dead.
I love the way she dies. It's God, the way Yano enters that room and goes, I wasn't talking to your sister.
It's not Yana.
Oh, sorry, Marta.
Mhm.
Marta, when Marta enters that room and the way she goes, I wasn't talking to your sister.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yana is not part of that anymore.
Yeah,
She's
Yana's
sorry, I'm used to Yana having control of the Nameless because she did for so long. Sorry, Marta has control of the Nameless now.
Mm.
Specifically the Leveler, because they make it clear that the Leveler is because that's where the name confusion comes from.
Yeah.
People thought the Leveler was the name of the creature. No, it is like the name of the. It's like when you name your pet.
Yeah.
Like you have your dog and their breed, but then you have their actual name that you've given them.
Yep.
And the leveler is the name that's given to the nameless as a pet.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this. I'm like, okay, so nameless is like the species
species.
name,
Which
and then I came to realize, oh, I didn't quite make the connection of like that's the pet name. I was just like, oh, it's the leveler. It's the oldest one they have. That's why it has a name.
yeah, but it's also like it's both. It's a pet name,
Yeah.
but it's also to recognize that that's the oldest of them.
I'm like, oh, that's why it fucks up every Jedi it's come
It's
across.
just been around for 200 years.
Yeah.
Or well, more because because we don't. Well, no, it is 200.
Because it
years,
was
we see
small,
It is 200 years. 'Cause we
like
see it,
in Path of
'cause we see
Deceit.
it- We see its birth in Deceit, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah,
But now it's big.
yeah, and then it's even bigger by the time of Phase
Yeah.
1.
It's gotta be fucking huge by the time of Phase 1.
I'm interested in it. So, but yeah, I was gaslit into like one of my friends was like, "Mother's not using the Force on Sunshine," yeah. And now it's confirmed.
I'm just over here.
The Sunshine's like, "Yeah, I got tricked."
I'm over here like throughout the mother throughout this book looking at, and she's like having seizures and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, how's having that fucking rod
Which
sitting right next to the leveler working out for you?
One of our friends predicted what was going on with the mother there. Star Wars lawyer Chris.
Yeah.
He predicted that she was being affected by the leveler because
Yeah.
of her Force sensitivity, and we get that. Yeah.
I'm like,
we get to see the stone hand, and oh my god.
it's being slowed down, but it's still happening.
I feel like her sacrificing Jedi and other beings is also a way to stave it off from killing her,
Yeah.
and I think that's why she's so adamant that even her own people should be getting killed, like letting the Path members that are Force sensitive die from
Mhm.
it, because otherwise, who's it gonna go after?
Yep.
And we see that the rods don't 100% work.
Yeah.
Because we see at the end of the book when Marta has both rods still, which means she should have full control of these things. The leveler's like barely under her control.
Yeah.
Like it almost eats Maddie because like it's just barely under her control.
Yep.
So like that means that I'm curious if in Phase 3 we're gonna see the leveler just break loose of Markion's control.
Yeah. It's just waiting.
Yeah, because it's just gonna get so powerful that Markion cannot control it. Because we're getting to that, like, 'cause
Yeah.
that's the hint that we see in Path of Vengeance is that.
Is your little fucking magic wand working out for you now?
The other thing that we get that's important is seeing that the levelers, the nameless can be killed outright.
Yeah.
Because we've seen that the nameless can be killed, but it's like it's always through like extreme methods, like it takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
But we see that in this book that there are simpler methods to do it.
Mhm.
You just have to work it out.
Yep.
And so, I'm since we know that Phase 2 is supposed to be Yoda, because this is supposed to be Yoda and Tromac looking over the history of what happened in the past of the
They're
Jedi.
like, all right,
Them putting the
what
puzzle pieces-
happened?
Yeah, they're putting the puzzle pieces together of like, because remember at the end of Phase 1, Yoda goes calling all Jedi back to the temple because Tromac and I have been studying what happened in our past and what went down.
Yep.
And because he's been working with Tromac this
We've
whole time.
pulled all the documents together.
And because we needed Tromac's perspective, because Tromac's is our path perspective.
Yeah.
Because we see that he's a little, and so he knows what went down on the path side of things.
Yeah.
So we needed both the Jedi, and we know that at least Yoda knew about the Nameless.
Mhm.
But I guess assume that the
Yeah.
Nameless were
Tromac, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, because remember at the end of Cataclysm.
Because of how like thoroughly destroyed everything is.
Because at the end of Cataclysm, it seems like that because Creighton, Yoda, and who else?
It's just Creighton and
Creighton and
Yoda.
They basically were like, yeah, they're gone, but we should keep an eye out just
Yeah.
in case. But I guess, they just assumed after, much like the Sith, where they just assume the Sith are gone after a couple hundred
Yeah.
years. that's what happened with the Nameless, where they were like, okay, I guess they're
Yeah.
not.
Admittedly, I don't really blame like Creighton for
No,
this.
he's dead.
He's dead at that point in time. But like even Yoda, after 50 years, I would probably be like they're gone too, because it's like
Because Marta didn't act like Marta does. Also, Marta doesn't actively go after
yeah,
the Jedi anymore after this, as far as we know.
as far as we're aware.
Although we are getting a Marta short story with that short story collection that's coming out. And then we're also getting a story about her daughter, who is the grandmother of Martheon, the one who like really founded the Nihil proper.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, she's the one that
Yeah.
brought the Nihil together. So we're getting her story as well, which she might be the start of where things go.
A little bit haywire.
Also, well, it's also the story that's going to have to connect the path, Mari Santeca as well.
Yeah.
Which a good point was brought up with some friends.
Hmm.
I was talking to Star Wars lawyer Chris and our buddy Malik last night,
Mhm.
doing spoiler talk about this book, because they were like the only other ones who had finished the book,
Yes.
and I was like, we talked about how the Phase 2 is basically Midsommar,
Oh.
like in terms of like this is the horror, like especially this book in particular, it's a horror
Hmm.
story. Like we've got ghosts and everything.
Oh yeah, they're straight. I forgot about the ghosts.
We got core, like, and they give terrifying. They are described terrifyingly.
Yeah.
Like they're like, yeah, they are like their dead versions, and
Yeah, I remember when I started reading this, I'm like, is this like a Silent Hill 2 situation
Yeah,
going on?
yeah. And then I also kind of saw like Shakespearean.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely like a like Shakespeare madness level, because it's like Shakespeare's type of madness stories are always, you can tell your characters are going mad if they're seeing ghosts.
Yep. It's like,
And at least in Marta's case, it's a descent of madness.
yeah.
Yana actually comes out on the light end of things.
She's a bit short-handed, but she'll make it.
Yeah.
That was a dumb joke.
But yeah, so I like Maddie in this book. I like Maddie in general.
Yeah.
I like our High Republic Phase 2 comic characters.
I would say, like, out of the three perspectives, I enjoy Yana's the
Oh
most.
my, yeah, Yana's journey is.
Because she is so fucking done.
But she's also trying.
She's also like,
It's weird because Yana was.
I hate all of this, but I want my baby cousin to be okay.
It's weird.
But
'cause-
she's not okay.
It's weird because, like, in Path of Deceit, Yana was my least favorite of the rows. But she becomes my favorite row by the end of this
Yeah.
book. Because, like, in Path of Deceit, she's just so dismissive of Marta.
Yeah.
And she's also, like, part of the problem of why the Path is able to get to where they are.
Yeah.
And honestly, in this book, they both make dumb decisions. Like, I was like, the rows are being dumb.
Yeah.
I was like, neither of them, like, because they're letting their, because Everini, the whole thing is like the racist side of people with Everini is that they always betray each other, and that's what like the racists believe
Yeah.
in the Star Wars universe. And then the Everini keep kind of like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy
Yeah.
deal where it's like we just don't trust each other, and then we betray each other because we don't trust each other.
It's
And that's exactly what's going on with the Rose here. And it's just like, oh my god. If y'all talk to each other for 5 minutes.
for 10 minutes, it's one of those, from one of the channels that I like to watch. It's a literal, just talk.
Yeah, like when the bomb situation's going on and Mark
Yeah.
just assumes that Yana was gonna blow up
Like-
the thing. I'm like, just listen to her. I know she's pointing a gun at a child, which Yana, that's dumb. But
It's like,
at least Yana was like, I wasn't gonna shoot them.
I'm not gonna shoot a fucking kid.
I was just threatening them so they tell the truth.
Yeah.
Which is not how that works. When you threaten somebody, they are more likely to just give you whatever answer you want.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But yeah, like, and then so there's a certain. This is where my anger with Marta specifically.
Okay.
Comes in. So Marta is naive in the
Yes.
first few books, and that's like her whole thing of why she like believes in the cult of the path. and all that. Understandable. You're more likely to get caught up in a cult like that when you are naive like that. And you're willing to believe stuff because you need a community.
Yeah.
That's Marta's logic. There's a certain point in this book where that logic does not work. Because there's a certain point where Marta is no longer naive and should not be believing anything the mother says, let alone that the path is correct in any way whatsoever. Where she goes from a victim to the perpetrator of bad
Okay,
things.
where do you think that point is?
When she cuts Yana's hand off.
Okay.
Like, her whole speech, like, when she starts giving the villain speech, that's the line.
Yeah.
Because, like, up to that point, she's believing in the mother because she truly believes in the stuff. But also, throughout this book in particular, she is seeing hints that the mother is full of shit and ignoring it. Like, on the Battle of Jeddah sequence, when she's... sorry, not the Battle of Jeddah sequence. When they get back to Donna, her using the Force, like, on the sheriff, that should have been a red flag.
Where I was like, that's...
Like, what's
Also,
crazy is
I
we're
like
in
Sheriff Pickwick.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't...
She's you. And
She's like, what is this bullshit that's going on?
why are the Jedi bringing this chaos, but also why are the Path doing this?
Why the fuck are you back here? Why are the Jedi here? God damn. What the fuck?
I just want to have my quiet farming town.
Leave us alone. God damn it.
It's very much a character you would make.
Yeah, I'm like, why are you here?
I mean, Pickwick was good in Path of Deceit,
Yeah.
too. Like, Pickwick is underrated as a character.
Yeah.
She's
She's very direct. I like that.
but like,
I also like when
but,
Olivia...
Like, the complete, like, the 180,
yeah, and it's like,
that should be a
That's-
red flag.
yeah.
And what's worse is we're in Marta's perspective, and Marta's like, that's weird. Moving on. And it's like, no, you don't just move on from that. You don't just go, that's weird.
You're like, huh.
Or Bacana.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I sent you over Discord a message. I'm like, damn, Marta's 0 for 2 in the boyfriend department.
and then, like, you got your Planet X content,
I did.
which is a terrifying place.
Yeah.
Discussion on the Underdweller versus the Protector.
Oh.
So, I've been convinced after
Okay.
a discussion with Chris and Malik last night.
Mm-hmm.
The Protector is... So you know how on Mortis, you've got the father, the son, and daughter.
Yeah.
And we've talked about... I played with their stuff in
Yes.
Star Wars games, so you understand the concepts of them. Of
Yeah.
the balance. Son is dark side, daughter is light side.
Mm-hmm.
The Protector is a light side entity, and the Underdweller
Okay.
is a dark side entity. Because the Planet X is a Force planet.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
And in fact, that's why... Because I think nobody was Force sensitive when they went to Planet X.
Yeah. With the
Except
exception of that one guy who was shot.
Yeah, with the exception of that guy. But I don't think anybody else was Force sensitive before hitting
Yeah.
Planet X.
Because Planet X does something to you.
Except for Marta.
Except for Marta.
Except for Marta. Curious about that one, but except for Marta.
Yep.
And Sunshine. Sunshine doesn't get
Yeah.
anything either. He just gets money out of it. That's it. But like the Underdweller, I think why it's attacking them, and well, I agree with what Chris and Malik said of why it's attacking them, is that it is the actual mother of the eggs.
Mm. Okay.
So the Underdweller is a full-grown nameless. Like, it's a mother nameless.
Okay.
And then the Protector is trying to stop them from taking the eggs because it knows that it's bad if the name.
Hey, those things are fucking dangerous, man.
Yeah. And the Protector is like, hey, no, this has to stay here because if you take it into the wider galaxy, this will cause chaos.
Yeah.
And sure enough, take it to the wider galaxy, chaos has ensued.
It's like, wait, no, that's an invasive species.
Also, the Protector is designed like a lion.
Yeah.
So therefore,
It's like a big blue lion.
usually lions are like good, like in most like imagery of like
Media.
of most media imagery of like what lions represent. They're usually a good
Omen.
and like usually a sign of good versus evil.
Yeah.
I mean, Aslan the lion from
Yeah.
Chronicles of Narnia is like top example, but like other pieces of media, I think the one exception is maybe the Lannisters.
Yeah.
But yeah. We're hitting an hour, so
So,
other highlight moments that you
poor
wanna bring up?
Bach. I'm so sad. That one actually hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt a little bit. Like, it's the I didn't lie to you thing. And also, I agree with Yana of the fucking I at the end of it. It's like, look, I love you, but I can't be around you anymore.
I think it's smart. Well, it's also because she took the other rod, and she has to make sure
Yeah.
that Marta does not have that. Because I think
Yeah.
she realizes that Marta's a danger.
Yeah.
Once again, she's not.
She's not.
She's not evil. Like she's definitely chaotic, neutral.
It's one of those. I wish your fucking parents were here so we could talk to you about this
Well,
kind of thing.
I don't think.
But
her
I don't know
parents
if that
ever-
would be.
Ever any culture tells me that her parents would not be a much help. in
That's
this.
true.
Um,
But it's like I wish you had a reasonable authority figure.
yeah.
I wish you had a not dead Marta Rowe. Cause if someone talked to you like for real for 10 minutes,
Unfortunately, her parental guidance has been the mother and the herald.
yeah, who are not great people.
Yeah, the herald straight up is an opportunist who takes every chance he gets
Yep.
for advancement of some sort. In fact, once again another prediction of mine of like he doesn't really care about Core.
Yeah.
Like he does not, because if he did, he wouldn't have made some of the decisions he made.
Yeah.
He also doesn't care about his own fucking life.
Oh,
Wait.
Pari, you poor lady.
I'm glad Yana's taking care of him. 'Cause somebody
Yes,
should.
someone.
So is Mari the unborn child? Is that our Mari Santeca?
Maybe.
Geth and I forget the name of the mom now. So. Shay.
Yes.
Geth and Shay.
Also,
Which Geth is still alive, by the way. Good news on
good
that.
to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good news on that.
Shay is. Shay, you poor lady. I understand they paid you to do a job.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even blame you for that. I'm not mad about that, surprisingly.
Well, yeah, you know.
I'm like,
You
they
gotta
paid.
survive.
Yeah. It's a big galaxy.
But yeah.
It's a big galaxy with big problems.
Oh, or Nolly being a piece of shit. Or Nolly, the archivist.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a surprise. Once they revealed that he was part of the path, and I was just like, oh, that's so fitting because he's such a dick to Tay. And
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody that's a dick to Tay.
I was like, looking over, like, case file, I guess, would be a good comparison. I'm like, well, of fucking course he would know. No wonder they know where all the goddamn relics are. They have the guy with the fucking library.
Yeah, they got the guy who was who was at the time second in command of archiving stuff for the
So
Guardians.
of course he'd fucking know where everything
Although
is.
then he became the main guy after the events of the first volume
Yeah.
of the comic.
And it's like, God.
During the first 5 issues,
Yeah.
he becomes head archivist, and then because the first archivist gets killed during the
Yeah.
riot.
Ah.
Oh no, before that, he gets killed during the first bomb. That's right, when the
Mhm.
Guardian bomb goes off.
Like,
The one that Tay gets framed for.
So I think I like this book a lot. I really do.
This was a great finale to Phase.
Yes. My only kind of like issue with it is a lot happens, but I'm like, it has to because this one's on a very tight time schedule.
Yeah, because it really goes. It, I think that to get Phase 2 and understand it the best, you or at least Wave 2 of Phase 2,
Yep.
you really do have to read all 3 books.
Yeah.
Because they all
Like,
are
I don't blame
puzzle
the.
piece.
I think it also might have something to do with like the personal time crunch I was on.
Mm-hmm. Well, this book also like so the Battle of Jeddah.
Yeah.
The Tay and Vildar stuff is it's just a recap of what happens in the comic.
Yeah.
Because
So it's like,
because in the since I'm caught up on the comic and you're not, the comic goes a more detailed version
Yeah.
of what we see in that book because it has the time, and then this book is like here's just the recap of what you need to know happened during that because like you got to know that Tay and Vildar used the dark side artifact and that they captured the Herald. That's
Yep.
all you need to know. And then they're like, okay, we're good. Like that's the stuff that's in the comic that they're like really quick about telling. And also that Yana was there with the Herald
yeah.
and so is Shay. That stuff is all you need, and that the Jedi statue was the archetype.
The Guardian was destroyed.
And Master Laban gets husked.
Yep.
That's the important stuff that you need to know from the comic. And this I think this book does a great job of recapping stuff
Yes.
in case you didn't read the comic. Here's what happens. I think it does the same thing. I think it also kind of does the same thing with Cataclysm, where it's like for the Battle of Donna, where it's like here's what you missed in Cataclysm that's important to this book. Yeah.
Ice skaters,
Well,
still a thing.
yeah. Anyways,
Also, I love how when Maddie and Aslan are like freaking out the first time they encounter a nameless. They're like, how did they turn to like Pickwick and her deputy, and it's like, how did you get that thing to run away? And Pickwick and her deputy go, we shot it. What do you mean?
yeah. I think it's interesting that this isn't the first time we see a solution getting around the nameless, because we've seen this solution before.
Yeah.
And it's to think on other things besides your fear,
Yeah.
which Maddie figures out. Of course, Maddie figures it out because she's
Mhm.
the one that's kind of the most emotionally mature out of the group. I feel like out of the Jedi, I feel like Aslan's not.
Aslan.
Is not.
Aslan's
mature.
like, this is not what I signed up for, because he's not a combat Jedi. He's a detective man.
He's a detective man who also likes his library.
He's like, look, man, I didn't sign up for this bullshit.
Because we talked about Quest of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Like he's very similar to Reith. He likes his books.
On the upside, thank you, Aslan Rail, for giving us the Shriek Cry rhyme.
And then I feel like Olivia is definitely not emotionally mature
No, I don't.
because she's got problems that
Like-
she's got to deal with. Because
Olivia doesn't feel like a person I would want to hang around with.
she feels very depressing and
Yeah,
like somebody that like I feel like she is a sad drunk.
like I don't hate her.
No,
But-
no. She's a good character.
She's a good character, but I'm someone who I'm like, I could not hang around you. It's not because you're a bad person. It's just because you're sad all the time.
And I think in this book specifically it has to do with
But
the
it's
fact that
also
she's
the
dealing with her sister.
Her sister, and the fact that like her not mentor just got iced,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
husked.
but it was Maddie's mentor, truly, which Maddie
Yeah.
even is also kind of sad about, but less. I mean, she's got Vildar now, so
Yeah.
Vildar and Tay are a good support system.
Yeah. So there's two ways to deal with the nameless. You can focus on other thoughts, or you can try the Creighton Sun method and just get pissed off about it.
Yeah. But for the most part, it's removing your thoughts from the fear,
Yeah.
and that's the trick, is to not fear, or
Yeah.
at least think on other things.
Yeah.
Because Jedi are allowed to fear. You just have to not let that consume you.
Yeah,
And that's the trick. Don't let it consume you.
I think
Which is also what Aslan absolutely failed at.
Aslan is like he did not
didn't
not
pass
pass
the
the
vibe check.
will save.
Yeah, he didn't pass the vibe check. But yeah, I think this book wraps up really well. A lot of we still have some puzzle pieces,
There's a few.
I think we've solved a lot of the major points that we needed for phase 2 before we go into phase 3 and the finale of the High Republic project.
Marta. I don't hate you.
Yeah, I don't. I'm disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
You know that part where it's like, I don't care anymore?
Yeah, because there's a certain point where, like I said, once Marta crossed that line, I feel like that was where it's like, okay, you're no longer the victim. You are the villain. The fact that Alicia is scared of her. Because there's that point where she's like, give me the rod. And Alicia's like, no. And she pulls out her lightsaber and she's like, give me the rod.
Give me the fucking stick.
And Alicia's like,
okay.
The fact that Alicia got scared in that moment told me that Marta was in charge at that point. Although Alicia still tried to think she was.
Yeah.
She tries to pull the bomb stunt and getting the rod back and all that stuff. And it does not go well for her. Harold also got what he deserved.
I'm not mad at the Herald.
He's just a shitty dad husband.
I'm like,
he's a shitty dad and husband.
Yeah, I don't
He
care.
Doesn't care about his family, so that's enough for me to not like him. And he also tries to use them as an excuse for him trying to write. It's very politician. He's like, I got my family, and I'm a family man. Meanwhile, in reality, he's just power hungry. So, I think our villains, for the most part, got what they deserve. Marta will make an interesting whatever she becomes.
Yeah.
I think at this point, her story's told, though. We got to where we needed to for her story.
Mostly what Marta has been is just in a downward spiral.
Yeah, her story is, how do we get the Nihil and the path that we know?
Yeah.
And we get that. We even get our storm lightning bolts.
Yeah.
Yana's like, I want to play with makeup.
Yana's just out here like, that is a bad sign.
Yeah. Anyways.
Is what that is.
Any other things you want to highlight from this book? I think we covered the major stuff. I really like this book, though. It's a great finale.
So real quick, and this is just meta, no one will understand. So when you walked in, were you amazed how clean this place was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard work on that last Sunday for it.
Yeah. Good job.
I rewired everything.
Mm-hmm.
Change the station.
Yep.
I still think I'm gonna move you toward so you can look at us.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So we put the camera this way.
Yeah, we'll move the camera.
I think that'll look better.
Yeah, because it was
Yeah, so, but we'll get there.
Plus, that lets Derby Wife sit on the couch without being seen.
All right, have fun, guys.
All right. I'm pretty much. I think I've talked about all the stuff I really want to talk about.
Yeah, I
There's
think
I'm
I'm done.
This book is really good, and there's a lot, but I think I covered the major parts that really need to be talked about.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think we got them all.
Yeah. Yeah. I give this 9.5. Maybe a 9. It might be my second favorite High Republic book.
Yeah, I'll give it a 9.
Because I might put it right under. Because Cataclysm became my second favorite for a while.
Think so.
This might have topped
I'm
that.
giving it a 9.
Yeah, this might have topped Cataclysm, and it's right under. So it might be now. Starlight Beacon.
Falling Star.
Falling Star. It might now be Falling Star, this book, and then Cataclysm. That might be my order right now. Next week.
Yes.
Next week, we are talking comics. We were going to talk the Higher Republic Free Comic Book Day
Okay.
issue, which will take us back into like Phase 1 era. So, because we get to see our High Republic Adventures Phase 1 characters. So we get our
It's been a while.
get some bricks. Fuck you. All right. Well, thank
Yep.
you all for watching. If you are watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. That is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Also, if you are watching on Twitch, that is twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Feel free to follow or subscribe. We also have Patreon where you can watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. I've been slacking this past week on YouTube content because I've been busy.
Mhm.
But I think this week I'm going to come back to my regular slate of release. Same thing with TikTok. I've been kind of slacking, which is TikTok.com/Escape Reality Films. I've been slacking on that as well, although I know for sure I got a book review I have to release tomorrow. Because I got a copy of the new Wild Cards short
Okay.
story collection from George R. R. Martin. So I got that. I'm going to talk about and give my review on tomorrow. So I've been getting more books through NetGalley
Mm-hmm.
to talk about besides just Star Wars books. I've been getting some Disney books. I've got like a Mirrorverse book. That's part of that Mirrorverse phone game.
All right.
So some cool stuff coming around the pipeline, and so yeah, I'm gonna get back on schedule. I'm also working on some other projects. I'm working on rewriting the tabletop game for Super Universe
Okay.
a little bit. That's why I had that new art.
Oh yeah.
Because right now that's just placeholder art. I don't know if that's gonna be final art, but that's
Personally, I like it.
Yeah.
However, I might be biased.
I mean, as long as you get that terrifying but lovely, she is both lovely but also terrifying.
Mm.
That should be the vibe that you got.
Crap.
I mean, did you get that vibe from her, from that image?
No, but then again,
You're biased towards just hating her.
I don't know anything about her. Like, did you see the message
Yeah,
underneath?
What else do I have? We got,
Also, we have
oh
a.
yeah, the Patreon is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Shout out to our patron Jennifer Brantley.
Thank you.
But yeah, you can watch our YouTube content early that way. If you're watching on YouTube, it's linked down below. And then we also have our open Discord, which is linked down below as well on the YouTube description, and it's linked on the main page for Twitch. So that's how you can get to us and hang out with us. We're kind of doing more activities. I've got a new one shot that I'm working on that y'all will be able to listen on once we figure out time. We're gonna do a session 0 first, unlike what we did with Grim Home.
Yeah,
we're gonna do a
where we
proper
just-
session 0. So that way, like, everybody understands like what's going on. Because I'm dealing with 7 players for this one. Because all of Calzone, so my buddy Calzone is Twitch. Everybody that I'm friends with in that community all of them wanted to be in on it. So Cal's gonna be in it, and Steph,
Yeah, and you've
Rick,
got like
Matt,
you got like a
Seamus, and
gang of
Zach.
you got a gang of new bloods, don't you?
Yeah, all but Seamus
Yeah.
and Cal. Seamus and Cal are the ones who know what they're doing, and then everybody else we're kind of walking through.
Yeah. I think with the first group, all of us had sat down and like made characters and played before.
Yeah, so we technically had a session 0.5,
Yeah.
which was character creation, and that took hours because it takes about an hour to make one character on a good day anyways.
Yeah.
So with 7 people, although 2 of them had to drop because of weather, but thankfully one of them was Seamus, and he was like, I can show Stephanie how to make a character and we'll make our characters separately. But Matt made it easy because he already knew what he wanted, because he was like thinking way ahead what he wanted. He was like, I want to be a warlock because of the joke of I want to be a magic user.
Mm.
And then I walked Britt next. Cal was last. So I walked Britt next, and then I did Austin, awesome, in Discord after that. And because Britt kind of figured out what she wanted as we were making. Austin was unsure what he wanted, so we had to like kind of walk through what he could do. He knew he wanted to be like almost a gunslinger type deal, but he ended up being fine with hand crossbows.
Yeah.
And then Zach wanted guns for sure, and so Cal gave me the Matt Mercer sheet for Matt Mercer's gunslingers
Mm-hmm.
that he wrote for Percy, which comes with all the guns and how they work. So, and we just started, instead of the weapons that you could normally start as a fighter, we were like, okay, you just have all these guns. And then I gave him like the ammo to fit. I gave him like, he had 4 guns, so I gave him like 80 bullets, 20 for each gun to start off with.
Yeah.
And so
I gotta
and
say,
then Cal was the last, but he also has played before, so he kind of knew where he just wanted to show me what he was doing.
yeah, I gotta say there are optional rules for guns in the DMG.
Yeah.
Most
But
of
I
the
think
time,
Matt Mercer
people,
stuff fit pretty
I
well.
don't like them.
Really.
Yeah, I don't think they're good.
I do think
I think how it, like, they're fine, but they have a few problems that I don't like.
Okay. I haven't gotten a chance to play with them yet. So
Yeah,
I'll find
so
out.
you can see how those rules work.
I think, if anything, if I don't like them, I'll just go with the Grim Hollow set for
Yeah.
guns, because while the DMG has while the official D&D stuff has guns now, they're kind of like, your only option are pistol and blunderbuster.
Yeah. And then the other options are like a lot more modern
Yeah, 'cause you get
firearms.
laser pistols, because now we got space
No,
stuff.
it doesn't.
Like
It doesn't go. It goes Renaissance firearms we have now, future
sense.
weapons.
Yeah.
I'm like, that makes sense. And then I remember looking at like the space ones, and I'm like, okay, yeah, because you got laser pistol, laser rifle. What the fuck is an antimatter rifle?
God, I guess I should get that for my Gobbo, because for the games I play on Saturdays, we're doing a Goblins in Space. So my Gobbo currently has a laser pistol. I should get that now that you've told
It's
me about
expensive, but there's a reason for it.
because it's very Gobbo to have that.
Yep.
But anyways, that's
Continuing.
some stuff to look forward to in the Discord community. Is listening in on that, as well as joining in on future ones.
Yeah. Hope there may.
There's gonna be more Grim Hollow down the line, probably.
Hopefully, it is weird because I remember you tossed an idea to me, and I'm like, that's gonna be such a weird thing.
Oh, the crossover idea?
Yeah, because it's like we're going from like
High fantasy and then versus like
high fantasy comedy to like
grim dark, eldritch.
you go from fucking Monty Python to it's like Monty Python meets fucking what's a good, not quite Witcher.
But almost in that.
Almost, it's like Monty Python meets The Witcher, and it's like we're dealing
Or Dragon Age.
or Dragon Age. Actually, I think Dragon Age would be a better comparison.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, we had like one guy die, and assuming Boone survives, he's just this old man who's like, one.
Well, I've already came up with the timeline.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I made it to where certain event, because I had to match it. I was like, when on the DR, because in Forgotten Realms you have the DR as the
Mhm.
timeline annotation, and so I was like, where on the DR would my Grim Hollow game take place? And so
Yeah.
that way I have a consistent timeline. And in fact, from the looks of things, it doesn't look like more than 15 years is going to pass within
Okay.
the first season.
All right. Never underestimate the power of the crowbar, though.
Yeah. What else am I missing? I think that's all for self-promo stuff.
Yeah.
But shout out to Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop, who are currently doing a convention, AnimeCon.
Yes.
And they do conventions at least once every 3 months, something.
Yeah.
Like that. So they try to do at least 4 a year, something like that. I feel like is what.
I think that's about the right number.
Yeah, and they get some good stuff. Like their last one was a Dragon Ball Con, and they had some of the classic DB actors and voice actors, and that was like they had original Bulma.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but they provide the space. they rented out to our friend Scotty, who you guys heard earlier.
Yep.
Who was talking about us cleaning up for his podcast, which I'm also part of. Shout out to Mobcast Network with Cult Movie Cantina. You can find them at youtube.com/Mobcast Network and facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. Gamers and Geeks you can find if you're in the Mobile area. They're on House Ferry and Moffett. And they sell they got an arcade in the back. They got your Magic, your Warhammer, all that good stuff, all your tabletop and card gaming needs. As far as Cult Movie Cantina and Mobcast stuff goes, I am a producer and co-host on those shows. And Cult Movie Cantina is a movie where we talk about cult movies, and we talk about them with somebody who hasn't seen them, as well as have some drinks with it. So this last week was our cult meeting, because we do a cult meeting, then we do a movie meeting. So the cult meeting where we just hang out and talk about whatever, and then we announce what our next movie is. This week we tried some interesting snacks, and I feel like it's a good time. And we caught up with each other because we haven't seen each other in a couple months or so. And then this week is our movie review, where we're talking about 1986 Manhunter, the original Hannibal movie.
Okay.
And it's the original it's the original adaptation of Red Dragon. So you'll get to see our thoughts on that this week. And then who else am I missing? Oh, Engaged is they share the same little shopping building with Gamers and Geeks. They're a good friend of the show. They do video game in-house rental thing where you pay a hourly rate and you can play a PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR, and you do it in the shop. And you can play whatever games you want. They also sell some games, and so you can buy some used games if you want from them as well. They got stuff all the way from NES to modern when it comes to games that they got that you can buy. So they got a good collection. And yeah, I think that's everybody.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys next week. Oh yeah, D&D.
Yes.
Tomorrow for you.
Yes. So, every Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, you can catch me and the rest of our friends over at Steam, all caps, _dungeon
At Twitch.tv.
at twitch.tv. The dinner party is over. No one is dead.
Oh, was there a fight though?
No. Several times one almost broke out, but between
I'm impressed.
calmer heads, things were fine.
You know what though? That's the best outcome.
No, it's not.
Oh, did y'all really want
I wanted a fight, but I couldn't be there.
Oh, okay.
But we're going back now that stressful bit is over, to downtime activities.
Okay.
And I will actually be able to join tomorrow because I'm not working then.
All right.
So thank you all.
All right. So that is everything now.
Yes.
We will see you guys next week to talk Free Comic Book Day, Higher Hogue Adventures. And yeah, I've spoken.
Later. Have a good one. Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Today's gonna be a pretty chill episode. We got just the comic, not a lot else to talk about. I was trying to find some news stories. There's not really a lot going on. Diego Luna might get the Emmy, or at least nominated.
Yeah.
Which would make some history apparently, because apparently a Latino has not been nominated for Best Actors since '99.
Yeah.
With another Star Wars alumni being the one who got those nominations, Jimmy Smits. I love Jimmy Smits. AKA Bel Organa. Outside of that, there's not really much else to talk about. At least in Star Wars. There is stuff to talk about for the channel.
Yes.
I released a system reference document, although you guys can't really see it very well. I printed it off myself. But it's a PDF that y'all can find that is so I'm gonna take a step back.
Yeah.
System reference document. Gotta explain that
Hmm.
because I'm gonna our audience is smart, so I'll assume that they know what it is, but I'm gonna also just explain it in case. So a system reference document is a set of rules based around a tabletop system that are legal documents shared by whoever is publishing this tabletop system to allow for third parties to legally use their rule system to create their own books and content. Generally, rule books for an adventure books and stuff like that. So, for example, the Grim Hollow game we played, that is based off of the 5th edition D&D SRD, the 3 SRD 5 point, what is it, SRD 1 point, or 5.0 or whatever.
Something like that.
Yeah. Anyways, it's that. So it allows people to make content using my tabletop system that I have devised. And I've been working on this tabletop system for
A while.
a while. 5 years, I want to say, at this point.
Hmm.
Because what, 2018 we did the playtest?
Oh shit, has it been that long? Damn. Do another one.
We technically did 3 in a row.
Yeah. Do another one.
I don't have new content yet.
Ah, damn it.
I'm having to rewrite the old content because I lost that content.
Oh yeah. In the great jumble incident.
Yeah, the Great Jumble Incident, I lost some stuff regarding that. One of those being the actual... So I saved the rules,
Mm-hmm.
because the rules were being shared with the playtest notes. So I had the rule book, but I didn't have the adventure that I planned to have included in the rule book.
Damn.
So, which is the... it's not part of the Remnant series, it's the 3rd adventure you guys played.
Rebuilding a galaxy.
Yeah, it's the Rebuilding a Galaxy adventure. So, I've been actually re-listening to that playtest to kind of get a broad idea of what my notes would have been.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of making I'm reverse engineering my own notes using the playtest.
Yeah. God.
It's I've gotten past the prologue of introducing all the characters, because I definitely rewrote the prologue stuff, because I was like, this time I was like, yeah, no, we're not gonna go through every version of it. We're gonna make these ones the important ones, but we'll say that, like, if you have this type of player, then you can go over this one as well. And basically, like, I made all of them take place on Vincem as well, which was not the case originally.
Yeah.
Because at least the scientist one took place on Scamino originally. I changed that. I was like, nah, it'll be on Vincem now, just so everybody starts at the same place, and then everybody can leave together.
Yeah.
It simplified it. So that's the good news of doing it that way, is I'm able to go, you know what, that idea doesn't work. Which is also what I'm doing for Super Worlds 2, because I also lost that in the Great Scramble.
Yep.
That's okay. I thought I was getting myself into a, what's it called? I just texted it to somebody. It's the thing George R.R. Martin got himself into, the Maresian knot. Where you've written yourself into so many plot lines that they've knotted together, and you now have to unweave that knot to fix your storyline, so it's a line and not a knot. Because at least in where we get that term from is in the case of George R.R. Martin, it's for A Song of Ice and Fire. Danny is still in Marine in the books.
Mm.
And the way that George has written himself, there are many ways that she can get off there, but there's too many options because too many people are going there. And then also on top of that, you also have to consider the timeline of, like, who will get there first, because boat travel. And so, while mine is not something like that, mine, definitely was. I was writing too. My thing is, I had too many plot lines going on,
Mm.
and I was like, how am I going to connect these? And then the connections I was making, in hindsight, I'm not proud of. I'm like, these are kind of weak.
Flimsy a bit.
Yeah, they're a bit flimsy. So I'm going to try to focus on one storyline.
Mm.
Maybe two. But definitely not going to do the three that I originally had. Good thing is, some of it I did handwrite the notes. I just didn't have as much done. Like, Super Worlds 2 was like all note. Because the way I was writing that one anyways, was I was writing notes and I would just write more details of those notes.
Yeah.
I wasn't writing the actual dialogue or anything yet. And I was just writing as much notes as possible to where I could get to a point where I had so many notes that I could turn those notes into the story with the dialogue added. Because that's just the way my brain works, is if I can just get myself into a groove of writing, it's easy to write notes and the highlights. And then eventually, if I get into the right groove, I can turn those highlights into more in-depth highlights, and then to even more depth highlights. And then eventually just the story.
Mm.
That's just how my writing goes, like, in that one. For some reason, Super Worlds 1 was easier. Super Worlds 1, I kind of just said, alright, we're sitting here, we're writing this many words for the day, and we're not getting up till we write that many words. That was easy. This time, it's not as easy doing that. But, yeah, Super Universe is now feeling real to me, which is the name of the RPG system. Because while we did the playtest, and that's real in a sense, it's not the same as putting my rule set out there to the wider public for people to download. I mean, you said you downloaded it. Which
Yeah, I downloaded it.
I think I saw the number. Because I don't have the money to have my own domain yet,
Mhm.
so it's a Weebly website. So, but the good thing about Weebly is I can see the back information a little bit, even without paying, and I can see, like, people going to the site, people doing activities on the website. I can't see in depth of that, because then you have to pay, but I can still see, like, the basic numbers. And so, I've seen a little bit of a spike, so that's good. I'm glad people are going out there and checking it out. And this is about building a community, because I did it because, one, I just wanted to get my rule set out there, because it's been 5 years.
Yep.
And I don't have the core rulebook ready, because I don't have all the art assets I want for it, because I would like to put some more art into it, and plus I also have to finish the adventure for it. And then when I do finish the adventure for it, that's more art that I gotta add, as well as potentially a battle map, because I do want to put a battle map in there. A battle map, for those who don't know, is exactly almost what it sounds like. It's a map that you use for tabletop encounters. So when there's a fight in your game, you would throw down the map, and you can have people place their characters onto the map to represent where they're at. Makes combat flow simpler. It's not necessary. A lot of people do really good with Battle of the Mind combat. Because I think or not Battle of the Mind, but
You're close. You go to them to see movies.
oh no, Theater of the Mind. Thank you.
There we go.
Theater of the Mind combat, which is the opposite of putting a battle. It's the opposite of putting a battle map out there. It's you literally just use your imagination to go, where's my character at? And then the DM's like, oh, you're maybe about 5 feet away. And some DMs will say, forget about distance. If we're going to do Theater of the Mind, we're just going to Theater of the Mind it. And we're going to assume that you're always right within range of combat, because why not? Because
Yeah.
I've heard from some DMs on YouTube that that's a pretty good way of running your encounters. Is sometimes to keep encounters moving quickly. That's one way to do it. I've also heard that maybe getting rid of attack of opportunity might be healthy for combats as well, because that will make players be more willing to move around and strategize a little bit further than just, well, I'm stuck here until I kill this guy. Because a lot of people get paralysis about moving their character with attack of opportunity,
Yeah.
which is fair.
No.
I've had that
Cowardice.
paralysis. I've had that paralysis before, like, because you don't, especially if you're level 1, you don't want to.
Yeah, that I understand that.
I think I kind of want to experiment about getting rid of attack of opportunity. I might do that on my next one shot. Get rid of attack of opportunity and let, unless somebody has a specific ability, like if a player has that
Yeah.
has an ability that I don't think there are a lot of abilities attached to it though, and
There are, as far as I'm aware.
so I might just get rid of it and see how combat goes with that style.
Mm.
How fast, because it's supposedly going to make combat move more efficiently and also allow for your players to think more dynamically about the environment, because now they can think about the environment and not worry about, I want to run to cover because that's the smart strategic thing to do. But if I do, I'm going to get potentially hit by this guy standing right next to me.
Hmm.
I mean, your odds are about, they're not really 50-50 because on the dice it's not really a 50-50
Yeah.
chance. So I guess a 1 in 20, well, whatever your AC is in 20, whatever your AC is minus 20, or 20 minus your number.
Yeah.
And then that's your percent of a chance of getting hit. Well, times 4. That's your percent of a chance of getting hit. Because math is hard. But yeah, so like, because other systems do it, I threw it out there as well, because that's another thing. Not only did I just want my system out there, it just seems to be the right thing creatively to do.
Yeah.
Because it allows other, one, it's going to build a community because people are going to download it and check it out, and they're possibly going to make their own content out of it and have fun that way. And maybe I'll get to see it on the internet and be like, oh, that's a cool thing they did with my system. And that's honestly the best form of like success for a tabletop system, in my opinion, is if you see other people playing it and making their own rules about it. That's fantastic. And so a sense of community is another reason. And then just tradition, because tabletop systems have almost always had a public SRD license using the Common Creatives license.
Yeah.
I mean, at least as long as Wizards has had it for D&D, D&D's been that way. I don't think TSR did it because that wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah.
Back in AD&D 2nd edition days. Well, it might have been because I know GURPS does it. GURPS has it.
Oh God.
Which I saw a really good video about GURPS, but I'll
Don't talk to me about GURPS.
I'll tell that story after I finish this discussion, because we don't have a lot to talk about on the main topic. So
Yeah.
we're just kind of, it's a chill episode.
Yeah.
Like, and then, but yeah, like community, and then like GURPS did it, D&D does it, Pathfinder does it.
Hmm.
To be fair, though, Pathfinder is built off of the D&D SRD, the 3.5 version of D&D specifically, but because people built Pathfinder because they liked 3.5 and they were upset with what 4 was doing. And so, I
don't-
figured, yeah.
It is weird, and I learned a lot of RPG game systems in like the most random order I possibly could.
I mean, starting with Pathfinder isn't that random. Pathfinder's...
No. Because it goes...
Didn't you start with Pathfinder?
Yeah, I started with Pathfinder. Then I went to... I think, although this is technically a one-shot, so it shouldn't really count, Mutants and Masterminds.
Okay, yeah.
Then...
Which is one I still haven't played.
Then Force and Destiny with you.
Yeah, the Fantasy Flight Star system, yeah.
And then...
I just call it the Fantasy Flight system because it's...
Yeah.
Because that includes Edge of the Empire and Age of Rebellion.
And then I went and learned fucking Vampire the Masquerade.
Which edition?
For Jared.
Oh, okay, so that would have been the 2nd edition I think he wanted to use.
I think so. It was either the 2nd or the 3rd. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
because he didn't want to use 5th edition, because they were on 5th edition for Vampire at that point, right?
I don't know.
Like, I think it just come out.
I still have it.
Yeah,
somewhere in my
yeah. I don't know what
documents.
happened to my werewolf bard. He's somewhere.
So that's like the RPG systems that I've learned. And then GURPS.
GURPS is a more free flow system.
It is.
It's very similar to Fantasy Flight in that it's the story comes first, but it's like even more like the story comes first than even
Yeah.
Fantasy Flight.
Like,
Fantasy Flight still has like mechanics that are like,
I prefer Fantasy Flight over GURPS.
yeah. I mean, both are good, but yeah, I can see why people might prefer it because GURPS is so wide open in the idea of you can do anything as long as narratively it can fit.
Yeah.
Whereas Fantasy Flight is still like, no, you still have to pass a die roll. You still have to like do this to make that happen. You still have to do way more to make something happen in Fantasy Flight, and there's still a chance of failure. I think GURPS still has chances of failure, but it's a different type of failure. It's a failure that you allow as a player because narratively it just tells a better story, and nobody plays a tabletop system to not tell a good story. Because I think even players come to the table knowing that they're there to tell a story.
Mm.
Even if that might not be the thing that they enjoy the most about a tabletop game. Like, certain people are very much... There are certainly people that care more about the combat in a tabletop system. Which means I do not recommend GURPS to you. Because that is not what GURPS is. You are not going to get any enjoyment. Like,
It has it.
it has it, but that's not what it's built for.
Yeah.
It's built to be a storytelling device. First and foremost. But speaking of GURPS, because I'm done with my Super Universe stuff.
God.
I heard a really interesting story because I've been getting into the TTRPG side of YouTube again.
All right.
Because as I'm prepping for my one shot that I'm building, like today on the way here, we were listen to some videos that are lore videos for fantasy, for the Forgotten Realms, for D&D, because that's where my game is going to be taking place. And while I know a lot about the Forgotten Realms, it's nice to get like some of the to hear it and be like, oh, this is something I didn't know. Like pick up on the little things that I didn't know, and then I can, if it's something that I think is valuable, I can pull that into my game. But the same guy, there was a different guy I was listening to named William SRD. He's really good. He's actually turned me over to some really cool games because I watch a lot of his CRPG discussions. And he recently showed me a really cool free browsing game called RPG Wanderer.
All right.
And it's like, you can actually pull your D&D Beyond sheet into that website. And it has a homebrew campaign that the first chapter is free right now. You can use your character. You have to have at least 2 characters. And eventually they want to open it for multiplayer. But for now, it's single player. But you can pull 2 of your characters into that. But I was watching a different one of his videos because I was just going through a bunch of his videos. And one of them was about the time that the Secret Service raided GURPS, raided Steve Jackson Games.
What?
In the 90s, the Secret Service raided Steve Jackson Games.
Okay.
The reason was they thought that they were part of a high-level hacking group that was planning to take out the phone networks.
All right.
The story is complicated because, so there was this hacking group at the time called the Legion of Doom, named after the DC Legion of Doom.
Of course.
Because, let's be honest, hackers are nerds.
Yeah.
Always have been, always will be. No matter what the Matrix movies may try to make you think when you see Neo at the computer with his glasses going... That's not what hackers are.
No.
Hackers are a bunch of nerds eating Cheetos, going into the back of firewalls, of basically finding backdoors to websites. They don't really have to push their way into a network. They just kind of find a back door usually. So during this time, though, the Legion of Doom's main thing was going into Bell's, like Bell telephones, because back when Bell was a thing. Because I don't think Bell exists anymore.
Not anymore. They probably got bought out.
I think they went bankrupt. I don't know for sure. But Bell was one of the original phone companies, like because you had Bell, AT&T, and Verizon, and Bell was like the grandfather of phone companies. But they were charging exorbitant prices, so Legion of Doom made them a target. And what they would do, basically their rule was, we don't actually like steal from anybody. What we do is we find back routes into the network. Maybe we find a way to make find a way to make it easier to make phone calls and all that without having to pay the exorbitant fees, but we don't outright steal.
Yeah.
And if we get into their back network and we find a cool thing, then we can like download it or take essentially the early version of a screenshot. So download a PDF or something proving that we went there, and so one of these backdoors led to emergency documents, which were just basically they were 911 emergency documents. So they were just like how you contact 911, how you do this and that, and usually like nothing breaching major like security.
Yeah.
But they downloaded these documents, and so, but they had recently taken on this 16-year-old, I forget his name. It was something Fry.
All right.
Because he had, like, his big claim to fame was hacking into McDonald's pay systems and increasing the wages of the employees there, like the minimum wage employees there, which today would be a hero.
Yeah.
Back then, not as much.
How dare you?
But the hackers community still saw that as a good thing, because it's like, yeah, you're looking out for the little guy. Because doing that, like, while technically breaking the no stealing rule, it's helping the little guy.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's like it's a Robin Hood thing. Like, is it bad if it's the rich? Which we're not going to talk about the big topic regarding that this week. No, we're not touching that one. You already know which one I'm talking about.
I know which one, but I'm also like...
You also agree we shouldn't touch it?
I don't give a fuck about it. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm not feeling
but
well.
anyways, Mr.
In
Fry
regards.
Guy. Yeah, Mr. Fry Guy, though.
All right.
I'm just going to call him Fry Guy. What's the name from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Frylock?
Yeah.
Frylock. We'll call him Frylock.
Okay.
That's not correct, but we're going to call him Frylock. But
All right.
Frylock is the 16-year-old kid who, big claim to fame, increasing McDonald's wages, nice. What a great guy. Becomes part of the Legion of Doom because of this, because Legion of Doom's like, he's got potential. Robs a bank.
What? Okay.
Frylock robs a bank by hacking it.
Okay.
Gets caught by the Secret Service, by police, and because it's such a big deal, because it's a hacking crime, I think it's Secret Service actually, because Secret Service and FBI are fighting over who gets internet jurisdiction during this time, because remember, internet's still relatively young.
Yeah.
There is no like internet. Internet is still very lawless at this time. So they started interrogating him, and he's like, "I'm just a kid. The Legion of Doom made me do it." Because, they don't understand that the rest of these hackers are probably also a bunch of 16-year-olds. Because let's be real. That is most of the hacking community is a bunch of kids. There might be one or two actual adults out there, which in this case we do find out about an actual adult out there involved because worked for Steve Jackson Games. But we know that realistically the majority of hackers are like teenagers who are just trying to be cool. But in reality are a bunch of jerks, like the 16-year-old, like Frylock. who then not only throws Legion of Doom under the bus, claiming that they corrupted him, he also makes a wild claim, like just an outright lie, of they are planning to take down the phone lines across the nation on a national holiday. Where the story gets interesting.
All right.
While he outright made this up, AT&T. So, do you know how landline phone calls worked?
There's a wire.
Well, but like when you made the call,
Yeah,
it's not like
not really.
when you okay.
Sorry,
so-
I was born in '99. They were kind of being phased out as I grew up, so I understand that the concept for it,
yeah,
but never the like.
the technical side.
Yeah,
So when you make a call with a landline phone, you aren't directly connecting to the other person.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a cell phone where tower connects and then immediately takes it to the
yeah,
next person.
it has to go through like a bunch.
Now
of...
it has like back then you still had to go through like if you ever seen like an old movie with like from like the 50s that takes place in like the 50s or the 40s, you see the women
Yeah,
connecting the phone
the-
lines. By the 90s there was a digitized version of that. You still
Okay.
had to do that, but it was all digitized. So there was nobody physically doing it. But that's how landline.
No more phone girls.
No more phone girls.
Damn.
But that's how landline phone calls work. Is you make the call, it goes to the system, and then it connects you to the person.
Okay.
Whereas nowadays it's pretty direct. Now you are directly calling a person if you're on a cell phone. Although landlines still exist, but nobody. Unless
Yeah,
you're like a grandma, you aren't really using it.
I was about to say, didn't they just go through essentially a cable and someone switched out the pieces?
Well, now I mean even
They don't do it now.
Even a modern landline now though connects to the same stuff that a cell phone does because you have to, because if you're calling a cell phone, it has to be able to connect. You can't. So yeah. But anyways, so on the AT&T version of this switchboard. That's the
Yeah.
word that I was looking for. Of the switchboard, there was an error,
Oh. Whoops.
and if for some reason the switchboard connected to that error, it would create an error for every call on that switchboard.
Okay.
And then any phone line that it was connecting to, it would also mess up their switchboards. You see where this is going. That is
chained
exactly what
together.
happened on Martin Luther King Day, 1990.
Oh no.
National holiday. Phone lines went out. Now, AT&T did come out and say, hey, this was our end. We'll fix this. So no hacking group got blamed for it. But that didn't stop Secret Service from going, yeah, we're going to start locking down on Legion of Doom now. Because now they saw that it was viable, that something like that could happen.
Yeah.
So they, after doing some research, they figure out that one of the people is, I forget who it is, but it's some guy who works for Steve Jackson Games. The guys who make GURPS.
Mm.
Also, Munchkin is a well-known game nowadays. I think for those who don't play GURPS. If you play Munchkin, Steve Jackson. Same company. So they track down this guy. They get a warrant from the judge to raid his house and Steve Jackson Games headquarters.
Oh no.
So they raid this guy's house first and take everything that's digital. They take his computer, his mouse, keyboard, printer, just in case. They took everything digital. Anything that could potentially be used to hack. Because remember in the 90s, we're not dealing with tech savvy people when it comes to the law enforcement side of it. And honestly, even today, we don't always have the most tech-savvy people in the law enforcement divisions for cybercrime. But even less so back in the 90s when a lot of development was still coming about
Yeah.
for technology. Like we're only a decade off from people who thought D&D was actual witchcraft.
Yep.
So, context. But so they raid his house, and then the guy hears on on the Secret Service's radios that they're about to raid Steve Jackson Games, and they're about to kick down the door. And he says, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! You can have my keys. You don't have to kick down the door. Here's my keys." Oh boy, did they want to kick down a door, because they tried so hard not to take this man's keys to the office. But eventually they relent, and apparently, according to a bunch of sources, they really just wanted to kick down a door.
Ah, damn it. Fuck, they're cooperating. We have to. Fine, we'll take the keys. Do we have to?
This is really just a situation showing that cops just make things worse sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they take the keys, and they, just because they were able to get inside easily.
What the fuck was the FBI doing at this time?
I forget what they were doing, but Secret Service was in charge of this op.
For some reason.
Well, also Secret Service was still relatively new, because we also have to remember Secret Service's job was not always to protect the president. And they didn't exist until after Lincoln.
Yeah.
And even then, that was still not their job. You would think, oh, now that a president's dead, we should probably create a system where we protect our...
Nah.
Nope.
Do it yourself, they said to the president.
We create a Secret Service, but it's not for the president. I forget when they switched it over to where that was their job, but it was already by this point that it was their job, though.
Yeah.
But so it's weird that they also had other things.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
But yeah, so they raid Steve Jackson Games. While they were able to get in gently, doesn't mean they had to treat the inside gently. They are reported to have tossed everything about the office. Once again, they took all electronics, including printers again. They threw their own breakfast wrappers down and littered the office as well.
This'll fucking show them.
But yeah, so they took all that stuff, and basically no charges were filed. They were like, okay, let's try to find those, because by this point Bell had been in contact with them, and Bell said that the 911 emergency documents were worth some crazy exorbitant number that they actually were not worth. They were actually worth like a quarter of what they said, if that.
Oh.
And so, and also they're copies of documents, so it's not like. Anyways.
Wow.
So they're like, all right, we gotta find these emergency documents because that's what what our warrant's for. No documents on any of the computers. No emergency 911 documents. So they're like, well, we're gonna do what cops do best, and we're just gonna try to find a reason to where what we did was okay, because otherwise we're assholes. Because yes, you were assholes in this situation.
Yeah.
But,
we're keeping the printer, by the way.
But also, because they're cops, they have to now try to pin something on them.
Yeah.
Even though that wasn't what they were initially looking for. So, they decide to look into so in the 90s, because this is when this takes place, GURPS was working on a new expansion to their system.
Yeah.
They were making their Cyberpunk edition.
Oh no. Okay, continue. This is gonna be an interesting way to go about this.
So the Secret Service, not finding the documents that their warrant was for on these computers, finds GURPS Cyberpunk and starts looking through it and sees that there's a hacking mechanic in the game.
Oh man.
And so what they decide to do? They decide to make charges that GURPS Cyberpunk is a manual for actual hacking.
Oh no!
It's Satanic Panic all over again, baby.
Woo!
Uh, like that's the thing. As somebody who like we know the history of Satanic Panic because we're D&D tabletop players. So seeing that again in the '90s with this like cyberpunk thing,
Oh god!
it's just like, oh, this is not different at all. I have seen this story before.
We gotta crack down on these cyber.
Gotta stop the cyberpunks. And of course, the media didn't help because the media
Of
was
course
also not intelligent on like
not.
how hacking worked because it
Yeah.
was the '90s. So the media just took the story as is from the Secret Service and was like, "Yeah, GURP Cyberpunk is going to teach kids how to hack." Now, I don't think any actual charges did go through because Steve Jackson lost a lot of money. And also because he had to go through court cases and stuff to clear his name, and also the name of his employees, because of that. And not only that, they also lost the documents.
Oh boy.
Something I might know a little bit about losing my RPG system. Except mine wasn't taken by police.
Yours was taken by divine intervention.
Yeah, mine was taken by a hard drive that fell to the floor.
The great fall of 2023.
But they lost pretty much all of GURP Cyberpunk. They had like backlogs of like previous versions. Also something that I am very related. This is a very relatable story to me. Except my consequences are not as harsh as what they are for Steve Jackson Games.
Yeah.
Because he goes into debt a little bit because of this. Actually has to fire some people, unfortunately. And they have to make Cyberpunk Edition all the way from essentially scratch. And they actually put in their special thanks in the editor's notes. They give the Secret Service credit as an unsolicited editor. And that is the story of how the Secret Service raided Steve Jackson Games and changed GURPS Cyberpunk.
Yep.
I thought it was a fun story. I saw that on from William SRD. Really fun YouTuber. If you like tabletop stuff, check him out. He's got some really cool stuff. He talks about CRPGs. He talks about the actual tabletop systems in depth. But he also, I was watching some videos this morning where he talks about old tabletop games from back in the day, like how the Romans were playing like a version of a tabletop game, and like early role-playing games. Like the Gladiators are early LARPing. By definition, they are technically LARPing. Of course, the balance of danger versus roleplay is where the fine line is interwoven of like.
Put that lion in there.
But when it's like Gladiator versus Gladiator, you're still like, for the most part though, it's kind of because gladiators were early wrestling.
Yeah, they are the Roman equivalent of pro wrestling.
Because most of these gladiators had stage names.
Yeah.
Like they weren't going by their government name most of the time. And honestly, a lot of gladiators, because we know about the slave side of the gladiator rings because of stuff like Spartacus, but the majority of gladiators were paid gladiators who went in willingly. It was a weird system. But no, and then he talked about some old like British role-playing games where it's almost like a party acting game where you took a line, like they would write this line that would be like a description of what your character was. You pick that up, you read it, and that's your character for the party game, and you play the game as your character. And so like early role playing. And so like it's interesting how long role playing has been a thing in history. We just like D&D is where like we recognize it now. But yeah, that's my tabletop discussion. Is there anything that's been going on with you this week?
No, not particularly.
All right.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Pretty chill week. Okay. Yeah, I've been busy. So let's get into the actual topic.
Yeah.
High Republic Adventures. Free Comic Book Day
This.
2023.
You were like, it's gonna be a short one. And I'm like,
And here's some our little spoiler warning banner,
yep.
because we are going into full spoiler territory. It is a free comic book. You can find it on the Dark Horse app. That's how I managed to get it. It's High Republic. If you want a spoiler-free thoughts, it's good. If you like Lula Talasola, you like their adventures, and you like dealing with Crix, that bastard, then you'll like this. It does leave on a big cliffhanger, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you were saying though, I told you that this was gonna be short because this was one I didn't send till Wednesday, I think.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't think you mentioned you tagged me or anything. I was just like, oh yeah, I'll send it when I send it.
Yeah.
And like, I told you Tuesday it was gonna be a short thing, and I started screenshotting it again or getting my copy for you, and it's short because it's technically 2 comics.
Yeah.
Because it's free comic book day, so they had like one thing and then another thing, and the first thing was the High Republic Adventures story, and then the next was an Avatar: The Last Airbender comic. We didn't need that part, so we're just talking about the High Republic Adventures part because we're a Star Wars podcast. While we did talk D&D for about 30 minutes. It's
yeah. Crix, why, man? Why are you like this?
well. First off, how does it feel coming back to like Phase 1 era High Republic after so long? Getting to see some of our Phase 1 characters again.
It's good. It's good to see them.
Because, like, here's the lineup of some we see. We see Lula again, obviously. We see Buckets of Blood. We see, I just forgot their names.
Court,
Fort
Farzala.
and Farzala, yeah. We don't see Zine.
Yeah,
Because
she's
Zine is
busy.
with the Midnight Horizon events. Because I think, yeah, because this is when Midnight Horizon would be happening. Like, this is... No. This is after Midnight Horizon. Because this is when... This would be after... This is when Zine goes off on her own still, though. Because this would be after the interrogation with Crix and Crix's... Because Crix has escaped from his cell.
Yeah.
Because Midnight Horizon takes place concurrently with that interrogation, because we get 2 versions of that interrogation. Because we get the Midnight Horizon version, where we see Zine's perspective of it.
Yeah.
And then we get the High Republic Adventures version of it, where we get Lula's version of it. Because we get their inner monologues on both sides of it. Which, it's a good interrogation.
It is.
But I like being back with our characters. I don't like being here in particular.
Yeah.
Because we're back at the Falling Star events with Starlight Beacon plummeting. In fact, they talk about the fact that they heard the top half falling off
Ooh.
in this comic.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, we heard something. And then we see the core of the station with the top half gone.
It's
so they
gone.
just see them falling towards, because they still have we see them falling towards the planet, but like we see the sky above them.
Yeah.
Because they're gravity makes it to where they have to be in the thing still, so like can't be upside down, so they're falling this way, not this way. Because we see the sky of Irem.
Yeah.
I think it's Irem that they're falling towards.
Well, it's got to be one of them.
Yeah, it's Irem or Arano. Irem, aha.
All right.
I was looking at the comic. Lula says Irem. So yeah, so they're falling towards Irem. Hey, I read this at the beginning of the week, so okay.
Yeah.
When I was getting your copy. But yeah, so they are falling towards Irem. We also see that Torben is we still don't know the fate of Torben entirely.
Yeah.
We know that he at least survives the initial run-in with the Nameless, because this also ties into Trail Shadows. Because in Trail Shadows, he gives the investigator, he's like, here, have my ropes. And he goes full on, like, almost topless.
Yeah. Here, take it. It has Nameless blood on it.
Yeah, you can use that to study it. And then he runs into where the Nameless is. And then we have no idea what happens to him.
Yep.
But we get to see what happens after.
Yeah.
Because he's fine at the moment. Although I don't think he stays that way, but we don't know because it ends on a cliffhanger.
Yep.
So Buckets of Blood at least survives the Nameless encounter initially.
Yeah.
They do talk about how I think they do mention that the Nameless is still out there.
Yes.
On the station. Because they're with the hut guy that's been working with them.
And he's like, I've been shooting some fucking creature off, but it keeps coming back.
Yeah, because Farzala's reacting to it.
Yeah.
And so he's been protecting Farzala. Meanwhile, Court's also been reacting, but not as heavily.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we got the mini-me Court.
Court
2.0.
Does Court 2.0, or is it the?
Because Court 2.0 is in there, I think.
No, I'm thinking about the fucking 6 spinning flip slash.
Oh, that's Court.
Yeah.
Court does the cool flip. But he shows it off to mini-me.
Yeah.
Because that's how he protects mini-me.
Whoa.
But Lula decides to track down Crix because Crix is being a bastard.
Again.
And so, because he shoots at her and at them, and she's like, okay, I can't have that.
Yeah.
These are my friends. Fuck off.
Fuck it.
So.
Every time.
Not only being back in this era, though, how does it feel to be specifically here?
Back on
Starlight Beacon as it's falling.
I'm like, this is not a place to be right now. I like seeing the characters again, but I'm like, the most dangerous fucking part of it.
I do kind of like that we're putting puzzle pieces together, though.
Yeah.
Like, because we're getting different perspectives of this event. Because it's a big event. It makes sense that we're getting so many perspectives of it, because if we didn't, that would be weird.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those things of every character that was there is going to have their own story of what had went down. And of course, we as fans want to know what happened to each of those characters.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that we're going to get the different perspectives. We're going to get our High Republic Adventures version of it. We're going to get our mainline High Republic comic version of it. We're going to get the adult novels, the junior novels, the young adult novels, everything. The only thing that doesn't have to do with Starlight Beacon falling is the manga.
Yep.
Their hands are clean at this. They're busy losing Banshee.
You reminded me of something.
That the Nihil have taken over Banshee?
Yeah. They're busy.
Yeah. Nihil are taking over a lot of things at this time.
Fucking Lily's just over there. Ooh, hi, welcome.
Also, my apprentice is dead.
My apprentice is dead. I am very upset. Please go away.
So I like seeing Lula back.
Yeah.
It
Is she
it-
choking
yeah,
Crix the
yeah.
fuck out?
She chokes Crix, which I don't know how to feel. I am mixed emotionally on it. Because it's like, Lula, you are a Jedi, although you were considering leaving. And then the other side of me is like, oh, Crix, you bastard, you deserve it.
Yeah. Lula's like, you get to fucking leave.
Yeah, because he was going to try to escape, because he set off, he was like making sure, like, he was like, oh, I'm going to make sure you die here, and then I'm going to get out of here. Because as we get a little bit too close, things are going to explode.
Yep.
Because pressure,
Yeah.
air pressure, also fire and oxygen.
Mm-hmm. Kaboom.
Yeah, kind of how that works. But so things explode. We see Lula kind of having a connecting moment with Zine. I want to interpret that as through the Force, them connecting, but it could just be her thinking about Zine.
Yeah.
It could go either way. It's not. This is one of those moments that's very open to interpretation, because she is kind of reaching out to Zine because she's worried about Zine and Zine's worried about her.
Yep.
We're in the situation of they are separated, and then this happens, and then I think the next time we see Zine, it's like she doesn't believe that Lula's gone, right? Because that's after this. Because Zine goes on her quest to find Lula, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Similar to our Finding Burry quests.
Yeah.
Like I said, short comic. That's it. It's
You'll
really,
get to leave,
it's-
Crix Game Rat.
it's really us getting to see what happened to our High Republic adventure crew during the rest of the fall. I like it. It's short. It's free, so I can't complain. I wish there was more, but obviously it's free.
Yeah.
Free comic day.
You think Lula made it out?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised though if she did. But that would also mean Crix made it out.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
I don't think it would be lazy in any way either, though, because
Yeah.
depending on how they explain it. I mean, hell, other people have made it off falling.
Yeah.
Off of Star
We see them survive worse.
Yeah. Another happy landing.
Yep.
I think that's it for this week, though. Because that's really,
That's about it.
yeah, that's really all the input I can have for this comic, because I liked it. It brought me back to the High Republic characters. It brought me back to Phase 1 High Republic characters. Brought me back to High Republic Adventures characters. So, I think that's a win. I'd give it only really a 7, though. It's it's pretty average comic. Like, you good? Did I surprise you?
No. Sorry, I'll be okay.
But it's pretty on. It's like on par and on average with any other comic book. Like, it doesn't do anything. It's not grand in any way.
Whew. Oh man, oh man.
And what about yourself? Are you kind of putting it the same
Yeah, I'm not.
for similar reasons?
Yeah.
Like, it's not bad. It's just right on par. So,
Yeah.
Like,
It's all
it's a
right.
C. Not good. Well, good. Not bad. Not great.
Yeah.
You did enough to pass. And really, that's all we need sometimes. We don't need groundbreaking every time.
Yeah.
Next time, speaking of the manga, we get to see our other Wookiee Jedi, Arkoff, with the Edge of Balance precedent. If I remembered, I would have brought the manga in person and given it to you, because I had that physically.
Oh well.
I'll give it to you Tuesday.
God, we are coming up
Yeah.
on the end. Oh, boy.
Well, 2 months coming up. Well, next next week is the beginning of July.
Mm.
I forgot. Next week is July 1st. So I guess I'll announce the rest of our July readings so far. We also got so after we do Edge of Balance Precedent, we'll be doing Volume 5 of the mainline Star Wars comic, The Path to Victory. We'll also be, the week after, wrapping up Han Solo and Chewbacca comic with Volume 2, The Crystal Run Part 2. So we're going to see what happens with Han, Chewie, and good old Pops. And Greedo. That motherfucker. Greedo's a bastard like Crix. And then the week after that, we'll be doing our first of the Hyperspace Stories comics, which are kind of like these different tales that it's done by Dark Horse. It's kind of the Dark Horse version of the Star Wars Adventures comics, where they're like just anthology type thing. And then lastly, but definitely not least for July, we'll be doing the High Republic, The Blade, which is one I know you've been excited about. Getting to see our boy The Blade in his early days.
Yeah.
The Blade of Bartata. That's how I would imagine him saying it.
Yeah. Porter Engel needs to go make soup.
Give me some egg drop soup.
Mm.
So yeah, next week, Edge of Balance Precedent.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, it's youtube.com/escaperoticfilms. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/escaperoticfilms, be sure to follow or subscribe. Another way you can support us is by checking out the Patreon, which is linked down below if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, you can find that at patreon.com/escaperoutyfilms. You can also find me on YouTube on TikTok, at Escape Rowdy Films, where I've just been kind of doing whatever I feel like on there. That's kind of just been my whatever I feel like doing for the day. Last video I did yesterday was a Red Flags but Star Wars edition. The day before, I did a video reviewing the Grimace shake, the birthday shake at McDonald's, because I like food. So, and then I'm gonna eventually get back to doing some movie reviews. I just haven't been able to lately go to the movies. So, also shout out to our friends at the Mopcast Network who provide this wonderful space that we use. You can find them at youtube.com/Mopcast Network, facebook.com/CultMovieCantina, and you can also find them on any fine podcasting app at Mopcast Network. There you will find their show, Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies. This last episode, we talked about 1986's Manhunter, where we talked about the very first Hannibal Lecter movie, essentially, and our thoughts on it. And I'm on that show as well. I co-host and co-produce. Help kind of run the board over there that's off screen, so that way the cameras look nice and the audio sounds good. Next week, or this week's episode, is just going to be a cult meeting, so we're just going to talk about whatever we feel like, because that's really cult meetings, is just catching up with each other and maybe having some snacks sent to us by Scotty's friend Kisa, because sometimes we eat weird snacks. Like the last cult meeting, we ate white chocolate covered cheese.
Okay.
And it was shaped in like a craft macaroni shell, like a shell, craft macaroni shell. Like the white chocolate was shaped that way around the cheese, because it was craft then.
All right.
So that was interesting. I thought it was fine. Not my favorite snack. Probably wouldn't pay as much as Scotty did for it, but wasn't bad. You can see how everybody else reacts over on the Mopcast Network stuff. Also, shout out to Gamers and Geeks, who provide the space to Mopcast Network, as this is rented out, basically. Mopcast pays the rent. We get to use it for free. Gamers and Geeks owns it.
Watch out.
Yeah. Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. You can find them on Moffett and Powell's Ferry. My brain almost disconnected there for a second. And they've got D&D, Magic the Gathering. In case you haven't noticed, we are tabletop nerds as well as Star Wars nerds. And so we get this filming here is perfect for us. And so if you are like us and you are a tabletop nerd and you like card games, board games, they've even got some classic board games, like nothing too classic, but they got a lot of good board games as well. You can check them out. They also have an arcade in the back, which is where that danger was coming from. Where you pay up front, you get a wristband. It's $10 for the day, and it's free play machines, so you don't have to put any orders in. They got like pinball. They got House of the Dead 2, I think, still there. Depending on, I don't know if they switched that one out with some other shooters, classic shooters, railgun shooters, I should say. They also have all the classic Mortal Kombats. So all the ones that are actually like arcade cabinet ones. Don't know if they still have any Tekken over there, or not Tekken, but what was the one?
They got
Street. I think they've got Capcom. They've got some I think they got SNEC, but they don't have Street Fighter proper.
I think they have Capcom versus SNK.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. They've got some kart racers as well, because there's like a Mario Kart
Yeah.
thing. I think Crazy Taxi's up there too, which I love Crazy Taxi. There's so many options. They've got like certain cabinets that have a bunch of games on it too. So if you don't find the game you're looking for, it might be on that. They also got classic arcade cabinet games. They've got Galaga and Mrs. Pac-Man.
I think so.
I think that's the ones they've got. It's either Galaga or Galaxia. I always confuse those two because they're basically the same
Yeah.
game. One just has a different type of alien creature than the other.
Yeah.
That you're shooting down. One also lets you form your ships, I think, and the other one doesn't. I can't remember.
That's everything, right? Did you go over Engage Gaming?
Engage Gaming is next door to Engage Gaming is next door to they're in the same building, but it's next door essentially to Gamers and Geeks. We aren't partnered with them, but they're awesome. We're friends with a lot of them there. They do video game rental in-house thing where you pay a hourly fee and you can play PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR, and you play whatever games you want on their systems, and you just do it here at the shop. And then whenever you're done, you're good. And they just hold the systems themselves, basically, so that way you can have a chance to play the games you want, in case you don't have those systems. I think they also do events, because I think that I've seen, like, that you can set up events. So, a lot of good stuff. I think that's everything on the outside promotion end. Once again, though, we talked about it at the head. Don't forget to check out my system reference document for Super Universe. You can find that on at escaperealitybooks.weebly.com/super-universe-role-playing game. Or it's role-playing -game, I think. Yeah, role-playing -game. It's going to be linked down below if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, go to the YouTube channel. Go check it out. Speaking of tabletop games, D&D, Titans of the Tabernacle,
Trials of Nebu.
Trials of Nebu. Sorry,
You can catch
I was thinking of the other game.
You can catch some of our pals over there every Sunday from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time. It's
Twitch.tv.
Twitch.tv. It's Steam_Dungeon.
Steam in all caps.
Yep.
Although I don't think Twitch is case sensitive.
I
think
don't
we
think
tested
so.
that and we found that
It should be fine. You'll
just in
fucking.
case. Either way, it's linked down below if you're watching on YouTube,
Yep.
and as well as the information for when that's on. And so it'll be tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll be there tomorrow or not.
Yeah.
If I'm not feeling better enough to go into work tomorrow, then I'll probably be there. But
Yeah.
I have not been.
I'm not gonna make you recap what's going on because I'm gonna let
I
you
have
rest your voice.
no idea what the fuck
Yeah.
is going on.
I know you said so last time you mentioned it was downtime. Again. 'cause
Yeah,
y'all
we're
finished
back
the
to
party.
downtime. Nothing happened last week because it was Father's Day.
Oh yeah, Father's Day. So there was no game.
No game.
Father's Day.
Yeah.
Did you do anything special?
I called my dad, but he lives over in Mississippi, so.
I got my dad some Mandalorian stickers that he put on some decals,
Alright.
and just kind of rest. It was just a relaxing day because my dad
Yeah.
just wanted to relax, which is fair because most of the week, I mean, every other day besides Saturday and Sunday, going to Atmore,
Yeah.
going to
You got a bit of a trip.
going to Alberta every day essentially, and then back. That's
Yeah.
that's a thing.
But that's
I-
everything, right?
Yeah. So we'll see you guys again next week with Edge of Balance, Precedent. Pretty cool manga.
Mm.
Have a good one.
First
No,
invites.
I thought it would take you longer.
No, it's pretty quick. I already copied
Oh,
them. I
right,
just had
you
to
have
send it. But yeah, hi, I'm your host Caleb.
Hi. I'm Seth. I talk stories with this.
Yeah, we're a little. So things are a little different. So
Yeah.
normally we're only on 2 platforms. Normally just YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
We've expanded because I've noticed that we've gotten a bit of an audience on Well, I've got a bit of an audience on Facebook.
You.
I've got a bit of an audience on Facebook. One of which is your mom still. Your mom loves my videos.
God, I hope she likes my friends.
Doesn't mean she has to like my
That
content.
is true.
Like, if you don't like my content, say
Then-
something. Like,
then
as long as you can tell me in a creative way of, like, what I can do to improve it, feel free to say so. But yeah, she likes my content. So Facebook is now one of the places where we're live right now. And then Kick is a newer streaming service website that's kind of like Twitch that a lot of Twitch people are switching over to. We're not leaving Twitch yet, so we're on Twitch, but we're also adding Kick to our options. Here, I kind of don't like how you want to come this way. I'm kind of oh, you're trying to show off that? Is that why you're sitting this way?
Well, remember, I was like, hey, if I sit where I usually sit,
Yeah.
then I'll be in the way.
So I decided to not. I guess now it's not subtle if we point it out.
Well, yeah.
My books.
He has
I write books. But we're not here to talk about that.
We're not here to talk about those books. We're here to talk about that book.
A Star Wars book.
Yeah. You know, like in the name of our show.
Yeah. Then again, we talk about whatever we
That's
feel like.
true. We do meander a bit.
This is because this is the only podcast on our network so far.
Yeah.
Although we do want to do other podcasts. We just haven't gotten around to, especially one in particular.
Yep.
Even though we announced it
We announced
almost
it.
a year ago now.
Almost a year ago. And then
To be fair,
Mm.
one of the co-hosts that was supposed to be part of that has basically dropped off off Earth in terms of being reachable for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, So in the meantime, though, we are gonna. What have you been up to this week? I guess because let's do our regular podcast format.
I haven't really been up to much. I've just kind of been working this week. Unfortunately, some of the days I've had to walk to work.
Yeah, you sometimes do, as you.
Yes.
Thankfully,
Normally, it's not
yeah,
that as bad as it has.
but it's been hot.
It has been hot.
Hopefully, you've been taking some water with you on
Yeah.
these walks, because
Yeah.
it is
And
bad.
if I can't, so you know that like big glass that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whenever I can't take the water with me, I just fill that up to the top and then drink all of it.
Yeah, by the
before I
time
go
you get
outside.
there, yeah. Yeah, I've had some headaches these past couple days because I mean, you get these migraines from just being out in the heat, and if you just happen to not drink enough water that day, you're done for.
Yeah.
And so, like, because I know you can get migraines, I know you can get nauseous. I've had had a friend of mine be like, "Oh, I'm feeling nauseous today." I'm like, "Did you drink some water today? Because it has been
It's been beating down.
because the heat here will kill you."
Yes.
It's been like 90 something usually for
Yeah.
the past few days, with like it feeling like 100 because of humidity.
Yep.
So it's been bad.
Gotta worry about that heat stroke.
Gotta be careful out there.
Yeah.
Everybody be safe. Even if you're not from where we are, I know the heat's bad everywhere right now.
Yeah. Drink your water.
Drink your water. Yep. I mean, I'm not being a good example right now. I've got 2 sodas and
I mean, I have one as well, but I'm not planning to fucking do anything today. I'm gonna stay inside.
yeah, I think after this, I'm helping Scotty around the office a little bit,
Yeah.
and then I'm not really doing anything today besides that. And then tomorrow, well, I got D&D tonight, but that's at the house,
Mhm.
because it's all on Discord for us on that one.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow is when I'm probably gonna go out because we're gonna go see the new Indiana Jones. So, but this week I've been just reading books. Because I've been having to catch up on all the books that I have early copies of.
Mm.
Been reading a couple Disney books that I got. One is a spin-off for that app Mirrorverse,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the first book in that collection of books that they're gonna make spin-offs for the game, so that way you can kind of get some world building of that game. Because the premise is both the classic Disney stuff happens, but there's an alternate universe where some changes are, where there's these creatures and there's like an evil mirror involved that makes these creatures and can do evil things.
Okay.
And the first book that they're releasing, it's not out yet, but I've been reading it, is, oh, speaking of your mom.
Hey, Ma.
But this first book is the Snow White story,
All
but
right.
within this universe. And so it's very Kingdom Hearts in that it's all the Disney characters are coming together.
Hmm.
And like Mickey's in charge of this group called the Guardians that are trying to protect the Mirrorverse.
Okay.
And so so far members of the Guardians include Tiana, Sully, Stitch, Hades.
Okay.
Because even Hades is realizing, nah.
Like from Disney's Hercules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got, so far in the book, he has some of the best lines. Because, like, they're teaching Snow, like, the grander Mirrorverse and all that. Because basically bad things happen in this version of Snow White to, like, she gets attacked by these crystal creatures that are the main monsters in the Mirrorverse game.
Okay.
But they look like the dwarves.
Ooh.
And then it turns out the real dwarves have been kidnapped somewhere, and most likely the evil queen took them, and so now the Guardians team up with Snow and are kind of guiding her and trying to help her. Oh, and Rapunzel. Rapunzel's also a member of the Guardians team. They mentioned Belle is also a previous member, because I assume this takes place after some of the game events, but I haven't played the game to know. But yeah.
I haven't either.
Uh,
Sorry, that's not usually in the category of games that I
Yeah,
play.
I mean it's a fight. It's a fighting game from what I understand, because it's from Kabam. It's from Kabam, which I like their type of games. They make good fighting games for the phone.
Oh, it's a mobile
game.
Okay.
But yeah, the book has been pretty good so far. And then the other book I've got to finish reading is Thor Quest, which is like a young Thor and friends story with a chapter from Fendral's perspective, which I like. I actually like Fendral in the MC. It's an MCU connected, obviously.
Okay.
Well, Marvel connected. It's not MCU specific, but it's Marvel connected. So it's Marvel Thor. I like Marvel Fandral. He does not get the love he deserves. In the MCU especially.
Hi.
They killed the man.
Oh, well, that might explain why.
They killed all. I mean, to be fair, they killed all of the heroes of that group except for I forget her name now. But yeah, they killed Fandral and all them. The Heroes 3.
Yep.
Because they did that in Ragnarok.
Mm.
Spoilers for a film that's 5 years old now,
Mm.
because it was 2018. And then the last book is one I just got, and it's actually on topic in that it's Star Wars, and it's the New Inquisitor: Rise of the Red Blade. I got my audiobook copy in the emails, so I'm excited to dive into that as well, because new Star Wars book.
Yay.
And then I just requested, because I do NetGalley,
Yeah.
as well as reaching out to my contacts at Del Rey for Star Wars books, but I do NetGalley as well for non-Star Wars books. Like I recently did a review of a George R. R. Martin Wild
Oh,
Cards
yeah.
book, which Wild Cards, my first Wild Cards book, and it's one that I've always been interested in because I'm like, I like George R. R. Martin. I've never tried a Wild Cards book, and then I tried this one, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. Now, George doesn't actually write any of the stories. He kind of edits them, and he's made the world. It's a anthology type of
Yeah.
series. But I like the series now after that, and I'm definitely going to check out more of them because it's superheroes, sci-fi, but also like it's almost like steampunky to a
Mhm.
degree because it starts off in the 50s and goes all the way to it's very classic like pulp fiction type stuff.
Mm.
So I like that, and so I'll probably check out more of them after that. But yeah, I got Inquisitor now, and so I got to enjoy that. But NetGalley, I also requested. Speaking of Star Wars books, I requested Crimson Climb because that's on NetGalley right now, which is the Kira book that's coming out.
Oh, okay.
I think we
I
talked.
don't know
I think
why
we I think we talked about it when it was announced.
Yeah.
Where it's just gonna from E.K. Johnston,
Okay.
the one who did the Queen's trilogy books.
All right.
So,
I was like,
yeah,
We for a moment I forgot who Kira was.
The leader of Crimson Dawn.
I know. I'm like,
At least,
Kira,
yeah,
you're important, but I don't know why.
Hans X,
Oh yeah.
Emilia Clarke, the Queen of Dragons.
Oh man.
But yeah, that's what I've been up to most of this week is that, and then writing my D&D campaign that I'm working on with some buddies. My Acquisitions Incorporated game that I'm working on. We were gonna play tomorrow, but life happened, and
Yeah.
so now we've rescheduled, and the first session's not happening till mid-July.
All right. It happens.
Yeah, it happens. And honestly, it's a game that I was expecting would be like once a month type sessions that we'd be planning. We wouldn't be doing like weekly sessions
Mm-hmm.
because most of the people in this are content creators like
Yeah.
me.
So they are very busy.
Yeah, everybody's kind of got their own schedule that they're working with, and then of course you got people who, even if they're not doing content creation, they've got their own lives outside of
Yeah.
playing games with the content creators. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah.
This scheduling is the hardest thing to
I mean,
overcome.
Plus, on top of that, this weekend is July 4th weekend,
Yep.
which here in America, for our non-American audiences, it's a big deal, and
Yeah.
people go out of town, and that's what exactly happened with one of my players, is they're going out of town. They're out of town right now, actually. And they'd be out of town until the end of the weekend. So, not that surprising that we couldn't do this weekend, and then one of my other players, Matt, he's not going to be available the next weekend, so we couldn't do it the next weekend. And
Yep.
And we were looking at Sundays, and then we were like, okay, well, Sundays are apparently not working. How about Fridays? Oh, well, nope, can't do Fridays for these
You just
next
gotta
few
pick
weeks.
the day.
And so we just eventually found a weekend day that worked for everybody for now
Mm.
until something comes up.
Yep.
But that's just all part of, if you've never played D&D, that's part of the process.
Yeah.
Is you're gonna run into the, what day do we play?
What day do we play, and what time do we start and end on that day?
Yeah, and ideally for this game in particular, we want to try to at least have 4 hours in, which that's your standard D&D
Yeah.
time. But I know at least for
Unless
Tuesday,
you're trying to blitz it, in which
Yeah.
case it might be 2 hours.
which is usually our Tuesday,
Yeah.
2 to 3 hours is the Tuesday night game. But that's because we start late and then people have to work the next day, so we end early.
Yep.
Usually start 7:30 to 8, end 10:30.
Yeah.
So it happens.
Some days where we get lucky.
But I've been enjoying creating the Acquisitions game. I've got so many good things,
You
and I've
showed
shown
me-
you stuff
You
and,
showed me like a picture
of one of my main
of, like,
antagonists
the
that I'm
main
building.
Antagonist. And my immediate reaction is, I don't trust that.
Yeah, because I'm definitely going for gonna be attractive to the girlies vibes with my villain. So I'm going like Loki inspiration with, but like he's an elf, so
Yeah.
elves are always
rem-
beautiful on top of that. So at least in most fantasy, so like
I remember
add that type of beauty on top of it, and
you and I were watching a show, because that's what we do while we wait for like the
yeah, we'll
Tuesday
watch
games.
something.
And I remember one of the characters, we were discussing, and I'm like, I think it was one of the Scream movies, and I
Oh,
think
yeah.
I said, like, being attractive does not remove you from the suspect list. If anything, it just incriminates you more to me.
That might have been for Scream 6.
Yeah.
Because I think that was specifically for the new boyfriend that you were commenting on, the neighbor,
Yeah.
the hot guy, as they dubbed him in the movie
Yeah.
until we learned his name, hot guy. I think it was for hot guy though. I think it was 6.
Yeah.
I still need to get you through the show now because the show is
Yeah.
first 2 seasons are the best television in my mind.
Mm.
And then season 3 is okay. Season 3 falls off a bit. I mean, they tried to go back to like the Ghost Fate, because you already saw in I showed you the first episode
Yeah.
of the TV show. They go away from the class, like they keep the themes, but they don't keep the imagery.
Yeah.
So you don't have the ghost face mask. You have the Brandon James masks, which is like its own thing, which I don't think they've shown it yet. But it's like, but they make it clear that it's its own lore and everything.
Yeah.
Because it's also not Woodsboro. It's
It's
not.
a different city.
It's not California. It's California. It's not New York. It's not Ohio, which is where the college takes place for 2, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because we looked it up for Scream 2.
Yeah.
I think it's Ohio is where the college is. But it's not. It's like its own. It's Lakewood. It's Lakewood
Yeah.
is where the TV show takes place for the first 2 seasons. But they got their own lore and everything, and then they leave you off on such a cliffhanger with with season 2, and then we never get it resolved. Because, well, season 2 didn't leave the cliffhanger. That's the worst part. So season 2 answered pretty much every question you could have had.
Mhm.
And then they did a Halloween special, which then ended with a cliffhanger that was involved with the main plots from the first 2 seasons. Because the Halloween special, for the most part, is filler. It's exactly that. It's a Halloween special that's doing its own thing. And then they cut away in the final scene to connect to stuff in the main storyline. And then they're like, big cliffhanger. And then we never get an answer to it because the show gets canceled. And then they revive it on MTV. But it's not a continuation of the show. It's its own thing. So it's still Scream the series, but it's not related to the first 2 seasons in any way whatsoever.
All right.
And then they try to bring back the imagery of the first
Yeah.
of the classic Scream, so they bring back the ghost face mask and all that, and it's like, I get why you felt that was the issue, but the show wasn't like first 2 seasons were great because they built their own lore while still keeping like they kept the themes of Scream, which is like a meta study of horror, specifically the slasher genre, within whatever medium it's being presented in. So like in the case of the movies, it's always like horror film, classics. What's a slasher? It's the first film.
Yeah.
Second film, what's a slasher sequel? Like, what is a slasher sequel? Third one is, what's a slasher trilogy? Fourth one is, what's a slasher reboot? Fifth one is, what's a slasher requel? So the reboot sequel, which and usually these films are relevant to when they're coming out. Like the first one is relevant because by this point there had been so many slashers. I mean, it's the late 90s. So we've already gotten adjusted to slashers because they've been around since the 70s. And like a lot of people thought slashers were dying by then because like Freddy films Nightmare on Elm Street, Wes Craven also weren't doing so well compared like to what they were when they were first coming out in the 80s. And I mean, and Wes Craven was starting to get meta even in that franchise, and he's like, you know what, I'll just make a different franchise to be my meta franchise. And that's what Scream is. And then but with requels and 5, I think it was that's what I predicted it was going to be about before 5 even came out. And so like because like they announced 5 and I was like, well, what are they going to talk about? Because they always talk about something.
Yeah.
And I think I said on the Cult Movie Cantina, I said it's got to be requels. I didn't put that terminology.
Yeah.
I didn't know what terminology to really call it. But I basically said it's going to be that type of film because what films were big at that time for slasher films? The Halloween reboot sequel where they, with the new ones, the new trilogy that came out, what else was doing it at that time? I think Texas Chainsaw also did that.
So yeah.
So I mean, it was just kind of.
Oh, you've jogged my memory about a funny scene from the Texas Chainsaw reboot.
But yeah, it was just a big thing. It's just a big thing at that time because a lot of requels were coming out for slashers where they were creating soft reboots, but also sequels. And so I predicted that for Scream 5 that's what it was going to be.
Oh,
and then Scream 6, I had no idea where they were going to go, and they were like franchises.
Also, other thing that I've done this week.
Yeah, what else have you been up to this week?
I went and essentially did a review because I remember we recently like finished watching like the new Tekken thing, right?
Yeah, we watched that Tekken, or what was it called? Tekken Origins or something like that?
Something like that.
Where it's the story of Tekken 3. It's very shortened. Like
it's like the bullet points.
It's the bullet points because it's 6 episodes, about 25, 30 minutes each.
Yeah.
And even like with them providing the bullet points, I was still confused about some things.
Yes.
Because I was like, why are we doing a montage for him meeting some of his best friends? Why are we not actually having scenes of that?
And I went and I found like a good Tekken lore video, so I'm all up to date because Tekken 8, like the trailer for that dropped.
Yeah.
But I was like, I'm dealing with a 20-year franchise.
Yeah.
Because Tekken's been around for a long time, and it's a consistent timeline for the most part, and it's fucking crazy.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
But that's not why we're here.
I mean, we're just talking about our weeks for now. Because I think with the manga, we're gonna fly through that because it's.
They brought back dinosaurs to make super soldiers. That is a canon Tekken event.
Dinosaurs in a lot of Japanese like pop culture has been a big thing the past couple years.
Too.
Because not only have dinosaurs been brought into Tekken, I'm not a big Naruto, Boruto, whatever fan, but they
Okay.
brought that dinosaur into Boruto, and that was all over TikTok for a while. And my sister watches that stuff, so I had to
Oh, yeah?
confirm with her. I'm like,
Did they bring dinosaurs into Naruto?
Sasuke fights one in prison. It's like a velociraptor type, and so like, but it's not it's like I forget the lore behind it, but it's not just a dinosaur. Like it's an actual sentient being,
Yeah.
and so like Sasuke full on has a fight with it, and so like I think actually Tekken 8 it actually connects to Tekken 8 because Tekken does these really weird crossovers all the
Yes.
time. And so,
Like the Street Fighter events are canon to Tekken,
yeah.
but it's like they're in the same world but in different neighborhoods.
So like one of my mutuals and friends and my comic book artist Colton,
Yeah.
he brought up on his TikTok because he does a lot more. If you're really into anime and mangas and stuff like that, check out my friend. I'll get the name of the TikTok in a couple minutes, but he brought up in one of his videos, he was like, since Tekken does these out there like crossovers, they should do one with Naruto and bring in the Velociraptor.
Tekken already has a Velociraptor.
But now they already have one, so it's already
They've had one since Tekken 3?
yeah.
4? His name is Alex.
Alex
Yes.
the Velociraptor.
Alex the Velociraptor. And he fights Roger Jr.,
That's like some
a
like
kickboxing kangaroo.
it's Whole Grain Coltrane.
Mm.
If you want to follow my friend, it's so Whole WHOLE Grain Cole COLE Train.
Should be a character in Tekken. Totally, he'd be like,
Tekken has the weirdest.
There you go.
name
So there you go.
conventions.
So Colton, petition for Whole Grain Coltrane to be a character. Design it after you because you're a really buff guy. So like, to have him design it after you, and like, because Colton is buff. So vegan from West Virginia.
whole brain.
Yeah, Whole Grain
Coltrane.
Coltrane. Like it's the most awesome name ever.
Admittedly, a very cool aspect of Tekken is that every character speaks like their native language,
Yeah.
and all of them, for some reason, understand each other.
It's like that's funny. I watched a skit that was about how that's the same thing in Star Wars though, of like how everybody just understands every language just about in Star Wars. Like but they'll speak in their own language, but they'll understand somebody else's.
Yeah.
So like you'll be talking to a Hutt in Basic, and then the Hutt will talk back to you in Huttese, and you'll know exactly what they're saying in return most of the time. And I think, well, and it's even been canonized that Jabba understands Basic, but he just has his droid translate as like a I'm in charge of this situation. So,
My favorite example is in Legends.
oh yeah, in Legends,
Okay.
Scotty's over there by the way.
Yeah.
That mic's off right now. If you want to hit the 1, it's mic 1. So if you hit the red light, yep, that one.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm here. Okay, so my weird. I'm in your position in our show. Odd. Anyway, my favorite Jabba speaking Basic story is from Legends, which used to be canon because it's from Shadows of the Empire.
Oh yeah.
And Vader comes to Jabba and looking for Luke or whatever. And Jabba's like, Bijada Mobata, and whatever in Huttese. And Vader's like, speak Basic. And Jabba goes, okay, my bad. Don't want to piss off the Dark Lord of Sith. I mean, it was like instant. It was like, he didn't, no accent, no nothing. He was just Basic.
Yep. And I think it's been canonized that it's still the same way, that Jabba knows can speak basic. He
Sure. Oh,
chooses
yeah,
not to.
I get it. Like, those old school Italian mobsters who only speak Italian.
Yeah.
Like in Godfather, I'm going to speak Italian to Michael.
It keeps everybody else that's lower beneath them in their place and kind of separates them from.
It's funny at work. I work with some what I would call nerd guys, like I am, and we've got a new guy who's a younger guy who's a different kind of nerd. And when we talk the old school nerd stuff, my buddy Tony will lean over to me and look at the other guy and go like, "Hold on a minute, I'm going to speak nerd to Scotty," and then we talk about whatever we want to talk about, just like in Godfather. It makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I do have Star Wars news.
Oh, okay. Because we couldn't find anything really going on.
It's not that. I mean, it's.
I mean, we talk about the littlest things.
Right. So I want to bring this up because as some of you may know, and this audience may not know, but from the Cult Movie Cantina you may know us, that I own a toy store.
Yep.
And so.
Oh yeah, I know what you're gonna talk about because I saw you post that.
All right.
So this is Toy Star Wars news.
So this is Toy Star Wars. This is a news story. It's not really news, but it's a news story. So, Star Wars toys first came out in 1978, and they made a run from 78 to 85. And that last year of runs, the Star Wars, there was no movie, so the sales were going down.
Yep.
And so Kenner was trying to come up with all of these kind of gimmicks to like make sure kids would buy them. And the last thing they settled on was coins. These Power of the Force coins. Each character had a coin.
Yep.
And that was so 85 is like nearly 40 years ago now. And a church group in Tennessee found a case of Obi-Wan figures from 1985 with the coins, which are valuable. They are minty fresh because they're just out of the case. There are 50 of them. And so the story goes, someone got them and they donated them to the church. I imagine someone got them on clearance because back then they were like, $1 a piece kind of thing.
Yeah, plus it's old Ben.
It's old. They're all old Ben. Ewan McGregor wouldn't be Obi-Wan Kenobi for another 15 years.
So like, and old Ben is probably not the most popular for kids to get.
That's true. No one ever wanted an Alec Guinness figure. I did. He was always the grandpa in my toy collection.
I had one. I had an old Ben in my toy collection.
But so there's 50 of them, and they were given to this church to give away for like kids parties or games, whatever churches do.
Churches do the little
here's
a prize
here's
for
a prize.
whatever.
Yeah.
But the church took the donation and said, "Okay, we'll do that," and then they just put it in the closet. Cut to 40 years later, near about 40 years later, they found them, and they were like, "Oh wait, they have some value," and so they sold them to the Cincinnati Toy Museum and Buying Center. And so they posted the picture of these beautiful 50 of them, beautiful Obi-Wans with coins. I'm so jealous. I never find. I mean, look, owning a toy store, I get cool stuff. I get cool. I never get this. This never just pops in the door. But their tweet was, or their Instagram message was, new to our museum, an incredible find. Mid to late 80s overstock Star Wars Power of the Force figures weren't easy to sell. Several years after Sir Alec Guinness gave his legendary performance as Old Man, kids prefer other action figures over an old man with a bonus coin. Absolutely true. This particular treasure was donated to a church to distribute to children, but ended up in storage and remained there until it was unearthed and sold us to display at our museum. We'll be keeping it all together as a set to preserve the history and story while on display.
So,
all they need
Star
is
Wars
one.
toy history.
All they need is one. They don't need 50.
No.
They need to sell me a couple.
Yeah. But good part of Star Wars toy history is now preserved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad. So next time I go to Cincinnati, I'm definitely going to hit the museum and visit those old men's.
I mean, I know they do the coin thing again when Revenge of the Sith comes out because I've got a Revenge of the Sith coin.
Yeah, they did coins. They did coins again in the 2000s and I think the 2010s. They did them. They do them every now and then.
Yeah.
But like that first set of Power of the Force coins are just beautiful and expensive. I have a couple, and even back when I first bought them, they were pricier than I wanted to back in the early 2000s, late 90s, I guess.
Yeah.
But all that stuff is cool. But yeah, that's the only Star Wars news I have.
Yeah. Hey, it's still cool.
Absolutely. So I had no new movie. Ahsoka's in 6 weeks, so
yeah, Ahsoka's coming up.
Day before my birthday. So
yeah, it's right around. I mean, we're already. This is the first episode of July.
Oh, I do want to talk about. So, San Diego Comic Con's next week.
Yep.
And everyone's pulled out.
Oh,
Lucasfilm's not doing anything. Marvel's not doing anything. Disney, none of Disney.
well,
stuff's
I
doing-
mean, the writer's strike is still going on, so
right? Yeah, but you don't need a writer for that. That's
no.
that's
but
not.
I
That's a
mean,
different kind
but
of
a
writer.
lot of the stuff they're working on is on hold because of it.
No, but they have stuff in the can. There's stuff that they could show, but it's. I think it's more writer strike and the actor strike coming up is part of that. Don't
yeah.
get me wrong.
Yeah, it's a
But
part.
I
I'm
think
not
it-
saying it's the whole.
But like Disney doesn't have to because they have D23 and Star Wars Celebration, it's like what's happened to E3.
So yeah, so Comic Con's the new E3.
Right. It's like, well, we can do our own streaming thing or we can do our own con or whatever. And so we should save our best content for that.
I think at the same time, though, Comic Con doesn't have the problems E3 had, where E3 was starting to be more and more disorganized.
Oh no. See, and SDCC is very organized. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
I think the heyday of it being the pop culture mecca that it is, I think it's starting to wane.
On top of that, almost everywhere has a Comic Con now.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that, but like San Diego still was the show. Hall H is a thing. You know,
Yeah.
you see everything in Hall H, but not anymore. So I'm curious where.
The future of
Yeah, next year will be like next year. There shouldn't be any strikes next year. Hopefully they'll figure it out by then.
yeah.
The city of Los Angeles has gotten involved to try to make the studios negotiate.
Trying to make the IP.
they're trying to
yeah.
get the studios to negotiate, but because it's the studios who are not negotiating, they're like, "This is our offer, and this is all we're going to get." I was like, "Well, no, you're not going to have writers," and so they're
Yep.
they're looking
and
at
I've
scabs.
been watching Adam Conover because he's one of the leads. Of,
He is very vocal.
well, he's one of the leaders.
Yeah.
And so I've been watching him and that's how I've been keeping up with what's going on. And he was just on CNN and he called out David Zaslav by name, going like, he's made this much in the past year. And it's like, that's why writers are asking for more because.
And they're not asking for a lot. In fact, it's funny. The studios have lost a lot of money in stock value over the last 6 weeks, or this thing has been going on 2 months almost. And what they've lost in value is less than what the writers asked for.
Yep.
And the studios still are just like, no, that's all right. We'll make it back up. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, they're
I'm
just
surprised-
callous.
I'm surprised it hasn't gone the way the last one went, where one of the studios caved in separately, because the studio can choose to just cave
Absolutely.
separately and make a deal on the side and go.
The shady one on this one is the Directors Guild, because they're the one who are like, we're solidarity, but like, are you? Because they're the ones who have been real negotiating with the studios. Directors get a better deal, especially in
Yeah,
film, than they
generally
do
speaking,
in
yeah.
TV. And so,
And they're trying to make it to. I mean, one of the big things the Writers Guild wants is to make sure on TV shows that writers, that they aren't there to write the thing and then get fired before the season's out.
well, so in the old days, the way television worked, you worked on 24 episodes of a season if you didn't get canceled, and then you had a hiatus and you come back for another 24. You hadn't, and then
Well, also you were still on even during filming. You stayed because
well, you were there, but you were there for the productions for the 24 episodes.
yeah. Now
And-
you're
and
just
then you
there
were-
for the writers' room, and then you're
Right, you're there for the writers' room and then you're out because they don't want you on set anymore, and that's a big problem. But also now it's like episodes are
10.
10 instead of 24, and so the residuals are cut in half. And there's even like the worst stuff is like, so
Well, even on top of that, the residuals are less than half because streaming services. Have
well
old deals.
that's what I was about to get into. So Warner Brothers just recently rebranded HBO Max into Max.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why they did that is there were some writers' contracts that got bonuses for having stuff streamed on HBO. Well, now I don't have an HBO, so I can run it, and I don't have to pay you.
Yep.
And that's just shady and wrong. And
Yeah.
the new generation out there listening, and going to be the future leaders of all this stuff. This is not how you treat human beings.
Yeah.
And so,
I
especially
mean,
creatives.
and
And creatives don't want a lot; they just want to live. I mean,
And those contracts that are for streaming sites, anyways, were built on the idea of YouTube type of streaming,
Well,
not streaming service,
the-
because streaming
the-
services weren't really.
yeah. The promise 8 years ago was that, hey guys, we're just going to show old stuff. We're not going to do new stuff. This is old stuff, and we're going to make it right for everybody. And then if we do new stuff, we're going to pay you more on the front end, which they did because they didn't know. now we know how it works, and so we have a baseline to how we can pay people. And the studio's like, we still want to do stuff, and we're not going to tell you our numbers. Like Netflix is notorious about like they don't tell you
hide
anything.
their
Like,
views. Yeah.
Yeah,
The new Witcher just dropped, and I'm curious if they'll say anything.
well, like you know, Kevin Smith is a prime example. He did He-Man Revelations. And was told, this is, he goes, he didn't tell numbers. He was like, Netflix was like, here, you're going to have another season. So they did well enough to get another season, but they didn't tell him any numbers. And so, you know, you can have a number one, or, you know, you can see on the list, number one in the,
Yeah,
on the,
yeah,
on
you
the,
do the top 10. Yeah.
But, you know, that guy, the guy who made that doesn't know how much, what that really means. Is it 10 people? Is it 1 million people? Is it 100 million people? What is it? And Netflix is like, we're
And
not.
with people dropping Netflix now because of Netflix's greed. With
Yeah, Netflix is being shady, and but see, the thing is that they'll lead the pack, and the rest of them will do the same
Yep.
thing, and then you got nowhere to go. So
Yep.
it's basically what they're trying, and like
they're testing the waters to
There-
see
there's a
how
lot of-
people are going to react.
and there's a lot of testing going on too, because by the end of the year, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN will be one app.
Yep.
Just
Which
like
I kind of don't. The Hulu and Disney one I've been expecting for a while.
right,
Because like I've been because Disney owns 60% of Hulu.
yeah, and they're trying to buy the rest of it.
Yeah.
They really want all of Hulu.
So I could see them taking their 60% share, bringing it all to
Yeah,
Disney
because I think
Plus.
Comcast owns the last of it, whatever.
Yeah.
So,
So I don't mind. I mean, most of the stuff I watch is stuff that's Disney produced technically, anyways, on Hulu. Like,
since we're talking about this, can I talk about something adjacent real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, we won't cover it on our show.
yeah, I mean this is while it's a Star
Seth's
Wars
looking at me
podcast,
with an evil eyes, like there's no Star Wars talk. What are you doing?
yeah, no, yeah,
It's
he's
fine.
used to this because we.
All right, so
I'm curious as to what you have to say.
all right, so
The benefit of not talking to hear what other people have to say.
Warner Bros. Is in a mess.
Yeah.
They're in a crazy mess. The
How
thing,
so? 'Cause
they got a new CEO. There was
Zaslav.
Zagoff came in and did he's the one who gutted and changed their release schedule because they were bleeding money.
Removed all animation pretty much from HBO.
Yeah,
Max.
HBO. I mean, they're like, we can't pay any of these people this, and then they stopped a bunch of projects that were already completed, like ready to go.
Yeah,
And then
like
it's like, no.
Scoop 2 was finished.
Scoop 2 was finished, and
the Batgirl
Batgirl
film
was finished,
done.
and they're not showing them because it's cheaper for me. I make more money if I
Tax write-off.
I shell this as a tax write-off.
Yeah.
Well, apparently that's not enough, and so they're now looking to sell half of Warner Brothers movie and music
Oh, yeah,
library.
you and I talked about this.
So that which also includes Batman, the Batman
'cause
franchise.
You and I talked about how DC might just be.
Yeah, I don't think DC's going to last very long. Under this new, as a company, we
Like
may
they're-
not.
Do you
we
think
know-
they're going to be sold off in pieces the old '90s Marvel way, or do
I
you
think they may just be shut down because they've got the IP. They can do whatever they want with the IP, but comics are not a big seller.
no? I mean,
Disney used comics as a path to make new product. It's like idea factory.
yeah.
And, well, like Marvel is the house of ideas. So comics don't do. I mean, they do okay, but
Do you think for DC's future is it all running off James Gunn and what
I think they're.
how
I
that
mean,
does?
I think they're just gonna go strictly movie. I think there's a world where, Warner Brothers asks itself, do we need to print comics?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're
I-
talking about the comic side.
I'm
gonna
just
die.
I'm just particularly comic books itself.
Yeah.
So and I think it's different with Disney because I think Marvel sales are a little better, and I think Disney is more solvent, so
Yeah.
they can make.
I mean,
those
yeah,
decisions.
they can afford to
But
take a
but
loss.
if Warner Brothers is losing a lot of money, you're looking at DC, which is
Yeah.
it's not a big cash cow. It's
Yeah.
but it makes IP that,
Yeah.
but the actual IP it comes from doesn't sell,
Yeah.
and so it's gonna be real interesting.
AT&T doesn't exactly bring in the money that, and Discovery don't exactly make the money they
Right,
used
right,
to.
right. And so now the real question is if Warner Brothers sells half their library, their film and music library, who's going to buy it? And it's been Sony who's been sniffing around.
Yeah, we've been
So Sony may end up owning Batman, which I think is
Sony's always
fascinating.
looking for more stuff because Sony's on the up and up. I mean,
Sony's done, regardless how you feel about the films, Spider-Man films do well.
yep.
And So
And anything Spider-Man related. 'cause
Minus
like,
Morbius.
Like I mean,
I don't think Craven's gonna do well either. But
Yeah,
I think Craven's mistake is being an R-rated film.
yeah. And, well, it's an R-rated film, and then of course I think they're gonna blame the fact that it doesn't do well on the R rating.
Absolutely. I think.
Which I that is unfortunate because I'm hoping they don't blame it on the R rating because if they don't, then we get Venom 3R because that's what we've heard is the next move if this does okay.
But I think it's too little, too late. Like you get basically PG-13s, and they're basically light 13s too. So they're barely
Because really, Venom 2 should have been at least the R.
right. But like
Venom 1, I'm fine with the PG-13.
Venom One. Look, if you're gonna make an R-rated franchise, you make an R-rated franchise. You don't pussyfoot around it. You don't be like we're PG-13 over here, and then we'll get into an R. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. Deadpool knew exactly what it was when he made it.
I think it's easier to go from a PG-13 to R than the other way around.
No, absolutely. That's why R's go.
That's why you can't.
Actually, no, I'll disagree with that. I'll tell you
That's
what.
why Deadpool 3 can't be PG-13 even though it's Disney now.
But I'll just no.
Yeah.
But I would disagree with that because we're used to R-rated films PG on TV, PG-13 on TV because that's where they basically the edits are PG-13.
Yeah.
And so I mean I think as a culture we're used to that. So I mean
I just think it's harder to go the reverse only because
advertising wise, I mean I think people would poo-poo it, but like
I think like Deadpool is my example because I think if Deadpool had started PG-13 because you can't make a PG-13 Deadpool and I've made arguments for it before. Ultimate Spider-Man proved you can make a PG Deadpool.
It's on TNT. You can make a PG-13. I mean, Deadpool edits are on TV, don't it?
Yeah.
Television. So
yeah, he was on Ultimate Spider-Man, a Disney XD TV show. So you can do PG-13, and I've always argued that Deadpool 1 did not need to be rated R.
Oh, that's fun that way.
But I like what we've gotten, and I don't think you can do the reverse.
Look, I will say that as a fan of superhero movies, I like the fact.
Just make the rating that it needs to be.
I'm happy that there are a lot of them, and there's a variety, but there also is room to make superhero movies for grown-ups.
Yep, there is.
And so Watchmen,
that's
Deadpool,
that's definitely not my argument. Yeah.
And so, but I mean, that's there's room for it, and so not everything has to be made for 13-year-old white kids in Illinois, and so or in Midwest or Ohio, and so.
According to what I'm looking at, Morbius made its money. Actually, it was on a 75 to 83 million budget with a 167.5 million box office worldwide.
So barely break even.
Barely breaking even.
Because you gotta think about its advertising cost. It's half of that.
I mean, it's probably enough for Sony to not be against making more because we know they're not. They're making Craven, and then they're
but I doubt we'll get another Morbius. I'd be surprised if we get one.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Madam Web and Venom 3 are the only things on the upcoming.
Madam Web is a weird choice.
And then they just canceled Hypno Hustler, but that's because of deals with Marvel Studios.
Yeah.
Because it involves. This is going to require an Across the Spider-Verse spoiler.
Wait, no. Didn't Donald Glover was going to do that one?
That's why it's an Across the Spider-Verse spoiler.
He's in. Look, spoiler. He's in.
I'm putting my spoiler warning up now. I got a little banner for it.
He's in it. Ooh.
He's in it as him as Prowler.
Prowler, because it's the multiverse movie.
Prowler. We are led to assume it's the Spider-Man Homecoming universe, Aaron Davis.
Yeah.
Because it's a live-action Donald Glover in the animated universe, which I love that.
I did not care for Into the Spider-Verse as much as it's fine.
You mean Across or Into?
No, the new one.
Okay.
The first one.
Into, yeah.
Yeah, Into. And I've been vocal about that. I like you guys love it. That's great. It's a fine movie. It's animated beautifully. You deserve to win the Oscar. I'm all on that. But for me, it was like, okay, it's a Spider-Man movie. I'm like, I don't have the attachment to Spider-Man like a lot of people do. However, that being said, Across is brilliant.
Yeah.
Across is just, I mean, it's kind of everything I wanted in the first one that I got. And so I like the story, and I'm looking forward to when I'm like 90 and the third one comes out.
And I love that where Spider-Man No Way Home makes all of the live-action Spider-Man films canon. Across the Spider-Verse makes every Spider-Man canon.
Right, because it's a multiverse. You can do that.
So it makes the comics canon, makes 67 Spider-Man TV show canon.
Which is great.
Like,
that's what it should be.
Yeah.
Last thing before I go.
Yeah.
So they're talking Spider-Man stuff. I was having this conversation at work, and I am Marvel's is almost 15 years old. Studio's almost 15,
Yeah, Marvel Studios. Yeah,
and I am disappointed highly that we still have no X-Men. Like a good Marvel
yeah.
Cinematic Universe
Like we know
X-Men.
it's coming, but
Why is it taking? No one cares about Eternals.
and then Fantastic Four, they're dealing with recasting again.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard no Adam Driver.
Yeah,
I heard
I don't know why they aren't just going with what they already gave us in Doctor Strange.
because he doesn't want to do it. He turned it down.
Okay,
And then I hear we'll get Matt Smith. It's what I read this morning.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, as Reed.
He's definitely not even in my top 5.
He's also too old.
Well, it depends how old they want to go, but yeah.
Well, if Margot is an Invisible Woman, he's too old.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's not the widest age gap for a Reed and Sue I've ever seen.
they're closer in age than most people think. And it's
Yeah,
just
I
like-
know. But I've definitely seen the weird age gaps before.
But Matt Smith can do it because he's basically gonna be more aloof and busy Doctor Who.
Hmm
I mean, he can play it. So I mean, I like Matt Smith.
He's just not in my top
I
5.
like David Tennant better, but
Yeah.
in my hooves. I will give you your show back. Thank you for letting me
Yeah.
come in for a second, talk about Jabba and Oben and stuff.
Your mom says that X-Men has always been her favorite. It's the reason she's a Marvel person.
Seth's mom is amazing.
Well, that would certainly explain why, like, as a child, we had, like, all the old, like, X-Men movies.
Oh yeah.
And that is probably where, like, a lot of my love for, that
Like
comes
comic
from.
book movies.
I
mean, the
also,
first-
I have, like,
The first two classic X-Men films
Yeah.
are great.
Yeah.
A lot of
Fucking-
in X-Men 2.
I hate Reed too much.
And
not
three's
as
not
bad
no,
as
it's not as bad as people remember
say.
it. Yeah, I know. I know. But you're an X-Men guy. So
I'm an X-Men guy, so I have to come back. All right, so I don't hate all of 3. There's some.
There are moments
Elliot
where,
Page
like,
is
this is a
as Kitty Pryde is the best part of it.
Yeah.
But
I think it's the combining of the Cure storyline with the
Phoenix.
storyline is where it gets really like pick one of those storylines.
yeah, pick a storyline and pick Phoenix. Don't pick the Cure. No one cares.
The Cure's a good storyline, but it's not. It's hard to film it.
Yeah, it's also not interesting.
It's the only one that's sparked
It's almost
So-
it's almost the unfilmable storyline.
me and Annalise, because me and my sister sat down and watched all, like, 3 of the X-Men films.
Hmm
And that's the only one where we have, like, had a hard argument between us about, like, a movie. And it's in regards to, like, Kitty Pryde. And she's like, I want to go and get the Cure because everyone I touch
Oh,
dies.
no, not Kitty. That's
Rogue.
Rogue.
Rogue, sorry.
Yeah.
I got them confused.
No, it's easy to because
They almost look
because Rogue should have been Kitty, and that's Kitty's. Rogue fills the Kitty spot in the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
like-
they went with Rogue instead of Kitty.
That is the most heated argument I have ever had with my sister. Because she's like, that's a really cool power. And I'm like, yeah, but it sucks.
I will say,
I know that's not how it works in the comics.
no, but
In the comics, it's also worse because usually, 9 times out of 10, if there's a cure, it's actually a trap.
Yeah,
This storyline in particular, it wasn't, but
it wasn't.
Rogue and Gambit were captured in the Arctic or the Antarctic in the
'cause
early.
isn't this one based off the Joss Whedon comic storyline version?
Uh-uh.
Because he does a cure storyline too. at
Yeah, this
some
is
point.
more God Loves Man Kills,
Okay.
and then Dark Phoenix, and they screw up Dark Phoenix. The guy who wrote and directed Dark Phoenix did also 3, so he's had 2 shots at this story, and still screws it up.
Well, aren't they also all produced by the guy who's also worked Star Wars?
Yeah.
The reason that what's his name from Fan4 Stick got fired from Star Wars.
Well, Fantastic is terrible.
Yeah, I like there's a good half a movie there. And
Yeah, the first 45 minutes is great, and then the
once
rest
you
of
hit the
it-
1 year jump.
and then that guy's follow-up film is terrible.
Because I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's terrible. It's an Al Capone movie,
The
but
Al
but it's
Capone
the last 2 years of his life when he has syphilis and going crazy. It's like, yeah, that's what I want in my gangster films. I want to see Tom Hardy running around with a minigun and a diaper, going, oh. That's in the movie, folks. That's a scene.
But your views on, because you wanted to give your views on X-Men: The Last Stand.
I said, I think I like Elliot Page is great, and I like what's his face is Angel,
Oh yeah,
and
that opening scene when
he's trying to cut his wings.
Yeah,
it's great.
so
and then,
good.
But there's a lot of missteps and stuff, and the Juggernaut should never been a mutant.
They should have
I'm the Juggernaut.
If they were going to do the Cure storyline, they should have focused on 1 or 2 of the main mutant cast. And I would have said keep it focused on Angel and Rogue.
Oh, would have done Nightcrawler or Beast.
Well, since they set up Angel as like
Right, yeah, but like Beast is Hank's always like
Beast is always looking for a cure. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, Hank hasn't had that big problems. He's a big blue.
yeah.
guy.
Fantastic. Jennifer, Seth's mom.
Hey,
Fantastic
Jennifer.
Four had potential, but it just fell off hard. And yes, that's exactly
45 minutes in that movie, I was like, what am I watching?
Simon Kinberg. That's the name of the producer for
Terrible,
X-Men.
terrible man.
And then he thinks he can write better, which is where he decides to direct Dark Phoenix, and Dark Phoenix is the worst of all
Yeah,
the
because
X-Men films.
he wrote.
He wrote Apocalypse, which Apocalypse I didn't.
No, he also wrote X3. X3 he wrote.
Yeah. Wait, that wasn't Brett Ratner's?
No,
writing?
no, he wrote it, and then like he.
'Cause this is also where we switched directors
Right.
for the first time in
So
X-Men.
so he writes Dark Phoenix and he writes and he directs. So he gets 2 bites at the apple, and this time he's fully in charge.
Because he's also
and
a
he's-
producer.
And he still
So he's-
and
yeah.
then he still screws it up. The Dark Phoenix saga is not as complicated as most people think it is.
No.
No, it's not, and you just have to establish, like Marvel had to come to the decision: is the Phoenix Force a manifestation of Jean Grey's psyche, or is it a cosmic force? And Marvel has deemed that it's a cosmic force.
Yeah.
So you do the cosmic force story, and it's done.
Which Dark Phoenix tried to do the alien side of it.
Sure,
which,
but they
they
bring in Jessica Chastain as Emma Frost, not Emma Frost.
Yeah,
She's actually one of
because-
the Bari the.
because no version of Dark Phoenix has ever done the Hellfire Club with her.
Absolutely, because you need the Hellfire Club. You need Sebastian Shaw and Mastermind. All of them
And
have
you
the
need to have
digital.
my favorite scene in the comics is when Cyclops is in the mine field and
Yep.
he's fighting with the swords, and you get the duel, and it's
And
because I'm a Cyclops fan.
Right.
I will defend Cyclops.
look, as a friend, as a fan of Rachel Summers, I like Cyclops.
I will
He's her
defend
daddy.
Cyclops because a lot of people view Cyclops as, oh, he's just that asshole. And the movies have not helped with that perception.
Krakoa era Scott is amazing, and I highly recommend. If you're not read Krakoa era,
Yeah,
Scott's
current-
great in that.
I mean, yeah, the current era of Scott is realizing that Professor X was the bad guy. And
no, we're past that.
Oh yeah,
We're way past
yeah. 'Cause,
that.
like we had like Scott went through this transformation of realizing he was basically a child soldier, and he was abused by Professor X.
Right.
And that was
but
his-
that's 15 years. That's Utopia area, and so we're way past it. Krakoa era is like.
But now he's realized like, oh yeah, we should be.
Well, he's like the rest of them. Is like, hey, we're people, and we have a country now, and
Yeah.
we're gonna do the best we can for our people.
Yeah.
And so he's very pro like mutant stuff.
But I mean, even '90s Cyclops, I'll defend because, like, I think he's not wrong in the animated series whenever he confronts Wolverine.
no, he's
most
not
of the
right.
time.
No.
But people will say, "Oh, he's just a dick," and I'm like, "No."
No, the problem with '90s Cyclops is no one knew how to write him, and so he didn't really get interesting. Grant Morrison made him interesting in 2000.
Yeah, and then like the movies didn't help though because they stuck with the
Right.
Cyclops is just an asshole.
Right. They just James Marsden, who's great. He was fine in it.
Which he's a great. I like him. Yeah. So I mean, I like Cyclops. He's a team leader, and sometimes you have to be a jerk to your teammates to kind of make the point.
Right.
And as
Okay.
a leader, you got to make the tough decisions.
All right, go have your show. I'm
Yeah,
walking out the door now.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm
yeah.
leaving. Bye.
And I'll see you after.
Don't mention the thing. I'm just gonna walk.
Yeah. Edge of Balance.
Yeah. We should probably get, you know.
Yeah, because we are
That
now,
was a fun conversation. I wish we had more time to
Yeah.
talk about.
but we don't. So let's talk about our main topic.
Yes.
We get off. If this is your first time watching the Star Wars podcast, we get off, which we might be getting new fans because
Yeah.
Facebook and Kick now. We do get off topic like this often.
Yes.
This is the only podcast on our network, as we mentioned. So
Yeah.
we kind of just whatever we feel like, but Star Wars is our main bread and butter.
Yep.
So now we're gonna talk about Edge of Balance precedent.
Yes.
So this is your spoiler warning now.
We're
For
gonna spoil the
that.
hell out of this.
yeah.
Do you have a favorite moment from this one?
It's a rough one to get through, but
Oh, all right.
I mean, I just kind of like getting more Arkoff.
Yeah.
So the premise of this one, just to kind of lay down the groundwork here,
Yep.
is it's our next piece of, I guess technically
The puzzle.
well, it's the next piece of the puzzle, but it's also phase 2, phase 3
Yeah.
content at the same time. It's phase 2 because it's mostly a flashback to the phase 2 era during the Battle of Donna. But there is a present day storyline that's after the Banshee invasion, once the Nihil have taken over. And we learn about this mercenary that's working with them. And he's I'm trying to remember the name of the spider species and
Harch.
oh yeah, the Harch, yeah. Which if you ever watch Clone Wars, there's a main Harch villain. I'm trying to get it to stand, but it just doesn't want to work with me. But yeah, there's a Harch, which are like these. If you've never read Star Wars comics with them, or you've never watched Clone Wars, they're kind of like these spider humanoids. They've got they got everything. They're
Yeah,
terrifying.
if you're not
If you don't like
big
spiders,
on spiders, you might not like this one. I
Yeah.
didn't understand that they were supposed to be a spider person, so I was just like, oh well.
but he
but I'm
looks
also-
exactly like a spider.
I
But as a
with
person,
hindsight, yeah. I was just like, I don't
he's
know
got
what
the-
you are.
he's got the eyes. He's got the
My brain just thought, oh, you got like 6 arms. That's pretty cool.
thanks for the love, Gamermaid TV. How you doing?
Yeah.
But yeah, the
And s-
hearts are there, and I like this villain actually a lot.
Yeah. he's
He's-
just so like casual about everything.
He's just like, look, I'm getting paid. I'm just here to get money and do my job. Then get out of here. Man knows what he's about.
Yeah.
He's a mercenary.
Like I'm just
But he's also been alive long enough to have already faced Arkoff before.
Yeah.
So he's one of the few who actually knows what he's doing. Because he's got like
150
yeah, like he,
years of experience.
yeah, and so he actually knows what he's looking for specifically on Banshee because he's heard rumors about it. And he learns about this droid that's buried there.
Yep.
Because it turns out
And Markion is conscripted, hired.
yeah,
Whatever Markion chooses to do.
Because Markion's hired him to find this because he also kind of knew there's
It's
something
like
here.
I know there's something here, but I don't have the time to find it myself, so guess you'll do.
And also, we're running out of Nihil numbers, so we
Yeah.
gotta, because we've been letting a lot of my guys die
Yeah.
on purpose.
Yep.
And so I really like the present day storyline.
Yeah.
So the Harch finds this
Old.
old droid
Yeah.
that's been buried here by Arkoff. Because Banshee is basically we now realize why Banshee's important because we didn't like in volumes 1 and 2 of Edge of Balance we had no
It was
idea
like, what the hell is going?
because Banshee was
it's
like the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. It's just some backwater planet.
We now know it's important because of what Arkoff brought with him when he established the Jedi Temple here, along with Sav, because Sav also knew about it.
Yeah.
And Because once again, Sav is also old enough to have been
Yep.
in Phase 2 of the High Republic as well as Phase 1.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't say Sav's like
You also haven't read High Republic Adventures for this phase yet,
Yeah.
so
I
yeah,
wouldn't say Sav's like my least favorite Jedi.
you just don't know a lot about
I don't
her
know
to
a
care.
lot, so
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, once we get into adventures, you might find
I
an
might
appreciation.
change, or I might not.
Yeah. You're also just a big Wookiee Jedi fan, so
Yeah.
like, this is good for you because Arkoff's here.
Yeah.
But we get the flashback to the Battle of Donna, where Arkoff and our poor boy Aslan Rail,
Aslan Rail has gone through it.
because we get another perspective of the Battle of Donna.
Everyone else,
Battle of Donna is kind of similar to what, for Phase 1, the Fall of Starlight Beacon has been.
yeah,
Battle of Dawn has been that, where we have to have like 5 different perspectives of it, which I don't mind because it's a big event,
yeah,
and it's like they're continuing to have the puzzle pieces for what the Nihil are going to be up to in Phase 3 hidden within that puzzle. And I think it's just going to be, how do we destroy the Jedi?
they're like, we gotta.
Because I think the Republic, while Markion's declared war on them,
He doesn't.
he doesn't care about the
them.
Republic. It's the Jedi he wants to take down.
It's like, I don't give a fuck about.
The only reason
Republic.
that the Republic
The only
is-
reason I care about the Republic is because they keep siding with the Jedi and
That-
coming out here.
yeah, if the Republic's basically in the crossfire
Yeah.
of this, and he's like, well, you've chosen to work with the Jedi, so you're my enemy by default.
Yeah.
Now the puzzle piece of why the Rose feel the Jedi are so
Yeah.
against them is now a new puzzle piece, because I thought that was going to be solved in Path of Vengeance, but in fact Path of Vengeance made it a question, because by the end of Path of Vengeance I'm like, wait, none of the Rose hate the Jedi, what's going on?
Yeah.
In fact, they hate any group that would be the opposite of the Jedi, which is like using the Force to manipulate people, which is not really what the Jedi do, because that's like Marta's whole thing of why she keeps the Nameless, is so that way she can go after people who would use the Force to manipulate, like the
Yeah.
Mother did. And so I'm like, wait, how do we go from this to Markion?
What happened?
Well, because Asgar didn't care about the Jedi.
Yeah.
And then, also, for those of y'all watching on Twitch, we got an ad break. Sorry about that. But thank you for supporting us.
Yes.
So,
yeah, it's
if anything, it's created more questions than answers for me.
to me. I'm just like, I just don't like the Jedi.
But it's like, where does
So,
this
like, such
hatred
an
come from?
extreme thing.
Yeah. I do like that my prediction that the lightsaber that Markion has is Kevmo's.
Mm.
Because that's basically confirmed. Because a lot of people said, well, it's likely not Kevmo's because it has that sizzling thing when Markion has it.
Yeah.
Like the Kylo sizzle.
Yeah. But
But
the
we
sizzle's been explained.
But yeah, the sizzle has now been explained that it's because Marta banged her lightsaber against the wall.
Like she got really mad.
And so now we know where the sizzle comes from, and I like that my prediction of that was correct.
Mm.
And it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense that the Kevmo lightsaber got passed down over the generations. And then what's the name of Asgar's mom? The one who creates that really is the formation of the Nihil.
God.
She's Marta's daughter, I believe, is the
She'd have
lineage.
to be.
I believe that's the
But
lineage.
I don't.
Because we're getting a short story about her, and in that short story collection that's coming out later. That's gonna be like higher volume phase 2 and 3 stuff. And I think that a couple friends and I think that's gonna explain maybe where the hatred comes from, but it doesn't like. It also still doesn't make sense because she doesn't seem to have it in the comics when we see her before Asgard kills her
Yeah.
with a push out the window. Asgard's like, I'm in charge of Nihil now.
Yep.
Shala.
Shala. Yeah, it's
And we know where Mari Santeca comes from now. But back to this though.
mhm.
Because it's filling in a lot of those gaps.
Yeah.
Because we now know why Banshee was like we now know why Edge of Balance is important.
Yes.
Because we didn't. We just knew that the Nihil attacked Banshee, and that's really about it.
Yeah.
We now know why. And it's because so you'll have to remind me. I know the droid. So it has a database of all this knowledge of what happened at the Battle of Dalna.
Mhm.
I can't remember if that's all that they needed from it though.
There, I think that might be it.
I think. Oh, and also like the cave that's on Dalna is like, but the
Oh,
droid
yeah.
doesn't know what happened in the cave, but it knows
Yeah.
like.
That too.
Yeah. So because like, Aslan and Arkoff both get lost in this
Yeah.
cave at different points. Aslan, we also know, has a separate journey that happens in the middle of events in this,
Yeah.
because Aslan starts the manga with Arkoff, and then in between gets lost in the cave, and then the events of Path of Vengeance happen with him and Maddie
Yeah.
at some point. And then we end it with him rejoining with Arkoff after the events of Path of Vengeance.
Mhm.
Because he's already doing the Shri Karai Karai stuff.
Yeah.
And we know something happened in the cave where both him and Arkoff saw these terrible things. And maybe it's a Nameless, but it's not represented the same way as a Nameless normally
Yeah.
is. Like, it's this dark, evil tree spirit looking thing. I know it's a little far away, but
So
it's that.
as I understand it, while reading,
I think
through
there's
it,
like a darkness in that cave.
that's not what I saw it as.
Yeah, okay.
That is, as I understand it, to Aslan, what Arkoff looked like
In the
under the
moment.
Nameless's
Yeah, okay.
influence, which is why he freaks the fuck out
But
every
we
time
also see
Arkoff
that
comes back.
But we also see that Arkoff dealt with something similar, but he didn't like. Well, no, Arkoff felt something off.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird because like it's not. Because I don't think there was a Nameless around.
There were a bunch of them, man.
But I mean, at that like around them at that particular point. And then we know there's not one when they're at the end.
It's true.
Because he sees him that way. Because the one I showed is at the end of the manga where he's already at the Santorium. But also, Aslan's brain has been scrambled completely
Yeah.
by the time. But we do have the present day story where, I think I'm trying to remember because I didn't get to read it again. Because you had my copy. Yeah, in the present day story, him and Arkoff and him go head to head. The Harch and Arkoff face. No, it's just Harch and the droid. No, Arkoff does show up at the
Arkoff
end.
does show up at the end. And go back to that picture real quick.
Of just Arkoff's.
Yeah,
That's such a good poster moment.
it is. But like looking at the facial expression, I have never seen someone who is more sad to be in the spot that they are in at that moment.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't look mad. He doesn't look happy. He
Well, yeah, because his droid friend is hurt.
almost dead. Yeah.
Yeah. And
He's
then
like, I don't-
Sav.
it's almost like, man, I don't want to fucking be here. But it'll be all right.
But yeah, apparently though, whatever is on the droid
Is
is
important.
important because they say they're taking it back to Coruscant.
Yep. Speaking of things,
Which
in
Lily
Coruscant,
says they're not going.
Sav is like, by the way, Lily's not going back to Coruscant. She's refused.
Yeah, because she wants to continue to defend Banshee,
Yeah.
which makes sense. Banshee's her home.
Yeah.
Like by the end of Volume 1, it's her home.
Yeah.
And then Volume 2, her home gets devastated. Like, because at the beginning of Volume 1, she didn't really have a connection to Banshee.
Yeah. She's just like, I'm here because it's my job to be here.
But by the
kind of
end,
recovering.
but by the end of Volume 1, it's become her home. She's
Yeah.
come to know the people that live there that aren't Jedi. Like, she comes to know the people. And then one of the people betrays her
Yep.
and kills her apprentice. And I think part of that's also part of why she's staying is out of vengeance.
Yeah.
I think
spawn in as
think-
a Nihil and are immediately killed.
because I think there's a darkness that's going to be growing
Yeah.
with her that she might have to overcome in Phase 3, because she's going to want vengeance for that.
Mhm.
And because we see a hint of that in Volume 2. In Volume 2, we get a hint of that, and Sav holds her off from going through with it.
Yeah.
And I think she has that in her for the moment, and she wants to go after those that killed her apprentice. And while she can't go after the specific person,
She's like,
I'll take down the Nihil as a whole.
either that or she's like, well, I know that the Nihil are gonna show up here eventually. So if I just keep waiting here eventually.
Well, it's not even eventually; they're still here, because that's where the whole present day story takes place.
I know, but it is very funny of like, eventually I'll get the right one.
I don't think it's about getting the right one. I think it's just
No. It's just
any Nihil.
any of them? Alright, cool.
Any particular? I mean, I like the fight, the flashback fight between the Harch and Arkoff.
Mhm.
I think that's one of my favorite
Yeah.
moments because it's just these two big guys going wall for wallop.
Yeah. I do like Arkov's master.
Oh yeah,
And like, oh god, the old lady, and she's just like, yo, Arkov, you need to leave.
I also
now.
I also like that in the present day part of the story, the droid is having malicious compliance with the Harch. It's like, I'll answer your questions, but I'm gonna be a little bit malicious about it because I don't like you.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Fuck
I'll
you.
tell you what you want, but
Fuck you. Overall, the mangas are a situation of if you have been skipping these for the High Republic, you're missing out on some really good content. While they might not 100% directly connect, I think they have important connections still, but they're also separated enough that if you
Yeah.
just wanted to read these without reading any other High Republic material, you
You'd
could.
be fine.
Yeah. Like, if you're just a fan of mangas and you want a Star Wars manga, there's 3 now, at least of High Republic. I mean, there's also Lost Stars adaptation manga. There's a Princess of Alderaan
Yeah.
adaptation. There's a few other adaptations, I think. There's Rebels manga.
Mm.
Oh,
And there's the like Ronin short story manga.
oh, yeah. Wait, there's a manga?
The
Ronin Star Wars Visions hasn't done a manga yet. They've done a comic because they did the one shot. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, I think so.
With the crazy old man.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a comic.
Remember that time the fucking force struck a guy with lightning?
Apparently there's also a Mandalorian manga.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's
There's a few of them.
for canon, there's plenty of options. There's also a lot of Legends ones that existed for a while. But for canon, there's a lot of good options.
Oh man. Like
But But yeah, I really enjoyed this one. It's another good High Republic piece of material. I mean, High Republic hasn't let me down yet.
Everyone else on like in Dalna is like in the trenches. Meanwhile, Aslan's over here dealing with like a fucking cosmic horror story.
Yeah. Aslan's like
And
going. Aslan's dealing
Everyone
with the old
else is
gods.
in like World War One, and Aslan is dealing with the old gods.
Let's see.
Oh,
So that is it for this week. I've had to make some changes to the schedule again
oh,
because there was a short story, a Tales of Enlightenment short story that came out that we haven't talked about yet. So next week, that's what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
I think it's the last Tales of Enlightenment short story we're going to get
Oh.
because it is the end of phase 2.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about your bar, Creighton. I know it's been kind of wrecked the last couple.
Well, they're putting it back together. They're working
Yeah.
on it. But next week,
they fucking
instead of the Star Wars 2020 Volume 5 comic, we're going to talk about Tales of Enlightenment Last Orders.
Mm.
And then the week after that, we'll be back on track with everything else I said.
yeah.
So, I give this an 8, a solid B.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
It's a solid B material. Like, it does its job a little bit better than just okay. Like, it goes past the standard. But it's not, it's not anything to write home about. Like, it's enough that
Yeah.
like, if you like mangas, I'll. But I do say if you're into the High Republic, you shouldn't be skipping it. I don't think you should be skipping any content in the High Republic, personally, if you're a High Republic fan. Now, of course, I understand if you have to pick and choose because money. But financially, you have to make choices. But if you were allowed to not make choices financially and had just complete financial freedom, I feel like you should not be skipping anything High Republic if you're a High Republic fan. So that's it for this week. This one's going to be weird because we are on 4 places now.
Yep.
Thank you all for watching. If you are watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and feel free to comment down below. If you are watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films, be sure to follow or subscribe. If you are watching on Kick, as we are now on, which it's kick.com. I don't know what Kick does. I'm new to Kick, so let me see what they do. But the other one is my Facebook. Follow. That's the only thing I really care about on my Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, it's facebook.com/Caleb.Lockwood. Just follow. Anything beyond that's weird. Just follow. Give us a like. Comment. All that. Anything past that, though, I'm not looking for on Facebook. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what Kick does. What they call their things. So you can... I guess you can follow. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, followers. So yeah, follow. Feel free to follow and become a part of the community there on kick.com/Escape Reality Films. And then we're also on I'm also on TikTok. Oh yeah. I mean, the thing is we don't come up with the grade till the end.
Yeah.
Gives y'all a reason to watch the video. But I get what you're saying though, yeah. But yeah, I'm also on TikTok at Escape Reality Films, where I do whatever I feel like for the day. I think I have a video idea for today. So I have a little short. It's also gonna go up on my Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. So I got an idea though for my short for today. You can also,
Are you okay?
yeah, I'm just brainstorming everything that
Okay.
I'm having to. Streaming. I'm gonna take a pause from my Mass Effect 3 run because Baldur's Gate 3 decided that it's gonna come out earlier than it's being moved up to coming out earlier than it was. It is now August 3rd that it's coming out instead of near the end of August. So
It jumped up a few weeks.
so now all my streaming days are going to be me just playing Baldur's Gate, Siege of Dragonspear, and Baldur's Gate 2.
Hmm.
So we'll work on that, and because I got to finish those games again before BG3 comes out. And then I don't know what I'm going to do for BG3 yet, because I don't know if I want to do an origin character or if I want to do my own character.
Mm.
Because you can play as certain party members that they call origin characters, where they have their own backstory already made. And so, like,
I
some
see.
of the origin characters are like, you can play as Asterion, the vampire
Okay.
rogue. You can play as Will. You could play as Gale. Most of the origin characters are the ones that have been available as your party members so far. But they've also announced Karlach as an origin character now, which I kind of predicted she'd be a companion. Karlach's a character you can run into in the BG3 early access.
Okay.
She's a tiefling who's from Elturel and was in Elturel when that thing happens to Elturel.
Oh, shit.
And she just got back from that place.
I see.
I'm trying to avoid spoilers for anybody who hasn't played the Descent into Avernus campaign, because that contains spoilers for that, and it's also kind of spoilers for BG3. So I'm keeping it vague. I'm a big RPG and D&D fan, so in case y'all didn't catch that near the beginning of the podcast, I like my Forgotten Realms. Other things. Shout out to Mopcast Network and Cult Movie Cantina, which Scotty was here earlier. He is the person in charge of that. I co-host and co-produce with them for it. And Cult Movie Cantina is their main show where we talk about cult movies and drink and show them to somebody who hasn't seen them before. This week is Silence of the Lambs. Hello, Clarice.
Hmm.
We're gonna talk about Silence of the Lambs since we talked about Manhunter a couple weeks
Alright.
ago. So, because we're talking about the sequel to Manhunter, technically.
Oh God. You've reminded me of another conversation we've had, but we don't.
Yeah,
have
we
enough
yeah.
time.
So you can find Cult Movie Cantina on it's Mopcast Network on any podcasting app. You can also find them on youtube.com/Mopcast Network, where you can see our pretty faces, including mine. And
I won't be there.
no,
You'll see the rest of the crew.
yep. So you'll see Scotty and Stephanie and Justina and myself, and then you can also find them on Facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina, and they're also on TikTok at Mopcast Network, where you can see some of Scotty's stuff. He just watched Indiana Jones. I think he did a review of it on TikTok. I don't know, actually, if he did or not. I know we've been doing some more stuff, though, for that. Like we had some fun facts about Billie Jean, Legends of Billie Jean, since that was a movie we did a few weeks back, or a couple months ago. And so some fun facts about that, including the fact that Helen and Christian Slater are not, in fact, related, even though everybody thinks they are because same last name and in a movie together as brother and sister. That's one out of the 5 facts in that video that you should go check out. Also, if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming store, which is on Moffat and House Ferry, and they've got all your gaming needs. And we also, what else am I? Engage Gaming, which is a video game kind of in-store rental house type deal where you can pay an hourly rate and you can play some Xbox, PS5, PC, or even VR. And you just stay inside the store. They'll let you play on their consoles, and you just pay per hour. And if you do a monthly membership fee, it's a reduced hourly rate. And you can also plan events with them, I think. So if you have like a birthday event coming up and you want to do something fun for like your kid, and they're a big gamer, something cool to think about. Anything else on the outside stuff?
Think so. I think I got it.
And then the only thing I'm missing on our stuff is our Patreon,
yeah.
which is another way that you can support us. Shout out to our Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley, who has been in the
Thank
chat
you.
all day today. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. And for supporting us on the Patreon. That is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you are at the rate that Jennifer's at, which is our second tier, it's the $10 rate. It will get you a week early access of our YouTube content, as well as a shout out. And there's other cool things that you can get at the higher tiers. Oh yeah, Manhunter, yeah. The other higher tiers include my books, actually. You can get them at a discounted rate if you go to one of the higher tiers, where you get all 3 of my books. You also get access to access to my early versions of the playtest for my tabletop game, which, speaking of, you can actually get the official system reference document for it now if you go to escaperealitybooks.weebly.com. I know I haven't paid Weebly to make it my own website yet. Okay, it's like having a cheap college student website.
Yeah.
But I'm proud of that website. Okay, it's got all my books. There's links to the Amazon links there if you go to that website too, if you're looking for the books separately and you don't want all 3. Super Worlds is now a hardcover title. It is my premiere author novel. It was my first one that I published. It is a sci-fi superhero war story. If you're into that, it's kind of an MCU film meets Star Wars, is the way I've described it. And I think from what I've heard from people that have read it, that's pretty fitting.
Fairly accurate.
Yeah, fairly accurate.
It's also not surprising considering that you love both of those.
I tend to write what I love.
Yeah.
I mean, I take homage from what I love. And then we got The Coat Wars, which is my short story collection, which is based in the Superworld setting. And it's 10 short stories within that setting that are different styles of writings that I've done. So I have one that's a first-person story. I have one that's almost like a computer-like log. And then I've got one that's like almost like a in-universe biography of a character. So that, like, I test my writing styles with that one. And then lastly, Time Ninja, which is not in the same exact setting as Superworlds. It is on Earth, in fact, and it is a time travel ninja story set in mostly in it's not even mostly in the feudal Japan. It's actually in almost the beginning of time, because our main character almost goes to the beginning of time, where he learns from the very first, what I call them, time controllers, about his abilities and how to control them and take on the samurai that killed his family, who is also a time controller. I've kind of said I haven't found the exact way to pitch this one. It's Highlander with the fantasy elements and the rules making of Highlander with a time travel narrative. I haven't figured out the exact type of time travel movie that would fit my pitch. If somebody reads Time Ninja and comes up with a good time travel movie to compare it to, though, get in the comments and tell me, or write a review on Amazon and leave what you think. But those are my 3 main books. But once again, you can also find my system reference document for the Super Universe role-playing game that I've released. I haven't released the core rule book yet, but the system reference document's out there, and it gives you basically all the rules you need to play the game. It just doesn't give you the setting rules, which is the same setting as Super Worlds. So, because the way the system reference document is meant to be used, it's meant to allow you to legally be able to make your own campaigns and stuff using that document legally without having to get permissions from me. And be able to profit off your own original ideas using my reference document. The only thing that's universe specific that you now legally have use of is Nymerians and Ashuinians, because I could not figure out a way to genericify them. But everything else has been genericified to where y'all have legal use of that. Because that's what a system reference document's for. It's to allow you to be able to make your own campaign guides using my rules, or even make your own adventures.
Yeah.
And then you can profit off those, and I won't get a cent of it because it's yours. And it basically promotes creativity within the community, which I think it's very important to have that. And I think tabletop communities are always about that type of stuff. That's it. Oh, our Discord community.
Yes.
Speaking of communities, we also have a Discord. If you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, there are links to it. YouTube, it's linked down below in the little description box. Twitch, it's linked somewhere here on the main page. Everywhere else, it's not linked yet. Sorry. Because I don't know how to do that yet with Facebook and Kick. I will figure that out. But if you become a part of our Discord community, you can come hang out with us. We talk about anything nerdy. We also, when I do my table, because I run D&D games sometimes, when I do that, that is usually opened up a little bit to the public to at least listen to, even if you're not a part of. That way you can listen to it while we're playing it instead of waiting for the recording to come out, or never come out, as the case may be in one of those games. Because of the great fall. The great hard drive fall of 2023.
Well, eventually, hopefully, we'll get around to that Dawn game.
We'll do another game of it. Don't worry. Oh, Dawn of the Jedi, Star Wars game. Yeah, we'll get around to that as well. I believe that's everything on the Escape Reality Films end, and also on our main supporters end. But we also have your end of things where we've got the D&D game that you
I
are
might
part
be
of.
stepping away from that for a while.
Yeah.
However, the rest of the gang are not. So you can catch them over on Steam, all caps, _dungeon
on Twitch.tv
from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time on Sundays.
Yep.
However, I don't think there will be a game.
Yeah,
this Sunday
it's 4th of July weekend, and
not because of that.
Really?
Yeah, because of a family matter that came up.
Gotcha.
So they won't be doing that this Sunday.
Yeah,
but
I mean, even then,
there's a bit of a backlog, so
Yeah.
you can get all caught up on.
Yeah, do they leave
this
the
crazed
They leave the
lunatic-
VODs up there?
Yeah,
Okay, so the VODs are up there. If you want to start catching up on some of the adventures, I know they just started going back to downtime again.
yes.
Which in D&D terms, downtime is when they go shopping and do the not major story event stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some connecting dots to major story events, but usually nothing important happens during downtime.
Yep.
And then y'all just before that downtime, y'all finished a big dinner party thing where there was a lot of tension between you and some antagonistic forces that y'all have dealt with before. And I'm not going to ruin it for those who want to catch up on the VODs of how that went down. But yeah,
so
so-
that's really it.
Yeah, once again, that's twitch.tv/Steam_dungeon from 5 to 7 Central on Sundays.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we're doing a lot. We are trying to make this grow as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to grow the audience because I noticed that Facebook, we are getting an audience. And so I figured might as well start streaming the show there. And because I when I post my shorts / reels, whatever you want to call them, on Facebook, usually before the end of the day, Facebook will notify me that it's been viewed 100 times already.
Mm.
And then usually before the end of the week, I'll get like a notification that one of them has been viewed at least 1,000 times.
Oh.
And then I'll get a follower every couple weeks. And most of the and I'm talking like people I have no idea who they are. I don't have mutual friends. Just somebody follows me because they saw a video.
All right.
And so figured expand the viewership here. And then as far as the Kick one, that's because Twitch has been dropping off for some people, and Kick is becoming the new bread and butter for people to go to. And I figured we can keep Twitch for now because I personally don't have any issues with Twitch. And I'll also just open Kick up as well because the more networks you have available, nothing wrong with that. More opportunity for somebody to see something that they might have missed. And then
I
yeah,
think that's everything for today.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yes,
We'll come back next week with some more Tekken lore.
But on the Star Wars side of things, next week once again is going to be a discussion on Tales of Enlightenment: Last Orders, which is possibly our last Tales of Enlightenment story.
Yeah.
More than likely, because Phase 2 is pretty much over. I think, like, in the next couple months, we're starting up Phase 3. I mean, because Phase 2 comics are done. Because High Republic Adventures just dropped the last 3 issues, I think, together.
I'll miss the Enlightenment bar.
I think we'll see, like, a modern day I think, because Phase 3, they're going to go back to Jeddah. They have to. Jeddah's important somehow, I think. Not as much as Donna.
No.
Donna and...
Well,
yeah.
Dalna's not around anymore.
Yeah. Anyways, see you all next week. Thank you all for watching. And have a good holiday weekend if you are celebrating.
Yeah.
And I know... And thank you for that.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been going over a year with this.
Yeah.
So, first season's not over yet though because we haven't finished High
Yep.
Republic. All right,
We'll finish it.
yeah, eventually, if they stop making it.
Please stop making it.
I have spoken.
Have a happy 4th.
Yeah, new episode of
will.
Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. Sorry, woo. I threw myself off. I showed you before I hit start. I showed him a really funny TikTok involving Fallout stuff because he's a big Fallout fan. We've talked about how you're a
We've
Fallout.
talked about how I like Fallout.
Yeah, I don't know if we've gone like the levels of like how deep into it you are, but you're in there.
Look, I know a little bit, okay?
I would say that and Bloodborne specifically are your bread and butter.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't say like all of the Soulsborne games, but Bloodborne definitely.
Bloodborne, definitely.
Elden Ring probably also. Or at least you're getting there. Like you definitely know more than me, but I also slacked and stopped playing it for a good chunk, and I still haven't gone back. You've beaten it like
completed my
3 times.
fucking. I'm on technical completion. Technically, I've gone to the end credits 3 times.
Yeah,
However, in terms of like defeating final boss,
twice.
I'm on. Oh no. No.
Oh,
I'm on,
oh,
like 6 now.
Oh, okay. So you've beaten the final
Not
boss
new
without
game. I
going
just
to...
started another playthrough
Yeah.
and went through it.
Gotcha. Normally though, we talk Star Wars.
Yes.
I'm your host Caleb.
Today, hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Today
and-
though, we're gonna talk because you wanted to tell me a Fallout thing before we
Yeah.
started. And then we'll kind of go into it because we have one piece of news, but this episode should be pretty it's standard.
Yeah, it's
because we're just doing a short story.
It's just a short story with
And-
our bar buddies from the Enlightenment.
Yeah. So go ahead and
Yeah.
tell
So,
me what's up with your, because this is from a recent gameplay
yes.
you've been doing of Fallout New Vegas,
Once again, I'm doing
which is your preferred Fallout.
Yeah. I beat 3 again. I didn't like go through and discover everything as thoroughly as I did like the first time I played that
Yeah.
game.
I think that's standard for most RPGs that are
Yeah.
as big as, say, Fallout. I mean, especially like, they're getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Like Baldur's Gate 3, we were talking about this before, because I'm excited for Baldur's Gate. But yeah,
So I've beat 3 twice and New Vegas 3 times. So this is 4.
yeah. Now, have you been as full exploration on New Vegas each time, or is it kind of you did your full exploration run the first time, and now it's kind of whatever happens happens?
Because I like to max things out, I'll usually go and explore the rest of the world.
Okay,
Like get that little one that's like, here's everything on the map, and
it's just
which
you
ones you haven't seen and which ones you have.
So it's more of you just prefer the world of New Vegas over 3, which is why
Yeah.
you're more likely to explore all of New Vegas and not so with 3.
I did explore 3, but I thought the level cap was 30.
Oh,
In
okay.
3, it's 20 for the base game.
Oh, and so you capped out sooner than you thought.
Yeah, I thought I had more time, but I did not.
I thought I had more time.
Yeah. And 3 has some good quests in it. Like, they're not bad, but it's very, like, black and white in terms of the
Yeah,
morality of
three's
things.
morality is very clear cut.
Yeah.
It's whereas I noticed this with Obsidian in general, they like to have a little bit more gray area with their morality. Because it's the same thing with Knights of the Republic. Knights of the Republic 1, BioWare, very clear good and bad choices. Whereas Knights of the Republic 2, you start to delve into the gray of what is good and what is bad, morally speaking. And once again, that's Obsidian, who then takes over from somebody else's game and is like, let's explore morality a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so I've noticed that they do like to do that. That's one of their things. I mean, hell, they've got an entire CRPG that you play as the villains, Tyranny. You're the villains in Tyranny.
But the quest I'm talking out specifically is for New Vegas, how little we know. And I've explained to you, like, how essentially it's go figure out what the Emerita's up to, and if it's bad, stop them.
Mm-hmm.
For those
Since
For
this
our
is the Star Wars
listeners-
podcast, we probably have to explain
yes,
Fallout lore a little bit.
the Emeritas are a crime family in New Vegas. They run a joint called the Gomorrah, which is basically a glorified casino whorehouse. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And they're basically the mob. And so, going through, I explain like how one of the people, Troik, just completely set up. He's been smuggling guns for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to talk about Clandon.
Okay.
And Clandon is a weird guy, is where my investigation starts on him. Because they're like, despite being at the Gomorrah, this den of sin and iniquity that it is, much like the rest of Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
he never drinks, he never smokes, never hires out a prostitute, which is weird,
Considering.
considering where he is and who he's with.
Yeah.
And so going through, the first thing that's off is how, if you look around his hotel room, there are massive blood stains in there.
Not a good sign.
Yeah. So I go and I look around. There's no body. Like, I checked everywhere in that room. So I go and I look around and then I talk to him. And he doesn't have anything to say to me of any use. So I go to Cachito, who I'm siding with because that's who you want in charge. Because if you leave the other two, Big Sal and Nero, in charge, their attack on the ship is going to go through.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure I'm safe for the spoiler warnings of this game that's been
Yeah.
out since 2008.
Yeah, just in case. in case you care about Fallout on our Star Wars podcast, and
Yeah.
you don't want, and in case you're just picking up New Vegas for the first time.
Yeah, spoiler warnings for a 15-year-old game.
Yeah.
And so I go and I talk to Kachino, and he is like, I don't know what the deal with Clandon is. Your best option is probably just to shoot him in the back while no one's looking. And I'm like, good enough, I guess. Because I can't find, despite the massive
Like you just
blood
can't solve,
stains-
like you just can't solve the actual puzzle.
Yeah, despite the massive blood stains in his room, that's like clearly something is wrong. So I go and I look up like a guide
Just
help
to
me
see
figure
what the
out.
actual solution is.
So there are two solutions.
Yeah.
One of which I can't do because I've already done another quest. So an NPC I could talk to, I helped get away from the Omertas. So she can't tell me anything because I've helped her
'Cause
and
she's
her
already gone.
lover, like escape.
Yeah, she's already gone, therefore you can't
Because
get.
they were like, we're not gonna fucking stay here.
Yeah, so you can't get in touch with them.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right. Bang. I go and I kill him.
Yeah.
And I go and I'm like, all right. This is after I like have followed him around for a day. And I go and I of course loot the body because that's what you do in an RPG. You
Yeah.
kill things and you take everything they give you.
Yeah, that's about right.
And I find a key to his safe, right?
Yep.
So I go and I look through his bedroom and I look a lot more closely this time because I'm like, well, obviously, if it's a key to a safe, there has to be a safe in one of the like 2 rooms he's in.
It's very logical.
And so I go and I find one. And in it, it's like, oh, now I understand why there's so much blood in this room. And you don't hear anything. The in-game description for the item is just, hey, here's why Clandon's here. He's an explosives expert. And they have basically been using him to like make chlorine gas,
Oh.
like a bomb for that, so they can attack the NCR embassy. And the other thing that I found out is apparently our boy Clandon here has been making snuff tapes. So I'm glad I killed the son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Good riddance.
So that's how that quest goes.
That's how it goes. Following up with that, of course, Nero and Big Sal, the current bosses, go and are like, they're like, oh yeah, Kachino, by the way, bring your new guy with you. And it's like, hey, they figured out what we've been doing. They're gonna kill us. Here's a pistol. I'm like, I already have a holdout weapon. I have a gun already with me. And so, as we're like brought into the room, he's like, by the way, you might want to shoot them while they're talking. And I'm like, no. I have a better idea.
Oh no.
So I'm like, all right, I'll take a seat. And so Nero is like, hey, I heard you've been running the hands with.
I'll let you finish, but I am going to comment on that.
And so I go and I sit down, and Nero's like, hey, I know what you've been doing. Do you have any last words before you die? And I'm like, before I die, do you want to explain your plan to me? And so he goes and he explains the plan, and I'm like, wow. He didn't, Big Sal didn't mention this when he paid me to kill you, which is a lie. He never did any of that.
Yeah.
And so he turns and blasts Big Sal away, and I'm like, good enough. Bang. And it's like, congratulations, Kachino. You're in charge of the Emeritus. Don't do that attack on the strip, or I'll have to come back.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's what makes it different. Okay, so I was gonna say they are working on a Fallout TV show,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to come out early, like in the first half of next year
Oh, yeah?
on Amazon.
Okay.
But we don't know which part of Fallout it's based on, so
Yeah.
So that's the other thing. And your mom was saying like she likes gangster movies, which would be specifically New Vegas setting.
Yeah,
So-
New Vegas is westerns and gangster movies.
Yeah. Whereas Fallout 3 is more Americana
Yeah,
imagery, and then
And,
1
like-
and 2 are kind of like Mad Max.
yeah, that'd be a good comparison.
And then 4 goes back to the Americana because you're in Boston, and so
Yeah.
you got that classic American Boston spirit. 76 also sticks to the Americana imagery, but
a little bit.
most of them are some sort of Americana imagery. It's just what type of Americana, and so like 3, 4, and 76 tend to be more classic, like revolutionary imagery, whereas 1 and 2
So
are
in terms of-
westerns with
so-
Mad Max, and then New Vegas is just western and gangster.
Yeah. So for context, 3, 4, and 76 take place on the East Coast,
Yeah, 76 is
around
west.
like the Maryland.
Yeah,
DC,
76 is
Virginia
because
area.
76 is West Virginia. 3 is Washington D.C. specifically,
Yeah.
and then 4 is Boston, and then 1 is in California.
Mhm.
2 is also in
2
California.
was also in California.
Yeah,
Set like 50 years later.
yeah, and then
I wonder where New Vegas.
yeah, I wonder where New Vegas is. Yeah, but they are working on a show, and I mean they've got good talent behind it. They got Walton Goggins as one of the leads. That's if you ever seen Django Unchained, he's in that. He's also in The Hateful Eight and Ant-Man and the Wasp as one of the side bad guys.
It might be more telling that I know
Him from the
Hateful
Tarantino
Eight,
films.
Django Unchained.
From the Tarantino films, yeah. He's a good actor though. I think he's funny, and I think he could bring something to it. He's also a Bama boy. He's from Birmingham. He's from Beham.
Are you positive? I'm positive he did.
And then Ella Purnell is also in it. She was in Maleficent, and she's Jinx in the Arcane show on Netflix.
Okay.
So
Once
she,
again, weird pull, but I'm more familiar with her as Jinx.
yeah, like she. Once again, this is
Okay,
somebody
yeah.
who I can see having, like she's young, but she's got a lot of talent, and so I could see like this.
Okay.
And then Kyle MacLachlan, Twin Peaks, or the original Dune, if you want to really dig into the.
Oh, McLaughlin.
I'm surprised
We'll
Twin.
have
I'm surprised Twin Peaks isn't the reference that you know, because like that
No.
Twin Peaks I feel like
I
is
have
the
a reference to something, but it's actually comes out before Twin Peaks.
okay. I mean, Dune comes out before Twin Peaks.
No, not Doom. There's
Dune.
a reason why.
Dune.
Dune. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't.
Not the video. Not the alien shooter Doom.
You don't
Dune.
shoot
The
aliens
the
in Doom.
I
but
know
Whatever.
the devil, the demon shooter, whatever.
It may be telling that I.
But you're on Mars.
Yeah. Don't ask me why, because they figured out space
Um,
travel and whoops, hell portal.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
But the reason why I know about Twin Peaks is from a really bad game. And I'm trying to
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Where it plays out like a Twin Peaks episode. I know the
Yeah.
game you're talking about.
I forget what it's called. But it's basically it comes out before Twin Peaks, but it's basically the plot of the Seeds episode from Twin Peaks.
I know which one you're talking about. Hold on,
There
That's
it
the
is.
image of it, but where's
Yeah.
the name of it? Come on.
Where is it?
No. No. Although Alan Wake is a good game, and I'm excited for Alan Wake
is-
2.
Oh, they're making another
Yeah,
one?
it's coming out. Yeah,
Okay.
they've shown a trailer for it. It's not that. It's not that. When I see the name, I'll know it.
Yeah, it's very
Silent Hills is also based off of Twin Peaks.
there it is.
Deadly Premonition.
Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition and Silent Hill both come out before Twin Peaks.
Did they?
Yes. Silent Hills,
Because Twin Peaks
Think-
was 1990.
I think so. Like the
No,
television-
no, Silent Hill 1 is 99, so it's after, like, it's 8 years after Twin Peaks ended.
Really?
Yeah, after its original run, yeah. Yeah, because Twin Peaks was 1990 to 91
Okay.
for the original run, and then they did the 2017 return, and then that was it.
Okay, I think that might be why I'm confused about it.
But also, Kyle MacLachlan is also known for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., in my opinion. I like him on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as,
Never watched.
and Dune. Yeah, I mentioned Dune.
Paul Atreides!
Paul
Oh,
Atreides.
Paul Morty!
We also
Scotty's
talked
here.
about how the only thing I know about Dune is that spice is important and that it's used for space travel, and that's the only thing I remember from it.
Yeah, it also, yeah. It makes your eyes glow.
Dude, what dude? Dude,
Especially with part 2 coming out soon. Like,
shut that off. I just got those.
ooh, expanded universe. Star Killer for all you Force Unleashed fans.
I'm taking that one to Shreveport to have Sam Wentworth sign it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. And this is Force Unleashed 2 because he's dual wielding on the box.
Sure, they just came in.
That's how I know. Because in the first one, because the first one you don't dual wield. You do the Ahsoka Tano lights. Yeah. Get a closer look. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That light's gonna just kill it. But yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what. Come to Scotty's Toy Shop. You can buy
Yeah.
it.
Scotty's Toy Shop here at Gamers and Geeks. Oh, there we
I
go.
was wondering why my phone was ringing so loudly, and it's my dad.
Oh.
He's
Son, I'm on fire. Help me.
But yeah, we were talking. But yeah, we were talking about Kyle MacLachlan because he's going to be in that Fallout show coming out next year.
of course.
And then the strangest pull from my childhood, Moises Arias.
Who?
He was in Hannah Montana, but he was also in the Ender's Game adaptation as the short guy that
Bean.
no the one that
not
no the jerk one, the one that
Oh.
the one that they
Oh, the one
that
that
gets killed
killed.
by in the bathrooms.
All right.
All right.
Bye, Scotty. Hope you feel better.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Feel better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that rest you need. You've been working hard and doing all that other stuff. But yeah, he was such like because Moises Arias was on Hannah Montana, which was a show I did I was just ending my Disney Channel like age range,
Yeah.
so like I would still catch it. Plus,
Like-
my sister would watch it.
I don't understand all of Hannah Montana lore, but I am familiar with the basic premise.
The basic premise is, dual lives, except one is just a regular girl and the other is a pop star.
Yeah. Can someone explain to me what was up with
But
that?
like nobody questions that the regular girl's dad is a celebrity still, because like he didn't change his name, and then he represents another pop star celebrity. Nobody questioned that.
I didn't make the show.
Ha! Your mom says you need to be up on your Dune lore.
Hey, it's not my fault. Although it is weird that we have like an old VHS copy
Of the original Dune.
of the original tune. I don't think I ever watched it, but why would I care?
I think you would like it. It's very like you tend to have some appreciation for political dramas to a degree.
Yeah,
Like
to a degree.
yeah.
But
It's space politics with drugs that also are fuel that are also the fuel of spaceships, but also like give superpowers and yeah.
If you told me if I described what I understand of Dune, it is there's space cocaine rocket fuel and people are fighting over it.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. But then it's also a story about like essentially the natives that live on the planet against this evil empire, which is also like going back into like part of the inspirations of like where some of Star Wars came from,
Yeah.
because the book came out way before the movie and before Star Wars. So
Yeah.
once again, George has said that Dune did take
I've-
like a lot of elements of Dune were put
Yeah.
into Star Wars, as were like Flash Gordon and a lot of other classic sci-fi stories.
Yeah. Love like old space western.
Bringing us
Which-
full circle back to Star Wars.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I've mastered it.
All right.
So do we want to get on with the Star Wars side,
I
or
mean, I guess we could talk about Fallout or another thing. You want to talk about anything? I know we have some news, but if you want to talk about anything other than that,
not really. I mean, I've been just. I mean, if y'all have been watching the channel, you know the big thing right now for me is Baldur's Gate. So
yeah.
just keep an eye on the channel for that
about
stuff.
The bear thing, but I don't think we need to talk about.
No,
it.
I think the internet knows pretty well what happened yesterday with the bear thing and Larian and Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
In fact, I was just talking to JD up front.
Yeah.
He's one of the people who helps run the store and a good friend of the show. And whenever we're getting drinks before the show, I'll talk to him a little bit to catch up because he used to be on another show, one of the Mobcast shows. He used to be on the Star Wars podcast, but we don't do that right now. So
Yeah.
my only times to catch up with him are when I'm up front. And so we were talking about it, and apparently, like, he didn't know all the specifics, but he knew, like, so they were showing off all the, like, permutations of character creation.
Mhm.
Because they were like, oh yeah, you've got all the base races as well as the
Yeah.
sub races from D&D Player's Handbook. So just so you know, Baldur's Gate is based on D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. It's a video game adaptation of that type of gameplay. This one is specifically based on the 5th edition, which is the current rule set. That's my basic rundown of how
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate works for those who do not know. So in the process, they showed like all the character creation stuff because people were obviously wondering what all can you do, and they recently announced that Dragonborns are going to be in it because that was one of their big announcements before the panel.
Yeah.
Like Wednesday, they announced that, and then yesterday was the actual panel. So we got to see that, but at the bottom, I noticed a certain thing that you can adjust that they couldn't show us on the panel for obvious reasons. And it was genitals.
I thought you were going to say tail size, but sometimes Dragonborn don't have tails.
Yeah, but genitals. You can mess with your genitals in the game. Now obviously, they couldn't present that on the live stream.
Yeah.
But they could show the bear scene. To be fair, the bear scene, like I said, it was a tasteful scene. There were certain moments where you could see stuff, but like it wasn't like a long shot on anything, right? And then they cut away before anything major could happen, like because obviously there's major stuff. But like,
Oh man.
but obviously they were trying not to get banned, only
Yeah.
for them to still get banned on TikTok
Did
because
it
of the bear
anyway.
scene. To clarify the bear scene, fine, we're going to talk about the bear in the room.
No, we don't have to, like you said.
But yeah, no, JD was telling me that he read an article that talked about all the permutations and talked about that specifically.
Sometimes your character creation goes a little too in depth.
It's not the first RPG to
No,
do it.
it's not.
I mean, in fact, not even the most, like, it's not even that far off from one, because what? The last one I can think of was that Conan video game. Because there's that Conan RPG that allowed it.
The only other two that I can think of are Black Desert and Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, yeah, which is more recent than the Conan video
Yeah.
game, actually. Trying to find that specific video game. I think it was Exiles. Yeah, Conan Exiles did it. But yeah, so because that Conan Exiles was basically their like Ark survival game.
I see. To
So it's a
survival, gotta compete with them.
yeah. I mean, Ark survival is a good premise.
Yeah.
It's just a janky game. But yeah, no. So then yeah, with Cyberpunk, then yeah, it's pretty like
Yeah.
so like that's still really recent because what that was 2020 that 2019 2020
Yeah.
around there.
Towards the end of that.
I think the end of 2019.
Oh.
I think it was the end of 2019 when that came out. So yeah, that's still like only 4 years ago.
Yeah. I didn't mean to backhand the microphone.
Backhanding the audience that listens to the
I'm
podcast.
so sorry.
Yeah, you hit them in the ear. What's wrong with you?
Bow.
Um,
Oh,
but yeah, I've been caught up in Baldur's Gate stuff.
yeah, because
I-
like
I have
it's gonna
s-
be released.
It's coming out in less than a month. It's August 3rd,
So
which
You
is
have
sooner
to-
than what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be later in August, but then it
Yeah.
got bumped up. And then the PlayStation release is keeping a September release
Mm.
because they want to work it out a little bit more and make sure it gets the full 60 frames per second. And then they don't know when they're going to release for Xbox and Mac yet, but they know they want to.
So you didn't intend to do this, but you convinced me to buy a game, and you convinced me to buy Outer Worlds, which I'm gonna have to do probably on
Oh,
next Friday, because right now,
yeah, you're waiting on paycheck.
yeah. The good news is it's only like $35.
Yeah, I was about to say
which
it's pretty
is
cheap
really
now
good for a game.
for a game that's as big as it is.
Yeah,
Like it's a big RPG, like, and it's, but yeah, because I brought it over Tuesday while we were hanging out, just chilling for
yeah,
a bit.
and we were discussing things.
Yeah, we were discussing things, and so I was just playing some, and I was doing an all like full on murder hobo run.
Yep.
Literally everybody I run into.
Going on an extinction run.
Yeah. And it reminded me of old school like Elder Scrolls where you could actually like just kill the main storyline. Except I think Outer Worlds is smarter because they were like, oh yeah, you don't need that person to finish it. You just need the technology that they had, so you can continue the main story without them.
Yeah. I remember you told me about one like potential party member, and you were like, "Yeah, he's a priest, but he doesn't want to be a priest."
Yeah, he wants to go explore the world and everything.
Yeah. And you're like, so as you're walking towards,
Yeah, I
where
walk
he
towards the
is-
church and I'm like, do you think he's going to shoot me immediately? Because I've already got a bad reputation by
Yeah.
this point in the game.
Because, like, you had gone through that town twice and just eviscerated them.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think it's a 25-75 shot, 25 in your favor.
Yeah, immediately he pulls a shotgun on me.
He was not happy.
It's sad, too, because I actually like him as a companion, but yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that I got you interested in it, because
Yeah.
it's definitely up your alley, because you like Fallout,
I like
Like-
Fallout. I like Dishonored.
you like Obsidian games, essentially. I've noticed you like a lot of their games, so like I figured why not another good Obsidian RPG. I mean, Obsidian is great.
And
Yeah,
talking about Dishonored for a second.
yeah,
Like, the penultimate level and boss fight for that game is, I think, probably one of the most well-designed ones of all time.
yeah,
Because you face your rival character, and no matter what supernatural trick you use, because up to this point, while other enemies have like counters to your supernatural abilities, like overseers have music that can cancel your magic, they themselves don't use magic.
mm-hmm.
So some of the abilities you can get are like possession, which lets you possess people, or time stop, which stops
Yeah,
time.
yeah. The names are
Who's
obvious.
unaffected by those.
Oh no.
The best part is when you try to use possession on your rival character, he's like, "Nice try, buddy. But my head's not a place you want to be." And so he forces you to stay there,
Oh my god.
and then he kicks you out so he can fight you.
Oh no.
And if you try to use time stop, it doesn't work on him because he's like, "Neat trick."
Yeah.
And it's one of those moments because up until that point, no matter who you've been fighting, time stop has stopped time.
yeah.
So seeing him move is the scariest thing.
I need to. So it's going back to Obsidian
Yeah.
real quick before we go into our main topics. There's 2 games I need to play that I own copies of, but
Yeah.
just haven't sat down to play them. And they're once again CRPGs because I like my classic CRPGs. It's the Pillars of Eternity series because Obsidian's about to drop their new big RPG, Avowed, and it's supposed to be in the same world as the Pillars of Eternity games, but it's a more Skyrim action RPG, whereas Pillars of Eternity is isometric CRPG
Okay.
in the vein closer to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
So top down.
Yeah, top-down isometric classic.
Opposed to first person.
Yeah. It's your classic isometric, and it's also I think it's real time with pause combat. So like
Okay.
Baldur's Gate 1 and
Yeah.
2, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 is going more turn based because they want to be closer to what D&D rule set is, and I personally prefer turn based, but I've gotten accustomed to the real time with pause. I don't hate it as much as I used to. I used to hate it because when I first played Baldur's Gate, I had no idea like
What was
how
going
to do anything with combat because I was like, I'm not winning, and and I like would do magic builds sometimes, and I'd be like, I don't know how to like do these spells fast enough, and then now I understand. Okay, after each turn, each thing I do, I need to pause so I can strategize because. Real time with pause games count on you to strategize yourself and not, Anyways, actual topics for today.
Yes.
So, we're going to dive into some High Republic news because we got
All right.
an awesome piece of High Republic news. We got a cover
Oh.
for the next big High Republic book. And the art has been making the Star Wars Twitter fandom.
Rabid.
Yeah. It's very much it's making the girlies hype
Ah, I see.
because it's exactly what you think. It's Markion Rowe in a sexy position. I'll full screen it for us, but yeah.
I see.
Yeah, it's the I'm sitting on the throne confidently position, which Star Wars has been really taking advantage of.
Recently?
Like, yeah. Well, not even recently, because
Or-
they've done it
I
for a
mean,
while.
They do that anyway.
They've done it for a while, because Darth Maul did it in Clone Wars when he sat on the throne in Mandalore.
Yep.
And that made the girlies hype, which I understand why the girlies are hype, because it is a cool position to sit in. Book of Boba Fett did it with Boba Fett sitting on the throne in Jabba's palace.
Yep.
One game. I think that's for you.
Oh yeah, that's Dishonored.
Oh, yeah,
That's-
Dishonored,
That's
yeah,
the
that's
DLC
Dishonored.
for it.
Yeah.
And so what I did,
Yeah.
I
well-
did one playthrough where essentially I presented like the crimes of the characters I was dealing with to my family, and I let them decide because I already know how to do either one of them.
Mhm.
So this has
Like you'd already done a run, so you were just like,
Yeah.
this is a fun run. What do you guys want me to do?
Yeah. Sometimes they like Overseer Campbell, like the first bad guy in the game, he's essentially supposed to be a pope figure.
Mm-hmm.
And I explain like, yeah, by the way, here's the thing, he like basically steals money and doesn't use it for the church. He's killed like 2 prostitutes. And they were like, kill that man. I'm like, the other option is for me to go and get him kicked out of the order by stamping a brand on his face where he will eventually contact the plague.
Yeah.
And I'm like, which one do you guys want me to do? And they were like, kill him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, in Dishonored, a lot of times
Dishonored-
it's weird because Dishonored is like we've got your lethal ending and then your non-lethal ending, but 9 times out of 10, the non-lethal is way worse than the
Yeah.
lethal ending.
All right, I won't kill him.
I feel like sometimes the just straight up killing them one is like the merciful
Yeah.
ending.
By
Like
the way-
the one where there's the one where you can choose to either kill her or give her to her stalker.
Oh yeah, Lady Boyle.
Yeah. And it's just like giving her to her stalker feels way worse than just killing her.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the topic at hand though. But yeah, and then they also did that position with Bo-Katan recently in in the Mandalorian. So like, yeah, it's a position that Star Wars likes to lean into. But yeah, I like the cover. And then of course they talked a little bit. They gave a little bit more description of what's going on for Eye of Darkness.
Oh yeah.
So one, it's being written, but we already knew it was being written by George Mann, which I'm excited
Okay.
about. We've liked George Mann's work. He did a lot. He's done a lot of the short stories, especially for this phase. And then he's did Quest for the Hidden City. So, I like what George. I don't think he's done an adult novel yet, so this will be his first of the adult novels.
I feel like he's done at least one, but I don't remember which one it is.
Oh no, you're fine. But yeah, I think the I don't think he's done an adult. At least he hasn't done an adult High Republic novel. I'm double checking myself right now, though, just to make sure. Oh, he's done some Warhammer books.
Ah.
He's definitely like in the genre fiction world. Why is it not showing his Star Wars books?
Mm. Maybe he's...
Here we go. George Mann. Yeah, all he's done is the Myths and Fables short story collection, Dark Legends short story collection, the Life Day Treasury, which is another short story collection. Oh yeah, he did Showdown at the Fair, which is the kids' version of the events of, it's the picture book kids version of the events of Phase 2, the Rising Storm book specifically.
Okay.
So like the actual fair. He also did Galactic Tales Inheritance, which we liked. That's the Dexter Jetster story. He did the Tales of Enlightenment, New Prospects, Tales of Enlightenment, A Different Perspective, The Unusual Suspect, Quest for the Hidden City. He did the Battle of Jeddah, which such a great audio drama. He's did the first issue of The Nameless Terror.
Maybe I thought he did like the Battle of Jeddah is why I thought.
I
he
guess
did
that
one.
I guess that could be an adult novel, but it's an audio drama.
It's an audio drama, which isn't a book.
No, but I'd say it's just as impressive because it's a script. Like he essentially wrote a movie, but for the ears. Essentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh man.
but yeah, I'm excited to see his first Star Wars adult novel. Because Eye of the Storm is the first adult novel in Phase 3.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. And they also dropped, though, that there are certain Jedi stuck behind. Because you know how at the end of Phase 1, Mark Yonro created his little
Yes.
barrier? There's some Jedi stuck behind enemy lines.
Mm-hmm.
A certain Avar
Yeah.
is stuck there. Avar Chris is confirmed as being stuck there. Meanwhile, Elzar's on the other side. So we're going to get that story.
That's gonna be fun.
I made some dark jokes on some mutuals TikToks about them freaking out about that. I said, yeah, we're going to get some Star Trek Wrath of Khan ending, aren't we?
Oh boy.
Them touching the glass. And if you've never seen Wrath of Khan, go watch Wrath of Khan, actually. I don't want to spoil it. You know I'm right. You know that's what's going to happen.
I know.
Because it's High Republic. We can't have happy things in the High Republic.
Elzar, give him a break. He's fucking working on so many other problems. God damn.
It's okay. He's got a backup possible girlfriend, although she does not like him that way.
Yeah.
Ty York. When Ty York read his mind, and she's like, gross.
I don't think Ty York likes anyone that way.
No. But it was funny because of the whole, like, in Rising Storm when she reads his mind and she's just like, yuck.
Ty York's like, I am not a Jedi. Don't touch my lightsaber.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for Phase 3.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Well, I'm always excited for Star Wars. More Star Wars is always good to me. Like we were listening to the next upcoming book because I got my advanced copy and I've been listening to it.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Inquisitor. I've been enjoying it. Rise of the Red Blade. Rise of the Red Blade. It's pretty
Rise
good.
of the Red Bleed. Got it.
Red Bleed, because you got to bleed your crystal.
Yep. First time ever saw that happen like on screen.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the first time we see it on screen, Jedi Survivor.
Yeah. I thought it took longer than that.
I think it's a misconception because of the Vader comic, which is the first time we visually see it, but it's not the first time we see it on, like, because the Vader comic does it first visually, because it's a comic, but the first time we actually saw it in, like, a visual medium, because technically comics aren't considered a visual medium. When you say visual medium, usually you're talking about video games, movies, TV shows.
Yeah.
But the Darth Vader comic does it first, and we go through like his inner quest to bleed it, and so that makes it take longer. But probably in reality, if we were viewing it from an outsider perspective, it would probably been like that.
Yeah. Because it took like 20 seconds.
Yeah. Whereas, well, and also I think in the case of spoiler warning, I guess for Jedi Survivor, even though we already had our Jedi Survivor episode.
Yeah.
That character is already Dagan is already
that.
well. Dagan is already so far into the dark side. I think that's why it was also easier for him.
Yeah.
Because Vader is still struggling when he does it. Like Vader is still struggling with his light and dark, whereas Dagan I don't think has any qualm about like he has no
But
qualm.
then again, I don't know if you were left in essentially.
Oh, we got another viewer.
Oh, hey, Aunt Katie.
But yeah, like Dagan had no qualms about what he was doing, like because he was already. I would argue he was already fallen before he got into the tank.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's why his best friend had to cut his arm off.
Also, like most of the time, I think back to tanks. While people are usually put in there while they're unconscious,
Never for that long.
never for that long. So the alternative is no wonder he went evil. You essentially put him in a sensory deprivation chamber for like 200 years.
Yeah.
And then didn't think he would be, a little miffed when he got out.
I mean, I think he was gonna.
Look, he was going to be evil either way.
Yeah, it was already like. I think he had already made that decision.
Like looking at that guy and like not looking at him, but like where he is.
The path,
and
his
the path
journey
to get there.
Yeah.
No, I mean physically, like how you get there. Everything about that should read.
Well,
do not wake this motherfucker
I was thinking
up.
just what we learn about him though as a character. We learned that his journey, he was already like on this path of dark side.
Yeah.
Like he was working with Ravis already.
Yeah.
And Ravis is, while honorable, not a good dude.
Ravis is very much like, I hope you're strong, because if you're not, I don't care.
Yeah, Survivor's a great game. I recommend it. I'd say if you liked Fallen Order, you will like Survivor better because it takes a lot of what Fallen Order does and just builds upon it gameplay wise. And then as a story, it just builds on it even more. Oh yeah, Diablo 4 is big right now. Yeah. I've been running through Diablo 1 lately.
I'm not big on Diablo, surprisingly.
Diablo 1 is nice. I actually like it more than I thought I would.
I like the story of Diablo, but
You just
I don't
can't get
like
into the gameplay. Yeah. It's definitely because it's an action RPG but in an isometric form, and that's not the usual mode
not
for
the isometricness of it that gets me.
Yeah.
I just don't like the gameplay loop.
Yeah,
To
the
me,
game
it's not
yeah.
very satisfying.
Yeah, where you have to it's basically a what's it called? A loot and shooter, but like
It's like a mixture of that with like dungeon crawling.
yeah, dungeon crawling loot and shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played Diablo 3 in a minute, but I have it on the Switch. It runs pretty well on the Switch. But yeah, so I'm just excited about where we're going with Phase 3 and Star Wars in
Yeah.
general. Like Star Wars in general, I just like give me more books, give me more video games. I'm happy. I will, even if I don't like every little aspect of it, I will appreciate what I get. The dopamine on the loot drops, yeah.
Hmm.
When you get that purple epic,
For me, it's more. I need like
you're a story guy. You need
that, and like in terms of like gear and equipment, I'm like I need tools that are reliable. I
Yeah.
don't need 800. I need 6, maybe 7, and I can figure it out from there.
so sticking with the High Republic.
Yes.
That's it for news, really. So today we're talking about the short story, the last short story for the Tales of Enlightenment. Last Order.
Yep.
And we also now confirm what I assumed was going to be the next set of short stories, because at the end it tells us that we're going to get Return of the Jedi short stories. Makes sense. We're still in the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. Going to keep that 40th anniversary thing going.
Yep.
So how do you feel about them keeping Keth's seat open? Let's just start on the rough questions.
I get it. I don't.
So for those who
I
don't
understand.
spoiler warnings, by the
Oh,
way,
yeah.
for Tales of Enlightenment, and also a lot of Phase 2,
Yes.
because it covers a lot of Phase 2 ground. Keth is dead,
So
because Keth died during the Battle of Jeddah.
yes, for Keth Sarapath was basically like not quite.
He was the everyday man character.
Yeah, and he worked essentially at like a museum for Force artifacts. And
Well,
so,
he
like,
he worked for a church. He was
Yeah.
he was like an altar boy, but like he was
like a weird mix of those.
yeah, like he was an altar boy who didn't like
He-
he didn't serve the church specifically, but he was like their janitor.
Basically,
But he died unfortunately while taking care of the ambassadors that were there to
yeah,
help with the Irem and
Arano peace treaty.
Arano peace treaty.
that fell through.
Salandra really tried to protect him, but
Yeah,
and it also so we get to see our friends from the bar that were
Yeah.
friends with Keth,
Muna, Parali,
Parali,
the
who's
Twinkle Sisters,
which Parali is our POV character for this one.
Creighton. Love Creighton. He's the best.
But yeah, like it's a very understandable thing that they
Yeah.
want to preserve his spot.
Like they can't keep doing it forever, but for now, I understand.
It's their way of mourning him.
Yeah.
And then we get to finally see Lee Harrow in person.
Lee Harrow is a character.
I feel like he's a Jedi that you could definitely get along with and get a like. I was gonna say you could get a drink with, but that's exactly what he does in this in this short story. You get a drink with him. Like this is a Jedi you could sit at a bar with and have some fun, cool stories told while like sharing drinks.
Ironically, he's also, I believe, introduced to us
In a
the
short-
very first
yeah,
Tales of
Yeah,
Enlightenment.
he's introduced in the first Tales of Enlightenment, which they mentioned in this one because
Yeah.
they go, "Hey, wait a minute, we know who you are by reputation because somebody came by and told a story about you,
Yeah.
and she already sold the crystal that you gave her." And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's fine. I
That's
expected
fine.
that.
I thought that would happen.
That's why I gave it to her."
Yeah.
Lee Harrow is very chill.
Yeah. Like, nothing phases this man as far as I've seen.
And I love the fact. Okay, I love the fact that they leave. So, premise of this story.
Yeah.
Muna comes in with a Jedi artifact that she bought from a very sketchy dealer from like
Yeah.
black market guy who like everybody knows is shady scam artist. But he claims that he got it from the protector statue that fell.
Yeah.
Because as we learned in the comics, the Protector is actually a vault of Jedi and Sith artifacts,
Yes.
and so they mentioned that. So that
I don't know why you would.
I don't
Why
trust.
did you buy this, Muna?
Probably because she thought she could sell it at an even higher price, but I don't know. I don't know what she was
That's
thinking.
the most logical reason.
Yeah,
But also,
I don't know.
I'm not touching.
And we learned that she only recently is okay with Jedi because of
Yeah.
the last short story, which was with Maddie, and
Yeah.
because she's like, yeah, Maddie's cool. So there's at least some good Jedi out there. It's essentially her, like,
Yeah.
Muna's line of thought.
They can't be as bad as I thought they were.
And they, of course, know that Solandra's not that bad because she did everything
Yeah.
she could to protect their friend.
So,
There's at least
Okay.
2 Jedi that they can trust out there.
2, I'm not sure how they feel about
Everybody else,
Mac Vetus,
Vildar Mac,
Vildar Mac, because he just came in and caused a bunch of problems
when he and Ty
in fucking
Tay Sarek, yeah.
Uh,
And then they're
Which
like,
is-
yeah, Tay doesn't have any any force abilities. What are you talking about?
yeah.
Creighton jumping in on that is hilarious. But for this story, Haro comes in. Well, okay. So Muna has this artifact, and she's like, yeah, it's like this puzzle box that I just can't get open.
Yeah.
Why? One, if there's anything I've learned is never try to open puzzle boxes. Especially if they're magical puzzle boxes.
Yeah.
That's how you get Cenobites.
Yep.
Those of y'all who like horror films know where I'm at.
Don't open that damn box. Or that fucking evil. That's another one. We talked a little bit ago, like Tuesday, about like some things that just look evil
Yeah.
and how you shouldn't touch them.
Yep.
Like the Baelit from Berserk. It looks evil, let's be real.
Yeah.
The Necronomicon from the Evil Dead series, that looks evil.
Yeah,
That
and
fucking
it,
puzzle box looks evil too.
yeah, like and in every version of Evil Dead, it always looks worse
Yeah.
than the last time.
Like,
I
it-
watched I watched the most recent one when it was in theaters, although now it's out for
Yeah.
everybody to watch. But
It got more evil looking.
yeah, like it has teeth and everything that I
Yeah.
don't remember. Like I don't remember teeth in the originals.
I thought it had teeth, but it was like a face design.
Yeah.
This one is just
It's got the teeth on the actual pages where it's locked with the teeth.
yeah.
And it's like these sharp, like almost like just bone teeth,
Yeah.
not like and so like that's just evil, and it's like, why do you want to open that? So yeah, no. In this case, it's like they explain it's like a black glass.
Yeah, like a black obsidian box.
Yeah, like because they mention it's glass-like, so obsidian's probably yeah.
And Parali's like, "What's the deal with this box?" And she's like, "I got it from this shady guy down at the docks." And
And
he's like, "Why?"
We know not to trust this guy, and
Like, I thought it looked cool.
and they're like,
it's about the logic that they use.
and they're like, and then everybody else is like, okay, well, have you opened it yet? And they're like, no, I've been trying to. And then we hear, you probably shouldn't. It's Lee Haro
Yeah.
introducing our Jedi buddy, who's like, yeah, no, here's a story about why you shouldn't open that and why this is actually a Sith artifact.
Yeah.
So
So
we get an another mention of the Old Republic.
Yep.
Because the Old Republic's been getting more and more frequently mentioned, which as an Old Republic guy, I'm happy about. I'm an Old Republic and High Republic guy, but like I like hearing the Old Republic mentioned in other media, especially in canon.
yeah.
And so like it's fun hearing them go, yeah, here's about this time when Jedi and Sith ran rampant,
Yeah.
and like here's this.
They're just everywhere.
Yeah, they're just everywhere because we don't. So the High Republic and prequel era is our Jedi are running rampant everywhere.
Yeah.
The Imperial era, the original trilogy era, is our neither are running rampant.
Yeah.
Like these are ancient religions that we hear legends of.
Yeah, they're like not real.
Sequel trilogy is we're coming back from them being just legends, but they're still like on the outskirts, but they're starting to come back more. The Jedi are, anyways. The Sith are gone. Cenobites sounds like a dessert from Sonic.
They're not, but they are. I think Cinnamon Bites
Oh yeah,
are
Cinnamon, yeah.
a thing from Sonic, but Cenobites are not.
Yeah, no, and
And
it's a
they're
different
not
spelling.
fun.
It's CENOBYTES, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and then we don't know what happens beyond the sequel trilogy in canon yet.
Yeah.
Although we're gonna find out because they're working on that Rey movie. And then Old Republic is our Jedi and Sith rampant because the Sith aren't extinct yet.
And they are going at it.
And yeah, and then Dawn of the Jedi era, at least in Legends, is neither really exist in the same way because this is a time of early Jedi.
Yeah.
And so the religion is just forming, and so there's no real idea of what the ideology is going to become yet.
And eventually,
Eventually, we'll find out what the canon version of the Dawn of the Jedi era is because they're making that movie as well, with the guy who just did a really good job with Indiana Jones. Because I saw that and that was good.
all right.
And so
we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. But yeah, so getting this Old Republic mention, and he tells the story about a Jedi tracking a Sith who's been like known to murder a bunch of Jedi.
Yeah. And so the Jedi is like, well, I can't take him in a straight up fight.
So I'm gonna set up a trap for him.
Yeah.
But I need to find out, like, I need to research what I can do to trap him. And so then the Sith,
hears wind of this.
yeah,
And is like,
I'm gonna make a
I'm
fake
gonna
trap.
punk the fuck out of this Jedi.
So basically, the Jedi creates this box using the legends and rumors that the Sith set up, not knowing that the Sith set up these legends and rumors. And it turns out, yes, they did indeed build a trap. The problem is, if you're the one who opens it, you're the one who's trapped. And of course, the Jedi, not knowing this, got trapped in her own prison. Just her soul, though.
Yep.
So, like,
Just yanked it.
yeah, like, it's the thought bomb from Darth Bane, where it just takes your soul.
It just took it.
It just goes... Which, that's the second time this week that the thought bomb has come up in Star Wars conversation
Put
for
in a
me.
box.
Yeah. Except this time it's a box. It's in a box.
And so
What's in the box? It's your girlfriend's soul.
It's your girlfriend's soul. Oh man.
Well, I can't say it's the other thing because it's not in this case.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not the girlfriend's head.
Do you think?
Spoilers for, well, you know what? I didn't even say the movie, so
Yeah.
it's not even spoilers for that movie because nobody knows what movie that's a reference to.
It's a very. Oh man.
Thanks for the subscription. Thanks for subscribing to the YouTube channel, Katie.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, it's
It's.
so like, and then Lee Haro's like, so do you still want that box? And immediately Moon is like, nope. Which is the smartest decision you can make when you hear this story. But I like to think Lee Haro made it all up. Cause while he's leaving, Pirali walks up and he's like, so is that story real? And he's like, well, it's a real story that I just told.
It's really a story.
He's like, but is it based on true events? And he's like,
If a story's purpose is to entertain.
it's to entertain and teach. Not
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be based on real events, as long as it was entertaining and it taught you something.
Apparently, it taught Muna not to buy weird boxes from shady dock workers.
So I like to think that Lee just made it all the fuck
Yeah.
up. I like to think that he was just like, I need to get that Jedi artifact out of their hands. How do I do that? Because it seems like something he would do based off this short interaction we've had with this man. Because, like, one, he gets them to give him a free drink, which is the second time that they've dealt with somebody who's like, I just want a free drink and I'll tell you a story. Because that's what happened with, what's her name from the very first story.
Yeah.
And so that's what happens this time. And so I'd like to think that's my interpretation. Obviously, I think the key to this is that you can interpret it either way. I think that's the the key lesson is that Lee's like, interpret it how you want. You can interpret it as something that actually happened, or you can interpret it as something I made up. Either way, you got a good story. And I think that's the lesson, really.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm going to interpret it as he made it all up. But obviously, if you think otherwise, do you
No.
think he made it up?
I
I think maybe he, at the very least, if it's not made up, it's embellished heavily.
yeah. Personally, I think he fucked with them.
Yeah, so you're with me. You're with me. He fucked with them to get that Jedi artifact out of their hands.
Yeah. But I'm also like, I also don't care because from what we've seen of this guy,
He's a genuinely good dude.
yeah. And also, the first time we ever encountered him, he let himself be caught by pirates so he could hitch a ride to his actual planet.
Which also could have been an embellished story because, once again, this was being told by a smuggler
Yeah.
who was like just embellishing a story so that way she could get some information from Keth and his buddies.
Yeah.
So
Actually, no, she was just like, I don't want to talk. I've been dealing with Jedi for the past week.
but she was also like, she got a free drink. That's
Yeah.
why. So she was like, free drink, and also I need to know where I can sell this Kyber crystal.
Yeah.
So like,
The other best part is that Kraden has now added an additional rule
of yeah,
to the Enlightenment.
where you got to pay for the Jedi's drinks extra. Like there's a Jedi tax essentially.
Yeah. 3 rules for Enlightenment. No violence of any sort on the premises.
No
No
theological debate.
And Jedi pay extra for their drinks.
Even if they didn't pay for their drinks to begin with,
Someone has to pay for
which-
the Jedi tax.
which is weird because which Muna protests this time because Muna's like, but I already paid for that drink, and he's like, I don't care,
I don't care.
and everybody laughs and pays it off anyways because they're like, we like Kraden,
He's the best.
and so that's basically the end of the story. They laugh and pay off the drink, and then they scoot Keth's seat back under the bar because save Keth's seat.
Yep.
Because they give Lee Keth's seat for this story because they realize, oh yeah, Keth would have automatically hopped up and happily given a Jedi
Yeah.
his seat. Because Keth is kind of the reverse of Muna in that he like adored Jedi
Yeah.
to a degree. Like it wasn't like a worshiping thing, but it was like he admired
it-
them.
Yeah.
It was an admiration, a respect. And so I think this was a great way to end the Tales of
to end
Enlightenment.
our-
Because we went through all the fire of the Battle of Jeddah, and then we got to see months later everything kind of back to normal. And while we did have our bittersweet moment about Keth, we got a happy ending still
yeah.
overall. Once again, short stories should not be skipped, in my opinion, when it comes to Star Wars. I give this 8. It's a good, strong 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's a good, strong 8. And I'm excited to see the Return of the Jedi short stories, but I'm also excited to see where High Republic goes next.
Mm-hmm.
And after we get our Return of the Jedi anniversary stories, I'm curious what High Republic Phase 3 short stories we're going to get and
Yeah.
where they're going to take place. Because the first Phase 1 all took place on Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
Because it was all about Starlight.
I guess we can't go to Starlight Beacon again.
No. And all of Phase 2 was at the Enlightenment Cantina.
Yeah.
So they're all location-based. Do we have any theories of where we think?
I have no fucking clue, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I just don't know what heavy location is going to be important for Phase 3
Yeah.
to where I could make a guess. I guess we'll find out when the first short story comes out for it after they get through
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi. They're probably going to do 4 stories that are Return of the Jedi based because that's what they did for Attack of the Clones, I think, last year, if I remember correctly. Right? It was like 3 or 4 for the Galactic and Galactic
I'm not
Tales.
sure.
It was, for Galactic Tales, I think it was 4 because we got Dexter, we got Grievous, we got Zam. I think there was one other. Mace Windu.
Oh,
Yeah, from Shadows comes the Crayon. Yep.
Yep.
So I think we're gonna get 4 stories that are Return of the Jedi based. So that's gonna be this month, because the one we just talked about was for June, July. So this one that we just finished reviewing was for last month. So we're gonna get a July, August, September, October, and then I guess November we start doing Phase 3 High Republic short stories would be my guess, which I think matches almost perfectly with the release of Phase 3, because that would mean we get Eye of the Storm, because I think Eye of the Storm is October. Or sorry, no, Eye of Darkness. Eye of Darkness. Eye of Darkness is October, I think.
A part of me almost forgot. That
No, it's November. That works perfectly. That I predicted that perfectly. So that means we're probably going to get because every short story has always been before the first novel comes out. So we'll get our short story, and then we'll get the Eye of Darkness. Anyways, you were saying, sorry, I was happy about my prediction.
I was about to say was
Did I make you lose track?
it was basically what am I reviewing? What are we doing
Next week?
next week?
Next week. Good question. We are talking about the Star Wars comics. We're going back to the mainline comic.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Volume 5, I want to say is where we're at. Let me double
Alright.
check. Let me check our schedule. Next week is 15th. Yeah. Star Wars 2020 Volume 5, The Path to Victory
All right.
is our next one. And so we'll try to keep that one about short and sweet like this episode, because I'm also going to a convention next week. Because last second we got for Mobcast, we got invited to Azalea Con.
I got work that afternoon, so
What time? Oh, usual.
But
yeah, we
usual
can.
time,
Yeah,
so
usual
it
time.
should
So
be
we should be
fine.
good. Yeah. As long as we end about what we're about to here, then we'll be good. Yeah. We'll see you next episode. But before we go, we want to give all of our shout outs. So thank you all for watching. And thank you to all of our new subscribers and viewers on the channel. And thank you to Jennifer Brantley, who is one of our Patreon subscribers. You can find us and support us by either going to our Patreon at patreon.com/escaperealityfilms. You can also watch our stuff either on YouTube, Twitch, or now Kick. And also, and those three, you can find them at Escape Reality Films. That's the username that's used for those three. You can also another way of viewing us is on my Facebook, because we're also live on Facebook right now, which is facebook.com/Caleb.Lockwood. And so that's another way to watch live. It's also a good way to catch my basically, if you're not on TikTok, that's another way to watch my shorts content, because my short content goes on YouTube Shorts, Facebook Reels, Instagram, and TikTok. Right? Yeah. And for TikTok, you can find me at Escape Reality Films as well. You can also find me on Twitter at Escape Reality 94. I'm also now on what's the new one that Instagram Meta dropped? It's Threads. I'm now on Threads. Yeah, Threads is it's Meta's new, like, their version of Twitter.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. It's very clean looking. And if you know how to use Twitter, you know how to use Threads. But you can find me there at Caleb.Lockwood as well. And that's also my Instagram. So, because they're all my personal ones. But I also do escape reality film stuff there. What else am I missing? I think that's
I think that's
everything of that.
Of
Like
yeah.
where they can find me. Yeah. Oh, you can join our Discord as well on our Discord community, which the link is down below on. Yeah, I'm on Threads now. Yeah. If you want to join our Discord community, if you are watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, the link is right down below. For YouTube, it's like in the little description box, and then for Twitch and Kick, it's the little. You can click the button to go to the Discord, and then I think Facebook. It's also linked down below because since we're live on Facebook right now as well. Now I think that's everything
All right.
regarding that.
Yep.
Shout out to Mobcast Network, which Scotty was in here earlier. We got to see his toys from the toy shop. So also shout out to his toy shop. But shout out to Mobcast Network. They're the ones that actually rent out this space that we use. They provide it to us because I help them with their podcast. And we do Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies and share them with somebody who hasn't seen them and have drinks based around them as well. This upcoming week is going to be a cult meeting, which is just us talking about whatever we've been up to for that week. And then the week after will be our movie. So in 2 weeks, we'll have our next movie, so I'll save what we're going to talk about. I'll talk about it next week and let y'all know what movie that is. Or you can watch the show, and then, because that's usually out on Mondays, I want to say, is usually when it's out by. Mondays or Wednesdays is usually. Mondays is when a clip is out, and then Wednesdays is when we have the full episode. That's it. And you can find them on any podcasting app at Cult Movie Cantina. At Mobcast Network. And then Facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. There we go. They are also on YouTube at YouTube.com/Mobcast Network, where you can see my face again, because I help co-produce and co-host. And what else am I missing regarding them? I think that's it for Mobcast and Cult Movie. Like I said, you can see us this weekend, next weekend at Azalea Con, because we'll be there doing a panel. So you can see Mobcast crew there. I'll be there. That's at 8 p.m. Saturday, is what I was told. We don't know what movie we'll be reviewing yet. We're working that out. And then, yeah, that's it.
All right.
Also, shout out to Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. If you're ever in the area, they are on Moffett and House Ferry. My brain always.
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, my brain always gets.
You a bit off today?
No. It's just whenever I have to think of street names, I'm horrible at street names. But yeah, Moffett and House Ferry. Behind the gas station in that little shopping center, you'll find them. And then inside the same shop, we have Engage Gaming, which is like a in-store rental. Yeah, like I don't really know the best way to phrase it, but that's like the closest thing. And so like you pay an hourly fee to play on any consoles that they have: PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR. They also can provide the games, but you can also buy and buy games from them, because they got some old classic games you can buy as well as modern games. So they do it all. You can also join their monthly membership and get a discount on the hourly rate for playing their consoles, and it's all in-house, so you just pay the hourly fee and you sit in the shop and you can play there. But yeah, Gamers and Geeks is the ones who actually provide the space to Mobcast, so that's why we like to give them a shout out. And since Engage is also a friend of ours and they happen to be in the area, I'd like to give them a shout. That's everything I can think of.
Okay.
Your turn.
So,
You've been taking a break.
I'm taking a break because work has been calling me in on Sundays. That's fine with me, but
They're still a friend of our shows.
they're still a friend of ours, and I still care about them, and I want them to grow.
So go check out our
So go check out our
D&D
I was going
buddies.
to say our pals.
Well, our D&D
We're
buddies.
not Canadian.
Our D&D
Our
buddies.
D&D buddies over at Steam, all caps, _dungeon at twitch.tv from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time, where
On Sundays.
on Sundays. Sorry, they're not doing it every day. 'cause
No, no, no.
They're very busy too. We're on Trials of Nebu, where a lot of things happened.
Yeah.
They're working on it. There's like a big god meeting coming to the city. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you
None
guys-
of us care
like-
about
like
that.
they're doing
we
like-
have our own goals.
Yeah, like y'all, like they're hitting, you guys, I say y'all, but you're taking a break, but they're hitting like almost high campaign level stuff almost there,
Yeah, but we're like
Ca-
level 5.
which is,
It's
knowing
because
who's in charge of these games, I'm not surprised.
because
they
none
like-
of us care about
Yeah.
that though. We are on a different level.
Yeah.
I think before I stepped away, I was investigating like a bunch of like weird being a barbarian and investigating a bunch of different criminal organizations
Mm-hmm.
because I guess that's something I just do when I play RPGs.
Yeah.
But they're dealing with some issues, but it's still downtime.
Yeah. I mean,
We've recently got over a dinner party where we invited all of the people we didn't want to talk to.
yeah. And what happened there? We'll let you watch and find out because
Yeah.
they keep the VODs up until
Yep.
Twitch deletes them, which is, I don't like that Twitch deletes VODs, but I get it. You
Yeah.
got to have server space.
But
That's why I also co-stream on YouTube because YouTube doesn't delete the VODs.
yeah. But that's everything as far as I'm aware. You got
Yeah.
anything else?
I think that. Oh, you can check out my books. I wrote books.
Yeah.
They're not here today.
I thought you had them.
No,
but not today.
Not today. So I have Super Worlds, which is my sci-fi superhero MCU film meets a Star Wars movies type of story.
Yep.
A lot of political and war intrigue going on there at the same time. You got spies and superheroes and betrayals and all that good stuff that you expect from a good story. And then the Coat Wars is a short story collection set a little bit before the events of Super Worlds, but also during and after, and one story after. And it's all different writing styles. One is like a letter from the perspective of one of the characters. One is like the computer entries of the ship of one of the characters. One's from the in-universe biography of the life of one of the characters that somebody else writes in universe. But then I also have like first person. I use the short stories as my way of like experimenting with my writing styles. Well, unfortunately, JC Tulity, we're almost wrapping up. But for those of you who missed the video, the VOD should still be staying up after. So if you want to catch up and watch, thank you for checking us out. We were talking about the short story Tales of Enlightenment Last Orders, which is part of the High Republic stuff in Phase 2 for Star Wars. But so if you want to check that, if you want to stick around and watch the VOD afterwards, we'll appreciate that.
We also talked about Fallout.
Yeah, we talked about
the-
Fallout and a little bit about Baldur's Gate 3 because we like to talk about. While this is our Star Wars podcast, we talk about everything.
Yeah.
Because we have no other podcast to do that with. We should just make a standard escape reality podcast. Well, thank you, JC Tulity. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And what was I saying? Oh yeah, my other books.
Yeah.
So then the last book that I officially published is Time Ninja, which is my time travel ninja revenge plot type story, and it's kind of Highlander with with any sort of. I haven't figured out
Highlander with time travel.
Yeah, Highlander with time travel. I haven't figured out the time travel movie that fits the genre of time travel that this is.
Yep.
Not quite Time Cops, but like I don't know. I'll
that
figure it
is.
out eventually. But yeah, so it's about a ninja.
Sometimes you throw movie names at me, and my brain automatically will go, "That's not a real thing."
Time Cops had 3 movies, in
Why
fact.
are there 3 of them?
We'll talk about that off air. But yeah, so Time Ninja is like the story of this ninja who seeks vengeance on a time traveling samurai who killed his family, and learns that he now has time traveling abilities and has to be mentored by the very first time traveler, and that's the story.
All right.
In a nutshell, without spoilers. And then, of course, I just released I'm working on a tabletop RPG set in the Super Worlds universe. I released the system reference document for it. It has no, so you don't get the universe setting stuff of it. Oh, thank you, JC. Yeah, we're just starting on Kick. Like, last week was our first time doing the whole Kick thing, so we're really trying to, like, I added the banners and everything last night because one of our people in the Discord was like, "Hey, do you have a logo and banner on the Kick?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I should do that." And so I did that. I quickly put up our logos on there, as well as adding the links to all of our pages on Kick as well, because I like how Kick organizes it. They have each individual link thing that you can enter. I like Kick. So I'm hoping we can grow on there as well, because Kick sounds like it's the place to be now. But yeah, system reference document lets you play the RPG system I'm working on. You can find that on escaperealitybooks.weebly.com. For if you're watching on YouTube, it's linked down below, and Facebook, it's linked down below. The link is not on Twitch or Kick, so just escaperealitybooks.weebly.com. I'll type it actually into the chat so that way our people can find it. There we go. So that way in the chat y'all can find it that way. And then it lets you just play our system, and also if you want to create your own adventures or campaigns settings with the system rules, you can legally do that. Oh, thank you, JC. I appreciate that so much. The growth is, you guys make this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I've mentioned it before, but since you're new here, it's the viewers that make things happen here. So yeah, that's it for this week. Unless you had anything else you wanted to share.
No, I don't want to. That's it.
Yeah, okay. We've been working on something on
There's
the side.
a side project, but it's gonna take.
It's gonna take
bit.
a while. Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
I am working on it.
Yeah, no. I'm not rushing you. There is no rush.
No, it's
If anything,
not from you.
If anything, I should be fighting myself on finishing some stuff that I'm working on as well. Because I have not been sitting down to work on that core rulebook as much as I should be for the Super Universe RPG. But yeah, so we'll see you all next week, same time around 1-ish.
Yeah.
We had a later start today just because I had to work on some stuff. But yeah, next week around 1-ish Central Time, we are going to talk about Star Wars 2020 Volume 5, The Path to Victory.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all for watching. I've spoken. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
Except
We've nailed the intro.
Yeah, we
but
got
God
that.
forbid I figure something out for the exit.
I think though that at this point that's the joke. And actually, speaking of jokes, Harith gave me a good idea for the season finale.
Oh yeah.
So to kind of give y'all a little insight of the season finale, we're gonna make this man try to figure out the timeline of the stuff we talked about for the show.
Yep.
I told you off air. I was hanging out with Harith in Discord last night, talking different stuff, Star Wars, Marvel, all the properties that we enjoy, and I ended up telling him about the idea for the finale.
Yeah.
And he was like, "You know what would make it better? Have Seth do it while drunk."
Oh God.
And he's not
Sure you
wrong.
want- Oh, you.
And I think we should also do like themed mixed drinks.
Mm.
So because this season has been High Republic focused,
Yeah.
it should be a High Republic mixed drink. So I'm gonna start looking into like some mixed drinks that are like High Republic vibe. You know. Oh.
Yeah, that's right. Let's hit him with a playback loop.
Yeah, I got the playback loop. I was double checking our stream.
Because we stream in more than 2 places now. Is that correct?
That is correct. For those of y'all watching, in case y'all don't know, we stream on my Facebook, on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. And I've thought about doing Twitter as well, but I have, because apparently, like with Restream, which is what we use, a little behind the scenes knowledge of what we do here. We use Restream, and I finally started paying for it, so that's what allows us to do more than just 2. It gives you up to 5 for the one I'm paying for. And one of the places that they give you as an because they give you a list of all the ones that you can connect it to. And one of them is Twitter, and I don't know how that would work. I'm curious. I'm just curious enough to maybe try it out for one episode and see
What
how
happens.
yeah, like how it works. Is it just going to be the audio? Because you have the Twitter Spaces now, which is essentially like hosting a live event on Twitter, but it's just audio usually. But yeah, so we have some Star Wars news, but before we get into it, let's talk about our week and the fun stuff we've been up to. So I introduced you to a game,
Yes, you did.
and I think we talked about it when I introduced you to it.
Yeah.
But now you've started playing it. So I think it was a couple episodes back. A couple episodes back, we talked about how I introduced you to The Outer Worlds, which is a game from Obsidian, and I like Obsidian RPGs. So and you like Obsidian RPGs, like you like their take on Fallout, and I don't think. Well, you haven't played Knights of the Republic 1 or 2, but you've seen the gameplay. I don't know what your preference is regarding 1 and 2. In terms of do you prefer 1 or 2? I prefer 1, but I can see the appreciation for 2.
Well,
Because 1 is very much a very basic light versus dark, good versus evil story. 2 is a little bit more nuanced.
yeah, I'd say that.
2 goes a little bit more nuanced. While it definitely still says the Sith are evil, it's more nuanced about good versus evil and what good people do to influence the world around them. And is it good to do certain things?
Yeah.
Of course,
think
the person introducing this nuance is not a good person, so maybe we should take
Take
their
it with a
advice.
grain of
Yeah,
salt.
take their advice with a grain of salt.
Bitch. Oh, God.
But yeah,
We've gone over, that character in particular, sometimes on air, sometimes off. And
I've definitely gone over it on my TikTok because I've been like, hey, this bitch in particular, and well, I don't have a problem with. So I'm just gonna say who it is, Darth Treya, because the game is old enough.
what's the matter? You
It's
sad old lady
it's
that
almost
got
been-
your ass beat?
it's almost been 2 decades since that game came out. So I think I can freely talk about it.
Yeah.
It's been 2 decades since Knights 1. Because 2003 Game of the Year. And then Knights 2 was 2004 because they rushed it. Oh yeah. Because that's why Obsidian didn't finish it, because Obsidian never finishes games that they're given whenever they're given a sequel to something. It's like, hey, do a sequel to Fallout 3. Also, we're not going to give you a lot of time to do it. And that's why New Vegas is so buggy. Even though it's a fantastic game, it's really buggy. And also, I don't know if there's incomplete storylines like there is in Knights 2.
No, most of them are pretty complete.
Okay, because in Knights 2, there are...
Admittedly, I also have, all the DLCs.
Well, by that, I mean, is there stuff that they... Knights 2, we know they cut content. It's notorious that there is content that was cut from the final
there
game.
is cut content, but it's usually items.
Okay, so it's not story.
Yeah.
Whereas Knights 2, it's story that was cut, because they there's infamously the restored content mod for Knights 2, which restores all of that cut content, and you realize how much of it got cut when you play that.
Oh man.
I think that's probably the only version you've seen. Probably is I bet people that have played it and you've watched their gameplays of it, it's restored content mod version.
Yeah.
Because
More than likely.
because
Because I don't think
if you're playing on PC, you're always playing restored content mod version because that's what people play, especially since Steam offers it as a
probably.
and then if it's the Switch version, it's not. The Switch version they didn't, and I think I had my rant about the fact that it got canceled, that they were gonna add it.
I am trying really hard not to sneeze right now, but
Are you having a little bit of a summer allergies or something?
yeah, I took like a Zyrtec before I left, and it's like
It's starting to kick in, but not quite completely yet.
yeah.
And but yeah, so like I like Obsidian. I do like a lot of their games. I need to play the Pillars of Eternity games before Avowed comes out because it's in the same universe. And I do like what I've seen from Avowed. The trailer looks fantastic. It looks like almost their take of like a Skyrim Elder Scrolls type game because it's that first person action RPG.
Yeah.
But fantasy, which is a first for Obsidian to do a first-person fantasy action RPG because they tend to stick more sci-fi Western type things because Fallout and then Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
Going back to the main topic of it.
Yeah.
So you started playing it.
Yes, I did. I went and I got done with the entire starting area after going and doing a bunch of side quests.
Yeah, there's a
and
lot.
main
There's a lot
quests.
to do. They definitely did not skimp on story.
Yeah. You recently went on a
I'm taking a break.
massacre run.
Yeah, I'm taking a break from it, but I've finished the first starting area as well. And my massacre run is, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but I'm just murder hoboing everybody, just to see what how the game reacts to it.
Yeah.
And the game is very much like, oh yeah, you don't have to talk to people to do the main story. Here you go, because like a little bit of spoilers. It's light spoilers.
Yeah.
For the starting area, your main objective is to get a power source for the ship that
That's
you're going to
it.
have.
That's all you have to do.
Now, there's a lot you can do to get that power source, but you could skip a lot of it.
Yeah.
Um,
You can just go into the
like if you know where the power source is, you could just there are 2 locations that you would have to go to get it done.
yeah.
You would have to go to the geothermal plant because you have to give power to the power source. And then you would just have to steal it from the settlers outside of the main city.
Yeah.
That's the 2 things you would have to do.
I did not do that.
No, you did the full
I
quest,
did.
which is go to the main city, talk to the boss there. He tells you, "Hey, you need to go cut off their power and send the power to here."
Yeah.
So that way they'll come crawling back to the city because the premise of Outer Worlds is that it's a late stage capitalist in space.
Yeah.
It's
I have never been more infuriated in my like I have enjoyed playing the game, but anytime
the
someone
politics of it.
talks, I'm like anytime I go to like I don't mind being on the Groundbreaker
yeah.
because so far most of the people I've met on the Groundbreaker have been pretty reasonable.
It's that first city that's very much they've drank the Kool-Aid in regards of like
Yeah.
how much they believe
I'm
in
like, oh god, I
Uh,
hate you.
Spacer's Choice, which is
Yeah.
one of the main companies, but there's like a few other
Yeah, there's
companies.
a few of them. And I'm like, I don't. Oh, I hate this so
Yeah.
much.
And of course, they are the bad guys because, like, Phineas is like, hey, these guys are awful.
Oh.
They are like, because Phineas is the guy that saves you at the start of the game because the premise is you are awoken after 200 years
I think so.
from being, you're basically been cryogenically frozen on a ship that was going from Earth to the Halcyon system, which is where where the story takes place. And basically, it's almost like if the Titanic went missing, but
Yeah.
like all the people still survived, and like Phineas found the Titanic essentially,
Yeah.
and he wakes you up,
And no one believes.
yeah, but no one believes that the Titanic's been found essentially.
Yeah. The weird part to me is that so far I've just started lying to like.
Because it's easier to just act like you already existed in this world and that you're not from this spaceship than it
Yeah.
is to like try to explain it to these people.
Yeah, I think the first thing that happened is so when you get on the ship for the very first time and then you talk with Ada, your
Yeah,
AI computer.
Ada is hilarious, by the way.
I
She's
think a
infuriating, but in a
genuine
fun way.
a genuine statement that came out of my mouth like earlier today was, "Thanks, Ada. Could you be less smarmy about that?"
Yeah, thanks Ada is probably like, but sarcastically is a sentence I say a lot when playing that game.
I don't-
But like at the same time, I like Ada because it's a well written character, even if you like are frustrated with her because she is a bit of a smartass,
Yeah.
but she's an AI.
yeah,
She's like, I know better than you because I am a supercomputer.
I'm like, all right, yeah. But the best part for me is that I immediately got back off of the ship, and of course there are the not Corsec. Why did I think they were called Corsec?
I know what you're talking about though, like the police force essentially.
Yeah, essentially the police were outside and they're like, "Is that your ship? Because you sure went on it like it was." And I'm like,
Oh yeah, like
a-
on the start. Are you talking about on the starting section when
Yeah.
you go on and you activate Ada and you tell her that yes, I'm the new captain,
Yeah.
and then you get off, and then the police are like, "Hey, is that your ship? Because you parked there illegally."
and it's like, "No, I'm a ship safety inspector." And they're like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "Why the fuck would you believe me?"
What's funny is I lied to that man. No, it's even funnier because I killed all the police outside.
Yeah.
Because when you're heading towards the ship at the start, you can choose to work with the police to kill the raiders.
Oh yeah, I did that too.
I
the
killed
way-
both sides.
I didn't kill anyone.
But
'cause I
also
couldn't
it's
have had this
it's my murder hobo run. So
Yeah.
like,
There's an
what's funny is the man gives you his gun. So in my murder hobo run, he gives me the gun, and I'm like,
bang.
right in his face.
I wanted to like help heal him up, but because of choosing a different dialogue option, I couldn't heal him.
And on top of that, like it's the whole spacer's choice thing. Technically, you're not supposed to heal him
Well, fuck them.
because like
I'll take their
yeah.
gun and I'll heal their employee.
yeah. And so,
Fuck this capitalism bullshit.
but yeah, and so like I killed both the raiders and the cops on my way in,
Yeah.
and then I got out, and there's this one guy that's walking up. He's like, "Hey, I was called here to help out. Did you kill these people?" And it's like, "No, no, sir, not me."
Nope.
And he believed me. He walked away, and as he was walking away, this was before I went
Oh.
full like, because before at that time I was still trying to be sneaky about my kills.
Yeah.
But then, like, eventually, like, the town still ends up, like, the meter still fills up eventually where they, like, all
Yeah.
will recognize you as a murderer. And it's just like, that's not how that should work. It should be that as long as I don't get caught, I should be able to get away with this.
Yeah. So I have two more like game instances.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, one of the side missions is go find this girl that's been missing from the greenhouse camp.
Mhm.
The people that you
The
have
people
to
that
shut
left-
their
yeah.
power off.
Yeah, the people that
The
left.
deserters.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll look into it if you motherfuckers will go back to town.
Okay, so you took the side of the town of.
Oh.
You took Reed's side.
I did, and then I did some stuff.
That made
then-
Reed mad.
No, I essentially was like, I went and I talked with every motherfucker in that area.
Oh, okay. And that kind of changed your perspective.
No, it didn't. I still took the power from the botanical people, and then I was like, but what if I put you in charge, Granny?
Oh yeah, because she tells you to go kill Reed.
And I'm like, I won't do that, but maybe I can persuade him.
Yeah, because that is another option is you can persuade him to leave, which I think I've done in a run. I've been like, hey, you should just leave because obviously you're not a good leader, and he even agrees. He's like, yeah, you're right. I'm
And
not.
like, I'm like, she has treatment for the plague, and she knows how to get crops growing. Because let's be real, your salt tuna ain't salt tunaing right now.
Yeah. the problem with Saltuna is people do not like it.
Yeah.
It's very much the salted bread on a ship, or salted ham or whatever. When you're on a ship, it's like I can only eat so much of this.
And so, dealing with that, a funny thing that happened later during the go find this girl mission for the deserters.
Yep.
Well, I went and saw her, and I was like, oh, there's a quest marker over her head. Sad to say, I'm in the middle of a raider encampment. She's probably a raider. So, I was just like, this is definitely a trap. So, bang.
Oh.
And
my
then she didn't die. So I go and I take out the rest of the marauders, and then I go and talk to her, and I'm like, go home, god damn it.
We have our special guest. The mic is on, so if you want to.
Oh, I'm on?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt for a second. Did y'all see the Ahsoka trailer? Have you already talked about it?
Not
No,
yet.
Not yet. We're
Oh my
a little
god.
bit.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second because he hasn't watched it yet, so we're gonna
I haven't
watch
seen
it
it yet.
together.
What's wrong with you?
Well, because he doesn't keep up with that stuff. That's my job for him.
He has to let me know. He didn't let me know until today.
You're a bad friend.
I think.
Caleb doesn't disagree. He goes, eh.
Also, I think it works better to
No,
watch
good
it on the
friend.
show live.
No, I'm not just, I'm just. Kind of
I
shit.
mean, I'm a good friend because we're talking about a game that he's enjoying now, thanks to my
What
recommendation.
are you playing?
Outer Worlds.
What is Outer Worlds?
It is a sci-fi space RPG that's from Obsidian. It's their like take on like a.
Andrew
What's
made
the
a
best
weird
way to-
comparison,
yeah.
and he's like, it's like if Bioshock and Star Wars had a kid,
What's it on?
which is a very
It's,
weird take.
it's on a lot of modern consoles, so
I'm playing on
he's on PS4.
PS4.
So
Gotcha.
you could get it on Xbox because it was on Game Pass
is.
for a minute.
You can get.
I don't know if it's still on Game Pass.
I'll
or
check
not.
it out when I get home this evening. I need
Yeah.
something new to play.
And then I have it on Switch. I mean, it's on everything.
So I go and I find this girl, and after, I'm not gonna say accidentally shooting her, you put, and I'm like, go home, and she's like, but nobody cares about me. And I'm like, you're dumbass.
Oh, I know
Idiot
which storyline.
friend.
Yeah, I know what storyline you're talking about because you can find her journals.
Yeah, and I read that, and I'm like, you're. This is you're the smartest dumb person I know. I don't know how you got this far, but you did.
Yeah, because when you read her journals, you see that she's like a big fan of this like Flash Gordon type thing, except it's about raiders. Like it's a raider like Flash Gordon type thing where the raiders are the heroes.
Cool.
And she's a fan of that, and she's like, I'm gonna be a raider for real, just like this character. And then then you run into her, and you're like, you're an idiot.
And it's like, also, she's like, but nobody cares about me. And I'm like, if your friend didn't care, he wouldn't have fucking hired me to go looking.
It's just weird being Caleb's spot.
The second thing, and this one's a little bit later,
Yeah.
Parvati and her dealing with Junlei and how that entire thing is going. And I've got that matter settled because it's just like, it's that really wishy-washy thing. Like,
Mhm.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. And I'm like, just fucking go talk to them. Turns out that's a whole side quest to get to that point. And she's like, thanks, you remind me of my dad. And I'm like, good enough. All right, just fucking go do the damn thing. Christ alive.
Yeah. But that's what you've been up to this week.
Yes.
I've been playing Baldur's Gate, leading up to Baldur's Gate 3. I'm finally on Baldur's Gate 2. I've got 5 days of streaming left to beat Baldur's Gate 2 before Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate 3 comes out.
Hopefully
Can you
things.
do it? Can you
That
accomplish?
is the question. Can I beat a 40-plus hour game in 5 days,
You got this.
including
Theoretically.
including the expansion?
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible, especially if I just ignore all the side quests.
Yeah, if you speed run it.
Yeah, if I speedrun it. Because I know what I have to do to beat the game. There's actually a whole place you can skip. Like, there's a part of the game you can literally just skip. Because you can get on a boat that takes you to this place, but you can choose not to take that boat. You can choose to just teleport to the next place that you're supposed to be. So you can skip an entire storyline.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
But yeah,
But there's not like any important side quest or anything in that.
no, it's basically you go to the Sagwian settlement, and they basically are having a civil war, and they're like, hey, there's a prophecy that you're supposed to help us with, and that's it. Nothing relevant to being a ball spawn.
I'm not involved in your prophecy. You go enjoy your prophecy on your own.
Yeah.
Hear me out. What if I didn't?
Yeah. Hear me out. What if I don't even know you exist because I skipped your section of the game?
Whoops.
Those poor guys.
But let's talk Star Wars.
But because I want to talk video games too now.
Yeah. Talk video games. Yeah.
I don't play a lot. I should, but I don't.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the last big thing you were playing was Red.
Oh yeah, I'm still obsessed with it. Like I when November gets in, I'm playing like I'm gonna beat it again. I'm gonna start November. The weather's cooler. I'm
Yeah.
gonna feel like a cowboy out in the old west and
Dealing with the longest first chapter of any game ever.
The tutorial sucks. I wish you could just skip it because I'm like, I know how to play it. I just want to start when we do cowboy
Yeah,
things.
like, get me out of the winter.
Get me out of the mountain.
winter.
I don't want to hunt for deer.
Okay, so 2.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, he's tried 1. It's not a fit for him.
The horse doesn't pay attention to me.
Yeah.
I can't drive the horse.
Once again, that's another thing Harith and I were talking about last night. We were talking about Red Dead, and we talked about how it's still, like, because we've talked about it,
Yeah.
that it's disappointing that they don't just put Red Dead 1 into Red Dead 2. Because
But it's there.
It's there.
It's right there.
Because you finish because it's very similar to Red Dead
I'm
1.
pretty sure they got the code. It's probably real easy for them to do it.
Yeah, well, the big issue is, so they have the Rage engine that they build all their video games on.
Right.
And the Rage Engine 3 was GTA 4. And then GTA 5 is Rage Engine 4. But Rage Engine 3.5 is what they made for Red Dead 1.
I don't know. I think the real problem is that Red Dead Online didn't do as well as they thought it was going to do. and so-
That's definitely
and
part
like
of it.
if it did,
Well, I think
trust me, if Red Dead Online did really really well, we'd have had
I think also if the GTA trilogy did well.
that. True.
The guy who's played the original Red Dead Redemption 1 twice, from start to finish. Just be nicer to your horse, man.
No. Well, it's not.
love
I'm not
his horse.
I love my horse. Oh, Red Dead 2. I had the
same horse. Yeah.
I said the same horse the entire game. I didn't upgrade horses because I bought the Ultimate Edition, so it gives you a special horse. That was my ride or die horse until the end of the game. Like, spoiler, at the end of the game, your horse dies. The Pinkertons kill your horse. I am a grown man, 45 years old, and I'm crying over this fictional horse. I just was like, you motherfucker shot my horse. Tears coming down my face. It was, it's a mess.
Yeah.
It's a mess. I love that
It's
game.
the real life bad guys. They're-
Right, but that was the last real game I've really, really played.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to play Final Fantasy VIII. I have it.
I love 8.
I love 8's one of
Eight's
my
my
favorite.
favorite.
8's one. I like 6. I think 6 is
6
my
is 6 is
4, 6, and 8 are like my 3.
6
so-
is great.
yeah.
6 is the one time where the villain actually succeeds in their plan.
Right. It's fun. It's fun. I
I'm
like
unfamiliar with.
So 6 is the one with the clown villain Kefka,
Kafka.
and his whole goal is to become a god.
And he does.
And he does. He becomes a god. You fight him as a god at
Right.
the end.
But-
He's- whereas Sephiroth is like obviously 7 is the fan favorite.
Sure, 7's fine. It's no 8,
I
though.
think 6 as a villain is better
So
because I like Sephiroth, but Sephiroth is a mama's boy who like has mommy issues.
Sure.
That's his whole thing.
like Japan. It just makes sense. I heard a really good analogy for 8. 8 is the game that they set to make 7. Like 7 is a great, but 7 is they were trying new technology for the first time.
Yeah.
So we get 7.
Yeah.
8 is what they really wanted to make because they had to lay the groundwork.
Yeah, 7 because I actually like the junctioning system.
My favorite thing is
Oh,
draw
yeah,
magic.
Where you can fucking trap an enemy in a car.
Oh yeah, and you can trap enemies in cards. Yeah,
That's
all part
the
of
card
it.
game's fun. The card game's the best part of it.
This is not a joke. That is a plot point in Yu-Gi-Oh. That is a thing that happens.
yeah.
I believe it.
Because in Final Fantasy VIII, like I was telling
a
him last
fucking
time we played, I talked
VCR
about
tape.
it. You can, because for the card game to
I
get
thought
more
he was
cards,
lying to me.
yeah, to get more cards, you can trap enemies when they're weakened,
Right.
and turn them into
And
a card.
I thought you were lying to
Nope.
me.
Nope. You can be
then
all
you
card
can-
captor secure on this.
Yep. Yep.
Pokemon yourself into it.
It's fun to do that to the T-Rex that's in the school.
Right. My favorite thing to do T-Rexes is cast zombie and then life.
T-Rex. Okay.
Because T-Rex
So
suck.
there's a certain part of the school where it's just a training ground,
Yeah.
and if you just continue to loop it, it will just continue to loop those fights, and it's a great way to
Level up.
level up. Which you don't want to level up too much in that game. It's the junctioning that you want to get your magic up.
Right.
Because 8 introduced. So my first time playing 8, I sucked at it. I made it all the way to Pandemonium, managed to get to the fight with Cypher, kept dying, and could not solve why I wasn't winning. It's because I did the thing that you do when you don't know how a RPG works, is just leveling up as much as you can. Final Fantasy VIII, they level up with you.
Yeah, they do. And it's fun.
And that's where the junctioning is important, because your magic and your junctioning. So when you have magic, you get different spells, and you draw the spells from your enemies based on what spells make sense to them. So like a flame enemy, you're gonna get fireball type Fire-Aga from them.
So, like I said, I was going to play Final Fantasy VIII, but I'm like, I don't feel like diving into a long story.
It is a long
It's,
game.
but it's fun. It's fun. I'm just like, my time's limited. I just want something to play. So I can't remember what the game is called, but I downloaded this anime fighting game that has a bunch of different properties. And one of the reasons why I got it, because it has Ruby on it. And I'm a huge Ruby fan. So I was like, oh, good, Ruby fighting game. First of all, it's fun. No lie. It is fun. However, when I first played it, I went through... Instead of just going and find a battle mode so I could just fight, because that's all I really want to do. I'm old. I just don't want to go through... I don't need to
Blaze
do
Blue.
Yeah, that's what. And so...
Blaze Brew.
And so...
Tag battle.
Yeah, I love it. And however, the thing I don't like about it is the campaign mode,
Oh yeah.
because
Doesn't make any sense.
I don't care about it. It's not making sense. They speak in one lines.
Like does Blaze Blue.
Yeah, they only speak in one lines, and they speak in a lot of them. I just want to fight, and all I'm doing is hitting the A button to get through the dialogue. There's not like a skip this thing and just fight. I just want to fight.
Yeah.
And so, and like the menu doesn't have like hey, let's just leave the campaign. You can start again. No, it doesn't have that. You just got to reset it, get out of there, and then get in the campaign.
Yeah.
Blaze Blue. I have one of their games. I think it's Continuum Shift.
I don't know
As a
which one.
guy
it is.
who has gone through the Blaze Blue storyline from like start to finish,
I didn't even know there's. Like I said, I'm not reading the storyline.
Yeah.
I want Ruby Rose, Crescent Rose, and just to beat up things. That's all I want. And
Yeah.
it's
Have-
fun. It's fun for that. I get a
Have you
I
watched the Justice League crossover?
I have
yet?
not. I own it, and I haven't watched it. I just finished finally season 9 on Thursday.
I've started for DC stuff because I like their animated films.
Yeah.
I've started Doom that came to Gotham. I haven't finished it yet because it's
Right.
on Max right now. It's pretty good so far. Lovecraft stuff. It's Batman in a Lovecraft universe.
I'm hoping. I mean, I bought Ruby Justice League Part 1 because, of course, I did.
Yeah.
So I've got it on Prime, and I share. I as other people from our podcast know, I often watch things with my friend in Staten Island, Kisa.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have Prime, and and while I love her and care for her and trust her, I still get weirded out by giving like my Prime account or my Apple account to people.
Yeah.
Like other ones I get.
Yeah.
But, like not when you start can buy
That
stuff.
one, yeah, that one's different because you can buy like actual stuff.
And I'm like,
yeah.
I don't want to have a conversation where I don't want to have. So I
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
You don't want
So
to be
I'm
like,
hoping
hey,
it comes
why'd you
to-
buy stuff on my account?
I'm hoping it's coming to Max soon so we can watch it together.
It'll come to Max at some point.
Yeah,
Because how recent was it? It's still not been a month yet, has
about
it?
6 weeks probably.
Yeah.
I've had, like I said, and it was funny because we finished season 9 together. We watched it together, and then she got real excited because they had a commercial trailer for it at the end of season 9, and she went, Justice League Ruby. I was like, yeah, this has been out, and she's like, she didn't know, and I'm like,
Yeah.
she got real excited.
It'll be on Max because they're. I'm surprised. I'm surprised
Who
they
knows
haven't.
what's on Max? Max is all messed up right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was gonna say I'm surprised they haven't shifted the Ruby stuff to Max, but it makes sense because Zaslav doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, it's on. They just made that deal with Crunchyroll, and so
Yeah,
which I'm happy that it's on. Like all of Ruby's on Crunchyroll. And have you
Yeah.
ever watched Ruby?
Yeah.
I-
I'm up to date on it.
It's
yeah.
my
I'm
jam.
a couple
has
seasons.
been a
I'm a couple
journey.
seasons. I'm a couple seasons back.
It has been a wild ride.
Well, if you don't have Crunchyroll, if you want to borrow mine, you can finish it. I don't mind doing
No,
that.
Yeah. Oh, he was talking
Good.
to me because I'm a
Oh.
couple seasons back.
oh yeah. get caught up, and I'll have some words with you about it.
Yeah, I mean, because I have the first 5 on Blu-ray. First of all,
How far back are you though?
I think I've made it up to 7.
Oh, so you're
I've
8, 9.
8, 9, yeah.
Shit that goes down to Atlas and into. How'd you like 9?
It's all right.
I loved it.
Like, I don't hate it. I understand it. I'm like, damn.
I loved 9. I didn't love it as I watched it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Like, once you got the full picture.
Yeah, when it ended, I was like, oh, this is it's so because
It's a good one because it's like maybe we should address some of the personal issues that come from this.
there's that, but and mild spoiler for you. I don't want to spoil the whole thing
Yeah,
for you,
yeah.
but the mild spoiler is that 9 is basically this remnant version of Alice in Wonderland
Okay.
that the team has been sent to. So it's taking it from a weird, fantastic battle school, save the world kind of thing, and they do this weird offshoot, and you're like, what the hell are we doing? What the point in this? And like for 5 episodes, I'm like, I liked it because I like seeing the new world, but I'm like, I still don't know why we're here and why they picked to choose this.
But by
story.
the end of it, it makes sense.
Oh, by the end of it, I'm like, oh, I get it. I can't wait to 10. I just like,
Yeah, because, like,
I hope we don't have to wait as long.
I'm surprised they don't do more. Yeah, I think Rooster Teeth, though, is getting complicated. Like, because their leadership is complicated and their.
Well, I think
Because they had that drama a few years back, and I think that slowed down a lot of stuff.
that's true, and plus the pandemic. The main reason we took 9 so long to get was the pandemic. Here's the thing, though. What I see as a good sign at the moment is that Warner Brothers is really trying, because they own Rooster Teeth, are really trying to cross over Ruby into mainstream thing.
Yeah.
For some reason, they thought the idea was to do it through the Justice League, a cartoon. I'm not sure if that was smart, but
We'll see.
We'll see.
I've heard mixed things.
See, I've not seen it,
I'll
and
say this.
have
good
you
or
seen it?
bad, It is a unique call to make.
Sure.
Yeah.
And look, I like the Ruby looking Justice League. I like
Yeah.
that aspect or whatever. But it's weird to me because it's a regression in the story because it takes place before season 3, right? Like
think
the
so?
Yeah.
because it's before the fall of
Still at Beacon.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
it's
still-
before the fall of Beacon. So not that
2-year time.
right. And look, and I'm not saying it has to be in continuity or anything because it may be like a Star Wars Legends situation, which is fine by me. But it's like we're so far past Beacon. Why go back and tell a story with Beacon? That's the only thing I have a hiccup about.
Yeah.
And it's a minor hiccup because
But if the story's good, then
Right.
hey.
I want Warner Brothers to remaster the first 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's very interesting how the Rooster Teeth has progressed and what they finally figured out is going to be mainstream versus what's not.
Right.
Because Ruby was not meant to be the mainstream thing for them. It was supposed to be Genlock.
Right. And
Genlock was supposed to be this is our mainstream thing, like, because they were getting actual actors involved. Like
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan, Maisie Williams, Dakota Fanning.
Right.
It's
They-
a shame that no one cares about Genlock.
Because it's not good. I didn't like it. Did y'all watch it? Did you
I
like
thought
it?
the first season was fine.
Yeah,
but
I didn't
no,
watch
no.
it because I was like, this looks like some other weird stuff.
Right.
It's already
My
did
problem with Genlock is that is exactly what you said. It's fine, and Rooster Teeth shouldn't be doing just fine. They
I would say, I would even say for Red versus Blue after season 13,
yeah,
they just went fine.
yeah, because they don't have to. They've earned the right to be fine, but you still got like the first 5 seasons of Red versus Blue are fantastic.
And I'd argue all the way through the freelancer story.
Sure, there's something special about those.
Yeah, the first 5 are
because
special.
because I mean, and you probably were there too. You were younger, but I was there when it started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pre-YouTube.
I mean, I started a little late. I started watching when season 6 was airing.
So
No,
season 1 aired when
it was 2003.
we were at Ground Zero, the other game store that's down the street that's no
Yeah.
longer there. That's now a funeral home. And we had just put the arcade in the back because for some reason game stores in Mobile need to get arcades. But we did console gaming too.
Mhm.
And so the guy who owned it, Tom, and bought a bunch of Xboxes because so you can just link them together as a LAN
Yeah,
party.
you do your LAN parties. Yeah.
And so they did LAN like Halo 2 was big. And so of course Red versus Blue gets introduced. I'm like,
Yep.
I was already into about third episode come out because all those kids were. I never played Halo.
Yeah,
I never.
I've got the first 10 seasons on Blu-ray.
I
Has
think
Caleb
I
told you about
I think I
the,
stopped at 10.
7-season thing I have?
Oh yeah, you think that most shows shouldn't go past season 7, which is probably a good call for a lot of shows.
It depends on how many episodes each season.
That is true. That's also a key
Like-
factor.
I'm expecting I'd say 12 episodes per season. What does that work out to?
That's
12 times 7.
84.
84. Yeah, 84.
Okay.
Math is not my strong suit.
It is 84. You are correct.
I think at
I had to
around
move
the
the one.
80 mark, maybe you should hurry up and start.
Yeah, around the 80. I'd say no more than 100 episodes.
Because,
So, okay,
Red
it's
vs.
just
Blue has
that
gone
a
way
lot-
past that, by the way.
it's
Red
just
vs.
that I
Blue.
think a lot of
but RVB,
But also, they were shorts.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. RVB and
Yeah.
Ruby,
which is why I don't mind.
yeah, Ruby's like average length is like 15 minutes.
I mean, because for the home video releases, they make it to where you just watch a movie essentially of the.
Right,
If your episodes are an hour long, right,
right.
Yeah.
and you need more than 7 seasons, you are pushing my personal patience. Because I'm like, I need things to happen.
I need
and they have to
resolution.
make
See,
sense.
I didn't know you both were into Ruby, so I mean, I knew you'd watched it. I didn't know you were into it. That you and I just become closer friends. I don't have like Ruby, like Stephanie. Like I introduced Ruby to Stephanie. She watches it.
Yeah.
We went to
But you don't have like any hardcore.
Like, I don't have any
people.
hardcore. Like, I had to turn Keith into hardcore. She's a hardcore. I turned her into that. But I'm so hardcore that Steph and I went to the Iberville to the theater when season 7 premiered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7 premiered.
Yeah, it was 7.
And so we saw that, and like, I wish they would do that again. I'd be like, throw one of those movies up. I'd go. I mean, give me a
Yeah.
Fathom event and watch that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what I'm really getting into. So who's your favorite character?
From the main cast or just from anywhere?
Anywhere.
I really like Mercury Black. I wish
Oh,
he
Mercury's
was-
cool.
I wish he was more utilized though,
Right.
because it's like after season 3, they're like, we don't really need him anymore.
Well, that's
And I'm
true.
like, we're not going to explore what it means to not have a semblance in a world full of people that have semblance.
See, I thought we were gonna get that a little bit with John, but then they end up doing whatever they did with John.
Yeah. His is like a passive buff to just
Right.
everybody.
Right. And I love John.
Yeah, I like John, yeah.
I
Who's,
don't mind John.
who's your, so Mercury? Who's your favorite?
I like Professor Oobleck.
Oobleck's great. I like Oobleck. I'm down with Oobleck.
Oobleck, yeah.
That man is too caffeinated.
Well,
but
it's
he's
also
alright.
it's also Joel Heyman. So
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Joel is always
So I have two. I have two that I love equally. Nora is like,
Okay.
I love Nora, and I'm so happy for Renora.
Renora is
Renora makes me happy. The other one that happened that I won't spoil because he's not seen it yet also made me happy. And so
Bumblebee confirm.
I won't say anything, but I'm probably saying things by saying not saying.
Bumblebee's
research.
confirmed. Bumblebee is confirmed.
Dude, just watch that on YouTube. Watch that clip on YouTube. Oh, Bumblebee is so confirmed.
Like I mean, I think Bumblebee was confirmed the moment they killed Adam.
I see. I wanted them to kiss after they killed Adam. Like I was like, kiss her. Yeah, you just grab one and kiss her. Kiss her.
Like Adam was the worst.
Oh, no, but he was a good villain.
Yeah, he was a great villain. He got exactly what
You
he
cut my
deserved.
girlfriend's arm off. Let's fight. I'm into it. I'm like,
He got what he deserved.
Yang needed
But-
that
but-
run back.
but I will say, without spoiling it,
Yeah.
how they confirmed Bumblebee was amazing.
Okay.
And so it's great. And then there's aftermath to that, which is even better. And so and it's not like consequences, but it's like, season 9 is so dope.
I also like.
Alright, so
I also like
Nora-
Burn
So I love Nora, and Neapolitan.
Neapolitan. Oh,
I love Neo.
because we talked about it because you've read her book.
Have you read her book?
I have not.
Dude,
I am so
I don't
like there's a thing about like Neo hating Ruby so much.
Well, she killed Torchwood.
No,
Yeah.
she didn't.
Torchwick, sorry.
Torchwick killed Torchwick.
Yeah, but she doesn't believe that.
She's never mind.
That's fair. Yeah. Like, but
Look, I was
Torchwick.
going to say,
Torchwick's idiocy killed Torchwick.
Absolutely.
you killed yourself.
he
idiot.
did, but she doesn't believe that.
No, no.
She's what I like about the book.
Admittedly, I thought for the longest time it's because she didn't know how Torchwick died. Does she? I'm a little bit confused. Does she still not know?
I don't think she does. I have to go back and see
Because
season
if
2.
she does, she's just being a real bitch about it.
Because yeah, of course she is.
Ruby.
So
Ruby just never tells her. By the way, never mind. I was
Yeah. We'll let.
so the book,
Mhm.
which I can't think of the title. You can probably look it up, but
Yeah.
I do recommend it. But so it is Torchwick and her origin story, and it focuses mainly around her. I got the audiobook and loved it, but you find out that she's always been mute. Her real name is Trivia, and she comes from a rich family.
Roman Holiday.
Roman Holiday. And so she comes from a rich family that her family were like, they try to do the best for her, but they're all still ashamed of her because there's no reason why she can't. There's not a medical reason. They can't figure out a psychological reason. She just doesn't talk. And there's a lot of inner monologue with her, she doesn't know why she can't talk. But her semblance is actually Neo. And as the story goes on, she just ends up becoming her semblance. And so what Neo actually is a semblance without a body because she's transformed into it. That's why she can do all the fantastical stuff and not get touched and stuff. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. Turns out her name is Trivia Vanille.
Yeah, Vanille.
So she's vanilla of the Neapolitan.
Absolutely, she's the vanilla, and man,
'Cause when she is Neo, there is no vanilla. It's
Right.
just the strawberry and the chocolate
Right.
with her hair.
it is like, and then Roman's story is really good too. I'm not Torchwick guy.
I don't hate
I
Torchwick,
like-
but I'm also like, you're not a threat.
Yeah,
Right,
he's your low level villain that you.
Right, he's like, I mean, he's not, to me, he was not even nearly as a threat as Adam was. He's definitely no Salem.
Yeah.
And
No, well, Adam is a threat because he's
was.
he's
Right.
a supremacist.
Right. and like also, and then I love her. I like out of the core, I love Ruby the most, but I love them all as like, and
Yeah.
I love Penny. Like Penny's fucking great. There's some cool stuff what they do with Penny in season 8
Okay.
that you will enjoy.
Okay.
And so I'm like, and I just
Yeah.
want to know I just want season 10. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, for the longest time, like a lot of the frustrations of Volume 8, and I thought about it, and I'm like, remember, Seth, all of this happens within the space of like 2 days.
Yeah.
So that's why I like give Volume 8 kind of a little bit of a narrative pass because I'm like,
I
a
like
lot
the-
of shit happened real quick.
I like 8. I don't think there's a bad season.
No.
And I'm in the minority because
Yeah,
man,
because I think 7 and 8 is where
Man,
people turned on the show, right?
I tell you about the internet, man. Ruby fans hate themselves. Man, Ruby fans will bag on their own show, which is weird to me. They're
Yeah.
like,
So I know originally when Monty died, that was when people stopped having faith in the show for a bit. 'Cause
Right.
they were like, "Oh, Monty's gone, so the show's gonna go."
Yeah, but the other
it's like
people-
you forget that Miles and
Miles
Carrie also
was-
created the show.
are right there. So it's like,
Like, so,
Monty was in charge of fight.
like his job was the
Even, you
fights and animation. Like Miles and Carrie were the big story guys.
I did not watch the fairy tale thing.
They're interesting. They're not necessarily important.
That's why I skipped it. I need to go back and watch it. And
but
I think
they're
I'm
very interesting, like to see the fairy tales that are in this world,
right
that are based on
because I liked
fairy tales.
I
from our
liked
world.
I liked the fairy tale stuff they did when we were talking about the origin of Salem and the thing with the four maidens, and
Mhm.
I loved all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought I would like it. I watched the first one and it's like it didn't think it was one of those things that didn't grab me right then. I was like, I will catch this later, and I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I still got to finish Chibi's.
Chibi is like,
Chibi's just your.
I love
fun little-
Chibi's great, and I introduced Keisha hadn't seen it either, and so I sent her a TikTok because I'm following Ruby TikTok because I'm a dork, and there's a lot of Chibi on Ruby.
Well, yeah, because Chibi fits the
yeah,
TikTok.
you can make
algorithm.
you can make it, and so there was the one where Ruby's playing The Floor's Lava, and everyone's and Torchwick burns, and I sent that to her, and she'd never. I didn't realize she didn't see it, so that's our next thing. We'll go. Chiba.
One more question, and then we'll watch the Ahsoka
Yeah.
trailer. Favorite volume from whichever ones y'all have seen so far?
I think they just keep getting better and better. So, like for me, 7 would have to be my favorite because, like, as it's gone on, it's just building up better and better.
That's a really really good question, Seth. I
Ask a lot of them. One of them's got a
3 is definitely though where they found their footing. 3 is where they found their footing and knew where they were like.
there's a lot of impact in that show for me personally.
Mhm.
It's kind of the stuff that I like as a writer and as a comic guy, it's the stuff I gravitate to. And so I fell for it hard. And so, God, that's like picking my favorite child.
Penny pick one, the other has to go.
Okay, so to be fair, with that using that, to be fair, to use that analogy, if I was stuck on a desert island and I had the ability to watch one season of RWBY,
Yeah.
and that's it, what would I watch? Season 3 easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's got a really complete story. The Vital Festival's interesting. It ends on a hellacious story. It's like it's great. So yeah, three's to me is the most complete, even though it isn't just another good chapter of the story.
Yeah.
But it seems the whole there's not a lot of setup. Here's it's like 1, 2, 3 lead, 1 and 2 lead into 3. 3 starts on next whatever. So yeah, oh man, that's tough.
Like I said, 3 is where they found their footing
Right.
for the show.
So,
And-
So
like-
3 for you. And
3 is where
7
they
for you?
3 is where they found their footing. But like if I was like, but I think it just keeps getting better every season. So 7.
Favorite episode
It's been a minute since I've sat down and watched.
or favorite scene or whatever.
So for me, favorite volume to answer my own question
Sure.
is 4.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, 4's good.
Favorite episode is the. I don't remember the name of it. I remember what happens. in it.
sure. I don't remember the names of any of them.
It is from 3, and it's the frame up. That sets up for the fall of Beacon.
Right when you find everything starting to come together.
Yeah.
God, Cinder's so good.
It's where Emerald uses her semblance on Yang.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I like the episode.
The most unsportsmanlike
Oh.
I've ever seen. And it's like, wait, no, that's not what happened.
And he's got robot legs. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ah!
I like
You tricked us. You tricked us all.
I like the so for me it's not a specific episode. It's
Sure.
like an arc.
Sure,
Like,
absolutely.
I like the going to Blake's home stuff
Oh
and
yeah,
seeing
that's good.
her family and
You'll learn about the
leading
white thing.
into the atoms of it all.
Sure.
Getting
I think mine is
menagerie.
I
Search the brain for.
is it Juniper when they go to Rinsville
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
fight
yeah.
the Centaur monster thing?
yeah.
And it ends with Ren and Nora stuck to the wall, and he looks up, and she's like, "Stop! Quit looking!" And just because it's this moment of this intense combat. Plus, you get the flashback about how Ren and Nora met.
The Nukalavi.
Yeah, when they
Things are scary.
right it like a lot of the Grimm were like, "Oh, this was a frightening looking
This
monster.
one's
It's a
like
great design."
big dog or a bear.
Right. This is
What the fuck
what
is
kind of
that?
demon scimitar thing is this?
I also like the first time they faced Tyrion in season 4.
Yeah.
Tyrion's dope. Tyrion's
Like-
dope. All right, Ahsoka. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I derailed the show farther than I just want to talk Ahsoka, and then
Yeah.
you were like, "Oh, Ruby's my favorite." Like top 10 favorite things. It's like real close to karaoke.
All right, let's talk. Let's watch the trailer first.
Yeah. All right.
Rest in peace, buddy.
Balin's gonna be so interesting.
I hate that he's dead,
Damn.
but the
Shit, I believe you.
Whispers. The throne's return. Then heir to the empire.
They said the thing.
What happens when you find throne?
Such as you never dreamed.
I've spent most of my life fighting a war.
that's my girl. She looks so good.
And there's Kaz's dad.
Yep.
He's still just as stubborn as ever. I bet your master found you difficult at times. Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him, just like I walked away from Sabine. You never made things easy for me. Master.
Yeah, I'm.
As a Jedi, sometimes you have to make the decision no one else can. Not counting on your to see this through.
Nice haircut. Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of our personal feelings. Buckle up. If we don't stop Thrawn, everything will be in vain. rebel, always a rebel.
Two-episode premiere.
That's the day before my birthday. Thank you, Lucasfilm, for my birthday.
Balin is the thing I'm most excited about. And yeah, as you said, it's unfortunate that
Kid,
Yeah,
rest in peace.
breaks
man.
my heart.
Breaks my heart too. He's a good actor.
I think we'll depending on how well his character's received, we'll still get stuff about him afterwards. We're gonna get some books or comics probably.
Well, if the Producers Guild will guess what they want, he'll just scan them and use them forever.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
Yeah,
That's
they
what they want to
want
do.
AI people, yep.
That's what they want. That's what we're striking.
Going
They're
into
striking.
the actor strikes stuff, yeah.
Ah.
Because the actors are officially now on strike.
Oh, great.
So
But one of the
That's
things,
gonna make a lot of people happy.
literally one of the things in the sticking point. I hate to derail it from the trailer,
no,
but
go
this is
this
important.
is, yeah, this is
This is
important.
important. One of the things, literally, that the studios said were like, so like background extras and stuff, we just want to scan them, and then we can use them anytime we want to. We're just going to pay you for the scan though, and not every time we use you.
Yeah, not paying for the likeness use, just for the
We're just going to scan you and we'll pay you, but we're going to use you forever.
which that goes into see, and the thing is, the precedent of that doesn't work because we have precedent of them trying to pull stuff like that off because they tried to do it with Back to the Future Part 2.
Sure,
They tried to use his likeness for Marty's dad,
right. And Crispin Glover sued. and
Crispin
won.
Glover,
Yeah,
and
Crispin
it
Glover.
did not go well.
And he won, but
Yeah.
but they're trying to get it worked in. We're like, oh yeah, we can just scan you and we'll use you whatever and not pay you. I don't care they scan me. You pay me every time I'm on the screen. Though.
Yeah,
gotta
like
pay
you
me.
can scam me, just use me.
gotta
Pay me every time.
Got to pay me. Anyway, sorry, it's
It's
trailer.
it's the same thing. Like, yeah, I mean, it's important to talk about because it's
No, this is one I get.
yeah. This is
I listened to another podcast and they were like, "Yeah, we use the faces of like a bunch of
and the
dead actors in our movie," and they're like, "Oh."
and I think it's fine when I think
No, it's even worse. It's live living people.
yeah, I think it's fine to get the. I think in that situation, it's all about getting permissions from family
Sure.
estates and paying everybody off
Yeah.
correctly. That's the
Sure,
respect
what
part
is
of it.
right.
But living people, it's like pay us every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the producer, the AMPTP are not helping themselves because every time you hear a quote from them, it's always like the most evil thing ever.
So
Like the writers one, they said like we're gonna hold off until like they are starving.
so I'm
And
trying to
they said that.
I'm trying to get with Drew and you so we can get time to do it, but I'm gonna do it Tuesdays with Scott because Drew knows more about it than I
You want to
do.
do it Tuesdays about
With-
the
about both
strikes.
strikes and like what it can mean because it's I mean I know I got my friend Frankie, she's in the Writers Guild, she's
Yeah.
striking. I don't know anyone in this SGA personally,
Yeah.
but he does, and so it's
Yeah, I'm curious because there's a lot of misinformation right now regarding like what is scabbing and what's not, and I would love to get an actual like, hey, this is what's considered scabbing because Under the Desk News on TikTok said that if you go to a event as a content creator, you're scabbing it. It's like
No. So if you go to an event as a content creator to promote, let's use Barbie for example.
yeah,
And
say I'm invited to the red carpet.
right,
to-
red
to-
carpet to promote Barbie.
and since actors are not
You
going to
can
be
be
there,
there. That's scabbing.
okay,
But if you're just a guy going to review Barbie for your own content, and because that's what you do, that's not
yeah.
scab.
So like if I go watch Mission Impossible this weekend,
right, you're not.
I make my review TikTok.
That's not scabbing. But if Paramount goes, hey Caleb, we like what you do, we're going to send you out. We'll fly you out here to watch, or here's some free tickets to go see it. And then just do your normal thing. That's scabbing because they give you because
Yeah.
they're using you to promote their thing. But if you do it on yourself on your own channel that you're within your what you normally do, that's not scabbing.
yeah, okay.
So you're
And I
good
think
there.
that's clarifications that I think need
Yeah.
to be made.
Absolutely.
Made because I think there's a lot of information where it's like that's considered scabbing. That's not going to.
Well, like, what's
yeah.
the channel Dead Meat that does the kill count? They do a lot of promotional stuff for Dev Series. They shouldn't be doing any of the, like starting a couple days ago. I don't know if they're doing
Yeah.
that or not. I'm not saying they're scabbing, but that's just my example because I know a lot of studios send them out to different
Yeah.
do different experiences and to promote
Yeah,
their
I
films.
know one of the big content creators on TikTok, Straw Hat Goofy. He's under fire because he's currently at a promotional thing.
Yeah, but it's okay to be at a promotional thing if you pay for it on your own dime and you do it yourself and you're doing it for your channel. That's different. But if again, if Paramount pays for you to come out to
And they're
promote
paying for your
the
hotel. and your
hotel,
flight.
and all that, they're paying for you, or if they don't send you out there, they send you free tickets. The thing is that they want you to promote, and so that's the slippery slope. So
Our
the
view is different.
right,
because
so
you
the
can
rule of thumb-
office- yeah.
the rule of thumb is just pay for yourself, and put it on your taxes.
Yeah.
It's, rule of thumb.
Okay. That's good to know.
And also for the people in my world, that doesn't mean the end of everybody's worried about conventions too, because there's not, there.
Is that considered the same level?
No, so here's so to clarify that, yes, everybody got pulled out of San Diego Comic-Con and was told it would be in their best interest not to attend. But what they really mean by that is that they don't want you promoting Barbie, Oppenheimer, or whatever Star Trek, whatever's coming up, Star Wars, whatever.
Yeah.
All these people already pulled out because they knew that this was happening.
Yeah.
But they didn't want anyone promoting stuff on behalf of the studios because you're striking against them. You shouldn't be working. That's work. And so
Yeah.
you shouldn't be working for them.
Because you're
However,
in the case of like San Diego Comic-Con
Right,
versus like
right.
MobaCon.
right? Well, but if you're a SAG member and you go to another con for a signing for an autograph signing, that's different. As long as you're not promoting something, you can do whatever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because San Diego Comic-Con versus say MobaCon, San
Right.
Diego Comic-Con is big on we are promoting the new movies.
yeah,
coming
that's
out.
what it's there for. And
Whereas like MobaCon, it's like, oh, these are just actors that
so
have been in.
I hate that I skipped it this year. Because our comic wasn't ready. My dream is to go set up at San Diego Comic Con, but the problem is it's become such a media con. This year is pretty much like an old school Comic Con. All the comic stuff are still there.
Yeah.
And so they're going to shine.
Yep.
And I just missed my opportunity. I was a year off. It's a year off.
But
Anyway,
Ahsoka.
Mm.
So the internet has started theorizing, and I disagree with this, that of Sabine Force capabilities. No, that it's just Ahsoka's training her to better use her capabilities she already has. I think. I'm wondering about the big gap because there's a gap obviously in the time.
Well, the thing this trailer does to my timeline is that it does not pick up at the coda. So there.
Well, because Dave keeps retconning that.
Yeah, so which is a shame because that's a great whatever. It's his
it's
it's
what
his
Dave
play-
it's
it's
what
his
Dave
playground.
does. He
He can
retcons.
he can play whatever.
Yeah.
But
Dave likes to retcon. It's
Sure-
his thing.
Sure, I'm okay with that. I don't know. I take it that she got some force training. We'll find out because it doesn't.
Yeah, because I feel like it'd be weird if like it didn't I feel like the best opportunity to have introduced that would have been during her Darksaber arc.
Well, I thought Dave was actively fighting against it because my problem with the Darksaber arc, the Kanan training her to use the Darksaber, is that he is because she's Mandalorian and she's
You
so.
have to teach her how to use it without
No.
force capabilities.
No, he's teaching, but no, he doesn't because he has to teach her because it gets lighter for her because the force helps her use it.
Well, I
That's
think
the
it's
whole
'cause
point
she,
of it.
I think it's because she finds her center without. Yeah.
But here's my point: the way he does it is through anger and sadness,
Yeah.
and emotions, all passed to the dark side. That she gets better with that saber, which I was like, that's a little weird, Kate. And I think it was a narrative miss.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. Filoni knows more than I do. It's just going back for what I know of Star Wars. That wasn't the only kind of thing to it. And
Yeah.
like modern Star Wars, everyone's force sensitive. It's just, can you attune to it?
Well, yeah, and I'm arguing in the case of I don't think she's attuned to it in any way whatsoever. I think she's, I think this is a case of she was just mentoring her to be a leader type of role because we see that Sabine basically becomes the leader of Lothal by Coda. The way that her role is played in Rebels.
Sure. I mean, I guess. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. And then I'm curious what Balin actually wants.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too.
So the show is not going to be aired to the Empire. That they're saving that type of story for the movie.
Right.
I think Thrawn is not the main villain. Morgan Elsbeth is. Because we see Morgan Elsbeth.
I think Ray, what's his face?
Balin and Morgan Elsbeth are the main.
Yeah, I think
antagonists.
they're the main antagonists. I think there's a shadow play behind the thing. I think it's her because she wants to get Thrawn in the picture.
Yeah, and so the real plot of Ahsoka is the race to Thrawn, so they can get the race to to Ezra.
Right.
So because we don't see Ezra except for in hologram form for the entire trailer, which we are confirmed that it's the first 4 episodes. That's where all the footage is from.
Dope.
So anything past episode 4 is where we'll probably see Ezra, unless they're hiding him really well in the trailers, which they could be as well.
Sure.
But they're not hiding Thrawn, which means he probably shows up, because I was, once again, stuff I was talking with Harith last night, probably shows up in episode 3, episode 4, around that point of the show.
And we don't know if that's an actual timeline thing or a flashback.
Yep. If it's an actual timeline thing, more than likely, I'm going to bet Morgan Elsbeth and her group find him first.
I wonder if Ezra's with him, though. That's the thing. The thing is, I'm curious, because they left together. They shouldn't.
But there's been years now, so they could have split, and
Yeah,
who knows?
I'm curious about all that, where the Purgle sent them.
Honestly, I would like Timothy Zahn to explore what happened in between more
Sure,
than I
he probably
do
will.
Dave, but
He probably will. Dave will do what he does, and Zahn will fill in the blanks.
yeah.
I have 2 things I want to see this season.
Yeah.
One is Ezra. I
Mm-hmm.
want to see like a real Ezra. And I don't care if it's the last episode. I just want to see Ezra.
Yeah.
Because I've been pining for Ezra since he left. I love Ezra.
Yeah.
2, what is the over/under we get Jason Syndulla?
I'd say over because they already there's already been leaks of the Lego version.
Oh, there's a Lego version?
So they changed his hair color though.
That's fine. I don't care.
It's now brown.
Okay, whatever.
So he looks more like his dad.
Maybe he started out green and then he turned into
Yeah,
brown.
because like hair color does change over time.
I mean, and apparently head tails are a regressive gene instead of a dominant gene.
Even though we've seen in Clone Wars.
So maybe it just depends on what. But
Yeah. Maybe the clone genes weren't as strong as Kanan's.
see if we get Jason, then we get a little Poe Dameron back there too, just hanging out in the background.
Yeah, no. Jason, Poe, and little Ben, best friends.
Right, that'd be great. Be dope.
Jason at the Luke Academy before, but he leaves before Ben's stuff goes down.
Great.
Jason better not be at the Academy. Well, we know he's not, at least in Rise of Kylo Ren, unless they retcon it. Because Rise of Kylo Ren comic book, we see who's all at the Academy during that
Right.
time. We also know that technically Ben didn't do it.
I think Seth's asleep. I think we bored him.
Yeah,
to
we
death.
bored him.
No, I'm thinking.
You're
about-
contemplating about it.
Yeah,
What'd you think about it?
it's thinking about like whether or not I actually care about the Ahsoka show.
Sure.
So I think
Like,
it comes down
the
to the level
Plot of it.
Yeah, so the level of excitement for the Ahsoka show is seeing how the Empire remnants become the First Order.
I don't think it'll be bad.
I think it'd be great.
It's just that I'm like,
You're also not a big Jedi guy either.
yeah. And I swear,
and I
to God,
feel
if
you.
I see another surprise, I'm actually force sensitive, attuned, whatever the fuck. I think I might genuinely lose my mind.
He'll become a Star
I'm
Trek
getting
fan.
tired of it.
He'll become a Star Trek fan and be like, I'm jumping genres. Go over here.
Doing that.
I'm joining this
but-
franchise. Live long and prosper, bitches. I'm out.
But
I
I'm
get
getting
it
kinda
because
tired where it's like, oh, like it's a thing in a lot of the books that me and him
Yeah.
went through in a lot of the other media, where sometimes, like, I understand if a character hides it like willingly, but then there are other times where it's like left up to speculation if this is luck. Or,
Right.
And me and him have had some very heated arguments about whether
we didn't argue about the mother though. I was right from
no,
the start about
you're
the
right
mother.
about that one. And I was like, I don't fucking like this bitch. Because she's a liar, a thief, and a trickster.
Well,
I have a thing about con men.
And women,
I
Con.
people,
Yeah.
con people.
I have a thing about con.
I will be honest
In
and honest with your audience
Yeah.
and my audiences who listen who know me. I'm excited as excited for this as I was for the Mandalorian the first time we got season 1
Yeah.
because it was to me it's something new. For Ahsoka though, it is literally the continuation of the story that saved me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because
in-
Rebels is Rebels.
like
Then again,
I was
show
done
that
with
scene.
Star Wars. I was done. I was like, I'm a grown up now. I don't need to watch this stuff. You know, I'd put my toys away, and then I happened to catch Rebels when it aired, and was like, this is just Space Aladdin. I'm not sure. And then I was like, I'll give it another episode. And then I saw, oh look, okay, they did the obligatory. Here's the cameo from the old cast that you like, and it's we'll do the safe thing. We'll do 3PO and R2, which was fine. And then that third damn episode where Ezra and Zeb steal the TIE fighter and try to get the Meilun Ron, and I'm like, oh, I get what they're doing here, and loved it, and just was like, it took 3 episodes, and then I was like, I'm back into Star Wars, and that season by season it gets better, and like. Season 1 to me is like Disney Plus is still kind of watching them, so it's a very kid show. It's
Yeah.
very much, and then they realize, oh, by season 2 they're not watching them, and then they do some horrible things to people that you would never do on a kid show, and get away with it.
Well, because even in season 1, yeah, because you get the Grand Inquisitor decap scene,
Yeah, but they don't even show that's. I mean, that's.
but it's close enough.
no,
that
it's
as a
important.
kid, you can-
Oh yeah, you know what happened, but like you've not watched Rebels, right?
No, he hasn't. We haven't gotten to that yet.
Now I don't know if I'm going to spoil things for you or anything, but they
You might
do.
as well. 'Cause I don't think
He'll forget by the time we get to
Okay,
it.
so at the end of season 2, Darth Maul kills a bunch of people and blinds Kanan, and like all in like a span of like 3 minutes.
Yeah, because he kills two
Two-
Inquisitors
two
back to
Inquisitors
back.
back to back, just dead. Because Ezra won't do it. He's like, Ezra, go ahead, kill. I got this one. You kill that one. He's like, I'm a good guy, and then but he blinds
Yeah.
Kanan,
He's like, hey, Ezra, kill your master's real life wife.
who's literally a main character.
Yeah.
And it's not one of those, oh, we blind him, we'll fix him next season. No, he is blind for the rest of the show. And it's like,
In season 3, he doesn't become active as a member until near the end of season 3 because
Right.
he's depressed.
right, he's dealing with all this bullshit.
He is.
And-
Kanan goes through it.
Yeah, and oh man, I love Kanan.
And then like I've been appearing on friend of the podcast Podwans. I've been
Hey,
on their,
Podwans.
I've been on their podcast a good bit lately and they're doing their Rebels stuff and they're currently on season 4. So we've been talking season 4.
Oh, you got to get me hooked up on one of those episodes. I tell Rebels all day.
Unfortunately, they're booked.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
fine.
And I know that I know they're not going to do Resistance next. Even though they should, because Resistance is fun.
Resistance doesn't know what it wants to be. It has some really interesting characters.
Yeah.
And it doesn't know if it wants to be a independent race car show, a Star Wars show with politics, or a show about life on an island,
Or a spy show.
or a spy show. It doesn't, but it has all these elements, but it doesn't, and none of them are cohesive enough to make it Star Wars. There's some stuff in it that I absolutely love, but overall it's a mess. And I think by only having 2 seasons, they admit that it was not probably the best product they could put out.
Yeah. And I think they could have probably gotten one more season out if they tried, but they
Right, but you
But
know.
they also ran into the issue of they caught up with the movies, and so they couldn't do season 3 without spoiling the
right,
movies.
right.
I think Resistance they should have waited till the trilogy was done and then done Resistance.
Right.
But I've been on their show lately, and at the end of it, we do a give us where you place it on like how your rankings of the episodes, and the way they do it is like Grand Admiral's the best,
Sure.
and then the Admiral is like the next best, and then all the way down to like Captain and Lieutenant and all that, right?
I think
And so like season 4, we all mostly agree that every episode is at least a Admiral or higher.
Yeah, it's not a bad episode of season 4.
And then because season 4 is like here's the thing about Rebels, they are consistently good or better, and then I'd say that for the entire show.
Absolutely, I agree.
It is a consistency thing where it's at least good or better. Now some are going to be Grand Admiral, some are going to be just Admiral, but at the very least you will
Sure.
get a captain. You will, I think, at the very least you will always have a good episode.
And like its second
Whereas-
half
yeah.
its second half of the season is some of the strongest writing in Star Wars entirety.
Yeah.
Those last like 5 episodes are like
The
5 or
Jedi
6.
Knight, starting with the Jedi Knight arc onward.
Yeah, it's just like what are they doing? And it's amazing. It's just like,
Without spoiling
well,
for Seth.
but it's amazing.
we might as
Yeah.
well
Well, no.
not already-
It's just there's a strong character depth, and from that point onward, it is a strong story.
Right. And they
Look, there's only so many people that can die.
I also think the Ahsoka trailer kind of confirms who's dead or not for you.
Well, let's see. Kanan's not around. Let's see. Urza is still
Ezra's
missing.
missing. Yeah,
Ezra's
Ezra's
missing.
missing.
God damn it! Not again.
Ezra, Ezra.
Urza. Fuck.
Urza's from Magic.
Ursa.
Yeah, Ursa. No, that's Ruby.
No, that's a bear.
It is a bear.
It is a bear.
Oh God.
Ursa. Sorry, I was
Where?
thinking of that from Ruby though. The Ursa.
Where?
But the best thing, about the
Well, Hera's not dead, obviously. Neither is-
I wouldn't be watching Star Wars. Hera's literally my favorite character in Star Wars.
yeah,
It's like
Kanan
Hera,
is the only one
Lando.
that died.
Yeah, it's Kanan.
I know Kanan dies.
So since you spoil yourself, the best thing that they did of that no one does, and almost any media, they do the thing, they end his life, and the very next episode they do an episode that allows their entire fan base to mourn.
Yeah, because the entire episode is the grief episode.
It's a grief episode, and we have the only problem I had with the whole thing is that and I was watching them live when they were happening. Disney Plus, not Disney Plus, but Disney XD when they
yeah,
were
Disney
running
XD. Yeah.
at that season because they were trying to flush them out and get rid of them. They're running 2 episodes a week, and I would rather had a week to deal with the fact that I've lost Kanan and then get the grief episode
What?
because they aired them back to back.
Oh yeah. Trying to remember.
Yeah, they aired them back to back, and
Wow.
I knew it was coming. It's telegraphed. I'm like, they're going to do this, and I'm like already like
Yeah, the whole
10 minutes into it, I'm welling up.
the whole episode leading up to Kanan's death, you can tell it's coming.
And it's so good. But it's like, even though it's tail, you tell it's so good. It's so good.
And then like they make his death have impact on
Absolutely.
because that doesn't always happen in Star Wars. A character dies and
Yeah.
maybe they have an impact on the overall story, but Kanan's death meant something
So-
because spoilers, I guess, since we're talking about it. So Thrawn's whole goal is to create a TIE Defender project, which is to create a better TIE fighter.
Yeah.
So Thrawn is gone right now. He's off doing stuff that's
He got-
in the books.
Yeah, he got summoned to Coruscant.
Yeah, so he's off doing stuff in the books.
Okay.
When he's
And-
hanging out with Vader, is that when he gets summoned to hang out with Vader?
And so
Is
because
that Thrawn, the second Thrawn book, right?
yeah, that's
is it-
so
is
it's the later half of the second Thrawn book and the early half of the third book because treason
I
is the
haven't
third book.
I had
Yeah.
done treason, and I couldn't get through the second one because I just didn't like the Clone Wars stuff in it.
So treason is when like a lot of the stuff that's in between.
I need to
Leading
get
up to
treason. Next time I
Jedi
get
Knight has
Audible,
happened.
I'll pick up treason.
So he leaves the governor in charge while he's gone.
Mhm.
And so they have a factory where all the fuel is.
Yeah.
That's where they took Hera when they captured her. And so Kanan and them go off to save Hera because Ezra comes up with a plan. Because Ezra's growing up and obviously starting to become a leader.
Mhm.
And Kanan's like, all right, I'll join you. And he shaves his hair because throughout the season he's been going full Ronin, blind Ronin.
Yeah,
So he shaves his hair and gets goes back to almost looking like season 1 Kanan, except blind.
Yeah.
They save Hera, and they end up being chased by the Empire all the way to the fuel stuff. They're on top of one of the fuel things, and Kanan forces everybody to
Yep.
leave. Meanwhile, the governor shoots at the fuels to take out one Jedi.
Yeah.
Imagine how that goes when Thrawn comes back.
I'm
Well,
sure he is fucking delighted.
well,
to hear
the
that.
problem is that it kills the TIE Defender program, which
Which is competing with the Death Star
so which
project.
all the funds from that gets allocated to make the Death Star. It's subtle, but it's all important to the. It's I love Van Filoni's great.
Because
I think Carrie Beck wrote that
I
one.
mean,
actually.
even the comics kind of started dealing with the idea that Tarkin is in charge of all these operations still. So
Yeah.
either way, Tarkin wins.
Yeah.
But he's making everybody compete with each other for which projects are going to be the fully funded.
Sure, right? Yeah, he's going to be the guy in charge. I would have loved to seen I'm glad we got Star Wars ideas, but there's a parallel universe where the Defender program happens, and it's a showdown between Tarkin and Thrawn because I don't think Tarkin could handle Thrawn.
Yeah, whereas like Orson Krennic's a
Yeah, Krennic. I love
bitch.
I love
Krennic,
Krennic.
but
I love
he's a
Krennic. But yeah, he a bitch. He's choking on his aspirations, dad joke and all.
Yeah.
But
like Krennic cannot handle competing with Tarkin whatsoever. But Thrawn absolutely could hold up against him. And then there's also the idea of, are the TIE Defenders a better project that would have been more successful for the Empire versus the Death Star?
right.
Which that can be up to interpretation because that's something. It's a what if. We don't know if the defenders would have made a difference.
Well, the problem is that the Death Star is not successful to the point that it's the thing that cripples the Empire. The first one was destroyed, and they have now built a second one because that's what they do. And so all the resources go into that instead of bringing fear in the line. They should have just built new ships. They brought a stronger fleet. I think Thrawn's right in the long run.
Yeah,
because
in the long run, yeah.
In the long run, I think Thrawn. You play because Thrawn's always playing the long game.
Yeah,
and so.
Well, also, I think though Thrawn. I also think once the TIE Defenders are done, Thrawn leaves because he takes everything he now knows about how to develop the TIE Defenders, takes all the TIE Defenders with him to the unknown.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Do we get Eli Vanto in this show?
Ooh, Eli Vanto. So Eli Vanto is basically the Watson to Thrawn's Holmes.
Okay.
So when Thrawn appears to the Empire for the very first time before he joins the Academy and goes through it, he gets assigned to this like private or ensign.
Yeah, he's an ensign.
He's an ensign. He's an ensign, and so
because he's the only character who understands Thrawn's language that he's communicating in, which he's not speaking in Chiss. He's speaking in.
It's a trade language.
It's a trade language.
It's a trade language because he's from the Outer Rim, and so he speaks this trade language. So they found a common language. So he's the only one who can kind of speak until Thrawn learns Basic. And
which secretly Thrawn knows Basic
of
the whole
course,
time.
Thrawn is awesome
because we now know that he did appear in the known regions of space during the Clone Wars, so he knows Basic.
But the thing about what I love about Eli Vanto is that like Thrawn is getting promoted because Thrawn is excellent, and Eli's not. Eli's just kind of like, and in fact, Eli's getting shit on because he's been ordered to follow this guy and make sure this guy does what he needs to do for the Emperor.
And of course, the Empire hates aliens.
And they hate aliens. So since Eli Vanto's hanging out with the alien, they hate him. And so all the people who would promote him are not promoting him. So like Thrawn's like an admiral, and he's still an ensign.
Yeah.
And like at the end of the first book, he finally makes him a commander.
And it's almost out of spite that Thrawn's succeeding because every attempt that the higher ups try to do to stop Thrawn from succeeding, he just keeps going, and they're like, well, we have to promote him because if we don't, then it just proves that we're racist.
Right. And also
can't keep up the lie.
And also Thrawn keeps doing good things. It's like, well, he's excellent, right?
God.
And also Thrawn is like buddy with the Emperor.
Right. And they're like, well,
Damn,
as anyone can be
really good.
As anyone can be buddy with the Emperor.
Yeah, as much as anybody who can be.
So since they have to promote Thrawn, they just don't promote Vanto, and it's like,
and that's their way of getting to Thrawn because they're like,
and it's a frustration through him through the book. It's a big deal. It's like he's an ensign. He should be having his own ship by now.
Yeah.
And
then by the end of the trilogy, he's working with the Ascendancy.
You're right, which I knew about, but I haven't read. But I love this character, but the thing is that he's hung out with Thrawn so much he thinks like Thrawn. That's what Thrawn was doing. He was training an ally the whole damn time.
Yeah,
because he plays the long game.
Yeah,
and
he's basically trading somebody that can be the go-between.
Right, and so he sends him off. He promotes him and sends him off to the Unknown Islands to see the Chiss. So he's going to go learn from the. So right now he's learning from the Chiss.
Yeah, because the Chiss have their own like.
The
Ascendancy, which is their version of the Empire.
Which is, I think, is the threat that they're all worried about for the first one.
Well, they're worried about the Grisk.
Yeah, but
which is described very much like the Vong, and I'm praying the Vong are.
God, I hate the Vong. All right, I'm out. I got work.
Yeah.
I hijacked like 45 minutes
ago. We're
ago.
talking Rebels, Ahsoka, and Thrawn.
Oh man, guys, thank you for letting me invade. And Ruby, we talked Ruby. That makes my heart sing. So, Seth, you and I just got closer because of that, man. So. I'm looking forward to season 10.
Maybe we'll do a Ruby thing for you for the Mobcast.
Let's do a Ruby show. I'm all for it. More shows are better.
So, well, you have a good day. I know today's been hectic.
Hectic but good. I saw your parents.
Yep. I know they went.
I hugged your mama's neck twice.
Yeah.
And I saw Uncle Henry and everybody. We talked about this on our podcast. A friend of the pod passed away, and so we had his funeral, and it was a very lovely service. He'd loved it.
It's good.
And
Glad to hear.
Not too many tears because it's been a couple weeks, and it was just a good.
So it was more of a wake than anything.
No, it's more of just a celebration. Hey, this guy was dude. We're gonna miss him. He was a good dude, and it was like that's how I want my funeral to be. I don't want. I want to wait.
A good funeral is a celebration of someone's life.
And that's what we did. We had a good celebration. So it was real nice. I'm out.
Yep. So let's talk comics.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
We're an hour and a half. To be fair, we talk video games a good
Yeah.
bit first.
So
So we're talking Star Wars 2020, Volume 5, Path to Victory, which is. So this is after all the Crimson Reign stuff. We're done with the Kira arc for now, until they come back. No, wait, no, it's done, right? No, it's not. It's not. We got one more. We got one more Crimson thing, right? Yeah, we have Crimson Reign after this.
pretty sure.
So during this arc, though, Luke is trying to figure himself out
Yeah. Whew.
because he's got no master. His force abilities are acting all erratic. He barely has a lightsaber that he's connected to because he has the yellow blade right now. He doesn't have his blue because of what happened in Empire.
Because his hand got cut off, and so did that lightsaber.
And it's around somewhere, but he couldn't find it. So he has this lightsaber that's not his that he found, which that's not how. It's not great.
Leia, I need to talk to you. You have to be very careful about things you do with your right hand in this family. It can be a very disarming moment.
The rebellion is also like
That was-
the rebellion is also kind of on a win
They
streak,
are-
well, a losing streak, but they're like starting to win again.
They're recovering.
Yeah,
They're regaining their footing.
because they finally reunited most of their
Yeah.
fleet, especially after defeating what's her name, the one that was like Tarkin's like prodigy, the one that was hunting all of them down the last time we talked, like
Oh God,
because there was that
I don't remember her name.
yeah, the one that Leia faced off with one-on-one, which was great.
Oh, the fucking idiot that called in and let her know the I lived bitch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's stupid. You shouldn't tell your enemies if you're alive or dead.
Even if you are think you're the hot thing,
Yeah. It's much better to catch them by surprise. I don't know why you chose. Also, I'm really sorry about this. I gotta go to the bathroom.
you need a break.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a quick break then, and we'll come right back. I don't have a Star Wars one ready, so just be prepared to listen to Baldur's Gate music while we wait. Okay, we're back.
We're back.
We had to take a quick break.
Yeah.
So Commander Zara is who we were thinking of before we took the break
Yes.
as the villain. But yeah, so the rebellion is kind of back on track with
Yeah.
where they were going, and they have a lot of leads of information
Mhm.
regarding intel with the Empire.
Yep.
And one of these intels is coming from a couple who are trying to escape the Empire that were working on the Death Star project for Death Star 2.
Star 2.
Second Son is the name of the operation.
Hmm.
Because we see in one of the things when it transfers over to, we see Moff Jared working on. Jared, man, he's in a tough position as being in charge of that project.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jared, we see him working on it, and it says in the little text that it's Operation Second Son.
I see.
I did a little quick glance just to remind myself of the story for this one. You actually read it proper.
Yeah.
I'd read it before. It'd just been a minute, so I just skimmed.
Oh god.
But yeah, Jared.
Couple just snaps that lady's neck.
So this couple is on the run, and they do reach out with an emergency broadcast to the rebellion to help them, saying, "Hey, we've got information if you can save us."
Yep.
Because
Kira sent out the just start fucking things up signal.
Yeah, and they were working for Kira.
Yep.
And they said, "Well, best thing we can do is run away and ask for help from the rebellion."
Another member of Crimson Dawn has appeared. How many fucking where?
They're everywhere.
Why?
They're everywhere.
Why are they everywhere?
How
How did you get here?
And so,
How did you know?
Is it Hera that's in this comic that says? Yeah, Hera's the one that's like, yeah, it's low on our list of intel because we aren't sure how reliable it is.
Yeah.
And so Luke's like, well, I'll go check it out, and I can do it by myself. I don't because you don't have to send a bunch of people to look into it.
Yeah.
It'll save you some resources. And so
I'm one dude,
yeah,
a very powerful dude, but
but I'm one guy.
I'm still at the end of the day one guy.
And it will give him a chance to kind of, because Luke is trying to do good.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to rebalance himself, and he's like, okay, I need to do something. I can't just sit here. Even though a lot of people admire him still.
Mhm.
Like, because we get Yvonne, who is from the Leia comic that we haven't gone over yet. She's a friend of Leia, and an Alderaanian who survived the destruction of Alderaan. And so she admires Luke, and she's like, "Show us your cool lightsaber trick again."
Like it's not a toy. This
Yeah.
isn't like something I should be doing.
And on
He's
top
like,
of
do
that,
it anyway.
on top of that, he's been studying the Jedi text that he has, and
Yeah.
so Luke goes off, and we get this cool adventure of him saving this family.
Yeah.
And I think, it's kind of a rebalancing moment for Luke because he does find he finds that in helping this couple, it does help him
Yeah.
because
I think sometimes they're a bit slept on, but I think my favorite thing to rewatch is people getting, for lack of a better term, back in the saddle after a crushing defeat.
And that's kind of what the 2020 Star Wars run has been, which is just the entire rebellion getting back on the saddle after Hoth and being like, how do we recover from all that?
Because it's like, damn, I got my ass beat.
And
How am I going to make sure that doesn't happen again?
And in the case of Luke, it's a crisis of faith moment for him because he has no mentors. Ben isn't reaching out to him. Yoda, he chooses not to go back to Yoda. It's on him on that one. And even Yoda calls him out on it later. Yoda's like, you chose not to come back to me. I didn't. But that's a different story arc. And so, it's a crisis of faith for Luke. And so we're getting that, which I think is a good for a religious, because the Jedi are a religious sect, so it's good to have a crisis of faith arc.
Everyone should have a crisis of faith once in a while.
It can be healthy.
Yeah. We haven't really gone over this, peeling back the curtain. I am not religious. You are a little bit, but not
Yeah,
terribly so.
No, I'm not throwing it
you're
down
not-
people's throat.
Hard recruitment,
No.
which thank God. Yeah, that's
I
right.
think-
I'll commit
I mean,
sacrilege
I think it's the I think you just live your life and
Yeah.
people will see it.
and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in terms of getting back
Yeah.
to the
Like
comic,
Christ.
there are kind of like two ways to sort of see. There's either back in the saddle or the fight's over, I'm done.
Yeah. And I think in the case of, I think in the rebellion that they're going back in the saddle.
Yeah.
They are going, we took these big losses, but we can't let them slow us down.
Yeah.
And then
The
I think Luke saving those people was even more important because not only is he saving these people, he goes to Coruscant to do it, which is like the most dangerous place he can go right now.
Yeah. And he gives his lightsaber because he's like, I can't rely on this while I'm here.
Yep.
It'll attract a lot of attention.
So we get to see Luke without his lightsaber still,
Yeah.
and he proves himself, I think. And so, and in a way, it's almost a very Jedi test
Mm.
because a Jedi, while the lightsaber is a weapon and you should, and
Yes.
it's very important to a Jedi, you also shouldn't rely on
At
it.
the end of the day, a lightsaber
It's a tool.
is a tool. It's not everything a Jedi is.
And so, and I think it's an important lesson to be able to give up the lightsaber and still be able to save the day and rely on the Force instead, which is what he does in this
Yeah.
arc. And that's
Also,
really,
Zurgles are a thing on Coruscant?
yeah.
I didn't know about that.
That's
that
a
was
new one.
new.
That's a new one. And then that's most of the arc, but the last 2 to 3 issues
Yeah, they're like,
is a lead up to what's the main arc of the next
yeah,
volume, which is so our main rebellion characters, so Luke, Leia, Lando, and Chewie are finally like, okay, we need a vacation,
yeah,
and so they go on a vacation with Leia's friend Amlin Holdo,
Mhm.
who, if you've seen The Last Jedi, we know who Holdo is.
Yeah.
She's the purple-haired leader, and this she has pink because she changes her hair a lot.
yeah.
This is when she's still young and vibrant and changes her hair a lot more often. And so Amlin joins them and is like, hey, I actually have, so I brought you here on this vacation because I have a mission for us.
Mhm.
And Leia's like, well, which is it? Are we on vacation or a mission? And she's like, why not both?
Yeah.
I love Amlin in this storyline.
And it's like, Leia's like, I don't want to fucking, break time is not now.
Yeah, Leia also doesn't want to be on vacation.
Yeah.
Like that's the other thing. She's like, I want to be doing something. And it's like, well, Mon Mothma said, and she's like, well, because Mon Mothma's always like, hey, you should take a break when it comes to Leia.
Fucking fine.
Like, we talked about this during Princess and the Scoundrel. Mon Mothma's always is always the one pushing Leia to take a break.
Take a breather, goddamn. You work for us all.
And so, Leia's like, oh, thank God, you have an assignment. Let's do this. And it's like, and Amlin's like, well, it's also still a party that we're going to, so we're gonna have some fun. And Leia's like, God damn it.
Meanwhile, Lando is still.
Lando's like, oh hell yeah, a party, but also like still trying to earn the trust of everybody because of
after-
Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody lets that go.
Yeah, no. Nor
Is Lobot's not in this?
Lobot's in this.
Okay.
They're not like
They're not relevant, like heavily relevant.
they're not terribly relevant, no.
Um,
But they are there, and Lando does go and check in on them.
yeah, because Lobot also is just getting critically worse and worse.
Yeah, he basically goes and visits him in the hospital.
Yeah. So Lobot's not like on. Doesn't. I thought I remembered that correctly. He does not go on the mission with them.
Yeah.
So they go to this auction, which is also a ball going on, and thankfully it's a masquerade ball, so they can all wear masks. Thank goodness, because and Lando is acting as like the man in the chair for the mission because he's like overseeing on comms, and I think Chewie is also with him, so that
Yeah.
because Chewie would be too recognizable.
Yeah,
Because a Wookiee at a Imperial ball would
Would-
not go well.
raise a lot of alarm bells.
And like Lando points out, like, yeah, it's a good thing you guys have those masks because like the three heavily most wanted individuals.
Yeah. The galaxy's most wanted
Yeah.
billion double dollars.
Yeah. And so during the auction, they are fighting against this one really rich guy to
Yeah.
get this engine.
And Lando's like,
Lando tells Luke, "Hey, don't use the Force to win this because
it'll look real weird.
he'll suspect something because I've seen this guy before.
Yeah.
He's not to be trifled with.
The best thing to do is just let him win now.
Let him win now, and then we'll rob him."
Yeah. That basically is the plan.
Yeah.
The plan is we will rob this guy later after.
Once he's got the engine on his ship,
Oh.
and so that's exactly what they do. They
So we should probably
So do you want to talk
just
about
a
what this
quick
engine
reason
is?
why
Why?
they
Oh
need
yeah, why they need it. So Amlin,
while the
Amlin's-
rebellion is regaining footing,
they don't have fuel.
they don't have the resources to keep it up.
Yeah, they're running out of fuel.
Yeah.
Because gas is expensive, even in a galaxy far, far away. So Amlin's like, well, there's this legend about all this fuel that's out in the middle of nowhere, and we need specifically a path engine to get to it.
And they're like, that is a rumor.
A legend.
There's no one 200 years ago. Right?
Two-
And then it's like,
yeah. The Kezerat is
Yeah.
the Kezerat fuel.
and
What
they're like, this is a long shot. And it's
Kezerat
like,
colony? That's what it is. The Kezerat colony.
and it's like, this is a long shot. And it's like, do you have a better idea? Aside, they're like, well, we could call up Crimson Dawn. And it's like, yeah, but can we trust them? And it's like,
Because they're still on the edge. Because this is after they've had their meeting with Kira.
yeah.
Because Kira was like, "Hey, I'm willing to help out if you just just give me a call." And Leia's like, should I really call my boyfriend's ex for help?"
Maybe not. But also, it's basically that.
Yeah, it's the back and forth of like, should we?
Okay, we'll try and solve it ourselves first.
Yeah.
And then we'll ask for help.
Yeah. So they do manage to get the path engine.
Yeah.
They install it onto their ship, and they're like, it doesn't work. And then it does. Like at first they're like, it doesn't work, and then they bump it a certain way, and it just clicks, and then it sends them to No Space,
Yeah.
which is our tie-in to the High Republic era.
Yep. No Space is a dangerous place to be
Yeah.
if you're a Jedi like
Luke. Were you gonna say? Well, I mean, if you were gonna keep the rhyme, it would have been like me, but you're not.
I'm
a
not.
Jedi.
I don't support them.
The Jedi aren't that bad. It's
No,
certain
they're
Jedi.
not evil.
It's certain Jedi.
They're not evil. I don't. It's the principle of the matter.
And they're not really like a West. They're not like
No.
a Western religion.
They're not.
And so a lot of
The
the
closest I think is like Zen Buddhism.
well, it's supposed to be. George himself said it's Buddhism and monks and all that stuff, being Zen and all
Yeah.
that,
but that's a different.
and Hinduism and cultures like that. Not,
Yeah, that's a whole.
but
thing.
the problem is we as Americans tend to take our Western religion trauma and place it on the Jedi, and it's like that's not accurate.
You're right. It's not. However, it doesn't mean
Doesn't mean that we
Right.
still can't place our trauma onto the Jedi for no reason. Okay.
no. I was going to say there's some things that I have to say, but
No, yeah.
I don't want to say them right now.
It doesn't fit this particular conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Luke's Jedi is a little bit different than.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy seeing Luke's journey, like to try and be a better Jedi,
Yeah.
because a lot of the Force is just do it and hope for the best. That's really what it is.
I also think that for like Yoda, this is a chance at a redo.
Yeah,
Because Yoda, like we see we see the High Republic as the ideal of the Jedi. The prequel is a kind of separation of the ideal where they start to lose their idealisms.
Yep.
And then the original trilogy is a rebirth of the Jedi with a idea of, well, we can kind of go back to our idealistics, but we can also change some things that
Yeah.
didn't work last time. And then the sequel trilogy is, hey, my Jedi also made mistakes. Here's what you can do, Rey, to improve it, and then we're going to see what Rey does with her version of the Jedi. Because a religion that is trying to do what's right changes over time.
Yeah.
Because they don't stay in their ways. They realize that there's growth.
Regardless of wherever you are or whatever you believe or however things are going to
Personal
play
growth
out.
is important.
Yeah, and you also have to kind of adapt to the time that you're living in.
Yep.
Like, for example, we can't hold the same. Well, you could. It probably wouldn't be a great idea to hold the same beliefs from like 400 years ago today.
It wouldn't work.
Yeah,
Like, you could try, but you would
At
run
the
into
end,
a lot
it's
of problems.
it's going to be problematic.
Yeah. And so I think that's what we're seeing, because 200 years have passed between
Yeah,
what we, in canon Star Wars, we have seen over 200 years of history. It's a lot. So, and the Jedi have existed for most of that 200 years that we
Yeah.
see. We can say that they technically died out. Like, we can subtract some years during the Empire's reign, but even then, the Jedi still existed just as a smaller group.
Yeah.
And therefore, they still existed. So, and even then, that's when a lot of Jedi who were even raised by the prequel era Jedi were like, okay, some things about how we live our lives have to change
Yeah.
if we're going to survive as a religion. Like Kanan as a Jedi is entirely different than what he would have been if the Empire didn't happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, it's nice seeing this, and so they get sent to no space, and they're like, "There's nothing here except for this platform."
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's try to leave.
Can't leave.
The engine just takes them back this way.
Whoops.
And so they get stuck on the platform because some droids attack them that are like the security for the no space.
Yeah.
And as they're escaping these droids, they finally find some people that are surviving out in no space who save them.
Yes.
And that's where we leave off, is them
Yeah.
being saved by these people. This mystery group that are like, welcome to no space. And that's where we end the volume. Also, Luke lost his the Jedi text in the process. And his lightsaber was taken by one of the people that saved them.
Yep.
So, once again, Luke is without his weapon. And now he's without the Jedi text that he relies on so much also.
It's like, damn it, they took my
They took my
textbook.
They took my books.
I
That was
needed
my
those.
that was my instruction manual.
How to Jedi 101.
Overall, I think it's a pretty good arc for Luke.
Yeah.
Everybody else, it's kind of a weaker story so far. But we're gonna get more of them in the No Space volume. Because I think Leia doesn't get a lot to do.
Yeah.
Lando
Chewbacca definitely doesn't. He's
yeah,
there. but
Chewbacca's just there. He gets a little bit more with the No Space arc.
Okay.
Lando doesn't have a lot right now, but he's gonna get more. I did kind of like Lando as the man in the chair for the
Yeah.
he's like I have insider information that you do not want to mess with this guy. Which definitely there's a story there where Lando once tried to screw this guy over and it did not go well, I'm expecting. But we don't ever get that story. But I do like that that's kind of there. We can imagine what Lando did. And
Lando, I didn't put a lot of points into a lot of things, but insight and deception.
and charisma.
Yep.
Charisma for sure with Lando.
That is his
That's his main stat, is charisma. He could be a, if Lando wanted to, he could be a
Do it, man.
cleric, I guess, because clerics are, no, paladin. Paladin.
There we go.
He could be a paladin, because that's charisma based.
What is it with everyone thinking they're not?
You can switch for clerics a little bit, but yeah, you don't have to be.
Never mind. I remember why. Why people think that they are. The quick clarification on that is for some reason, like in
Was it one of the
Pathfinder in third
Pathfinder.
edition, that your
Your main stat for magic is
no, it's still wisdom, but for magic it is wisdom, but for like one of your I forget what they call it. Like turn undead was
turn undead, yeah,
no, not that's what it kind of does.
for
I'm
your
trying to
divine
remember.
magic or whatever it's
I'm
called.
trying to remember what like the secondary thing that clerics get.
It's their divine stuff or whatever it's called. I got it. I got it.
You can look it up real quick.
But while I'm looking that up, thoughts overall on the arc?
I don't mind it. It's not bad. Oh, how you feel about the rebellions? Like we're just gonna show up to this like parade in Coruscant.
No, Barleth. It's,
Barleth.
Yeah, it's Barleth because it's the Barleth Academy, which is where, because the Barleth University that Dr. Afra went to.
Yeah, how do you feel about them?
I think it's great.
doing
I
that.
think it's great and funny. Like the reactions of the Imperials during that, they're like, "God, we got attacked! Oh my God, what are we gonna do?"
Fuck, I thought this was an Outer Rim problem.
Channel divinity.
Yeah. It's
So-
your
so it
channel
is divinity, yeah.
So in Pathfinder in third edition, that's based off of charisma,
Mm-hmm.
but your magic is still based.
So you
off
want
of wisdom.
both. You want a high
Yeah.
wisdom and charisma, yeah. But yeah, like I like that they go after. It's showing that the rebellion is starting to regain ground again, and starting to kind of
Yeah.
go back to the way that they were of like, okay, we are now powerful enough to go after like Barleth, which is a big place. It's a very important place to. It's where the colleges are. I like it. I'd give it a 8.
I don't know if it's just because I'm tired, but I'm giving it a 7.
7. I almost gave it. I almost was there, but yeah, I can see it. So that is this week's episode.
Mhm.
What are we talking about next week?
That is a good question.
We are talking about Han Solo and Chewbacca Volume 2. The Crystal Run Part 2.
Oh yeah.
So we get to wrap up the Han Solo and Chewbacca miniseries. Which was supposed to be an ongoing, but it became a miniseries, unfortunately.
Mm.
And I say unfortunately because I finished it, and there's so many things where I'm like, now I want more.
Yeah.
And you're going to see what I mean next week. So let's see. Yeah. So
How many episodes do we have left? Because we're.
we got a lot more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Potentially 11 more.
11 more.
10 to 11 depending on Ahsoka, and
All right.
because I haven't put Ahsoka on the schedule yet, but we'll probably talk Ahsoka this season based on the fact that it's coming out pretty soon
Yeah.
and next month. And all right, so thank you all for watching. Be sure to check us out on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at Escape Reality Films. Also, be sure to check out my TikTok at Escape Reality Films. I am also on Instagram and Threads as Caleb.Lockwood. I am on Twitter at Escape Reality 94. And that's everything for those. Be sure to like, subscribe, follow, all the things for those places. And you can also check out our Patreon if you want to support us that way, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. For Facebook, if you're watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, the link is there. And then and shout out to our Patreon member Jennifer Brantley. Thank you for supporting us every month. And also, you can also check out our Discord and become part of the community. We've been talking a little bit more lately on there.
Yeah.
And that is linked down below, also on the Facebook, and even Kick has it linked. So all the places that you're watching us, there is a link for that. That's it for our stuff. We also want to shout out to Scotty's podcast and the Mopcast Network and Cult Movie Cantina, which I am a part of. I help co-producing. I'm a co-host on it. We just released for the last week, we put out our just cult meeting where we just kind of hang out and talk about whatever. But next week this week, upcoming week, we are releasing our next movie episode, which is we are talking about Flowers in the Attic, which is a very interesting film to say the least, and has a very interesting history regarding the book series.
Flowers in the Attic?
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it off screen.
Okay.
It's something.
All right.
And so you can find that on youtube.com/Mopcast Network. It is Mopcast Network on any fine podcasting app. And on Facebook, it is facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. And that is how you can find them. They also help provide the space that we use, so that's why we like to give them a shout out. The people that own the space, though, are Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. So if you're ever in the Mobile area, you can come check them out. They are on Howes Ferry and Moffett. I got it right for once, right off the bat, without having to struggle.
Yeah.
And they're in that little shopping center there on the corner behind the gas station. There's a little shopping center and a Piggly Wiggly, and it's in that area. And then they also inside there's also Engage Gaming, which is a video game rental sort of like console service where you pay an hourly rate and you can use their consoles in-house. So they've got PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR, all the good stuff. And you can come check them out, pay them an hourly rate, and play their stuff inside the shop. I believe they provide games. They also sell some old classic games and some new games. So if you find a game that you want to get, you can buy from them as well. They also do a monthly membership where if you pay the monthly membership fee, you get a discount on the hourly rate for your usage of machines. I think it's like $60 a month, and you get I don't know how much you get off, but it's like $60 a month, so something like that, 30 to 60, something like that. Which still isn't bad at the end of the day. You're still saving money, especially if you don't have a like a PS5 or anything, like because PS5s are expensive. Like I was looking at, my dad wants to get a PSVR because he wants to get a boxing or like a exercise game.
Yeah.
And PSVR 2 has one, and I was looking at it, I was like, I told him how much it was. It's almost the same price. It's almost the same price as getting a PlayStation 5.
Oh.
And you need a PS5 to use a PSVR 2. Because you have to have a PlayStation to go with the PSVR headset.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, yeah, you're definitely saving money.
Yeah.
And then, like, the VR machines here are I believe they're the Oculus headsets. So yeah, come check them out. And as for like Gamers and Geeks, they've got like mini war game type stuff. They've got an arcade in the back that you can pay $10 and get a wristband for the day, and it's free play machines, so you don't put quarters in. You just walk up to the machine, can play it. They also do like Magic Nights on Wednesday, I believe, and they do D&D Adventurers League on Sundays. So there's always something going on. I believe that's everything except for your thing.
Yep. So every Sunday from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time, unless personal matters come up. You can catch some friends of ours over on twitch.tv, Steam, all caps, _dungeon, on Trials of Nebu. I'm not up to date with what's happening because I've had to step away due to work, but you should still
Yeah. Still check them out. Like
they're
they're
pretty entertaining.
yeah, they're fun people.
Yeah.
John was actually showing me. He sent me a message today.
We also have the first episode out on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Is it also Steam _
No.
No. It's what's
It's Trials of Nebu.
oh, it's just Trials of Nebu.
Yeah.
So it's youtube.com/Trials of Nebu, or is it, or did y'all not get that name yet? Because I know you have to have so much to get the. I might have spelled that wrong.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, it is on Steam. It is Steam Dungeon.
Yeah.
That is the YouTube channel. So if you look for at Javon456,
Yep.
you'll get, and that's
By the way,
JEVAUGHN 456.
Just a heads up warning, the main thing are the first thing that back up.
Yeah.
When you
Go back to the
go
home.
back to the previous page.
Oh, okay.
Just a heads up, if you're uncomfortable with snakes and multiple eyes, if
Yeah,
you have,
that's like the main. That's like the main image for the first video.
that is the main image. So if you don't like snakes or eyes looking around,
yeah,
uh,
not for you probably.
not for you.
And I partnered with this particular channel before because we did that Fallout 4 co-op run. Because I had some of the videos and they had some of the videos on each of our channels.
Yep.
Because we would take turns on posting early on the videos for it. Because I think, yeah, we both had part 1. I had part 2. They took part 3. I took part 4. So, and that was us having fun. That was when Fallout 4 first came out, and we were having fun with the fact that you could play. You could have the Pip-Boy on your phone because there was an app for it. And so what we would do is we had one person playing the game and then another person on the Pip-Boy.
All right. But yeah, 5 to 7 Central Standard Time, Steam _dragon
Oh, Dungeon.
on, Dungeon.
Yeah, on twitch.tv. And then it's Javon456 on YouTube.
Yep.
But if you just look up Trials of Nebu, you'll find it. I don't know if I'll link the YouTube down below, but I might.
All right. But I think that's everything. So
Yeah, that's everything. So once again, we'll see you all next week to talk. What did I say? Han and Chewbacca, Han Solo and Chewbacca, Volume 2. Have a good week. I've spoken. I'm your host, Caleb.
I'm set. I talk Star Wars with this man.
All right. Let me adjust some stuff here real quick, because Kick is not going to show the correct name. Also, it's... There we go. What's been up with you this week?
Working a job I don't much care for, but money's money at the end of the day. Still need to do something.
Yep.
Other than that,
Since it's been on my mind and everybody else in our sphere has been talking about it, we're going to address the elephant in the room. Are we talking Ahsoka? No, because nobody else is. Because of the strike. We are in a better position than a lot of the other podcast groups that I'm connected to. Because like a lot of them are having to shift focus. So like Podwans, they're about to have to shift focus once they're done. Because the Rebel stuff they're gonna finish out because they've already like had that set, and they're almost done. They're on season 4 and they've got a few episodes left. But after that, they're shifting to more interview content. So whereas with us, thankfully 99.9% of what we talk about is books, comics, video games. So we're kind of in a better position regarding that. we're in solidarity with them, so we're going to show that support that way. There's really nothing to talk about, I think, outside of that, because I don't think there's any news that going on, unless there's some big out of nowhere book news. Oh, San Diego Comic-Con Lucasfilm Publishing panel happened, so I guess we can look at that. Oh yeah, that's right. So Hasbro, that's right. Hasbro is doing Hasbro used to do, because they stopped doing it for a minute. They did this thing called Pulse, which was like special projects where it was like, here's a toy that's really that we let the fans pay for before. Yeah, Scotty's here. He can explain it better.
I'm a toy guy, so
Yeah.
am I on? I can't.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, cool. So Pulse is the fan club. So like you join Pulse to it's their app, and so it's Hasbro has a Kickstarter program called HasLabs.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And HasLabs have been doing things for the last 4 or 5 years. They did a Razor Crest. The first one was the Sail Barge.
The Rancor Pit did not make it.
Yeah, they've done 4 Star Wars. 2 of them haven't made it. They did a Rancor, which wasn't really good, and they did which sister's in Obi-Wan?
Oh, Reva.
Reva. They did her lightsaber that didn't make it. But this time around they've listened to fan demand, and they put out a Ghost that is 3 3/4 inch scale, so it's about 3 feet by like 2.5 feet. It's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge.
It does seem like vehicles work better for HasLabs.
Yeah, I mean the G.I. Joe is the case because they just funded the Dragonfly this week for G.I. Joe, and that thing's huge too. But it comes with a Hera, so I was like, of course I have to buy it. And then its tiers are the other members of Spectre Squad minus Sabine, because they're putting out Sabine separately. You'll be able to buy her, but they're in their TV/movie look is what they're calling it. But their costuming is the costuming from the mural.
Oh, okay.
And the backgrounds on the cards are the mural. Is their character piece on the mural. It's gorgeous. It is fantastic. It's also $499.
Yeah, that's yeah. The HasLabs is not cheap.
Yeah, this is one of the more expensive ones. I think this and the Sail Barge is about the same price point when it come out.
Okay.
And Sail Barge was almost like 5 feet across. It's huge. I've seen it. I've seen it like at cons in the box, and just stands up. It's like a toddler. I mean, it's like a 5th grader. But yeah. So they need 8,000 people before they will make it. They got to have 8,000 pre-orders before they did it. By the end of the day, yesterday, they had about half of that. So it's one of the fastest growing HasLabs they've ever had, because everybody wants it. I mean, I put 2 in myself. I got one for myself and one for the shop.
Yep.
So we will do an unboxing.
Was that the Malgus he sent me? Was that one you acquired, or was that one that you saw somewhere?
No, that was from San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a Black Series that's coming out probably in the fall or early winter.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
it.
Harith and I have theories about where they're gonna take Star Wars books after the High Republic stuff is done.
Oh, the weirdest thing that they put out, the Hasbro's putting out, is the there's a 3 3/4 inch Revan coming out that looks pretty dope, but they're doing Chewbacca from Life Day,
Huh. Like,
in the robe.
okay.
This
So, yeah.
it's the weirdest thing. It's like, first of all, I think that's the first official holiday special toy,
Yeah, that's the first toy I can think of.
and so I'm curious what they're gonna call it on the card. I need to look. I think they have it on card, because usually they'll say like which movie it's from, or
Yeah.
if it's from the expanding universe, or they'll do. But I don't know if they put holiday special out or not.
Yeah.
I have to look.
So there's a lot of book and comic news.
Really?
Oh yeah, a ton of stuff
Yeah, so
with no celebrities at
Yeah, with no celebrities at
about
Comic-Con,
Comic-Con.
they gotta talk books,
Yeah,
and comics,
Comic-Con
and video
became
games.
Comic-Con became Comic-Con again
Yeah.
instead of like, what's your newest movie? What's your newest movie release? And so
Yeah.
it's been epic.
So this is coming
very
to
cool.
us through Star Wars Newsnet, through Star Wars Explained. So Alex from Star Wars Explained, he was actually there. So they announced, they showed some covers for the next High Republic phase books that are coming out, because we know the names, but they haven't shown us the covers yet. They showed us for the first junior novel, the Escape from Valo cover, which has I just dropped his name, Ram Jamaram, who you don't like because he's the one that introduced the phrase wizard to the Star Wars universe. Chronologically, yeah. Chronologically, Ram is the start of wizard
You
as slang.
have no idea what you've caused.
But it is being co-written by DJO and Alyssa Wong. And DJO has been really good. We like his work. Alyssa Wong, we like her Afro stuff because she writes the Afro comics. But the cover looks interesting. It looks like that could also be. No, that's not him. I was gonna say that could be Emmerich, but that's a little short for Emmerich. Emery's a little bigger, because they always talk about how he's bigger. Emery's always like a little bit bulkier and taller in the way that they describe him. We also got our first young adult novel cover. We already had the adult novel cover because we talked about that last week, a couple weeks ago.
I think so.
Because that was the one with just Markion spread on the on the throne. Because Star Wars really loves doing the spread on the throne look
only-
now.
I'm not gonna give them too much
Yeah.
grief about it. There's only so many ways you can sit on a chair.
Yeah, but that, I mean, but that one, so it looks like from the cover we're going to focus for the young adult novel, which is Defy the Storm, will be focused on Vernestra, Avon, and Jordana Sparkburn.
Mm.
So, and that's going to be Tessa Grattan and Justina Ireland co-write, which they've worked really, I mean, they did really well with Path of Deceit together. So, them writing together is a good thing in my opinion. I like when they work together on books.
The best thing about Jordana Sparkbird is that she doesn't fucking care anymore about these Nihil. She's like, yes, I will set my pet tiger on these guys. I am so tired of them.
Oh man. And then we go into the comics,
Mm.
where we got the first two of the mainline comic, and we also learn more about the Children of the Storm as the new villain focus.
Okay.
Because that's actually a Child of the Storm is on the cover, along with another one of the Nameless.
Mm.
But on the first issue cover, we see Keeve and Lorna D, and which one survived? I feel bad for not knowing which one survived.
I don't remember either.
It's either Tarek or Sarah. I know that. If y'all want to correct me in the comments and y'all know, feel free. I just don't know which one off the top of my head because it has been a while since I've gone through the material. I should before Phase 3 really starts, so that way I can have a fresh mind of the more recent events, because Phase 2 has been 150 years. You know, it's a few. It's got that degree of separation. Whereas Phase 1 and I think it's what, a 3. They said it's a year gap between 1 and 3.
Hmm.
But you were gonna say.
I think it's Tarek. I think he's the one that was fine.
Okay, yeah. And then we get the miniseries. We get the second cover. We don't get. I think we've seen the first issue cover, and that's why we get the second issue cover now. For Shadows of Starlight, which is actually going to be our first piece of media, because that releases in October, even before the first short story drops. So that'll be our first piece of media. And so the second issue, we see our boy Elzar with Starlight right behind him in the ocean.
Good day to be Elzar.
Is it ever, though? I guess when he's having sex. Or, yeah, that's about it. Because what, he did it in Rising Storm? With the lady that was helping run the fair? and then that was it, really. Although his heart truly lies with Avar, but they can never be because they're both Jedi.
Yeah.
Honestly, after the High Republic initiative, okay, so Harith and I have said that we think that the Old Republic is going to be the next initiative. That or an Old Republic Dawn of the Jedi combo, but with the strike, that's probably going to disalign. That's going to unalign any synergy.
Mm.
So probably just Old Republic will be the focus. But I also think that they need to start doing some, because it's popular right now in the book community. Start doing some romance, like get some romance novels in Star Wars. Lost Stars is the closest thing we've gotten to that. Give us a good romance novel. Give us a Jedi romance novel, like the High Republic says that there's a bunch of in universe. The Jedi like have on the cover like a Fabio Jedi. You know it would be great. High Republic Adventures. So they dropped the first 2 covers for that, and we see Zine and Court, who are definitely older, which definitely tells me that I'm pretty sure it's a 1-year gap. I think they've said, but it could be more.
Who is that, and why are they so pissed?
What, Court?
Yeah, he looks so mad.
I mean, but yeah, well, they're also looking for,
Not far. Morales or Lula.
Lula. Yeah,
There
they're looking for Lula because remember she went missing, and we saw her die.
Yeah.
In the free comic book day issue.
Stop it with these fake out deaths. Sometimes people have to die.
Like Stellan.
Yeah.
Which we get a preview page of
There
for.
was no fake out.
We get a
Kill
preview.
him.
We get a preview page of in the High Republic character encyclopedia. Yeah, and the Drengir get a little preview page. So according to Alex, Star Wars Explained, to those of y'all who watch him on YouTube, apparently they did a reading from the passage for A Certain Point of View, Return of the Jedi, live with Mark Thompson reading for the Obi-Wan story by Alex Jennings. Apparently just on the fly, Kenobi and Luke reading. Going back to comics, we got preview pages of Dark Droids, which is the big crossover event that's coming up now that they've finished with all the Crimson Dawn stuff, which we haven't finished because I don't think we read the last arc on show yet.
No, we have not.
But they've finished printing them, and so Dark Droids is the next crossover, which is about that evil droid that we saw in the preview with that one comic where we got the Force vision from Vader. And apparently we get the reintroduction of D-Squad from Clone Wars, which is an all-droid squad, and this time including R2 Chopper and our buddy the pit droid. Trying to remember his name all of a sudden. I should know this. Whack 47. His name is Whack. We also get a preview of Tales of the Death Star, which comes out September, which is our horror comic, because we got to have our yearly horror comic from Cavan Scott. And apparently it goes all the way from A New Hope to The Rise of Skywalker in terms of like how far the timeline goes for it, which kind of fits because that's kind of where Tales from Vader's Castle, like each year when it was done by IDW, Vader's Castle stuff was eventually going just past where the movies were. Like they were getting there anyways. For those of y'all who keep an eye out for visual guides, which we have a few of those here, they're doing a Dawn of Rebellion visual guide, which is going to cover all of the Dawn of Rebellion era stuff. So Andor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, that stuff. And yeah, and then they just kind of gave a. They kind of also gave a final panel of like all the books that are coming out that they didn't have time to talk about. So there's like a cookbook I can see in this picture. This picture comes from Laughing Place. Let me put it up on screen and we can look at it together actually. There we go. And so, like, off the bat, I see a cookbook in the bottom right. There's a sticker book, some kids' books. We got that's a kid's book. Is that a guide to Wookiees? Yeah, Secret of the Wookiees. So they're doing a Secret of the Wookiees book, which is, so the Secret of books are kind of like these are like written from the in-universe perspective of certain characters, and we see like we learn more about the stuff. So far, we have like Secrets of the Sith and Secrets of the Jedi, but it looks like that's a Secrets of the Wookiee book. That'll be cool. Trying to figure out what that book is.
Which one?
It says I think it's like conversation something. Conversation cards? That might not be a book. That might just be a little
Something.
something else. Jedi Survivor, are they doing a book adaptation? They didn't do one for Fallen Order. Maybe that's a comic? Because they did do a spin-off comic for Fallen Order. We knew about Dawn of the Rebellion. Looks like there's an Ahsoka Clone Wars thing, because that's Clone Wars Ahsoka art. Tales of Enlightenment's getting their thing. That happened with the with the other one that we had as well, where they just
the collection.
Yeah, where they just made it a collection of all the short stories. Yeah, just put it in one book. We got some golden books, some young readers, a Mando adaptation, young readers, because that almost looks like Mando. That's definitely Mando. That's gonna be their comic book. That's really just frames where they use frames from the show, because they do some of those. That's the Dark Droids D Squad stuff. We got Tales from the Dark Side, Sana Staros. That's probably for the paperback, because Sana Staros comic is almost. Sana Staros comic's done. They printed all the issues actually. So yeah, that's probably for the next trade paperback version of it. What's Max Rebo doing there? Oh, I see. That's the Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary. So that's probably a one shot for the 40th anniversary comic. Actually, I think I knew about that one. Dr. Aphra stuff. The final issue of the Yoda miniseries. Darth Vader Black, White, and Red. Dark Droids. Looks like these are probably all trade paperback stuff, because that's volume 3 of phase 1 of the High Republic Adventures, because we never properly got that yet. And then it looks like trade paperbacks for phase 2 High Republic Adventure stuff is what these 3 are. And then trades for phase... No. I don't know what these are. Yeah, and there's the final trade for the main line comic of phase 2. And then, of course, we got Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, Rise of the Red Blade, Crimson Climb. These are things we knew were coming. A young children's book for phase 2. Then we got a short story collection that's going to kind of close the gap between phase 1 and phase 2 and 3. Tales of Light and Life. Got the character encyclopedia and Eye of Darkness with Markion spread. And then our short story, our young readers and our young adult and our junior readers. So yep, that's all the stuff that we got. Not bad. I think that's a pretty good look at what's coming up book-wise. That gave us the rest of the next season and a half of content to talk about.
Yep.
So let's talk about this week's book. Well, comic.
Yeah.
Han Solo and Chewbacca, Volume 2. So we start off where we left off with Chewie in prison,
Yeah.
and Han left for dead.
Yep. Shit. Not really a good day to be either of them.
Yeah.
Get into a prison fight, get stabbed, get
Run-
shot, left.
At least Chewie runs into Maz
Yeah.
and makes a friend.
hmm
What do you think of our friend?
I have no strong feelings either way.
I say our friend because they're our friend now because Chewie's our friend, so you know.
Mm. I don't remember
Any-
her name.
Yeah, I was. Any highlights though of the comic?
I don't know what Corbus did to piss the marshal off so much.
Yeah, Corbus really. So to kind of fill in the gaps, Corbus is not Han's dad, but that's the person who was claiming to be Han's dad last time we talked about Han Solo and Chewbacca.
Yep.
And we've learned in the first volume that no, he
No,
lied.
He's not.
It was so he could get to the orb that everybody's after.
Yeah.
Which we kind of learn what it is.
Yeah.
It's this computer AI for a droid is what's actually inside it. And of course, when Han figures out what it is, he's like, "Why does Jabba want this?"
The big question that
Literally, all sides are asking. Actually, like
Yeah.
everybody's kind of like, "Why would Jabba want this?"
yeah.
And yeah, so that
I forgot that Tonga is in this.
yeah, Tonga's in this, yeah,
Yeah.
because they have to connect how Tonga knows Keltana
Hmm.
For stuff currently going on in the Bounty Hunters comic to kind of give non-spoilery stuff of what's going on.
Yeah.
So obviously everybody's after this still,
They're like
except for the marshal who just wants to
does
take down.
not care.
They either want to take down Han, they just want to arrest somebody at the end of this.
What was it? I don't care which one of you, but one of you has to
Yeah,
go.
Buck Vancto. Yeah, Vancto just wants to arrest somebody. And
Oh
so,
wait, you got the wrong person. Doesn't matter. Don't care.
yeah,
And it's like, no, that's
Phaedra is the name of their new friend.
okay.
Yeah. So Phaedra works with Chewie and Maz to break out of prison. And
Oh,
the
man.
breakout is hilarious. The whole Han going after them as well and meeting up in the middle of nowhere, and the ship getting taken. Millennium Falcon gets stolen so much in this comic
Yeah.
run. But by the end of it, I need more issues of this, and I'm upset it's a miniseries.
Mm.
Because it was originally supposed to be an ongoing. They said it was going to be an ongoing when they announced it. And then about halfway through the run, they said, oh, actually, we're going to stop at 10 issues.
Mm.
And, of course, that's because comics is a fickle market where if you don't sell well quickly, you think, and you're not a big name character, your comic's going to run. It's going to be a
Yeah.
miniseries and die.
Like,
Han Solo and Chewbacca are big name characters, but I think it's the difference between a mainline Star Wars comic where it's just called Star Wars and a side thing.
yeah.
So like they figured, oh, we can end this because you still get your Han Solo and Chewbacca fill with the mainline Star Wars comic. My problem is I like the other characters that are in this comic as well, very much so, and I like the interactions between Han and Chewie and them. I like Phaedra, even though we just really get to know her. I really like Corbus Tyra as not Han's dad and his whole scam and what he's up to, and I need to know what's the next phase of this plan, because by the 10th issue they're like, oh yeah, we're not done with that, and it's just like, what do you mean you're not done?
It's over.
And so, like, because I'm invested now in Corbus's story, and I need more Corbus. Now, Greedo can go. Greedo gets what he deserves in this. But I do like how Han and them get out of the debt, like, get out of having to deliver this to Jabba, and how they do this in a smart way.
Yeah.
Because they have to give Jabba something, but they don't want to give him a possibly very dangerous AI, which, mind you, that the person they go to is a throwback to an earlier comic. The Ugnaught they go to first appeared in the Lando 2015 comic.
I'm like, I don't.
You haven't read
are.
that, yeah. You haven't read that yet, but yeah, and that's what they're referencing is the events of that comic, because they talk about how they did a job for Lando recently and everything went
To hell.
yeah, and that's the comic they're talking about. Because without giving away too much of that, they heist. The Lando comic is about a heist onto Palpatine's personal yacht.
Oh. Why?
To steal some valuable artifacts from his yacht. And of course, what type of artifacts are going to be on the Sith Emperor's ship?
Probably fucking evil ones. It's just a guess.
Yeah, the Lando comic surprisingly ties into a lot of comics. Because it ties into this. It ties into the Darth Vader 2017 comics. Because of the artifact in particular that they find that starts fucking things up. Because I don't know if we talked about it before. Momin, have we talked about Darth Momin on the
I
show?
feel like we have.
His spirit residing in a helmet.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, the Lando comic is what introduced that.
No. Fuck.
So that's where all of that comes from. So yeah, that. So it had a little bit of tie in there. So the Ugnaught from the Lando comics, like, yeah, no, this is dangerous, bro.
Yeah.
And then the Empire comes in and starts shooting things up.
Whoops.
'Cause, yeah.
Phaedra. Chewie, I need you to eat these chemicals. Han getting the urn or the
Yeah,
memory
getting the
core
urn,
back.
yeah.
It's nice that a plan actually went well for one.
And then it doesn't, yeah.
Yep.
And then just the chases between them and Corbus, where Corbus is always like right on their tail, and
Yeah.
then Vangto is right on Corbus's tail. Man. And then Corbus tries to make a deal with Vangto. He's like, look, you could arrest me, but I know you really want Han. I could lead you to Han. He thinks I'm his dad.
It's like, yeah, how'd you pull that one off?
Well, I just had the right amount of information.
Sure. You know what? Fine.
I am curious, like, how Corbus knew all this information about Han's dad, because this does seem like there's a lot of stuff he shouldn't know.
How you figure?
There's just because they have that one flashback. I can't remember if it's in this volume. I don't think it's this volume. I think it was volume 1. They had the flashback where they showed like the conversation between Han and his actual dad, and Corbus somehow knew that conversation. I feel like Corbus either knew Ovan, or at least had witnessed some of these things, and eventually it just happened to come to use.
Yeah. Well, a lot. Let's face it, Corellia is awful. Probably wanting to get off and fly one of their ships is pretty common aspiration.
Yeah. But yeah, so eventually though they everything does work out though.
Yep.
Because what really happens is Han and Chewie bury the bury it so that way it cannot be found, which obviously that does not go well. And-
Sorry, Ajax Sigma, you're not gonna be around for a little bit.
But you are gonna come back, so yeah.
Oh, hearing the story of Ajax Sigma and thinking about what's her name?
Oh, my brain. Say it again. I'm sorry.
I
drifted there.
Han hearing the story about Ajax Sigma and thinking about the droid lady.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Lando's.
Yeah.
Oh, why is it just slipping from me right now? L3.
Yeah. And being like, yeah, I remember.
Man, I am
Um,
I am off today.
Didn't work out.
I am really off today. I don't know what's going on. That's really about like
Yeah.
because there. The main points I wanted to talk about is how I think there should have been more of this comic, because I do like the arcs that we got, and I kind of like the storyline. And of course, yes, this is the end of that of the them going after the vase the urn storyline. Like the urn storyline's over. That's fine. They could have told more stories though of Han and Chewie during this era. Like
They could have.
because I right now as far as we know, there is nothing coming up that's going to cover this time period for Han and Chewie. So why not just use the comic to do that? I mean, I think it told a good story starting off, and I like where Corvus's storyline is going. I could see more jobs being done for Jabba by Han and Chewie, and maybe running into maybe we see run-ins with Boba Fett, and we get a little bit more of a connection of why they don't like each other. And so that could have happened in this comic, but since they left it off on 10 issues, these are the questions that will currently never be answered.
Is Boba Fett just Jabba's HR department?
No, because I don't think you send your HR to kill people.
Well, if you're a crime boss, you do.
That's fair. No, he's just he's like a lawyer that's on retainer. So he's like, but as a bounty hunter, he's on retainer. So Jabba's got him on retainer. Until he screws him over during the War of the Bounty Hunters. But that was not Jabba though that screwed Boba over. That was Bib.
Yeah.
Once again, Bib being the worst. Bib is just consistently the worst. And so, like, I like this comic. I like what it's doing. It could definitely be better. I'm not saying it's a perfect comic. That's for sure. It's not perfect. There's a reason why I don't know too many people outside of me and a couple of other people who really read comics who have read it. So, like, I get it. But your thoughts?
It's okay.
Would you have wanted more, or are you kind of fine with where it
I'm
is?
fine with where it is. I don't really think that, like, it's clear that they set up for more, but as for where it is, it's all right.
I think if anything, it's going to connect to the Dark Droids plot line. They'll try to
Well,
find
I
a way to
would
fit that.
Imagine so.
I think they'll try to bring. I would think, in order to finish Corvus's story properly, they would have to bring him into the Dark Droids storyline
Yeah.
somehow. Maybe put him into the Bounty Hunters comic. But right now, the Bounty Hunters comic is kind of filled with a lot of characters right now because they've got everybody
They got
pretty much.
Everyone is here.
Yeah, they've got the smash. Everyone is here situation.
Yeah.
Because like they've got you got Tonga, you got Dengar showing up every now and then still. Bosk is still a key player. Boba Fett's a key player again. Obviously Valence is a key player right now,
Yeah.
especially with the Valence having brain drain at the moment, as I'm calling it.
Not my files.
Yeah, he's having a memory. He's having a memory crash there.
Have we tried turning him on and off again?
I think that was the problem.
Oh.
Yeah, but his RAM is not doing so hot. His processor's doing okay though, so he's at least running. But his memory's not great.
Sorry, thinking back to an older comic where Vader's like, "I took your fucking heart out," and Valence immediately tried to kill him.
Yeah. And so like on top of that there's
Are you okay, man?
yeah, I don't know why I'm just slipping on names right now. Alien was in the Genndy Clone Wars.
Dirge.
Dirge, yeah. Dirge is now a key player.
Yep.
Death Stick's a key player now.
Yep.
So
Forgot about that.
although they got rid of your pugilist.
Yeah. I understand why though.
Well, him and Tonga had some differences of opinions on how things are being ran. And since Tonga's in charge,
You're being cut.
although it's Kel, they're now in Kel's Tana ship, so
Yeah.
Kel is now also an important part of the Bounty Hunter storyline. So yeah, like I said, Bounty Hunters is kind of full. So
Yeah,
I don't know where they would.
That's a lot of people.
I don't know where they would fit Corvus into this without cutting some people.
Yeah.
Which they reasonably could, but with the current storyline, they can't.
Yeah, they're
Busy.
busy with other things.
The current storyline is, of course, saving Valence's brain. Well, memory, because computer. Oh yeah, Forlom and
Zuckuss.
Zuckuss are still part of the Bounty Hunters team too. So
Yep.
yeah, the only one not there is Tonga's girlfriend because Tonga made her girlfriend go with the pugilist, and so
She's like, executive decision time. You
Okay.
need to go.
protect my girlfriend.
Yep.
Which is fair because they, especially since the first thing was we need to go find Boba Fett, and last time her and Boba Fett were around each other, Boba Fett killed her brother. So,
Yeah.
that's everything I want to talk about regarding this. I mean, it's a shorter. I know it's a shorter podcast episode this week.
Yeah.
There's less stuff to talk about. We're having to cut down on things to talk about regarding certain stuff.
Yeah.
We also didn't really do much this week, so no real tangents to talk about. I give it a strong 7 out of 10.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just that I'm tired or that I read it like all in one night. It might be that. It might be that I haven't really gotten a lot of sleep because I decided to sleep at 8 and then wake up at like 11:30.
Yeah.
Like I don't hate it, but I'm not like
It's not the
terribly
strong. It's
attached
not
to
the
it.
yeah. It's not the
Yeah.
strongest piece of media we read, which we kind of reserves the 8s and 9s and 10s for.
Yeah. I'll give it
So I think it's.
maybe a 6.5.
I mean, that's still pretty fair. That's still passed. Like that's still passing. It's barely passing, but it's passing.
Yeah.
That's a you could do better,
Yeah.
but you're not like doing awful either. I kind of agree with that, but I say it's average, so that's why I went with a 7. So that's it for this week. Next week. What are we talking about next week?
Good question.
We are. Oh, did you what? Did you have something else?
Yeah, I got finished up with a show on Netflix recently. It's been out for 2 years.
Okay, well, considering the
Okay.
thing we talked at the
never
top.
mind.
Yeah. Because they're one of the struck.
I see.
Yeah. You can tell me off
Off
air
air,
because
yeah.
because you can still. We're not telling you guys how to do it. For us personally, that's just how I want to run things. I'm still having to debate some this stuff because I think part of why I think that's part of why
Like,
I'm off right now. I had a
think
heated
it's-
discussion
yeah.
just before, and I'm trying to think things out right now.
Until that's resolved.
Yeah. But as far as how this show is going to be run anyways, that's just how I'm going to run this show and how I'm going to run my media. I don't want to tell anybody how they should run theirs. I'm just saying that personally, I think for support, that's how I'm going to run it. And so they say feel free to still watch stuff, go to movies, watch TV shows. They haven't said to stop that. They're not, they're not striking against that type of action yet. But for now, just promoting stuff is really the thing that they're trying to not do. But you can still talk amongst your friends. Like, they just don't want you to be like posting on Twitter and like doing reviews and stuff, Yeah, next week. Found it.
All right.
Sorry.
So
I was
what are
still
we doing
looking for next week. So next week we're talking Hyperspace Stories Volume 1 Rebels and Resistance, which is it's the kind of the replacement for Star Wars Adventures comics. So basically they're going to be like different type of stories within each issue. Like an anthology sort of thing. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Sorry for the shortness of this episode and also the kind of offness that we had this week. There's just a lot going on. And I hope everybody's taking care. Be sure to, if you are watching on YouTube, you can find us on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch at Escape Reality Films. You can also find us on TikTok at Escape Reality Films. And be sure to follow, like, subscribe, whatever you can do on those, on the different ones, different platforms. And you can also find me on Twitter at Escape Reality 94. I am also on Instagram and Threads at caleb.lockwood. And you can also, support us on Patreon. Patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. Thank you to Seth's mom, who is our main Patreon subscriber. You can, if you join us on Patreon, you can get our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. A lot of video game stuff that's being posted.
Yeah, you've been going through
different stuff. I'm going through Demon Souls for one. I've been going through. I decided to check out every D&D based RPG. Oh god. Or video game almost. Yeah, video game I should say, because the very first one I played is not an RPG. It's a dungeon crawler type thing, but it's like pre-DOS, like it's Commodore 64 game. Just called Dungeons and Dragons, a computer fantasy game. So
at least it didn't lie to you in the title.
And then the next game I'm playing is called Dungeon, which is actually based on a board game.
Oh.
Which I think that's going to be a common theme for a lot of these older ones, because a lot of older video games based on tabletop properties tend to take like the board games of certain parts of it and just try to video gamify it. Like Warhammer did the same thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of their first few games are just what's the name of that? Space Hulk, or just Space Hulk, the board game, but turned to a computer game. Like they've done Space Hulk 4 times, Warhammer. Like they've done 4 different video game adaptations of Space Hulk. I'm not the authority on that though. That would be we would have to bring JD on the show to talk Warhammer. He'd know more about that than me.
Yeah, I don't know.
But speaking of other groups to check out, be sure to check out Cult Movie Cantina over at Mobcast Network. They talk about cult movies and, have drinks and all that good stuff. And this week is going to be a cult meeting, because they're going to film that tomorrow. So this week's going to be a cult meeting, and you can check out the cult meeting to see what movie they're going to talk about. And you can find them at youtube.com/Mobcast Network, Mobcast Network on any fine podcasting app. And it's facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina if you want to find them on Facebook. And then and they're the ones that like give the studio space to us. They this is their space.
Yeah.
That's why there's so much of their stuff here. So they give us the space to do our show and talk Star Wars with y'all, and they talk movies.
Yeah.
They are also. Am I missing anything with them? No. Also, check out, if you are in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming shop. You can find them on Howells Ferry and Moffett. Yeah. I got it right. Hey, my brain didn't disconnect on that one. Because that's the one that usually gets me. But you can find them on Howells Ferry and Moffett. They're behind the gas station in that shopping center next to the Piggly Wiggly. They do board games, card games, different tabletop games, arcade in the back where if you pay $10 for the day, you get a wristband and you can play free play machines in the back with the arcade. They are also connected to Engage Gaming, which is a video game rental, in-house rental type service where you pay an hourly rate and you can play on their PS5s, Xbox Ones, PC, VR machines that they keep in-house. You can also join a monthly membership with them to get a reduced rate on that. And they also sell video games, classic and newer. So check them out. And then we've got D&D thing on Sundays.
You can catch some friends of ours over on Steam, all caps, _dungeon, every Sunday, 5 to 7 Central Standard Time. I have no idea what's going on. But
I'm a little behind myself.
I think they went to a party.
Another one?
Another party, because they got invited by another group that...
Another group that they hate?
No, I don't think they hate. But I'm also not sure that the other group likes them very much.
Oh, okay. All right, well, check once again, check them out on twitch.tv, Steam, all caps, _dungeon. And then they're also on YouTube now.
Yeah. Like the first episode of it is out on
So
YouTube,
yeah, if you want to
watch
go
that.
back and rewatch an older episode, you can check it out there at Javon
Javon456.
Javon456, and
Yep.
that's JEVAUGHN 456.
Yep.
And he's a good friend of the channel.
Yeah.
Known him for years. So go check them out. And we'll see you all next time. Once again with am I forgetting something?
No, it's fine. It can wait until after.
Okay. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. I have spoken.
Do this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb,
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk stars with this man.
and we're here to talk about what did I say we're talking about today? We're talking about Hyperspace Stories,
Yes.
Volume 1, Rebels and Resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little bit about, what you like about this comic, because so basically this is a replacement to the Star Wars Adventures line that IDW did.
Mhm.
Give a little history to it. We're gonna just jump right in this week because there's nothing really to talk about, so I'm kind of just jumping right in. So his Star Wars Adventures was like IDW's line of anthology comics, where it would just be different stories within the Star Wars universe that are canon. IDW, of course, lost the license, as we talked about almost half a year ago now at this
Yeah.
point. And then Dark Horse were the ones that took up the license. They kept some of the stuff, like they're keeping like the horror comic every few months, but this is the first anthology straight up like ongoing that they did, which replaces Star Wars Adventures. So this is Hyperspace Stories. These 4 issues cover they cover a wide brand
Yeah.
of Star Wars. Like they go from the Clone Wars all the way to the sequels films with the Resistance. First one is a focus on Anakin and Padme having to save a Wookiee.
Yeah.
Because there's a Wookiee diplomat that wants to work with the Republic, but his daughter needs to be saved
Yes.
in order for that to happen. He also hid something valuable in her child, like in her toy,
Mhm.
which would be of use. I'm not gonna cover all of them actually.
Yeah.
We'll start with that. But is there a particular story you liked overall?
I like the third one because it's very much like
Oh, that's the Poe and Finn
Yes.
issue. That's
because it's like such a man, we're not getting anywhere with this. We're gonna go to Plan B, and Plan B going immediately wrong.
I like it because it gives us some more screen time with Finn and Poe, who like in A Force Awakens you get this immediate bond of friendship between them, but then like the rest of the sequel films you don't really get to see them interact ever, really like as much. Like they interact in 9 and a little in 8. Like in 8 he's like, here's your mission, but it's not like a friendship thing anymore. It's more of I'm your boss now thing. Here you kind of get that same vibe of I'm your boss now, but less heavy-handed because like Poe has just learned a heavy lesson because I think that issue takes place after 8. So after all the worst things that could happen to the Resistance have happened, and Poe is partially at fault because of his poor leadership in that particular film. Mainly because he couldn't take orders either. Like he would try to, take. Well, that can be discussed later. But yeah,
Okay.
I do like the Finn and Poe dynamic though in this comic, and seeing them kind of thrive as friends more than just co-workers. To put it bluntly, like they're co-workers, but they're also friends.
The funny part of it to me is that Finn hits a guy with a teddy bear.
Yeah. The Luke and Leia one, so the second one is weird to me. Not because
Which part of it is weird to you?
it's the art specifically.
The art is a bit weird in that one. I'll give you that.
Luke looks like what I would imagine Han would look like.
Mm.
Because he's got brown hair in it. Like, it's a darker blonde than it normally is, like, to where it's almost brown. And I'm just like, because I just kind of flip through to remind myself of, like, the main points. Because, once again, that's what I do on some of these comics when it's like, I've read these before, I'll just get the major points. It's... Looking at the art again, I was reminded, oh, that's a weird take of... Like, the Leia looks fine, and when they go to that one world... and they help that shopkeeper out a bit. That looks fine. It's just specifically Luke looks weird.
They do not help that shopkeeper out.
They tried. Well, I mean, like
No, like that entire thing is the shopkeeper being like, I don't want to be any of you motherfuckers here.
Yeah, I mean the shopkeeper
He
does.
still helps them.
Yeah, he does the right thing.
But that's more out of spite than anything else.
Yeah, it's more of like fuck the Empire and
Not I believe in your cause. It's more like these fucking assholes always come and fuck my business up.
Yeah.
And you guys aren't helping by being here because now it's going to be worse.
I do think by the end of that issue, though, he does consider that the rebels aren't all bad.
No, he just sends them to his cousin who's
Yeah.
like, sure.
But I think in that act, it shows that...
I don't see it that way.
This is one of those we don't see the same.
Yeah,
But
I'm like-
hey, interpretations are important.
Although they do agree to, like, hire his cousin on as a spy.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious about the ramifications of that.
Yeah, I'm like, this is either good or bad for y'all in the long term. I'm not sure which. But also, the commander in that one is stupid. Why did you show the big fucking map of your secret plans in, like, the least secure area you possibly could?
Yeah. For me, my favorite though is the last one of this volume,
Oh, yeah?
issue 4.
Yeah, that one very much has, like, a
The thing is, though,
almost like
it
a
only-
Grinch that stole Christmas vibe
to be fair, though, issue 4 only works
because of
because
the
of issue 1, because of the setup in issue 1.
Yeah.
Without issue 1, issue 4 does not work. Because of the reveal.
Hmm.
Because they reveal that, it's the same kid from issue 1 that saves Ray. Because issue 4 is a straight up Life Day issue. Which is the winter holiday in Star Wars. More aligned with Hanukkah than Christmas, because it takes place closer to then than Christmas. Just 'cause, it's a November-ish, like late November, which is when Hanukkah starts.
It's like it's the Star Wars winter holiday.
Yeah, it's their winter solstice.
Yeah.
There we go. That'll cover all the holidays, right? But it is closer to Hanukkah because of like when it takes place and all that. But so Rey goes there. I think this is after. This is
Yeah, it's got to be after.
It's after all the films, I'm pretty sure. So after all the films have happened, Rey goes to Kashyyyk to help to observe Life Day with him. Yeah, because like it's just like because I think Chewbacca's like I need to go home because
Yeah.
that's always the
Like, I've been
vibe.
trying to get home
That's always the vibe
for
of
30
a
fucking years.
every Life Day event is always
Is
like how do we get
Chewie
Chewbacca
really
home?
wants to go home.
Yeah. Chewie is always it's the I'll be home for Christmas vibe,
Yeah.
where it's like Chewbacca is always just like, I gotta be there. And everybody's like, okay, we gotta get you there. And then it's like, okay, how are we gonna get there? This is actually one of the few times where it's like the journey is not how Chewie gets there, it's how they just survive it. And so like they get attacked during it and Rey almost dies. Because Rey, but thankfully, the Wookiee, who was a child during the Clone Wars, the one that Anakin and Padme manages to save Rey in return. And they have this. I think Rey has her toy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rey has her toy. Because the toy is in every
Every
comic.
issue.
Yeah. It's in all of them.
Yeah. And so that's kind of the overarching narrative is with that stuffed animal. But it's really like Rey really Rey is the payoff. Like that 4th issue is the payoff of that
Yes.
storyline. Cuz like issues 2 and
2 and
3
3 have,
have
like,
nothing really to do with
nothing.
it. Like 2 we see the toy. No, it's not the same toy though. It's a similar one. Because we know that
I chalked it up to the art styles being different between them.
I think though it's so well also there's the Bowen thing and also I don't think it just ends up in a random toy shop between issues 1 and 2
Well, of course not. Space Magic did it.
because issue 1 ends with her having her toy.
Yeah.
So I don't think it goes, I don't have my toy. Well, she's got to lose it at some point, I guess, because Rey has it. But yeah, so Rey notices that, this is yours.
Yeah.
Like, as they're at the tree, at the great tree. That's, if you remember our Bad Batch episodes, we talked about that tree. Because that's the tree that they were, like, the great Rorschach tree, that Rorschach tree. They, Oh, and we see Chewie's son as an adult.
Yeah.
That made me happy. Because we've seen Lumpy as a kid in canon. You haven't, but we've seen Lumpy as a kid in canon in one of the Chewbacca comics. Which Lumpy comes from the holiday special, the TV holiday special. Because we meet Chewbacca's family in the TV holiday special. And so, because it's Chewbacca, Malaru, I forget Chewie's dad, and then Lumpy. Lumpararu. But yeah, and Lumpy's got like the ponytail thing going, almost a man bun.
Hey man, you do you.
Yeah. Lumpy is a hippie.
I can't comment on that.
But yeah, some bounty hunter interrupts the affair
Yeah, and I'm like, really?
and commits the worst crime
Yeah, you
of Life Day.
fucking asshole.
They
You
shoot.
go immediately for the.
Well, to be fair, they were aiming at Ray. Ray jumped out of the way.
Take the bullet for the child, Ray.
No, well, for the tree.
Them too.
It's the tree that's the biggest crime,
Yeah.
which is actually why the Wookiees come up like they're like, oh, we got to deal with her, because like they wouldn't have gotten involved if it wasn't for the tree, which also that causes the tree to catch fire.
Yeah, you jerk.
Once again, the biggest sin that could have been committed on Life Day. But they go to track the bounty hunter. Lumpy gets them captured because Lumpy is, held prisoner, and they're like, all right, I got this Wookiee, so you're gonna get in the handcuffs.
This is very, like, I don't get the sense that, like, she's very much just there on a job. She's like, I don't really fucking care. I'm just here for you.
Yeah.
I don't care much about the rest of them.
But Vivine, the name of the Wookiee child, the girl.
Okay, that is not how I read that name.
Vivine or Vivine, yeah.
I thought it was Vivian. I was like, that's a really weird way to spell that name, but
Yeah,
sure.
Vivine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no extra I for the
Yeah.
Vian, so it's Vivine. She ends up trying to save everybody, and this causes her to fly off. But thankfully, Ray uses the Force to save both of them, along with a helping hand from Chewie and Lumpy because they needed that little extra distance. Everybody makes it back in time for the Life Day orbs to be carried and for celebration to continue. The fire has been put out, thankfully. And even the bounty hunter gets to enjoy Life Day, and they kind of do a Grinch Stole Christmas thing at the end with the roast beast.
Yeah. And she's like, well, like, I don't really.
I don't have a knife, so I'm gonna blast it. Which Lumpy gets a little bit of on his face, and Chewbacca laughs. But then this is where we get the payoff for everything. We get the sweet moment where we see Vivine reflecting on, because the whole part of Life Day is reflecting on the previous Wookiees and family in your life. And Vivine is looking at her father, and that's when Ray realizes, oh, this was yours, because the Force is telling me that this belongs to you. And
There you go.
we get full circle. And Chewbacca has a proud moment of watching Ray do that. And so I really like that. I really liked it. Like I said, I think issue 4 is the big payoff, and like it only works with issue
I
1.
agree with that. I don't think it only works with issue 1. I'm like,
It's still a sweet tender moment either way, but I think issue 1 primes it. Like, it makes it more powerful, I guess. Issue 2 and 3, you could kind of, like, in terms of the narrative for telling that story, you don't need. They're
No.
good issues, but you don't need them to get that story across. Whereas issue 1, I think you need, because you have to prime up Vivine as a character. But issues 2 and 3 really just are fun little adventures that happen to have the doll as a cameo.
Yeah.
I do like, though, that they're just fun little adventures, though. That's really what this is.
Like,
I like seeing the Anakin and Obi-Wan just after Brotherhood, because this is after Brotherhood, because they're no longer Master and Apprentice. And I think this is one of Anakin's first like missions post Brotherhood. The way they kind of are talking to each other, because like they still have that master apprentice like mentality in how they interact, but they're not master and apprentice anymore. And I think Obi-Wan's trying to shift Anakin into being his own person, because like. Yeah, because Obi-Wan only volunteers Anakin to kind of give him... Because they're still, like, mentor relationship at this point. But they're not, like, exactly the same. Man, and Obi-Wan's locks are definitely that post-Brotherhood. Like, they're getting there. You're not quite Qui-Gon, but you're like, halfway there.
I really liked it. It was good.
Yeah. And then this, as far as the second issue, I do like seeing Luke and Leia kind of do stuff on their own
Yeah.
outside of like the rest of the. Yeah. Sorry. That art still throws me off. Like, we get this one where I can tell that's Luke, and then the next one on the inside cover, that's Han. That looks like Han.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that's not Han.
Yeah, no.
But it's not. It's Luke. You can kind of see more of the babyface Luke again in the rest of the issue, but it's the hair color, man. It still throws me off.
Pretty bad.
Like, that is not like... Because Luke is I get it. He's a dirty blonde. He's not like blonde. He's got like that dirty, like, kind of blonde going where there's still a little bit of brown in it.
It doesn't help that they've, like, changed up how Luke is dressed.
Yeah, he's dressed almost like how, like, once again, it's a Han. That looks like a Han Solo outfit.
Yeah.
But that makes sense because they're supposed to be, like, undercover. They're not supposed to be, like... It's very much, I don't want to be recognized as this rebel hero. So I get the costume changes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be fair, the Leia hairdo is not a Leia hairdo. Like, it's not a hairdo we've ever seen Leia with. It's more of that's a Padme style. Almost, but like it works for Leia. It's a good look. It just like it's not one of the usual ways that she does her hair in anything we've seen. It looks more like something akin to what Padme would do, like in a Queen Amidala type out.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so I really like this overall though. I mean, I know that we're running short today because there's just not a lot to talk about it. I mean, is there any major or minor things that you want to talk about regarding it? I mean,
regarding the comic, no. It's just a fun little adventure.
Yeah, it's just they're all fun adventures. That's really what these are, and I kind of like though for the Finn and Poe one, it's also like a Western.
Yeah, they just are.
It's very much that Western vibes, and they even go on a train, and they get to do pretty much a train heist.
Basically, yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, I forgot that like for most of the train heist, Finn is just throwing things.
Yeah. I do like this one.
Yeah.
Like, page. This is actually one I'll highlight for our audience, because that's a good one. This page is really nice. I like when comic books do these type of things where they...
Yeah.
So you get this cool, like, action sequence where we go from, oh, this part of the train, and that's what happens in this part.
Boy, that's what it reminds me of.
What?
The train thing right there.
What is it?
It reminds me of, like, the hallway scene from Old Boy.
Oh, Old Boy, yeah.
If you've never seen that scene, I encourage you to go out and watch it. It's awesome.
Yeah. And then we go back to, like, this, and then he finds the toy, and that's the same exact toy. That one is the same exact toy. But the one in the issue 2 is not.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Because
Rey has to get it somehow.
Because you see the bow, and I think that's the identifier. Because in the first one, in the first one you see the bow. Second one there is no bow, and then third one has the bow, and then of course the last one has the bow. But we're told that all that cargo is stuff that the Empire has, that our First Order has like taken.
Yep.
As well as like because that train is just first order stuff essentially, with a few passengers, but it's mostly like a first order train. So my theory of how it got from point A to point B is that either the Empire took it or the First Order took it, and then it kind of just got passed down until Finn reacquired it. Really, that's it that I
Yeah.
want to talk about this comic. I mean, it's a good comic. I suggest as a fun little read if you're looking for something light.
Yeah, this one is not as serious.
No, it's very light. It's not a lot of pages either. It's only 96 pages, so a little less than 100. That's not bad for a comic. It's only 4 issues though, so it's not your usual 6-issue volume. Because I think that's the other thing is usually in a volume for comics, it's about 6 to 7 issues when you get a trade paperback. But this one is like 4. But it's a quick read. There's other issues out already. Volume 2 is on its way, but it's not out. Like they haven't finished the run for the comics that are going to be in Volume 2. But it's a fun little read. If you like Star Wars and you like these characters, you just get more of that. And since these are side adventures, there's nothing high stakes.
Yeah.
Like there's like stakes, but they're not like they're not into the galaxy stakes. Because like there's stakes. That's the other thing. Like just because it's a side thing doesn't mean there's no stakes. Because I think issue 1, the stakes are the Wookiees potentially being forced to work with the Separatists when they don't want to. Second one, the stakes are just getting caught by the Empire while they're trying to find out what the Empire's up to. Like just Luke, it's very simple stakes. These are low stakes, but they're stakes. So like Luke and Leia just getting busted. That's the stakes. 3, Finn and Poe not getting what they need to back to the Resistance.
Yep.
Because they have information they have to get back to the Resistance.
That's not why they're there.
I thought they got information though too.
They're there to get food.
Oh yeah, food. That's right. Because once again, this is post Last Jedi. They need food.
Yeah.
Because they barely have gas. They need food.
Yep.
That's right. Because they were meeting with different people to.
Yeah, and they were like, they tried, man. They tried everything they could try, and it just did not work.
Yeah, because everybody was just like, either they didn't want to help at all, or they couldn't.
Yeah.
They did find a solution though. I think. Remind me, because once again, this is something.
The plan was initially like, okay, well, we're getting outbid on everything, so let's go to the suppliers for
That's
all
right.
this stuff.
Yeah.
And then they go to the suppliers, and that doesn't work out because either they do some like disgusting things, or they cheat in order to, or
Yeah.
the suppliers cheat in order to get the result of their games.
Mhm.
So they're like, okay, plan B. Sorry, we're on plan C now.
Yeah.
We're gonna go and get ship parts, and we're gonna trade these ship parts to people who are not scummy for food.
Yep. And yeah,
is how the train problem
and the train
starts.
the train heist is them getting the ship parts. Yeah. But yeah, they need food,
Yeah,
which is higher stakes. I would argue.
Yes.
That's a bit higher stakes.
it's like they say in the comic. You don't have an army if you can't feed it.
Yeah. And so, while it's still low stakes in compared to like the movies.
A lot of other things that we've seen them
Yeah,
do.
like it's
it's
low-
not unimportant.
No, it's still very important. And then the last one, the stakes are just Life Day and Rey getting captured.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want Life Day ruined, and we don't want Rey captured. Those are the stakes. Once again, simple stakes, but stakes. And that's all you can ask from for a story. It's stakes of some kind. They don't always have to be end of the world, types of scenarios. Overall, I'd give this a strong 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm alright with that.
Like I said, it's not the best media we've read, but it's a strong story. It's just light reading. It's stuff that like I just needed some Star Wars, and you got your Star Wars for the. I guess today's just gonna be a 30-minute one. We're gonna. I mean, that's what we did last week too. We were like right on it. At least we're feeling better this week than we were
Yes,
last week.
Last
though.
week was a lot because some things needed to be sorted out.
Yeah, and also like we were just exhausted, I think,
Yeah.
too, on top of that. So like all of our like stuff went down at once.
Yeah.
Next week, start of August,
Mm-hmm.
which means I guess I gotta announce what we're doing for the month. Not just next week. Let's see.
Oh, had this conversation with my brother.
Yeah.
So
While I'm
as
pulling
you
that
know,
up.
I was playing the Outer Worlds a while ago.
Yep, until bad things happen.
Until bad things happen, and I'm no longer playing it. But one of the missions got me in like that part of me that still has morals. And I was like, why did that bother me so much? Because it shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went. So the setup, right, for like how this mission is resolved is essentially it's go and get this guy kicked out of his factory or like sabotage him in some way. And so going and trying to do that, this may surprise you, but my first inclination is not to be violent about it. And so I go and I'm like, okay, I'll try sneaking in the back. There's no back door. I'm like, okay, well, maybe there's another entrance. What about going in through, like, the sewers there next to this waterfall so I can get in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it. Don't have the skills for it. Alright. What about trying to just talk my way in or lie, you know? That's not an option either. So it's like, alright. I guess the time for violence was at that moment, because I had tried every other solution, and I could do none of them.
Oops.
So, I did my best to, like, only kill guards and, like, robots, right? There was one worker that got hit by a companion ability. Not really my fault. I tried. So I go and I look around like the factory because the guy is sealed up in a place where I can't get to.
Yep.
And I go and I read it. It's like, all right, da-da-da-da-da, unlock the door, yes. And I read the rest of the entries. And I'm like, that's weird. Why did you process human remains? So I go and I get up there, and this guy is crazy. Like, not haha funny. Like, no,
Legitimately.
like legitimately crazy. I go and I look and I'm talking and I'm like, okay. And I go and I talk to him and I'm like, all right, calm down. Look, here's this thing, here's the deal. And then as I'm like leaving, I'm like, having done that, I'm like, he is a cannibal though,
Yeah.
and a murderer.
And a Marwa.
So I should probably do something about that.
Yeah.
And I'm in the section of the game where it's like, you can't really call the police because the police aren't going to show up here.
Mm.
And I'm like, okay. Good enough, I guess. Bang. And I was sitting around with my brother the other day and discussing, like, why that bothered me and going through it and explaining it to him.
Sorry, I when you said that I was sitting around with my brother the other day, my brain jumped to Letterkenny. I was sitting around with my brother the other day.
Shut fuck.
You know I'm right. Sounds like it.
Yes, it is normal to sit around and talk.
I know,
with your
but it's
siblings.
but the way like the phrasing, it's the phrasing. But yeah, you were saying. I'm sorry though, my brain jumped there.
And going through them with it, like, one, it shouldn't have bothered me because it's a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Two, it shouldn't have bothered me because, well, he's a cannibal and a murderer.
Yeah.
And so we were like, okay, after eliminating all of those reasons, I think it has to do with the fact that I talked him down and then immediately was like, I guess I better deal with this.
All right. So
I
got,
did not hold back on that.
Yeah. So I got our schedule for the next
Okay.
month pulled up. So next week we got a book.
Oh, do we?
We got Queen's Peril.
All right.
We possibly have a guest. They are on the schedule, but I haven't gotten confirmation yet, so I'm not going to announce them yet. But we possibly have a guest for next week. And then on the 12th, we will be discussing the High Republic: The Blade.
Finally.
Yep. The 19th, we'll be talking Darth Vader Volume 6, Return of the Handmaidens.
All right.
And then for the last issue of August, for the last episode of August, we will be talking about the Hidden Empire crossover event, which, oh boy, that's going to be a big one because that's going to be like our War of the Bounty Hunters, where we're talking about every comic. So Star Wars, Darth Vader, Dr. Aphra, Bounty Hunters. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. And that's it for August.
Ooh.
But yeah, next week, Queen's Peril, possibly with a guest.
Okay.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff on whatever, however you're watching us, which could be on Facebook, facebook.com/Caleb.Lockwood. You can follow me there. I've got just my shorts that I put up on there as well. You can also follow me on Instagram or Threads at Caleb.Lockwood. I am also on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and TikTok, all at Escape Reality Films. And Twitter is at Escape Reality 94. And then you can also support us on Patreon at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you are watching on YouTube or Facebook or even Twitch right now, there should be a link for the Patreon. You can also join our Discord community, which is also linked down below on those apps. It's also, I believe, on our Kick as well. And if you follow that link, that will help you become a part of the community and come hang out with us, and you can listen into D&D games like one that we played last night.
Yeah.
I ran that, and that was a lot of fun. We had a lot of new players. So there were 7 players, not including myself, and 4 of them had no experience with D&D, and then one of them had minimum experience with D&D, and then the other 2 were pretty experienced with D&D. So a good bunch of new players who, as far as what they told me, they enjoyed night 1, and we're talking about already playing next Sunday is what we're aiming for the next game.
All right.
Because they want to get into more game time. And we decided Sundays might work better. It's just for this one, Friday had to be the day because there was literally no other option at that point. Like, we had been fighting a wall of what day do we want to start? And literally we had to go a whole month after character creation with no game because we were like, 4th of July came up. People are on
holidays.
Yeah.
It does it to you, man.
4th of July basically ruined any chance of playing because that happened, and then one of our players went back to campus to be with some friends, and so they were on vacation, and basically a lot of vacations were happening. That July was the vacation month, and so we finally got to play yesterday, and now we might have we'll try to make it a usual schedule, but I also told them, I'm fine if we have like a month apart between sessions because I understand life. But it seems like we're going to try to shoot for at least every 2 weeks is what the goal is every 2 weeks we'll try to shoot for a game. But yeah, so if you join the Discord community, you can listen in on our games while we're playing them when I do special one-shots like that, which is now a campaign. It's not a one-shot. But that's how one-shots always go.
Yep.
I think we got all of our stuff. Shout out to our current patron member, Jennifer Brantley. Thank you for always
Yeah.
supporting us.
Thanks.
And then that's all of our stuff. But also, we
Yep.
would like to thank the Cult Movie Mobcast Network, Cult Movie Cantina, for giving us the space. Mobcast Network is another podcasting group. They do like movie stuff. They have Cult Movie Cantina where they talk about old cult movies and add alcohol to them, and we show them to somebody who hasn't seen them. Let's see. This week we did this past week we had our cult meeting where we just kind of caught up with each other and talked about stuff. But this week we should have our movie episode, which is going to be on, I'm trying to remember what it was on. My brain just forgot. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to tell y'all. Go watch the cult meeting where at the end of the episode they'll tell you. And you can find that on any fine podcasting app at Mobcast Network or on youtube.com/Mobcast Network. Cult Movie Cantina. You can also find it on facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. And you'll see my pretty face again because I help produce and I'm also a guest. I'm also a co-host. So, yeah. Also, shout out to Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. You can find them on House Ferry and Moffett at the little corner next to the Piggly Wiggly and that little shopping center. Inside that same little establishment, we also have Engage Gaming, which is a sort of rent system sort of thing where you can walk in, pay an hourly fee, and you get to play on their gaming consoles that they have within the shop. They're already set up to TVs and everything, so you don't have to do any of that work. You can play on a PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR, all that good stuff. They also can provide the games if you need to. You can also pay a monthly membership to get that hourly rate reduced. And so if you don't have like a newer console and there's a game you really want to try, that's a good way to get to have a chance to try it. They also sell some games, including vintage games. So they got like Nintendo stuff, like classic Nintendo stuff, as well as some newer stuff. They do have stuff going all the way up to the current gen. So all that good stuff is there. You know, there's somebody whose birthday we should shout out. There's a buddy of ours who has a birthday today.
Oh.
And he's a friend of the channel. And in fact, has been a consistent player of the channel for a while. It's been a minute since we've had him, though. Jeffa's birthday.
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jeff. You might not be in chat right now, but I do want to shout him out. For those of y'all who know the channel, he is best known on our channel as the player of B9 for our Star Wars game, for our Knights of the Old Republic game. He was also Asen in the Knights of the Republic game. And he also for the Old Republic game because Asen was he didn't switch characters. Well, he also took a break during the Old Republic game, but when he came back, he got to play as Asen in B9 again. But that's how y'all probably best know him here on the channel. So he's a good friend. It's his birthday today.
Yeah, happy birthday, man.
Shout out to him. I hope he's having a great day. And I'll probably reach out to you if you're watching. I'll text you after the show and see what you're up to. Am I missing anything on our end? I think I got it all. I actually got it all. So take it away with your
right.
thing.
So, this doesn't always happen because of work and scheduling, but this weekend you can catch me over at Steam_Dungeon, playing Simon the Orc Barbarian, continuing to handle problems in the city, because that's what I do. From 5 to 7 Central Standard Time on Sundays, over at Steve_Dungeon. I don't know what's going on because I've been working these last couple of weeks. So they're going to have to fill me in on a lot of things. All I know is that a lot of things happened while I was away. But I think that's it, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all once again for watching, and we will see you all next week with Queen's Hope.
Yep.
Or Queen's Peril, possibly with a guest. We're going to try to get through the Queen's Trilogy at some point, but we're not going to do back-to-back. But we're doing Queen's Peril next week, and I will see you all next week. I've spoken.
Later.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man. How you been?
Good. So we were supposed to have a guest this week, but a schedule plans changed. So it'll just be us today.
Yeah,
Also,
I know we're so disappointing.
Yeah. Don't worry, we are going to eventually have that guest on future episode. We just couldn't get him for this week. And then so because of unforeseen things, today's topic was really originally going to be the season, like the last thing we talked about for the season, because of where it is on the timeline. Because there is stuff that takes place before this like there's a Darth Maul comic that takes place before this and all that I had shifted to this week, and then because of unforeseen circumstances, we were stuck with this, and I wasn't able to change the schedule in time before we announced this episode, and so this is going to be a lot closer to the end of the High Republic era, for like so much so that it goes past the High Republic era.
We've had to jump around a little bit.
I mean, but this was a planned thing where it was like, oh, this was going to be the last High Republic episode because we see literally the end of the High Republic era, but now it's past it in a sense of like, now it's just weird because there's certain things that would be before this, but that's fine. Before we go into today's topic, though, what have you been up to this week, Seth?
So, I have gone back and decided to go on another New Vegas journey.
Okay.
And
as you do.
Yep.
Mainly because, like, you couldn't continue Outer Worlds because
I couldn't continue Outer Worlds.
We talked about that last week, but we didn't explain what happened.
So
your PlayStation 4 decided to poop out.
No. Well, yes, but no.
Oh, is there more to the story now?
Yeah.
Have you discovered more things?
So, for our audience members that do not know, I have both a dog and a cat. Sometimes they don't get along very well, and so they'll chase each other around the house.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this part.
And one day, while I was playing my game, because the only controller I have is like
a wired
one. Well, during the chase, they grabbed like the wire from the controller and pulled down the PlayStation from like its like position where I normally have it, which is on essentially a table in my living room, and it like crashed into the floor. So all the internal components got shifted, and now it refuses to come on ever. Before, it's refused to come on like every once in a while. This one was a hard just, we're done. That's enough.
Yeah, that's why I said it essentially pooped out, because let's be honest, it was dying anyways. Like,
yeah,
there were things that
this didn't help it though.
No.
This sped it up immediately.
If anything though, this gives you a reason to repair it.
Yeah.
Because you like before you were essentially just hoping on luck that it would work sometimes. Now you have a reason to fix it, because now it literally won't ever work until you fix it. Which made for some frustration when it came to like us watching stuff sometimes, where we'd be like, oh, let's watch, because whenever we hang, so like Tuesdays we have D&D night, which has shifted from your game to your brother's game,
to Andrew's game,
and so before, usually like if you're not working before game night, I'll come over and we'll watch something.
Yeah.
Whether that be like, oh, let's watch a couple episodes of Always Sunny or whatever, because I've gotten you into Always Sunny, and so like. Currently, it's Berserk. 97. Yeah.
Yep.
And so
This
like,
is a thing I've done, subjected everyone in my family to, with the exception of Andrew, because I don't think he'd sit through it.
although I think he'd like it because
Yeah.
it's definitely the right vibe for him, I think. But yeah,
Ironically enough, I showed Annalise like the movie trilogy.
yeah.
But currently we're going through that.
Yeah, we'll discuss more when we can, because once again, that's as far as we're gonna say of what we've been watching, because like that's the strike, and
There's some things we need to.
yeah, the strike, and we're trying to like show our support
Yeah.
for SAG and for the writers, which the writers are currently in a good situation because there's talks that the producers are going to come back to the table with the writers. So apparently they had a meeting about whether or not they were going to have a meeting with the writers, which that is very, if anything, that is this should have been an email if ever there
Yeah.
ever was one, where it's like, why do we need a meeting for a meeting? Just put that in an email.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's as far as we're going to discuss on.
Yep.
We do want to talk more about it, but we're going to
Yeah.
reserve that.
So
um,
Old World Blues
yes,
is the current
for your current Fallout run.
current DLC that I'm on,
Mhm.
because I've got most of the base game completed. And Old World Blues is like a midnight science fiction. This one is like, we're gonna lean super hard into the science fiction aspect of Fallout.
Yeah, because up to that point, New Vegas is more the western
Yeah.
part of Fallout.
I also like went and completed Honest Hearts, which I actually really like. I think it might be one of my favorites. But this, oh god. So there are like four main enemy types. 5, sorry, in this DLC. And two of them annoy me the most. The first of which is Night Stalkers, which, little bit of Fallout lore. Some genius decided, it's a great idea, mixing coyote and rattlesnake DNA. Oh, and if that's not enough, sometimes they just straight up turn invisible.
Fun.
So that's a plus. But those ones I've dealt with before. I can handle them. They're in the regular Mojave. They're bad, but they're not terrible. They're like slightly below Cazador and Deathclaw on terms of like danger level.
What about compared to fire ants?
Fire ants are not a threat in New Vegas if you know what you're doing.
In 3 they are, though. 3
Yeah.
they're a little bit more.
Yeah. Like Yaoguai, which are like big mutated bears, are kind of scary, but I'm like, you can deal with them. But also, 3 is a very different game to
Yeah.
New Vegas, despite being built on the same hardware.
Yeah, because 3 is more. We talked about this before.
Yeah.
It leans more into the sci-fi aspects again.
Yeah.
And
However, I will say, I don't think 3 understands how weapons work, like, at all.
that might just be a Bethesda thing, though.
That's true.
But yeah, as you were saying, though.
So there's Night Stalkers, which are the aforementioned coyote rattlesnake things, and then there's Robo Scorpions. As a guy who uses typically bullets in New Vegas, I also use melee weapons on this run, which they actually do really well against the Robo Scorpions. But I'm like, this is a valuable weapon. I don't want to just use it beating this thing to death with it.
That's fair.
So I'm like, but I also have my guns maxed out just in case. Bullets don't do shit to these fucking robots. Like, I don't hate them, but they're getting there.
Yeah.
I'm like, apparently they're like, and I have like perks to like negate damage and stuff. Not damage, like armor threshold, so it's just pure damage. That does not help against these Robo Scorpions.
Yeah.
So it's made things very hard getting from place to place. And for some reason, Dr. Mobius, who's like the main antagonist for this DLC, has decided not only will they be super durable, I've also equipped them with a laser cannon in their tail.
Fun.
Yeah. The side missions have been pretty good, though.
That's good.
Yeah, like going and collecting a personality disc for a toaster. The toaster is very upset that he didn't get the chance to destroy the world. And like you can throughout this entire DLC go and collect like personality chips for like your jukebox, your auto dock, your light switch as well. And you can get two of them, and they both have their own personalities, and they hate each other. They're like if two neighbors just started yelling at each other from across the street.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Then there's this little tiny Securitron that likes to go and pick up coffee cups because he just is like, I have to get all these dishes done. It's a fun little time.
There you go. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's obvious what I've been up to this week. Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
So
I heard you've been having some trouble.
yeah. So
I
I
don't know what that accent was.
so I did manage to beat Baldur's Gate 2 in time.
All right.
So I basically did multiple days of streaming that are not usually on the schedule for streaming in order to finish Baldur's Gate 2 on time. So like Wednesday night, I do the entire Throne of Ball expansion.
How'd that go?
So a 6-hour stream, almost 7-hour stream.
Are you okay?
One that started around like 4.
Got done at like 12.
Yeah. And so I managed to finish all of Throne of Ball. I speed ran that too, because like I did no side quests. I just did the main quest
Yeah.
only for Throne of Ball. Just so we could finish it on time. And then so 10 o'clock rolls around in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I get up around 9. So I still get full sleep. I get up around 9 on Thursday to kind of get ready for when it goes live, because it's supposed to go live at 10. Actually, I get up at 9, and then I'm like, you know what? I could get up later. So I set a new alarm to get up around like 9:50. So I get up at 9:50 officially, and then I go to my computer. I get ready, and as we get like to 10, I don't see GOG. So I have the GOG copy, so GOG, Good Old Games. That's where I got my copy, but it's also on Steam. I got my copy on Good Old Games because I like my DRM free games. And I don't see at 10 o'clock. I go to the website to double check that it's the final version.
Yeah.
And because they told us, hey, make sure you do a completely clean slate if you had early access, because the game's entirely different. So make sure you delete everything. Foreshadowing. So I look at 10 o'clock. They don't show that it's like on the banner. They're showing it's still like pre-order.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, it's 10 o'clock. The banner still shows pre-order, so I guess the final version isn't live yet on GOG. And so I wait a few minutes, but Josh said he already started downloading right at 10. He has the Steam copy, though, so maybe I think, Steam may have been right on time.
Yeah.
I wait until I see an alert on Reddit where somebody on Reddit says, oh, it's live now. And I said, okay, it should be live now. I refreshed GOG. Yep. So around like almost 11, so an hour later than everybody else, I start installing. 3-hour install. So around 2, I start the game. Doesn't quite work. It gets to the menu and crashes. So I try again because there's 2 different ways you can run it. There's 2 engines. You can either run it on the Vulkan engine or you can run it on the DirectX 11, right? So that was the Vulkan. I tried DirectX, which DirectX tends to be the easier way to get it to run if you want it to run smoothly. Run it on DirectX, and I get far enough to quickly change my settings because I think maybe I just don't have the settings that I need to keep it going. Get it to medium setting. Well, I have the game actually auto detect which settings, and it sets me to medium. It crashes again. I start it up again. DirectX 11. Medium settings are saved, and it doesn't crash for the rest of the time. Like I managed to play. So I start my stream around 3 or 4, somewhere around there, like 3:30 to 4, somewhere around then. So I start my stream, and I get 5 hours of stream. That's right, 5 hours into this game. And a lot of it, like, I had already, while it was downloading, I had already decided my character, I already decided my stats. I even made a D&D Beyond character sheet for my Dark Urge. I decided everything beforehand, so that way I could just build my character. The only thing that was, like, undecided was, like, the look, which I randomized. I did randomization on the look. And I think he turned out fine. I'm currently running, for those curious who haven't watched the stream, it's a Dark Urge origin character, which is basically the customizable origin where, like, you don't know why you have this Dark Urge to kill people, and you don't know anything about your past, but it's customizable in terms of class and race.
Yeah.
Which that's the only origin character that's customizable. But then you could also just straight up do a customizable character if you don't want to do an origin. Which is, I think, what you're going to do. Because
Yeah.
we've talked about what you're going to do when we play together. Which, once we're done with our show, that's probably the next thing we're going to do is whenever we're hanging out, is we'll play some BG3. Because they added split screen co-op. Yeah. Woo. But yeah, so I made my Dark Urge. He's a white dragonborn bard. I was originally going to do bronze, but when I did the randomization, it switched my sub-race on me. So instead of being a lightning boy, I'm now a frost boy. I'll live. By the time I realized I was done with the tutorial level, like I was out of Avernus, because you start in Avernus, I was already out of Avernus by the time I realized that it had swapped, and I was like, yeah, I'm already an hour in, we're not
going back at this point.
And he still looked cool, so, like, I wasn't worried. I made sure to turn off the nudity features because streaming. Don't want to get banned anywhere. Because you can just play with nudity on for cutscenes and for, like, in general. I did play a little bit before. Well, I didn't play a little bit beforehand. I looked at the character customization beforehand so I could see what the nudity features there. To me, they weren't interesting. They're very basic, but that's all I'm going to say in regards to that. And then, so like 5 hours in, by this point, I've done the Druid Grove stuff. Well, I had gone to the Druid Grove, killed the goblins, and left the Druid Grove to go back to the ruins because I didn't have enough trap disarmament kits. And so I had gone to the Druid Grove.
Ran out of.
Yeah, I ran out. So I went to the Druid Grove to get some more, which meant I had to do the goblin fight, and then I could finally do trading with Aaron. Did trading with Aaron, got what I needed, did that, and then I went back to go. This time I had done the classic loot everything tactic of RPGs because I was like, I'm just going to pick up
Take everything
take
that's
everything
not nailed down.
Yeah, take everything so that way I could sell it to Aaron. Because what I was doing was a tactical maneuver of sell everything that's useless and then give a 20% tip of gold. Because they added the, like, traders will like you better if you give them more money type thing, and then you can get a discount the more they like you. So that's the tactic I was going, was I'll just give them like a tip at the end. So I was doing full 20% tip. So on that last sell I made, I sold enough that I was going to make 800 something. Oh no, I was giving him 800 something of worth of stuff, whether that was just junk I was giving him, plus me buying some stuff I wanted. So some armor and some weapons I wanted from him. And then I was like, okay, what's the tip come out to? And it was like 100 something, which made it about 1,000 gold total that he was profit. Like, so like he definitely liked me at the end, and then I walked away from it, from that conversation. Crash.
No.
And so I go off. Like I go to our little bumper of "We'll be right back"
Do.
with bum 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 the Baldur's Gate 1 music,
Yep.
and so that gives me time to like reload the game. I lost an hour's worth. There was no autosave for like or hardcore save for like an hour, which means I would have had to do the entire run of the like. So the last save was just before I did my initial trade with Aaron of getting the trap disarmament kits.
You hate to see it.
So I ended the stream going, okay, I'm gonna just reload that save and we're gonna do that. So I end the stream, try to reload the save.
No, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And so I go, okay, well I'll just, since it's night, I'll delete the install, do a fresh clean install, and for some reason, I installed this sucker 3 times yesterday.
Mm.
I run into a variety of issues. And so, like I said with foreshadowing earlier, when, Larian said, hey, make sure you delete everything from early access. So I thought I did. So, I go into my Vortex, which is the little thing that Nexus Mods uses to, like,
Keep everything.
keep your mod
organized.
order everything.
Yeah.
So we talked about this off stream. I don't remember if we talked about it on stream. I modded Baldur's Gate 3 during early access. So I went through my Vortex and made sure all those mods were deleted. That was a big no-no. It turns out that made the problem worse. Because during one of the installs, it now was going, hey, there should be mods here. Why are they not here anymore? So I finally did a delete everything related to
Full
Baldur's Gate
erase.
3. Yeah. I mean, the good news is my saves should be fine for, like, even if I delete everything that's on the computer, because they do have cloud saving for Baldur's Gate 3. So my saves are fine for the stream. They should be, like, in the cloud somewhere with my connected to my Larian's account. So once I get all of that situated, I go, okay, I've deleted everything. I even went into the temporary files, like, because, you can go into your temp files. Because there are folders in my temp files that are connected to the game that I had to delete as well. So I delete literally everything after after the second attempt to fresh install this, right? And so I do a third, and this is for that day, a third attempt of fresh, clean install. The install fails, and it's like at 97%. And this is using GOG Galaxy. So I keep trying, and it says, no, like, we understand 97% of this game is working, but we can't get that last 3% because it's corrupted. And I say, well, fuck that. I'm done. I stop trying to install it for that day. And I go, and I was telling you this morning what I did, which is I did the offline, since it's the GOG copy, I can do the offline installer, thank goodness. Whereas if this was Steam, I would not have that option. I have to go through the Steam, right?
Yep.
But GOG lets you, because before GOG Galaxy existed, which was their answer to Steam, like to having like having Steam. Originally on GOG, you just downloaded the installer files, like the offline installer, like a classic disc. Like it was almost like having a disc where you have the disc with the installer on it, and you would run the installer and you slowly watch your game install. I don't know if our audience remembers that, but you might remember that time of gaming. I know you're a little bit younger than me, but enough that
Yeah.
I feel like you would
Like-
I feel like you've played with CD-ROMs before. Like you think you were like on the brink of CD-ROMs disappearing for PC gaming.
Then again, I didn't exactly have.
You didn't really do PC gaming.
No, I
Yeah.
still don't. As a matter
Yeah.
of fact.
Oh yeah,
like,
because you have a Chromebook.
yeah, I have like a Chromebook. But growing up, for me, the initial thing that I started gaming with was a plug-in and play.
Hey, that's still very like classic though.
Yeah.
Like not a lot. I feel like not a lot of this generation would know what a plug and play
You
is.
softies.
No, that's
you know
not what I mean by
plug
that.
and play is?
If
You
anything,
younglings don't know.
if anything, we're the softies for having plug and play because like literally no installation required. You plug that sucker into a TV and it has like 5 games on it.
Yeah, it was awesome. You didn't have to do any of this complicated bullshit.
At
I
the
mean-
same time, though, you could only play those 5 games.
Yeah. So it was like,
it was a win-lose situation.
Yeah. It
You
was
didn't have to worry about like the software corrupting, but you also couldn't play other games.
yeah. It was Pac-Man.
Oh, it was the Namco one.
Yeah.
So it had like Pac-Man, because I've had the Namco one. So it would have been like Pac-Man, Galaga, Dig Dug.
Don't remember if Dig Dug was on there.
Um,
I know I had like a weird mouse one.
that was Mappy. I love Mappy. Mappy is my main man. I love Mappy.
Just slapping the cat with a door.
Yeah, man, you'd run past that door, and then you'd feel really good when you shut it just in time to smack that cat, and he'd fly off of it, and you're like, hell yeah. My favorite trick, though, was, we're getting a little off topic, but that's just
Yeah.
fine. We're still fine. My favorite trick was doing so in Mappy, it's a runaround thing where you're trying to collect
Your
cheese.
It's either cheese or appliances. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
And so you're trying
It's
to
been a while.
Yeah,
Give me a
so-
break. I was 6.
So you're trying to collect these things. It's a collective thing, and so like you're bouncing around this map trying to collect things while avoiding the enemies that are chasing you. And it's basically like you've got like 4 levels of like platforms, and then you bounce around between them because they'll have like spots where there's a spot to jump on a trampoline in between each one.
Yep.
But if you bounce on the trampoline too many times in a row, it breaks.
Yeah.
But it will reset once you jump back onto like a platform. So what I would do, I was that kid who would do 1, 2, 3, and then hopefully by then the cat was falling as
Yeah.
well. Cat falls down, gone, and then I land on the platform and I'm like,
Suck it, Whiskers.
but yeah, also shutting the door. But I've been playing a little bit of a different version of Mappy actually on my Switch because for the I forget which Nintendo like because they've got the cloud
Yeah.
Nintendo games that you can play if you pay the subscription for Nintendo Online. One of them is Mappy Land, which is like an actual console version of Mappy.
Yeah.
So it's a little different. I'm not quite used to that one comparatively, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Dig Dug was on that, and then there was also the Pole Position, which is the game nobody really understands how to play.
Yeah, I don't
Understands.
understand what happened.
Nobody understands Pole Position. Nobody we get it. You're supposed to have a good time, so that way, like a good pole time, and then you can play the race. But I don't think I know anybody who ever gets the pole position spot and then gets to the race. Like everybody fails during trying to get pole position.
Weird.
It's a tough game. Like I don't know anybody who actually gets to the actual race.
Yeah.
But going back to Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
So
Installing.
So I actually just now, so this morning, I get all the offline installer stuff done, which includes getting the main game offline installer, because I had all that downloading last night. I basically had all that downloading along with some extra stuff. Like I got a nice little, GOG gave a goodies pack for free. So even if you don't have Baldur's Gate 3, you can go on GOG and get a goodies pack, which includes some emojis and some wallpapers. So I got a nice little wallpaper on my computer right now. It comes with 3 different ones. And then there's also the emojis, which I did add to our Discord server. So shout out to the Discord server. I added the emojis to the Discord server since I had that pack, which includes your not favorite character.
Yeah.
It includes characters you like though too. Like I think it includes Lizelle, Will, Gale. I know it includes Asterion because I was using Asterion for a bit. And then I think that's it for the main characters. And then there's a GG one and like stuff that are in the Baldur's Gate 3 font. And then the only ones that I haven't added to the server yet because they were too big is the Flaming Fist one and the what is it? I had to re-download it because I accidentally resized them wrong. Because I tried to resize them, but they were the Absolute symbol is the other one. So the Flaming Fist and Absolute symbol. Oh, Shadowheart's also included. So it's a Asarian Gale, Lysael, Shadowheart, and Will. So almost all of the Origin characters that were in early access. Actually, no, that is all the Origin characters in early access. The only Origin character that's not included now is Karlach because she wasn't an early access companion. She appeared in early access, but not as a companion. There was also a little thumbs up approve one that's like with a steel gauntlet. But yeah, they're just cute little emojis.
Yeah. Just something to have fun with.
Yeah. So I added them to our server. But I downloaded all that again last night. And so I this morning did all of the installations before, like, because I got up pretty well actually. I got up around 9. Had some biscuits that my dad made this morning. It was a good morning. Some nice fresh. Ever have a good fresh biscuit that's like nice and doughy still? And then yeah. So I did the install. I actually unfortunately installed it on there, which is what I did the first time during the stream. And so I was like, no, I don't want it there because I want it to run a little faster. Like it runs fine on there, but it doesn't run at like loading times are a little slower than if they were on the computer itself. So while I was picking you up and while I was getting ready with notes for today, I was moving files. I moved because the install files were, the offline install files were on here, but the install itself was there. So I had to make room here for that. So I moved the install files because I kept the offline install files as a backup just in case it, for some reason, what I'm doing right now fucks it up. And I have to install again for the 5th time now. Just in case, I kept the offline installers and I moved them into their own folder on the external hard drives. And then I literally just finished moving, like, while we're live, finished moving everything from that installed from the external onto the computer proper. And when I get home, I'm going to test it. And if it doesn't, see if it works, or if I corrupted it by doing that move. Because that's my big concern, is I might have corrupted it while doing that move. If nothing got corrupted during that move, cool. I'm not streaming today of that, but I'll be able to catch up where we were offline to where we were during the stream. And then I'll probably just play a little bit for myself. Just play a new character for my own off time play. Because this is such a good game. Like, I had fun with my 5 hours, even like up until that crash. But yeah, if for some reason it corrupted again, that's why I moved the offline installers and kept them and didn't just delete them. That way I don't have to spend another 3 hours waiting for the offline installers to download. And then I'll use the offline installers to install properly this time onto here, not there. I also kept the install files on there. I copied them and I didn't move, like I didn't cut paste. I copied the install files. So that way, worst case, if I just don't feel like reinstalling again, it should run on the G hard drive. And because I assume it installed correctly the first time with the offline installer. Because offline installers with GOG have never failed me. It's this online installing that is where I have to count on a good connection to install that's failed me. But yeah, that's my Baldur's Gate 3 story so far.
Oh man,
I like the game. I just wish I wasn't having all these technical difficulties.
Yeah.
With that out of the way,
Yes.
let's talk about today's topic, Queen's Peril. We'll be going into spoiler territory.
Yes. So spoilers for this book.
Yep. Spoiler warning now.
All right.
Yeah. So I've set up some questions.
Oh yeah.
I want to kind of.
This is a book that I read.
Yeah. And I read as well, and I was re-listening to again while I was picking you up. I had it going at 2 times speed, which is not a normal thing for me to do, but
Yeah.
I was just listening again so I could have some good questions, like at the early stuff as well.
So how I've explained how I do things like before.
Yeah, you do the certain number of pages per day.
Yeah. For this one, I was like, 50 pages a day thing we'll have to
Yeah,
do.
because it's not a big book. It's a
Yeah.
young adult novelization. It's not.
It's nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's
Like, there have been times with books where I think the most I've had to do in a day is like 175 pages.
Yeah, it's a young adult novel, so it's not too crazy. So I've lovingly dubbed this, as have some of our mutuals, the Phantom Menace adaptation from Padme's perspective. We currently don't have a canon Phantom Menace novelization anymore. There was a Phantom Menace novelization that came out, when the movie came out, but that's not canon anymore since it came out when the movie came out before the canon reset.
Yeah.
Does this book feel like all you need for a novelization, or would you like to see them make a canon Phantom Menace novelization?
No.
This is all you really need? Or do you mean no, you do want one? I'm sorry.
So to answer the question, I don't want one,
Okay.
and this doesn't feel like one.
Okay. I would like to see a new canon Phantom Menace titled novelization, just because it feels like tradition to have a movie tie-in novelization. Because, like, even with the sequel trilogy, we have novelizations for the sequel trilogy films where they basically recanonize some deleted scenes and put them into context of the movies.
Okay.
And that's kind of what the original novelizations did for these films. So I would kind of like to see that. But I also think this book delivers on most of the key things of that story.
Yeah.
And it even it gives new context for scenes with, like, the Handmaidens and Palpatine and other minor characters that they kind of make into major characters in this book.
Yeah.
So, like, I would like one, but I won't be disappointed if they don't give us one.
Yeah.
Because this book does give us a lot of, like, the key stuff we need in a novelization.
Like, I don't hate it. I wouldn't say it's my favorite book that I've ever read.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very neutral about this book.
Whereas, if I remember, you liked Queen's Hope a little bit more.
Yeah.
Which is the third book in this trilogy. Because we did the third book first.
Yep. And the most Star Wars thing ever, we go 3-1-2.
That's not even a Star Wars thing.
No, miscounting is a Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
Because they don't like numbers.
Speaking of numbers,
Mm.
do you think you would have been ready to be ruler of a planet at 14?
Fuck no.
I am with you. Hell no.
You're 14. What the fuck are you doing?
Because, like, so for context, we see, because at the beginning of this book, we see that they are preparing for the likelihood of Padme becoming queen. And she is 14 at this time. We know this because, yeah, she's 14 at this time.
She's that young.
I remember all the time, thanks to the Weird Al song, the saga begins. It's also how I always remember the age difference between her and Anakin, because Weird Al clarifies that Anakin was 9 and she's 14. So I always remember that. So that's how I know that's how I always remember the ages of them. And I always remember, like, okay, episode 2 is 10 years later, so Anakin is 19, and then she's 24.
Okay.
And then
For some reason, I thought Anakin was 5.
No, he's 9. So in episode 2, he's 19. She's 24, and then it's 3 years later for Revenge of the Sith, because it's the Clone Wars is a 3-year war. And so then he is 21, and then she'd be 27.
Okay.
Yeah, my math is correct there. Yeah, and then that's when Luke and Leia are born, and then 19 years later is A New Hope. So Luke and Leia are 19.
So
That's how I keep track of the ages of everybody that's main characters. But yeah, no, I would not have been ready. No.
No, at
But yeah, we
14
see
though.
them. Yeah, like in the first couple chapters, it's them preparing her for that because they're like, okay, she might win, and so they like we see all the background of like them preparing for that through specifically Captain Panaka's.
poor Panaka.
Yeah, that entire family is amazing, and they like deserve way more respect than we give
Yeah.
them. Although Panaka did make some questionable decisions later in life during the Empire reign, but we'll get into that when we get to the Imperial stuff. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite handmaiden?
I keep. It might be the one that's like constantly building stuff.
Oh,
Is it Urte? Is
I
Urte
believe
the
you're
one that's
right. I
constantly
believe you're right.
building stuff?
I'm doing. I will double check because I know we have some handmaiden like people in our mutuals, and if I get this wrong, I will be crucified.
Sabe, Urte, Yane. There's more.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's some that are introduced later too, because like that aren't in this book. Yeah, so we got Urte, who's Urtama initially, because everybody changes their
Yeah.
name to be similar to the Padme name, because that's just tradition. 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 There's Urte, Rabe, Sabe, Sashe, Yane, and I think that's the initial 5.
Yep.
Because then in episode 2 we get 2 more added. We get Dorme and Dorche, I think, in episode 2.
Yeah.
And then episode 3 we get one last one. Yeah, so Urte stayed behind. She was the artist and engineer, yeah.
Yep.
So, yep.
I'm gonna put a gun in this chair.
I feel like the easy answer would be to say Sabe because we've had so much Sabe content. And I really do like Sabe.
Sabe is a good one.
But I also really feel bad for Sasha and Yane and their like whole situation.
Oh yeah. That one was rough.
Because if I remember correctly, Sasha's the one that gets tortured.
Hit with a laser cutter.
Yeah, she's the one tortured. Because Sasha,
You know-
Sasha and Urte stay behind, if I remember correctly. They're the only two that stay
Mhm.
behind. And then Sabe, Rabe, and Yane go with Padme for the episode 1 adventure. And then Sabe is the one that's pretending to be Padme the entire time, or Amidala the whole time.
Yep.
And then Padme is pretending to just be Padme the handmaiden during that time.
just I normally I don't feel like normally I disagree with the separatists.
I disagree with the Separatists still. This is still like
This one did not help me their
cause.
any of this shit
like it
did
really
not help.
like yeah, this really makes you dislike them more.
Yeah.
But that's the
Like I
mean,
know we're not supposed to like them.
I think they are supposed to have a reasonable ideology to a certain degree of like wanting
This
to
is
leave.
not one of
This is
those.
not one of those situations where
This
you-
one is like completely unreasonable.
like, and it's all because of taxes.
Yep.
Because they didn't want to be properly taxed, even though absolutely they should be. They are a corporation that should absolutely be taxed on this situation.
Yeah.
like
you.
like the taxation, like the whole taxation thing that they're trying to pass is absolutely reasonable. It's not a like this awful tax that would have like it'd be because currently the tax situation is that the planets have to pay the fees.
Yeah.
This taxing thing that they were trying to pass would put the buck onto the companies to have to pay the tax. Fair.
Fair enough.
And really, if the companies are so worried about it, you just raise the price of your goods.
Yeah. But no.
No, instead we're going to
Instead
do
we're-
blockades and we're going to hold planets prison and we're going to force a 14-year-old to sign a legal document
Yep.
saying that this invasion is perfectly legal.
It's not gonna happen.
And we're also going to torture people.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
This is not a good light for the Trade Federation.
Oh.
But also, the separatists haven't been formally founded yet. This
Yeah.
is just like this is technically the Trade Federation acting out on their own.
Yep.
With a little bit of support in the background from a
Mhm.
certain individual.
From Mr. Big Evil Plan himself.
Yeah. Is there anything you would have done differently during the Trade Federation crisis if you were like the ruler of Naboo? I feel like I'll let you answer.
Because the thing that pisses me off isn't the it is something that happened. It is the we're gonna let half of our crop die.
Okay.
That pissed me off, and I'm like, why would you do that? I understand that you like don't have the people for it.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't
But-
that more of a Governor Bibble choice though, not a Padme choice?
It's like the first thing that happens where they're like, we need to figure this out. How
Yeah.
are we gonna handle it? I'm like, okay. Most of your planet is water, which
you should
is
be
pretty
fine.
good. For some reason, that just pissed me off. I'm like, go and collect your fucking things, and even if you can't get all of it,
Mm-hmm.
in like they go and explain the situation, they're like, yeah, we were waiting for the second half of the growing season. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that you could have collected this food and prevented the food shortage from happening later, and you chose not to?
Yeah.
I understand your concern and compassion for other cultures and fucking art projects, but your citizens come first.
I think that was a situation of she had to be very diplomatic.
Yeah.
I personally think
I think what
yeah.
pisses me off, and this is why I can't do politics, is because I'm like,
you would not be the type to be able to find middle ground. You would be like,
some of it I understand. I'm like, that's not so unreasonable. Like the whole like Carlinist delegation where they're like, well, like essentially you send us some of your citizens as workers and we'll send you like money and stuff to help out.
Yep.
That's reasonable. This entire thing with, I'm like, why don't you have, like, at the very least, a standing army in practice? People of Naboo.
yeah,
That's one of the things where I'm like, it's better to have than not need. Have and not need than need and not have.
mm-hmm.
Because I don't think having an army is inherently a bad thing. It might make things more tempting. But like I said, the protection and welfare of your people is your foremost concern. Also, Resolve, I am glad that they, like, things got smoothed over with the Gungans, because I'm like, y'all are gonna have to learn to live together.
Yeah,
Like it or not.
yeah. I think Padme did the best she could in
Like she's
this situation,
definitely doing what she can. I think I'm
especially
just-
for her age.
Yeah, I'm like, you are 14, and it's like your first few months on the job. It's not an easy job.
And
Like, I don't fault her for any of the things that she does.
obviously, we also, like, as an audience, we're aware of Palpatine's manipulations
Yeah.
in the background, but something that she wouldn't be aware of.
Yeah,
And so, like, but, and even worse, in the moment, his advice makes sense,
yeah,
which is what makes him really dangerous later. Is because his advice makes sense in the moment. Like, going against Valorum, for example, absolutely makes sense because you're in a crisis and he's doing nothing. Right? And the Senate is kind of failing at this point.
yeah. It's the thing that like agitates me a lot in shows with politics, and also real world politics. It's very much a case
Political
of, like,
warning.
warning. My stance on politics is you talk too much.
Yeah.
It's the thing of like sometimes I think a course of action has to be taken
Mm-hmm.
because sometimes things take a bit too long, and other times I'm like, no, consider this a bit more carefully in the long term. This is one where I'm like, no, I get it. I get why you decided to overthrow the Chancellor.
Yeah, like Valorum's not a. It's
He's not
it's the
bad.
conversation we've. I think we've had this conversation in regards to like connecting this to the High Republic. Lena So is a strong, and also, what was the word we used? She's a good and also competent
Yes.
Supreme Chancellor. Valorum is a good but incompetent
Yeah.
Supreme Chancellor. He's a good person, but he's just not competent for that spot.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, I don't hate the guy.
and I think he is trying to make the best of this situation.
But it's just not.
The biggest problem is that companies have seats in the Senate.
We've talked about this and how I think
But
that
that's the message George was trying to send when he did that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the political story he's telling, is that, hey, this is what happens like in late stage capitalism, because he was looking at late stage capitalism, and this is an example of that, of corporations getting seats and representation of their own in politics when really they should not be involved. And it's something that we've almost seen in real world politics. I think I saw something like where a state was trying to do exactly that, give companies spots in their state senates, and it's just like,
no.
no, have y'all not seen Star Wars? Specifically the prequels? We know where this goes. It's not good.
Oh man.
But yeah,
I don't
speaking
know. I don't think I could deal with this shit at 14.
Speaking of these manipulations, though, this book really shows how Palpatine was manipulating the Trade Federation crisis even before the events
Yeah.
of the Phantom Menace. Does this change how you view the Republic, which is leaving this High Republic era and going into the Fall of the Jedi era? Or is this kind of just reinforce the ideas you've already had?
Maybe this is telling, but I don't hate Palpatine / Sidious.
No, but I'm asking more like, does this change how you view how the Republic is viewed during the Fall of the Jedi era, which is the prequel era?
Not really.
Yeah, so this kind of just reinforces a lot of the
Like,
beliefs that you've had.
We've discussed this.
Yeah.
How I'm like, you guys need to quit fucking around, but all you do is fuck around all the time.
Like,
And thinking about it, oh nope, can't talk about that
okay, yeah,
because of strike stuff.
yeah, okay.
I'll talk about it with you off air though.
Yeah, but yeah, Palpatine, I think his manipulations in
Dude's-
this book really shows...
Dude's speech game is on 100.
It really shows, like, where the Republic is in this time versus the High Republic, and, like, Because at this point, we've left the High Republic
not only
era.
are they corrupt, they're corrupt and inefficient, which pisses me off.
Yeah. Whereas Palpatine is corrupt and completely, like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He is efficient as hell.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he puts a lot of inefficient people under him, which is where the Empire kind of. But that's also a lot of any type of fascist
Yeah.
like regime is usually the top is very efficient, but the more you get down the bottom, it starts to become less and less efficient, and because it becomes less about having a strong hand in ruling and more about just being assholes in ruling.
Yeah.
And the more you get down that ladder, the more you realize, oh, this doesn't work.
It's a case of like, I need you to be competent, and everyone underneath you is not competent at all.
Now that of course that's a good thing that fascist
Yeah.
regimes are not.
Sorry,
We're
it
not
occurred to me. It didn't occur to me to think about it like that for a moment.
but it's a good thing that they're not.
Thank God.
Thank God they're not efficient, but you see where like they could be efficient if they. Ironically, it's their hatred and the thing that makes them fascism that makes it inefficient. But yeah, I like this book. It like you said it though. It just serves as a decent book. It's not outstanding in any regard. I think it's a decent retelling of the Phantom Menace from Padme's perspective and the Handmaidens, and we learn so much more about these characters.
Yeah.
Like we get to see the Panaka family a little bit more up close and personal, which I like seeing the Panakas
Yeah,
and getting to
they're-
know them more.
They're stressed.
Man, they really make it clear that it's the you always have a good wife behind every good man.
Yeah.
Like Quash Panaka would not get shit done if not for his wife.
He's out here like, I'm trying, man.
And
I'm trying to keep this 14-year-old alive. Fuck, is it hard?
and then like, of course, on top of that, he's hanging out with Palpatine.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, this Palpatine guy is a pretty cool dude.
He's a real good dude. To be fair, Palpatine is their
Yeah.
senator at the time, and so like there's no reason not to trust Palpatine at this
Yeah.
time. Once he became Supreme Chancellor, though, I feel like any connection to the planet should have been
Yep.
a little bit more distant, because as Supreme Chancellor, your job is to look at the interest of all planets, not just your home planet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'd give this book. I feel like we're going down the same route that we have for the past couple weeks. This is a strong 7.5.
Yeah. Can we talk about the
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
former queen,
yes.
San Andrasa, real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm about to pull like a hard 180 from some previous statements I made. In that, while yes, like I've said earlier, the citizens of your home planet are your first and foremost concern, this does not mean you should neglect the interests of your other neighbors,
Yeah.
which it seems like San Andrasa did.
Are we talking about the Gungan situation?
No,
or just
like
other planets.
the rest of them, because it's like, oh, we haven't had any
like the-
off-world visitors.
Still like the moons and other planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, you should probably address that.
Yeah, because this is getting into real world politics as well. A good nation should still strive to have good relations with other nations.
Like, you should focus more on like your home first before you go out and help others. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you ignore entirely.
Yeah. Because it kind of seems like San Andrasa was rather isolationist.
Which we've seen in the real world how that doesn't quite work either.
Yeah.
Like, because we've seen isolationists versus, like, putting other countries completely first. Which, well, we haven't really seen too much of that, but we've seen more isolationists, and we see
Yeah.
that isolationism, while it can create some strong once again, some fascism. You know, it creates a strong government. It doesn't create a strong nation.
Yeah.
And so I think the same thing with Naboo as a whole. And I think that's also part of why the Senate wasn't exactly jumping at the heel to help Naboo during
Yeah.
the Trade Federation crisis. Like, there were certainly senators that were willing to try to help. Like, you have the Bel Organas and the Mon Mothmas of the galaxy who are, like, absolutely willing to help investigate this issue. But that's because they're, what's the word I'm looking for? Idealist. They're idealist in nature. So, of course, they're going to be willing to do the right thing.
Yeah.
But realistically, the realist would view this as, well, you didn't help other nations, why should they help you? And I think that's why nobody was willing to jump to the defense of Naboo during this crisis. Even though, at the end of the day, if this worked, this would affect everybody.
Yeah.
Because, like, if the Trade Federation succeeded, they would have just continued doing this to other planets. Because they were basically bullying the Senate into not passing the tax legislation. This was their way of doing that. They were going, hey, you're going to try to pass that tax legislation? We'll just hang out at your border and not let anybody come in.
Yep.
And we'll send an army. And then make you sign a treaty with us that says, hey, you're essentially our planet now. That's essentially what they were going for. Like, they were, like, I'm very simplifying it, but, like,
That was the plan.
yeah. Like, I've oversimplified it, but that is yeah. At the end of the day, that is the plan. And, of course, Palpatine playing chess and not checkers is here going, well, this didn't work out, but that's fine. I got a backup plan.
I have 48 other plans.
I mean, we already know, thanks to, I mean, we can talk about it because it's a show that's out, and we talked about it on the channel already. Tales of the Jedi. We know that Palpatine's already manipulating Dooku in the background.
Yeah.
Like, Dooku's already off, like, by the end of this book, he's already erasing Kamino from the Jedi archives.
Yeah.
So,
Speaking of, one of the best conversations that happens in this book is between Windu and Yoda, where Windu is like, well, you either send something or you don't. And Yoda's like, nothing is something. And Windu's like, I fucking hate this.
yeah, well, because you can sense nothing. I mean, it's the same idea as, like, in any other story where, like, I know it's a trope, but where people go, it's quiet, too quiet. Like, that.
Yeah.
That's essentially the thought line of, like, if I sense nothing, that's an odd thing.
Yeah.
And so that should be something. I mean, and that's where by the time of episode 3, they start talking about the dark side's been clouding everything. And so therefore, but we don't want to tell the Senate that because then we'll be viewed as weak and inefficient, which is where some of the ego within the Jedi Council starts to sweep in, where really if they had made things, this is once again a High Republic versus Fall of the Jedi era thing, where, like, if the Jedi had been more willing to communicate some issues, maybe that could have helped them. But it also, like the Jedi said in Revenge of the Sith, it would also make their enemies more aware of the fact that, they're weaker. So it's a balanced approach where, like, really there's no win in this. Which is, once again, Palpatine playing chess instead of checkers. He's like, he knows that they're weak because he's the one manipulating it. But so it's interesting because he already knows the weakness of the Jedi, that he's clouding their senses.
Would you tell the Senate?
I would probably tell members of the Senate that I trust. So, like, the Bel Organas and the Mon Mothmas of the galaxy. You know, the ones that have shown that they are... The ones that show that they like and are, like, in favor of the Jedi. And not... Like, ones that have made it clear. Like, ones that are, like, outright always on the forefront pro-Jedi. So once again, the Bail Organas and the Mothmas of the galaxy, the Padmes, those people, the ones we can trust, right? And while it sounds very cooey to say that, that's really the best approach they could have taken. Because once again, this is a lose-lose situation
Yeah.
where you either make a full-blown, hey, we have this weakness that's going on, and you hope that doesn't inspire the Jedi's enemies to grow stronger and do more, and do what they're going to do anyways. Or you keep the secret, and what happens, which we saw what happens with keeping it secret.
Okay.
Whereas if you tell people that you trust, that kind of negates the chance of your enemies, and it kind of solidifies that you'll have people having your back in case something goes down.
All right.
And what about you, since that was a question you...
I think I would let it out in the open just to provoke enemies to come attack
Okay,
sooner
so you're doing
I
the-
could wipe them out.
You're doing the, oh, well, now
I'm
the
so
enemies will
weak.
identify themselves.
Yeah, so now they'll... And then you just take them out.
But the thing is, Palpatine's playing chess.
Like,
He's not gonna
Palpatine's not gonna fall for that,
No.
but maybe some of the other problems will.
Yeah, like the mind...
Which
Like,
will fuck up his plans.
yeah, really, you would only realistically, probably like certain separatist leaders,
Yeah.
maybe some pirates, like the smaller issues, those would present themselves more forward.
Yeah.
I mean, but those were small issues that they were already dealing with anyways. And it was already hard to do those with the Clone Wars raging on.
Yeah.
So yeah. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about with this book?
Not man, it's gotta be hard to have like a romantic relationship because this one covers that and now it like just gets completely screwed over.
Oh yeah, because we get a little bit of it, yeah. Because
Yeah.
we get what's his name from
Harley?
yeah Harley, and then for
And-
because for Sabe it's Harley.
Yeah.
and then I think they reference what's his name from Clone Wars.
Yeah, and they go and they have a talk about like fuck, this is hard to do.
What's his name? Oh,
Because they'll switch out. And
Ye-
that makes things complicated.
yeah.
She's like, I got a very rude letter.
I'm trying to remember his name all of a sudden. He's not in here. I guess they don't reference him.
Probably not.
Thought they did reference him because Rush. I thought they mentioned Clovis, but I guess not.
No.
Because Clovis is before the events of this, but like I think because it has to be because it's when she's younger and when she's at the
Yeah.
when she's doing the like the Senate the junior Senate stuff that her dad like had her do, which I like seeing the Amidala family.
God, there's Junior Senate. Why is there
Yeah, they got like the junior
why
Senate
is
thing.
there a Junior Senate?
It's kind of just training for being like going into politics.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's almost like a camp thing, but like camp and / school at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I guess that's it for our Queen's Peril discussion.
It's all right.
Yeah, like I said, I give it about 7.5. That's been our consistent one for the past few episodes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's passable. It's a decent book. If you like Padme, you want to learn more about the Handmaidens,
Give it-
you like the Phantom Menace, give it a try.
I'll give it a C plus
Yeah.
on the grading
It's
scale.
almost like a 7.9,
Yeah.
almost an 8. Not quite
You're
there.
almost a B.
Um,
Needs improvement.
So yeah, thank you all for watching. Be sure to like, comment, follow, subscribe, depending on where you're watching us. You can find us on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and TikTok at Escape Reality Films. On Twitter at Escape Reality 94. On Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, I'm Caleb.Lockwood. If you really like our content, you can support us on Patreon at Escape Reality Films. Shout out to our Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley.
Thank you.
Shout out to the Mobcast Network who provide
Yeah.
this space to us and whose podcast I'm also a part of. You can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network, on any fine podcasting app at Mobcast Network, and on facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. We've decided to put the current season on Cult Movie Cantina as a wrap, but we'll be back soon to talk more movies on that podcast. In the meantime, check out the Cult Movie Cantina podcast as well as the Kickstarter for Scotty White's comic, Chronicles of Limbo. It's about a Native American Dhampir and her cosmically powered toddler. It's not up yet, the Kickstarter, but you can click on it to notify you of when the launch is going to happen. This will be able to help publish the second issue of this comic. The first issue is already out. All the art and for the comic is done. It just needs to be published. And so that's what you're helping with, is helping them secure publishing. Also, shout out to our local game shop, Gamers and Geeks, who rent out the space to Mopcast, and to our neighbors, Engage Gaming, who allow for in-house game console rentals. You can come on by and play pay an hourly rate to play on a PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, and even VR. And you can even join a monthly subscription to have that hourly rate reduced. They also sell games if you're looking for an older game or even something newer. They might have it. And that goes to you now for
Yes.
your D&D thing.
So, you can catch some friends of ours over at the Steam Dungeon,
Yeah, Steam_Dungeon.
Steam_Dungeon, every Sunday from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time. We're in kind of a weird gladiator tournament at the moment.
Yeah, because you got to play last week.
Yes. And boy, oh boy, some stuff has happened, so I'm going to have to pre-record today. If everything goes well, that'll probably be added into the stream tomorrow, or posted a little bit
they'll
before.
edit it into the stream.
Yeah.
And then they've also, we've talked about it before, but they're also on YouTube.
Yes, they're
And
also at YouTube.
They're now
at-
officially Steam
Dungeon.
or is it just Steam Dungeon?
I think it's just Steam Dungeon.
Let me see. I'm curious.
But you can catch the 4 newest streams there. So effectively, our season 0 is over, and we're now on season 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. They don't have the youtube.com/Steam Dungeon, but
Ah.
because that, I think you have to have a certain following for that.
Yeah.
But which we managed to get, thankfully. But let's see. Right now, it's showing me a bunch of videos.
Channel names.
Yeah, where's the channel names option? Ah, there it is. Yeah, so they are officially Steam Dungeon. Steam, all caps, Dungeon. So
Okay,
if you
so we
search them,
catch
if
that.
you search them, you'll find that. But if you want the link, it's at Javon456, JEVAUGHN456. So if you want the YouTube link, that's what it is. But if you're willing to look up just Steam Dungeon, you'll find them, as long as you search the channel name. But like you said the 4 first episodes are on there.
Other than that,
Anything else?
No, not at the moment.
All right, and so then we'll see you all next week with the High Republic, The Blade.
Yeah.
I've spoken.
All right. Hours with this man.
How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Is it because you got work after this?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What have you been? So let's kind of just do the slight routine of what have you been up to this week, and
In terms of fun things.
yeah,
that
fun
I've been
things, fun
doing,
things.
I went and I've been replaying New Vegas, as I
Yeah,
do.
you talked about it last week.
I am done with 3 out of the 4 DLCs.
Hey,
I got done with Old World Blues.
yeah, because that's where you were last week.
Yeah.
You talked about doing some Old World Blues.
So that's done. And now I'm on to Dead Money,
Mm-hmm.
which is Welcome to the Sierra Madre, this fucking casino in this god-awful city. As bad as it sounds, because I've done this DLC a few times, you're not normally supposed to be as high-leveled as I am
Mm-hmm.
when you go through there.
Is this a case of they assume you'll kind of do these DLC as you play the game sort of thing?
Yeah, I didn't.
You beat the base game and then went back. Is that what happened?
Damn near beat the base game.
Okay, so you basically were here's the stopping point of the can't go
Before-
back.
before I commit to this,
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
gonna
there's-
go and do
yeah.
some other stuff.
Like most games, you have especially in RPGs, you have the point of no return.
Yeah.
And basically, you hit just before that, and we're like, let's do the DLC before that.
And I think the actual order is supposed to be like Dead Money, Honest Hearts, Old World Blues, and then Lonesome Road.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the order that I played it in this time.
Was it just a preference thing that you were doing, or
Yeah.
now? So is this like your least favorite then, or was it your most favorite and you're saving that for last? Like what was the thought process?
I usually do the Lonesome Road because that's like the major thing before the end of the game,
Mm-hmm.
because the DLCs for New Vegas are all like, I'm gonna go out of Arizona for a little bit. I'll be back, but I'm gonna go over here for a while.
Okay.
And so, last one, Lonesome Road, has the Divide in it, which is a fucking nuclear hellscape.
Oh.
So I remember while we were talking on Tuesday, I was like, I should probably explain that,
Yeah.
because we were discussing like how certain things would work for one of the like mods, and I was like, I'm not sure they could do that,
Mm-hmm.
because your character, the courier, is busy doing other things before you got shot in the head twice outside of Good Springs. Yes, you're still a mailman. So there was this place called Hopeville. It's not around anymore. Because you, as a mailman, did your job and got a package to where it was supposed to be in this nice little place. Unfortunately, that little package that you delivered had some like accidental launch codes in it.
So this is for specifically this DLC.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know in the base game you also had something important in the package, which is what set
Yeah.
everything in motion.
So this means that it's like the second time this kind of shit has happened to you. Except the first time you didn't get fucking shot in the head for it. You delivered the package, and after you left, I guess some genius was like, you know what? Fuck this place.
So does that mean the launch codes were easier to get in this than they are in Fallout 76?
Yeah, probably.
Because, you can get the launch codes in 76 and cause them to go off
Yeah.
if you're a chaotic person. I might know a few people that might be willing to do that just for the chaos.
Actually, speaking of that, spoilers for a game that's been out for a long time. The end of the Long Road DLC, the Lonesome Road,
Mhm.
sorry, not the Long Road,
Lonesome Road, yeah.
is at the end you get to make a choice.
Although it is a long road.
It is a fucking long road filled with death claws
But yeah, you get to make a choice.
and also tunnelers, which are the most like alien looking, totally not an alien thing I've fucking seen.
I think next week I'll share my pitch for Fallout 5.
Okay. And what happens is this guy Ulysses is fucking pissed that Hopeville got destroyed, and it's like, I didn't fucking do that, man.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It's not my fucking fault. I was paid to deliver a box. I delivered the goddamn box. I'm not supposed to know what's in the box.
This is almost literally a sense of shooting the messenger.
Yeah. It's like, I didn't fucking know what was in it. You're not supposed to look in it. And so,
Although there's no federal government laws preventing it, but yeah.
no, but generally speaking.
Yeah.
And so he's like, and now we're gonna either argue, have a philosophical discussion, or I'm going to fucking murder you. And at the end of it, you have 3 choices. You can, if you're siding with the Legion, you can choose to blow up a place. In you can choose to nuke the NCR,
Mm-hmm.
nuke the Legion, in which case, like, 1 bonus dungeon, depending on which side you attacked, will appear on the standard world map.
Basically gives you more content depending
Yeah.
on your choice. Yeah.
Or option 3, which is usually what I take. To this day, that is the one that I usually pick, is you and your robot buddy can run around and make sure that they don't go off,
Oh, okay.
or at least don't take off and cause more problems.
Makes sense.
That's usually the one I pick because I'm like,
I assume you're also the one that usually does a philosophical discussion until it gets
Yeah.
boring.
you can either have the argument with him or you can have a boss fight with him.
And I assume you choose the argument most of the time.
Most of the time. I did the boss fight with him once, and that was fucking hard.
Oh, okay. So they at least did good.
You are supposed to be at max level by
Yeah.
the time you fight him.
Okay. So they at least did put into thought like how difficult he should be still,
Mhm.
which is good. Usually you want that in DLC of like the idea of, especially for boss fights.
Yeah, like he's like got his own little robot buddies, and they'll turn like invisible, and he's like, oh, by the way, you know all those basically former NCR and Legion soldiers who are ghouls now because fucking Divide happened? Yeah, by the way, I made sure to basically send out like a diss track to them from you.
Oh no. So now you're being framed?
Yeah. And it's like, man,
It's like I don't want to deal with that.
I didn't fucking. God damn it. And so, the one, like, I guess, bad thing for choosing option 3 of we're not blowing anybody up is your little robot friend dies.
Oh.
But it transfers its memories and upgrades to the one back in the Mojave. So,
Okay. So it's not a complete loss.
yeah,
It's a partial, mostly loss.
it's a partial loss, but it's most of the reason, like, I go through that DLC. It's mostly because he, like, kidnaps your little robot buddy at the halfway point, and I'm like, you motherfucker. Give it back. Give him back. I couldn't give a fiddler's fuck about the conflict between the Legion, the NCR. You stole my friend, asshole. I'm gonna beat your ass for that. What's up?
So I was just thinking about what else I've been doing this week. Since
What
we're
have you
sharing.
been doing?
So so this week I got back into Baldur's Gate 3 because I finally got it running again. Although had an issue last night, but I fixed it.
All right.
It actually runs even smoother now that I fixed it.
I certainly hope so.
Well, no, because it was like even when it was running fine, it would like. I did the thing you're not supposed to do with computer games, which is I put it on the external hard drive, which slows it down, of course. I did, though, change that. I had to delete some stuff on the computer, but I did make room for it. It's now here. It runs even faster, runs smoother. It looks better even though it's on the same settings. So that's good. I'm probably going to play some offline with my dad, maybe, depending on how busy he is, because I want to do some splits. I want to test the split screen co-op really badly. I know how to get it running, but I want to play some with somebody.
Want to make sure.
Yeah. And then, but yeah, and so, some bad stuff happened.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was telling you a little bit about it. So, let me kind of
I believe.
I'm gonna like kind of explain what's going on with Baldur's Gate 3 and character choices. Well, you know what? Should we do the lighter thing first? Let's talk about like Larian bringing out the weekend stats.
Oh
first.
yeah, the Telltale Choice thing.
Yeah, so they brought their weekend stats out.
Man, I want The Wolf Among Us 2 to be out so.
I know you
bad.
do. I know you do.
Although at the moment I don't have anything to play it on.
Yeah, what would like nowadays? It would probably be on PS5. It would probably be on next gen consoles and PC.
I think they are making it for like,
Previous gen.
yeah.
I could also see Switch. I could see Switch because Telltale Games engines aren't usually very heavy.
Yeah.
Even the newer engine, because they built a new engine finally. Thank God. Because honestly, they were killing that engine because they ran that engine to the ground, in my opinion. Like, all of their games were on that same engine from Walking Dead Season 1. But yeah, I did. So me and my buddy Britt, who's a friend of the channel, she's been playing Baldur's Gate 3. She's one of the people that's been in my D&D game that I've been recording for you guys. That I'll start posting publicly
In a
after
while.
after I'm done with BG3. After I'm done with my first run of BG3, then I'll start posting that. For now, BG3 is the main content on the channel, as well as the podcast. But yeah, so we were discussing it because I found it on Twitter.
Mhm.
And so for the opening weekend numbers, and this is the part where she and I both agree that, so for this first one, we think these people are insane.
All right.
368 players managed to finish the game in the opening weekend.
Fucking what?
Yeah. And we're talking about we're talking about a 100+ hour game on a single run.
How did you?
Either we decided they either didn't sleep or they speed ran it and like ignored like side content to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I guess if you just stuck to the main quest, then you'd probably actually get.
You would probably still have to take a couple side quests just so you level up
Yeah.
properly, but because you don't want to, I mean, this goes up to level 12, so you would want to still be hitting level 12 at some point,
Yeah.
because I imagine the final boss fights will suck otherwise. Because at level 12 you're not quite epic combat, but you're like a degree, like you're a level under that.
You're dealing with like kingdom-sized threats.
Yeah. Sorry, we're getting into the nuts and bolts here. So in D&D, for every 5 levels. Every 5 levels, they suggest to DMs like the type of conflicts that your players should be interacting with at that point. So like levels 1 through 5 are like tiny, small like village things. So like a goblin infestation, stuff like that. Which is exactly the type of thing you're dealing with in Baldur's Gate 3 at the start.
Yeah.
You're dealing with goblins and monsters trying to break into the Druid Grove. And then like around level 6 through 10, you start to get a little bit bigger. I forget the specific classification, but it's like big cities level, so like Baldur's Gate itself. Once again, the game itself is kind of following that track. And
And then when you get like between 10 to 15, it's like you're dealing with a lot.
yeah, that's when you should be, like you said, kingdom level threats. You should be like dealing with that, which I know some stuff about Baldur's Gate 3. I guess we can kind of talk slight spoilers.
Yeah, we do
Uh,
have the spoiler button.
It's been a week, so since the game came out, so spoiler warning.
Spoiler warning.
If you want to play Baldur's Gate 3 or you've been watching my stream, so my stream is a little bit behind the knowledge I have because I also have a second character I've been playing off stream, which is a lot further. He's not in Act 2 yet, but he's a lot further in Act 1 and has done more sleeping, which when you do camp, that's when a lot of activity happens more often. We'll remove the spoiler banner when we're done talking spoiler stuff. But it becomes a higher level threat because, so the whole Guardian thing that you make, they basically warn you of this higher level threat where it turns out, this is a war on like the multiplane that's going on in the background with this whole, because you've got the god, the Absolute, that's trying to interfere and kind of take over things and has been using the Mind Flayer worm to kind of create this cult, right? And so, or tadpole, I call it worm, tadpole, it goes either way, but tadpole. So there's this big war going on, and your guardian says, "Hey, use your tadpole powers because that can help you." And I don't know the specifics on the good or evil of doing that and listening to your guardian on that, but you do learn that there's a higher conflict going on. So that kind of fits, like having a higher level.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're not going to level 20. Sven has said that they're considering expansion material, but right now they don't want to announce anything until they have something like they've already worked on most of it essentially, because they want to make sure that if they announce it, it's something that they know is going to come out. They don't want to announce something and then have to cancel it, because they backfired on that at least one. I think I've only seen one game that they've ever they canceled outright for Larian, which is impressive. But also Larian is a studio that's a little bit more for the people when it comes to like doing things that gamers like, and you can see that with how Sven operates. Sven is a gamer. He loves. We're no longer in spoiler talk, so I guess I can. Sven is a gamer. He loves D&D, and you can tell that. Like if you've watched any of the panels from Hell with him, you can tell he's all about this. Like and he's the CEO of this company. Like, but he's down there working on the game with them. Like he's not like just taking checks and stuff. And he's even like, there's rumors of like Microsoft apparently, you know, there was a list of companies that Microsoft wants to buy.
Yeah.
And Larian popped up as one of those, which makes sense because Divinity Original Sin 2, I think, put them on the map. That was their magnum opus. And then I think Baldur's Gate 3, even more so, has been just chugging them further into popularity. And so, but Sven was asked about that, and he said, yeah, no, I'm getting old, but I don't want to retire yet, and I also like don't want to give my company up to somebody that will be changing like the corporate decision. Like he doesn't want to work for the man, essentially. Which, hey, another thing that's admirable. Like, because really there is no. What's great about this game is there's no microtransactions, no like the always online. There is a bit of an always online, but it's not in a like you can still play this game offline. The only thing that's questionable to some people is the data tracking, but that's more of like so they can get numbers like what I'm about to talk about. That's less of like selling your data to, as far as we know.
Yep.
Obviously, I didn't read the terms of service, but like if somebody has and can say otherwise, but I mean, your data is getting sold by anybody at this point. But so even if that is in the terms of service, I'm not mad. But like they're more of like they operate on a different level, like, and we're talking once again like an indie studio still, like 100+ employees at most, which is like rookie numbers for a company making a game this size. Because I think they said by the end of it, like, let me see. Actually, I can pull up the number of employees. Like Wikipedia literally shows me how many numbers of employees work for them. If I can pull up Wikipedia and see how many exactly of employees you have, it's a small studio. Like, if it's not guesstimating... Okay, yeah, currently there are 450 employees. A little under 500. That is still very small. On, like... That could put them maybe on AA type, like, company, but they're not a AAA company. So... I mean, and the fact that they have been doing this for 27 years... and they're only really now getting the attention. Because most companies usually about by their 15th to 20 year for video game developers, usually by then they start getting noticed for a game. And I guess you could argue like they got noticed with Divinity Original Sin 2, but I don't think that put them on the same level as this. Because I think Divinity Original Sin 2 put them on a niche gamer radar. Like, you have to really be into CRPGs, like classic isometric CRPGs. Yeah. I think Baldur's Gate 3, though, has put them on a gamer as a whole radar, especially once we start talking about the rest of these stats. Yeah. So let's dive into those.
Tell me what we got.
So 93% of players rolled a custom character. That includes making a Dark Urge character, because they don't give the numbers for Dark Urge, although I'm curious how many people played a Dark Urge specifically. Players spent a combined 88 years in character creation. Nearly 10% of characters spent at least an hour in character creation, so that makes sense. Especially when you see the concurrent player numbers, it makes sense that about 88 years combined is what that comes out to. Origin character selection, you're not going to be happy. The majority of people picked Gale.
Like
like
Wizard Boy.
The second most popular was Karlach. Which-
that doesn't surprise
That doesn't
me.
surprise me. Karlach, well, because Karlach's still a bigger mystery than the rest of the Origin characters, because you couldn't have her in your party during early access, and and also even her appearance in early access changed, and a lot of the script regarding her and Will changed because now their stories are kind of connected more, whereas in early access their stories were not connected at all.
Sorry. I
Um,
just had a dumb thought.
oh,
Yeah.
what?
It was like, Will, did you fuck my mom?
No. Although Karlach is becoming, I've seen a clip of like Karlach calling herself Mommy K. So,
Yeah.
Astarion is third most played, for Origin character. Shadowheart comes next. Will, and then Lysel is the least most picked. Still with 11,765. So I mean, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah.
But but we're also looking at even smaller chunks because, like I said, 93% made a completely original character or used the Dark Urge background. Gale was the most popular played Origin character. As I said, he was also the 7th cause of death for players. Larian jokes, but you only have yourself to blame for being so flammable. Class choice for people who did a custom character. Paladin was the most selected. Cleric was the least selected. For top 3, it was Paladin, Sorcerer, and Warlock. And then Rogue and Bard come in for 4 and 5. Monk is third least, which is upsetting because they worked so hard to make the Monk more fun. Because I know people in D&D sphere, they do not like Monk. Larian worked so hard to make the Monk more enjoyable too. That's the sad part. I like my Monk that I've been playing off stream. I have a Monk off stream. He's a half orc Monk. Speaking of races, the most played is half elf. With human, elf, dragonborn, and tiefling topping the top 5. And the least most played is Get Yankee. People don't want to be the aliens, man.
Yeah.
Almost 100,000 players have been rejected by Astarion romantically. The majority of players have chosen to romance Shadowheart instead, with Gale coming in third for romance, which Brit's probably going to try to romance Gale because Brit does not get the Astarion hype. You don't want to get it either.
I'm like, all right,
I-
do what you want.
I kind of understand it. It's,
I don't.
It's the Twilight, but except Astarion's cooler than Twilight. But it's the vampire romance, like the classic vampire romance thing. Except he's not even a true vampire. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Man he's
We've
a.
gone over my hate. I don't think we've ever gone over my level of hatred for vampires.
Oh, did you hate my character when we?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It's just one of those things where I'm like.
So Belwyn was cool.
Belwyn was cool.
I played a
Like,
Dampier, which makes him only
have-
half vampire, but
I have some feelings about vampires. Generally, I use them a lot for antagonists in my games because I'm like, you're a dickhead.
I think it's the emo broody thing. I think that's what attracts people to it. But the fact that Astarion's the one rejecting people is hilarious.
For the longest.
Others.
I'm just not big
Yeah.
on
It's just not your thing.
I'm like, you're something, ain't you? For better or worse, I don't understand because I'm like, you don't. Isn't the first? Never mind. I was going to say, don't a lot of the not enemies, allies
Yeah.
that your PC can find try to stab you initially?
Astarion's the only one really that tries
Yeah.
that.
And I'm like, did you not have a moment of
Because Shadowheart is passed out when you find her. Gale is trapped in the portal, and you got to pull him out. Lysel is trapped by tieflings in a Ewok level booby trap that you got to shoot her out of. Which Lysel died in Brit's gameplay because Lysel was like, "You got to kill the tieflings now," and Britt's like, "No, I'm not going to kill the innocent tieflings," and so she killed Lysel.
Look,
and-
you do what you gotta do.
So, and hey, I get it. If you're playing a nice character, if you're playing a good character, I can see where initially Lysel might not be your flavor.
I think
You can change your party's alignment though as you get to know them. It's one of those type of
Yeah.
games. And then who am I missing? Will kind of just joins up with you
Yeah.
because he's already helping the tieflings out, and he's trying to hunt down Karlak, who he believes to be a devil, because his patron told him that she's a devil, and I'm not gonna
'cause
dive deep. I'm not gonna dive deeper into that because that
'Cause
goes
his
into
boss
spoiler.
told him
It
to.
goes into spoilers. And then you find Karlak trying to kill some fake Torm worshippers that are actually people sent by Zariel to get her back, because Karlak came from Avernus and was a soldier for Zariel, not through her own choice. That goes into Karlak's story though.
so it's
yeah,
really
the-
just
Astarion's
Astarion's
the only
like,
one-
I'm gonna murder you.
to be fair to Astarion, he's like, I saw you on the ship, the Mind Flayer ship, just roaming about freely. So he's gonna assume that you were working with the Mind Flayers.
Yeah.
That is a fair assumption to make, and you can knock him out or butt your head into his face to get the knife away, or you can talk him out of it, or if you're there's ways out of
Yeah.
But yeah, all the. We'll talk more about it next week because we are
Oh, yeah,
getting
we're-
quick in
we
the
need
time.
to-
So let me kind of get through the rest of this.
Speed 'em.
So one NPC was shoved into a chasm for every concurrent player they had during their peak on Sunday, which was the peak for the whole weekend.
Mhm.
815,000 concurrent players, according to Steam numbers.
Damn.
Of all player deaths, 12% were caused by friendly fire. Nice spell casting there, Dave. They said. So yeah, obviously somebody, more than likely it was Fireball, because Fireball will always get you. In terms of diplomacy, players veer on the side of good. So one of the initial conflicts is whether you're going to save the Druid Grove or you're going to help the goblins assault it. 65.1% chose to save the Grove, with 34.9% choosing to attack the Grove with the goblins. Scratch, the dog you can recruit, has been petted over 750,000 times, cementing his reputation as the goodest boy in all the realms. Players spoke to 1,400,000 corpses with the Speak with Deads and 2,400,000 animals. Next time somebody starts bragging about being fluent in 9 languages, ask them if any of those include squirrel. And then the last two, I think this is the last two, which are kind of the same one. Players have played at least 10 million hours or over 1,225 years. So yeah, this game's doing well.
Yeah.
I think. Sven has said that he's having to hide from the IT guys because he had initially said, expect maybe 100,000 at most.
Ooh.
Which
I'm sorry.
Which tells me that if you think 100,000 was going to be a success for this game, because that's what that tells me. That tells me you thought 100,000, if you thought that was going to be your most, that's what you were thinking was going to equal success, right? You exceeded that.
Yep.
But yeah, no, so I like what they do. My Dark Urge, real quick.
Oh yeah. Who died and why is it not your fault?
Yeah, so let me go a little bit. So this is going to be another spoiler thing. So your Dark Urge is one of the origin characters that you can choose, but it's customizable, which is why they didn't. Which is probably why they didn't go this percentage of people play Dark Urge. Although I'm still curious, they just combined it with the customizable characters. I'm currently playing a white Dragonborn Bard, Dark Urge. The Dark Urge has these Dark Urges to maim, kill, do violent tendencies. Throughout the game, you can choose to not do those things. So, for example, the one they showed off during their final panel before the game came out was, when you pull Gale out of the portal, you can cut his hand off instead. Right? I chose not to do that. I haven't done any Dark Urges personally. However, there's a bard you can run into at the Druid Grove.
Mhm.
I did not get to do her side quest before this happens, by the way.
All right.
Uh,
So how'd this go?
so do you know about the bard at the Grove?
No,
So there's a bard at the Grove that you run into, and her thing is like she's a tiefling bard who's upset because her mentor died to some gnolls, and so she's trying to write a song in memory of her. You can choose to help with that song, and basically there's different ways to go about it. So you can be like, I'll play a song with you, and maybe we'll jam together and figure it out, or you can like get personal and be like, what's the song about? And that's usually the way I go because I feel like that's a better route. It seems less selfish because saying I want to jam with you, that seems selfish. But if it's like, what's the song about? Who's it about? That seems a little bit more like I'm getting to the intent of the song. Did not get to do that side quest this time
Oh yeah.
because I decided to make camp at one point, and she goes, "Hey, I've been hearing about your cool adventures. I want to come hang out with you, and I'm going to be an adventurer and join your camp." And I thought,
Okay.
oh, cool. In my mind, I was like, oh, cool, this is a party member that can join my camp. And maybe, even if they're not a camp companion, because they didn't join as a companion, I can still have them in the camp whenever I
Yeah.
come back at night. That's cool.
Not what happened.
No, I agreed to have her come in. And then after talking to everybody, doing my nightly routine, because I try to talk to everybody before that needs to talk to me before.
We're taking a nap.
So I do my long rest. In the middle of the long rest, it goes, hey, you wake up to blood all over you and the bard's dead body in front of you. And it's her blood that's all over you. And she's like in a ritualistic sacrifice like thing too, because like there's a whole thing that she's laying on top of. So then you start making choices. You have to decide like, are you going to hide the body? Are you gonna what are you gonna do? And I decided to keep the body out because I was gonna let the party confront me about this, so that way I could be all out in the open about what went down. Still didn't go great because the party was still suspicious of me. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I did lose some. I did get some disapprovals for that, but I'd rather it be out in the open, especially since by this point I've learned a few people's secrets. Anyways, I think it's only fair that I start opening up about my character's secrets as well, because at this point I already know Astarion's a vampire. I already know about Gel's need to eat magic items, which Britt is going insane about that one. And it's like, how often does he need to eat? Why doesn't he eat magic scrolls? And I'm just like, he's got a particular diet. He's a picky eater. And she's like, bitch, you eat magic. You can't be picky at this point.
You know, maybe if you weren't casting spells all the goddamn time, you
Um,
wouldn't be so fucking hungry, would you?
except he's been at camp for most of my run currently. Only because I'm like, I have a particular order I'm doing things in. But no, so not of my choice. The only way I could see of avoiding this situation is if I had told her no to joining the party. That's the only way I could see that, like me avoiding what went down.
Yeah, and you didn't know.
And I didn't know. Yeah, I thought, oh, simple new companion buddy, new friend. That's what I was thinking. And game
Boy,
said,
oh boy, did they get you.
yes, Larian said no. But that's everything I want to talk about for
All right.
now. We'll talk about my journey through the Baldur's Gate novelizations when I'm done with them.
Yeah.
Let's just say I am hating it here, because I've been reading the novelizations for the initial Baldur's Gate video games, which came out in the 90s, early 2000s, because
Yeah.
that's when the games came out. Because I think Baldur's Gate 1 was 98, and then Baldur's Gate 2 was 2000, if I'm getting my numbers right. So that's when those books came out, and oh boy, I learned even the author for the first book hates the book to this day.
He's like, I wrote it. I don't fucking like it.
Well, the problem is apparently he got screwed. He sent in the first draft after writing it because he got some notes of like the basic outline of the game while they were still developing it.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, I've made a first draft. He sent it in, and they published the first draft without consulting him.
Oh no.
Like they gave
Oh.
him no notes and just published it.
Oh no.
But we'll tell that story. We'll tell that story another time
Okay.
because there's more. Like I've spoiled
There's
the
more
ending
to-
of the trilogy because the first books are a trilogy because they
Mm.
adapt first game, second game, expansion of the second game and that's really how
Yeah.
the fans also treat the video games. They treat it as a trilogy. They call it the Darkspawn Saga or the Ballspawn Saga or the Ballspawn Trilogy
Mm.
because that's really what those games are about. And plus, all at that point, Siege of Dragonspear didn't exist, so. But it's now considered part of the saga by some people. Some people don't like Siege of Dragonspear. I like Siege of Dragonspear. I think it fills in the gaps for 1 and 2. Once again, that's a
Yeah.
conversation for another time.
All right.
Because this week, we actually do have some news
Yeah.
that we can talk about. We finally have an update on Star Wars Hunters video game.
Oh.
A reminder,
All right.
this game was supposed to be out in 2021. Now, it did soft launch last year in some countries, just not here in the US. However, according to the latest Take-Two Interactive earnings call, because they had their earnings call, because a lot of companies had their earnings calls within the last month, the game will drop in the later fiscal year of 2024. This could, in English, in like basic, this could actually mean it will still drop this year. As in the same call, they refer to April of this year as being the start of the 2024 fiscal year. Because fiscal years never actually match what the actual year is. Thoughts? I'm kind of frustrated at this point, personally.
About fucking time.
I'm frustrated that this game is not out yet, especially because like they've been with the soft launch, they've been getting updates to this video game. And Instagram, they have an Instagram page where they post about these updates, and literally all of the comments are like, "Why are you talking about these updates to a game that's not everywhere
Yeah.
and barely anywhere?" It's not everywhere and it's barely anywhere.
I am glad that hopefully it'll be released.
And apparently Take-Two says they like their partnership with Zynga, who are the ones developing this game. And so I guess we're in good hands when the game finally comes out. They've added more fighters to play, more hunters to play as already. So, more options by the time the game comes out. It's upsetting because we read that novel and we've been hyped even more so ever since. And it's just like the more you hear about this game, it's like, is it even happening? But if we're lucky, maybe a November-December release, and it's free, so I don't know why they don't just drop it. Like
Yeah.
but we'll see. Keeping in the video game realm, we also got some more details from Ubisoft regarding their protagonist for Outlaws, Kay.
Mm-hmm.
So we've learned that she's from Canto Bight, the casino world introduced in The Last Jedi. Specifically, they said, here's the quote, Kay Vess is a thief from Canto Bight's worker district who dreams about earning a big score and exploring the galaxy with her loyal partner, the mischievous Mercal Nix, which is her little pet, her little axolotl-looking pet.
Yeah.
They also dropped their fan kit to promote the game. So, you know, sometimes some studios will drop a fan kit for a video game, which includes, in this case, some wallpapers, some screenshots, and some concept art that looks a little bit like a visual dictionary, like in terms of like they do some close-ups of the characters and point out little cool details. I could pull it up real quick for you, for everybody. Star Wars Newsnet is my source for all of these things, but of course they have other sources that they get these from. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on my sources because I don't want to take credit for grabbing this news. I just found Newsnet. Star Wars Newsnet is always reliable for me when it comes to like picking these things up. We also get some mechanic stuff as well because like we see some when with the visual dictionary type stuff where they're showing all the stuff off. We do see some like other weapons and stuff that we haven't seen yet. As optional stuff, so like here's the wallpaper. It's pretty cool. They even make sure though to let us know not actual gameplay, probably a cutscene. We get some close up of Kay, so we get to see the low bun, the dark wavy hair. A data spike that's used as a hairpin. That's pretty smart. Which we actually even get a close up of the data spike. Here's some of the stuff that we didn't know about. So we got the comm links. We got a grappling hook. Some back to vial. So I expect something similar to like either very Far Cry where you're like pumping it into yourself, or Battlefront 2 where you knock it to the ground and it splashes the Bacta all over. You got some blaster modules, which we did see a little bit in the gameplay footage that they showed us, where she was changing like what the blaster could do. Close up of our buddy Nyx, who's got some scales. It turns out it's got like a scaly kind of back, and some dexterous paws, and a little bit of clump of fur there. Leathery tail. Get a close up of ND5. So, like I said, it's almost like a visual dictionary way they're like with the close ups. So, I like when game studios do this type of stuff. It hypes you up a little bit. And while we don't, I think they said what, next year is when it drops.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that far. I think it was like April of next year, if I remember correctly. No, it just says 2024. Okay. But still, that's not. It's next year, so I think this level of hype is fine.
Yeah.
Like, they're not pulling a Star Wars Eclipse on us. You know what I mean? Or even a Square Enix, because while they do deliver their games eventually, I'm not a fan of the practice of like showing a game 10 to 15 years out, or even 5 years out. You know, it's because like I guess it works in the case of Square Enix because Square Enix will always have its hardcore fan base.
Yeah.
Like, especially in the case of like the Final Fantasy VII remake, where we knew for like 15 years that game was coming out, and then it finally came out. In the case of Final Fantasy VII, I think that was the exception, not the rule to how you should be exposing audiences to your game. Because in that case, 7 has such a hardcore fan base where you could have delivered that even you could have waited another 5 years and they would have still been. You could have waited 100 years and fans would still be wanting Final Fantasy VII remake. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think that should not be the norm of the industry. And we've discussed this. The norm of the industry, in my opinion, should be, I like the Fallout 4 method, which is, it's coming out in a month.
Yeah.
They're like, we've got the trailer. We didn't tell you about development of this game. Obviously, we were making this game, but we didn't tell you. Here it is. Here's the here's the gameplay. Here's the trailer. Oh, and by the way, it's coming out in a month. Just in time for the holidays.
Yep.
It's just like, perfect. That's all I need. That is all I need for advertising for video games. I don't need this waiting 5, even 2 years. A year is fine though. A year is reasonable. But I would personally like it even less. Cuz I think most games, unless you are an indie developer, you don't need more than a year of hype. And indie developers can't afford more than a year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Your thoughts though on what we got for Outlaws? Are similar mindset, kind of exciting to having a little bit of stuff?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's one of those games that I want to play.
Yeah.
But that I just can't right now.
Yeah. And I think it shows good sign that they kind of know what they're doing and they know how to keep the fans interested. With that though, let's go into our main topic of the High Republic, the Blade comic. This is the spoiler warning for those who want to read the comic, haven't had the chance yet. We're going to go into some details. We're not going to go into everything, but we're going to go into some. So I didn't prepare any heavy questions this time around like I did last week.
Yeah.
But I did think of some stuff that, like, while we were talking.
You said you had some statements?
Yeah, I have more of statements than questions.
Would you like to...
Yeah, so...
Where are we starting at?
My theory was absolutely wrong of what was going to go down regarding his sister. Well, sister.
Oh, yeah.
I assumed she was going to die.
Nope.
To be fair for my guess, like, this is the High Republic. Things are not happy in the High Republic when it comes to our main characters and their fates. Looking at you, Stellan Geos.
It was one time.
I mean, I'm also looking at, the Galactic Fair. Things did not go well there either.
Nah, that
I
didn't.
think the only happy ending book is Light of the Jedi, and that's still like barely a happy ending. Because you still have Great Storm Loden getting kidnapped in that one. But no, I was expecting Baresh to die, mainly because I was looking for an explanation for the Baresh Val. Because we know it's named after her. And so my assumption going in was that she was going to die, and our buddy the Blade was going to go off and take the vow and start the tradition of that, right? That was my assumption. But no,
Nope.
she's the
That's
one who
not how
starts
that-
the tradition because she's the one that's like, I need to separate myself. Which I think, you know what? I do have a question. Do you think Baresh did anything wrong?
No.
That's what I thought.
I'm laying this one squarely at the feet of that fucking princess. She knows what she did.
Yeah, so premise.
We should probably explain.
So the premise is that our buddy Porter Engel, aka the Blade, which he's already the Blade at this point. I was hoping that we were going to get an explanation for how he became the Blade, but that's not what this was. But he's already the Blade. And he and his essentially adoptive sister at this point,
Yeah.
because they kind of just take the mantle of brother and sister, because we see in the comic that while they're not by blood related, like they just develop this bond of working well together.
Yeah.
He is he's the muscle and she's the brain, essentially.
Yep.
And he's got brain too. He's not dumb, but like
Yeah.
he's more of like he's the one that's ready
He
to go.
put his points into combat.
Yeah, like he put in.
I mean all of them.
Yeah, he put. Yeah, I would say though he didn't dump stat intelligence though either. Like, but I would say she's the one that put the wisdom
Yeah.
points. So the premise though is that they're part of like the kind of the initiative of having some Jedi work with the explorers and the, you know,
Yeah.
and looking at the Outer Rim and all that and helping support what's going on the frontiers of space, essentially. And they kind of do like wanted poster jobs, essentially.
Yeah.
They look at like help wanted ads to be like, okay, we're going to do this thing to help kind of clear the frontier out.
Yep.
They don't particularly work with a Pathfinder group in specifically,
Yeah.
but they do have some Pathfinders that they've partnered up with, but they don't stick with that group all the time. They kind of just, if they decide to work with one, they will. And the reason for a lot of this, of them doing it this way, is because we learned that the Jedi did try to separate them and stop them from working together, because the Council was like, y'all are relying on each other a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, there was an incident where, like, I think, if I remember correctly, like, because I read this early on in the week.
Yeah, you did.
Like, I'm trying to remember, but something bad happened, if I remember. Like, was the catalyst for the Council being like, "Hey, we gotta separate you two," or was it just because they're? I think it was. Oh yeah, it was just to avoid the emotional, I guess.
Yeah.
So they basically were preventing anything from happening.
And then Porter Engel and Baresh were like, so here's the plan.
Yeah,
Because they're going to separate us. We just have to suck so hard
when we're separated,
when we're separated.
that they have no choice but to put us back together.
Yeah.
And they, I mean, it
They
works.
go through with the plan and it works.
I mean, it works.
Yeah.
I do find that. Do you think that the Council was kind of right to try to lead them from being less codependent, so to speak?
I don't necessarily see the problem with it.
I mean,
Because
they
they are
don't.
children at that point.
Yeah. I do think
I do think later on, though, they shouldn't necessarily be around each other as often.
like they shouldn't be doing every mission together.
Yeah.
Like, and I think they were trying to set up that idea early, which is why I think they tried to separate them as kids. They're like, hey, no, it's okay that y'all work together, and it's great that y'all do great together, but you gotta learn to work with other people.
Yeah.
It's it's basically trying to make an introvert an extrovert. It
Yeah.
doesn't always work, and it's probably a bad idea if you're forcing it. But at the same time, like, I get what they were going for, and I don't see what they did as bad, but I also don't.
I don't think it was good either.
Yeah. Like, it was one of those things of, like, I get where. Because the council were basically being parents going, hey, we like that you guys are great siblings, but make some friends.
Yeah.
And they chose not to. I think in older age, as we see him in phase 1, I think Porter is better at that.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's grown out of that, but I think also part of that is he was forced to grow out of that, considering the events of this comic.
hmm
And potentially whatever we get in the sequel comic, which they advertise at the end of this one.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not sure how I feel about them almost essentially putting Porter immediately back in the field.
yeah, that was
Like, I
kind of
under-
dirty.
I understand why.
So, kind of explaining the bad things that happen.
Yeah.
They find a wanted, like a help, like basically a help ad.
Oh, that's also Republic stations are fucking flooded with like help requests in the
Yeah, which is why Porter and his sister Baresh try to do these things.
Yeah.
Because they basically see it as, oh well, if we're not going to be directly part of the Pathfinder groups, the Jedi's job is to still help out in the
Yeah.
Outer Rim and to still do good where people are asking for it.
And-
Which I think, fine, that you're doing exactly what I think Jedi should be doing too. I agree with this take of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Uh,
The problem is, do you remember the exact number of requests?
it's a
there?
lot.
It is 429.
The other problem
Now,
is
of course, like not all of them
Yeah.
are like a Jedi level problem.
no.
But that's a lot.
To be fair, it's the Outer Rim, which is
Yeah.
still very, very lawless. Even by the time we get to, even by the sequels, like outer. We've discussed that Star Wars is really about how the Outer Rim is still never tamed by any group.
Yep.
Like Star Wars is always about how is the Galactic Core trying to civilize the rest of the Outer Rim.
Yeah.
That's literally what Star Wars is about on some level. Like, because that's kind of keeping with the Western theme of Star Wars.
Yep.
Because Star Wars is a Western, as well as a fantasy, as well as sci-fi. Like, it's all of these things, and the Western part is the Outer Rim stuff. And so, like, I would say this is pretty Western. Like, this comic is pretty much a Western.
Yeah.
Like,
And so
especially the combat, even with lightsabers involved, it's very Western in style combat. Like, the blade, I really like Porter's lightsaber. And it's very like, and the way he fights is very much like a cowboy,
yeah.
even while using a blade, which is like what makes it interesting.
It's great.
He really
Like
is.
watching Porter fight lives up to the hype.
Yeah,
that
like
we-
this is because this is the thing we've been talking about for this, like building up to us getting
Yeah.
to this comic. Because you're like immediately you loved Porter Engel, like from Light of the Jedi.
I'm
You were
like-
like,
Oh, I know what you are. You've seen some shit.
yeah, you're the badass who's now kind of retired and now makes the best food ever.
Yeah.
And-
Also, the fact that he sucks at the start of this comic, or I don't know, maybe that guy was just being rude.
I think he's bad at it. I think
he's.
I think he
I'm
hasn't.
Like, it's gonna take
he-
a while.
Yeah, he's got to master that recipe. But when he does, it's the Emperor's New Groove.
I think it's gonna take a while.
Yeah,
Like he's got, in terms of like showmanship, he's got all that down. I'm like, good job on the showmanship, bad job on the rest of it. You know, the
Yeah.
more important parts.
like if you were a judge on MasterChef, that's the notes you would give him. You'd be like, you did great with the presentation of this meal, but I gotta deduct points for the taste.
Yeah.
You know, the important part.
Yeah. Also, Porter is just like, man, I guess if I have to fucking fight an army, I'll fight an army, I guess.
Yeah, so
It's such a
so the help ad that they decided to focus on
Yeah.
this one.
is like a siege.
Yeah, so it's
And I'm like, there's a point in it where I'm like, do Jedi not understand what sieges are?
but basically
Do you know how they work? Because it's basically who can feed their side the longest
which I think initially they do see this as, oh, we're gonna help supply
Yeah.
them, so that way we can like keep them around. That way we can get out of the siege issue, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, everybody's lying to them on both sides of this issue.
Everyone else is fucking lying.
Like, and the first few people that lied to them, Baresh senses it. Baresh is like, okay, you're lying to me. What the fuck? Whereas Porter's like, I want to believe them, but if my sister says you're lying, then you be a liar.
Yeah.
And so, like, eventually, it turns out like the main issue for this, why this siege is even happening, is the prince. So the princess has been kidnapped.
Kidnapped with air.
Heavy air quotes, by the people being sieged, specifically the prince.
Yep.
For those of y'all who have watched Game of Thrones or have read the novels, this storyline might seem very familiar. It's very, let's just say it's similar to how Jon Snow was born.
And it's like, I said this earlier. There's a lot of, I don't think you thought this through very well.
So basically, we learn that the prince and the princess are, they're not, I think they are engaged.
They are, yeah, I think they're married, actually.
Well, did they? I thought they were going to, they were about to go on their, they were about to elope, but they didn't get to yet.
Yeah, something like that.
'Cause I
Like,
think-
they're either,
Because I know they're
either just got
eloping.
married or they're, like, about to be.
Yeah, because I know the plan was elope.
Yeah.
Because they realized neither side would really be okay with this.
Yeah.
And so they were going to do the elope thing, which, yeah, that always works for royalty.
Yep. That's a great plan.
I've never seen it backfire whatsoever in cause of war.
Good job.
On top of this, the reason for the elope is that we learn that the princess is indeed pregnant. Actually, that turns out to be... Is that a lie? Was that one of the lies?
It's unclear. She lied a lot.
Yeah, the princess lies
Like,
a lot.
I am.
Unfortunately, Baresh doesn't sense these lies.
Yeah.
And it's
I'm like,
and we learned that
ew.
we learned that the reason for not sensing these is that emotionally a lot of these are kind of like, it's one of those white lie situations
Mhm.
where emotionally she's telling the truth, but the facts and the words are not true. Right? And
Yeah.
so that's what kind of throws Baresh's radar, her little lie radar off.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like, why are you telling me the truth but also lying?
And even Baresh kind of senses that something's
Like,
up,
what the
but
fuck
she
is-
can't figure it out.
She's like turning the dial. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
It's like when your instincts tell you somebody is lying,
Yeah.
but your heart tells you they're telling the truth. Because sometimes that happens. Like, you'll be
Yeah.
listening to somebody telling you something, and
it's
because
like-
it's so emotionally impactful, your heart's going to be tugged, but your brain, the back of your mind's like, no, this is a lie. And you
You
have to
should know
decide,
better.
and you have to decide which to listen to. And I think Baresh trying to be empathetic and sympathetic.
It's one of those things where I'm like, this is the type of thing that would fucking get me killed.
Yeah.
And it's like, while I tend to lean
You
more
tend to be more
towards like understanding with things, my brain will oftentimes rein that in because
Mhm.
I'm like, while I expect good, I'm not surprised if it turns out bad.
Yeah. Like, you would have still made a plan, which I'm not saying they didn't make a plan still. Like, they still had a
I
plan.
had a plan.
It's just things still went sideways, which that
Yeah,
happens.
That happens.
Even if you have the best of plans, things
No-
can still go.
No plan ever survives first contact.
Yeah. On top of that, like, Porter Ingalls dealing with the attacking forces
Yeah.
outside, trying to make a deal with them, and like dealing with mercenaries who
Yeah.
are Jedi hunters as well.
And oh man, Porter Ingalls' plan. What if I just beat their ass to the point where they're like, man, fuck this, the money isn't worth it.
I think we can kind of talk about it because it's not technically from a Struck company, but
Mm.
you've been showing me the Berserk
Yeah.
anime. that fight with Porter versus all of those mercenaries is that fight with Guts versus
yeah, because they're also a mercenary band.
yeah.
And it's like, mercenaries don't want to die, they want to get paid. If you kick their ass hard enough, they'll leave.
But it's that fight in terms of like the number and how brutal
Yeah.
Porter is.
It's like not playing games.
Like Porter still leaves survivors because Porter's less like Guts in the sense of like he's gonna leave people alive because he's a Jedi. That's just like how they operate. He's gonna try to give second and third chances even as he's kicking your ass. Whereas Guts is no chance.
fuck you.
You already messed with me. You're out.
You had the choice to leave and you didn't take it.
But Porter is doing his best, and
Yeah.
I think he does manage to get to the other kingdom because the other kingdom is like, oh yeah, you're kind of right. Let's
It's
kind of
like-
back out of
He's
this.
like, hey, could you guys give us like a day or two to figure some stuff
Because
out?
they kind of figure out a treaty,
Yeah.
like to prevent the siege from getting worse. Unfortunately, wanting the wealth,
Mm-hmm.
and also at this point realizing she's lost control
Yeah.
of the situation, the leader of the mercenary band, who is the Jedi Hunter, decides, fuck it, we're going to siege without these motherfuckers. Because we've got the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are more mercenaries than soldiers for the kingdom that hired them.
Yeah.
So they decide we're gonna just siege anyways, and we're gonna pillage and plunder
Yep.
this place, and that's just gonna be our payment. And then we're
Yep.
gonna,
We're just gonna fucking break in and take everything.
because if we're not getting paid anymore and we're here already, why not?
Yep.
Which makes them a really ruthless mercenary band,
Yeah.
because most mercenary bands would be like, okay, we're not getting paid anymore. Okay, we're out.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave. But they're like, nah. We're gonna fucking blow this door off the goddamn hinges.
What are your thoughts on the twist antagonist? I guess because I would call her like the twist antagonist, like because she's an antagonist, but it's one of those like she betrays the main antagonist situation.
I'm not surprised.
But did you enjoy? I like her a lot as an antagonist. I think she's a good antagonist, and I want to see more. Because I kind of like this.
Indifference, I think.
Because I kind of like this antagonist that's like, because she states her motive is essentially very similar to the Nihil, and that she doesn't like the Jedi and them sticking their business in the Outer
Yeah.
Rim, and that's why she kills Jedi. And I kind of like, because it's the same reason why the Nihil are interesting, because like you can, or at least Markion, and that really the Nihil and Markion specifically just want the Jedi and the Republic to mind their own business.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, you know.
Now, of course, minding their own business means letting pirates and stuff raid innocent people in the
Yeah.
Outer Rim. That doesn't make what they're doing right, but it is an interesting motive. And it's a very reasonable motive if it weren't for
If it weren't for the fact that it was coming from, like, a fucking murderer.
if it wasn't coming from
Like, if it was anybody...
If it
well,
wasn't
not
from-
anybody
if it
else,
wasn't from Space
like,
Vikings.
Space Vikings, it'd be like, that's understandable.
Yeah.
No. But I think the thing that, like, turned me, like, against her a little bit harder
yeah.
is, like...
And I'm not
like-
saying I'm not saying
No.
I think she's a good person. I just like the writing.
No, I'm like, okay, you're a pretty cool antagonist. You're like the boss fight of this area. And I'm like, oh, so you throw a grenade at your own people. Okay, yeah, no, fuck you.
I mean, I think that just makes the evil even more fun. Like that's a
that's a classic bad guy move.
yeah, that's a mustache twirling
Yeah,
villain
and I'm like,
without the
really?
mustache because she doesn't have a mustache.
I'm like, my
sometimes though, Star Wars is great when you get those mustache twirling villains where they're just like we're just evil for the sake of being
Yeah.
evil, and sometimes you need that. Sometimes you don't need heavy motives.
Yeah, I think that's also why I'm like, I don't hate her, but I don't love her either.
Yeah.
She does pose a unique and interesting challenge
Yeah.
in terms of skill set.
And then, of course, unfortunately, the other army does not stand a chance because she even murders the people that were her employers.
Yep.
Because she's just like, well, I'm not getting paid.
They're dead. All right, we're doing this my way.
But yeah, after all the lies come out, Baresh is like, y'all brought this upon yourselves, but we're still gonna we're gonna defend you from the
Like,
mercenaries.
the queen. I feel bad for the queen.
Yeah,
I
because the
was
queen
like,
had no real idea what was like. She didn't know
Yeah.
all the facts. She was just like, "Oh, I heard the princess was pregnant, so I was trying to do my part as like to be a good grandmother to this
Yeah.
future baby, make sure that the marriage would hold."
and
it was
and
just-
then she like gets the most pissed out of like everyone. I'm like, that's actually really reasonable.
And on top of that, we learned that maybe the baby's alive, but like there's no ever like true confirmation on that. And it's just like,
Initially, I thought it was like. My original thought was like, wow, I didn't know they were going like to I thought the princess was like a young child that they
no.
kidnapped. But then my brain was like, this is a Star Wars story. That'd be a weird one to pull.
I
for
don't know
this.
though. George is pretty weird, but that George isn't working on
Yeah.
these.
And I was like, my initial thing was, I'm like, oh, the princess is gonna be like way younger.
Yeah, but no,
No.
she's the same age as
No,
the prince.
I'm like, oh, well, that's odd.
I mean,
And I'm like, that makes sense.
they're both adults who
Yeah.
wanted to elope.
Yeah, I'm
But
like,
once again, unfortunately, the duties to their kingdoms is where the issues
Yeah.
become. Like I said, oh no,
and the queen's just trying to be a good queen.
yeah.
It's like, you fuck.
And I think both sides were trying to be good for their for their royal families. I think the other side who were in charge of the siege were also doing what they thought was right,
our fucking.
because they didn't know all the information
Yeah.
either. Because nobody would tell them, like nobody.
No
was,
one told anyone anything, and even if they did, it was a lie.
Yeah,
And it's like, you motherfucker.
yeah.
I am so angry at the princess. I'm like,
And the prince,
You-
honestly, and the prince. I'm not leaving it all on the princess. The prince lied
did.
just as much.
"You did." And I'm like, God, if I was the queen, I'd fucking murder both of you too. You stupid fucking kids.
Yeah, but yeah, like
You're lucky
yeah.
you have my granddaughter and you're my son.
Going into the age thing though, yeah, like I'm glad that we aren't going that track.
Yeah.
But we like if George was in charge, let's be honest, we've talked about Indiana Jones and Marion, like, and the canon ages of that relationship.
Like,
Um, But yeah, I mean, they. I like this comic a lot though. Still, like this is a really good comic. It's a mini series, but it does what it needs to. It tells the story it needs to, and just kind of
originally what I was trying to like kind of piece together how I felt about this comic, because recently I think it's just a case of overexposure for me recently.
Oh yeah, because like for the past few weeks we've been doing like 7.5 to like 7s on our
Yeah.
ratings.
And I wasn't quite sure where to put this one. I think I'm gonna give this one like an 8.5.
Hey,
So,
we've got rid of that streak. We're out of it. We're out of it.
I
Is
think-
it just like you said? Is it? Are you
I
feeling
think
just?
it's just that I'm seeing a lot of Star Wars recently.
Are we gonna
mostly
need? Are
because
we gonna
that's,
need a
like-
break?
No, I'll finish out this season
Okay.
because we don't actually have like that many left. I
Yeah,
think.
it's after this we
After
got
today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more actual things to read, and then the nothing to really read on the finale because that's our timeline episode
Yep, the one. Oh God.
where I got to come up with something to drink. Once again, though, if y'all come up with a good little mix that's like High Republic theme, email us at escaperealityfilms@gmail.com. Give me some good mixed drink cocktail things that we can come up with.
Yeah.
Something fun. What kind you like? You're kind of similar to me. Like you don't mind a little fruity to like.
I don't mind it too much.
Guess I'll drink
The
with you.
fruitiness for me is not the problem.
Yeah. I'll drink a little bit with you as well. It's
No
the alcohol
peppermint
level.
vodka.
No peppermint, just because you'll.
Or if you do,
Yeah, no schnapps.
like, no. The issue with me isn't like the thing that pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
This is Seth's brief alcohol rant. I think that agitates me is people who do not finish their drink like down to the last bit.
Oh, like if it's in their cup, they need
Yeah,
to.
it's like you fucking finish.
Now
your
you
drink.
don't need to finish the bottle, but at least what's
Not
in
the
the
bottle.
drink.
Whatever is in the like glass.
Yeah,
That agitates me
I
on
agree.
a spiritual level.
I agree because if you've ordered a drink, drink it.
Yeah, I'm like finish.
Now
it.
you might not like the say you're trying something new. I get it. You don't like it, but at least just finish what you got, and then you could get something you'll like after.
It's like either finish it or go and pour it out.
Yeah, but don't leave it in the cup.
Leave it.
don't leave it in the cup. I agree. But yeah, I like this comic too. I liked it a lot. I'm glad that kind of took you out of your rut, and I had the same rut. So we've kind of been
'Cause
in
we've been doing this for like almost a year and a half now.
yeah. No, it's a year and a half at this point, I'd say,
Yeah.
because we started really December,
Yeah.
2021. So we celebrated our anniversary with more Visions, ironically.
Yeah.
Well, no, we didn't. Not with Visions. I forget what it was actually. What we reviewed on that December.
It was something like that.
Visions was a little later. Visions
Yeah.
Volume 2 was a little later. But yeah, I'd probably put it on the same marks. Probably 8.5, maybe 8.75 if we got real like into the particular. But like obviously nobody does this.
No one does it.
So
0.75.
yeah, no one does 8.75 or 8 3/4. No, you don't review things that way. I mean, you can. It's our show. Why not? Nobody's gonna tell me what I can and can't do on my show. But yeah, I put it in that realm.
Yeah.
Let me publish that. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, so that's our discussion on the Blade. I definitely recommend it if you like the High Republic and you want kind of a quick character study.
Yeah.
Because I'd say this is kind of a character study with some good action sequences. If you like comic books and you like good action sequences, this definitely has them. Like I said, because like just watching Porter fight is
It is a thing to behold.
it's an art in itself.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what the sequel does. I was hoping the sequel would be earlier because it felt like it should have been still part of Phase 2, but it makes sense that they're saving it for Phase 3.
Yeah.
Because I was hoping it would be more stuff of like answering the stuff with Baresh, which I think we're still gonna get answers to that. I guess theoretically Baresh is still around.
Yeah.
Because I mean, by Phase 3,
They're out there somewhere.
maybe she's still on her vow, kind of.
Like they live along. Like both Angle and Baresh are like both from Long Live.
I mean, we know Angle is. What is Baresh again? Let me double check.
I don't remember what they're called. I do remember that they like remember their memories from birth.
Mm-hmm. She is a Kage. That's right. I don't know if Kages are long-lived.
Thought they were. Are they not?
I'm not sure. I mean, they could decide that though if they want to. If
Yeah.
there's no information one way or the other, they can change that easily. Or we're gonna get flashbacks in the comic, which would explain like what happened during the vow.
Yeah.
Maybe Porter decided to look for her without her consent because I'd say that he's still not over the connection with her by the end of this
Yeah.
comic. Like, because he's upset she's leaving. It's very similar to our Dez situation where it's like, we don't think you did anything wrong. There's no reason for you to
Yeah.
take this vow, but we're also gonna let you do your thing because sometimes you just gotta fix you, even if everybody else thinks that you're fine. Because you could be fine to everybody else, but mentally maybe you're not. You feel you're not okay, so you gotta take care of yourself. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Porter doesn't have to go looking for her. He knows where she is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she tells him. That's
Yeah,
right.
she tells him she's gonna stay on planet to like smooth things over.
Yeah.
And of course, if she leaves, then he might have to go looking for her.
Yeah, because who knows how long before he decides to go back and try to talk to her. Because immediately he's doing more Jedi stuff before that.
He's immediately redeployed.
Yeah. So that's going to be all for this week. Thank you all for watching Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I've been your host, Caleb. Be sure to like, follow, comment, and subscribe depending where you watch us. You can find us on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok at Escape Reality Films. We are also on Twitter at Escape Reality 94 and Facebook, Instagram, and Threads at Caleb.Lockwood. We'd like to thank the Mobcast Network who provide this space to us. They are a cool podcast group that I work with who talk about classic movies on their podcast, Cult Movie Cantina. You can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network and any fine podcasting app at Mobcast Network, as well as facebook.com Cult Movie Cantina. We also want to shout out Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama, for renting out the podcast space. If you like board, card, or even old arcade games, you should come check them out on Howes Ferry and Moffett Road in the shopping center next to the Piggly Wiggly. In the same building, you can also find our friends Engage Gaming, who provide in-house video game rental, where you can pay an hourly rate to play on their PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, and VR machines. They also sell games, so if you want something classic or new, you can find it there. If you decide to become a monthly member at Engage, because they do a monthly membership fee, you can also have the hourly rate decreased for your playtime. And let's do some plugs, which, by the way, our buddy Keontae did show up in not my last Baldur's Gate stream, but the stream before.
Oh yeah,
And, we got to chit-chat a little bit.
how'd it go?
We're good. He said he wanted to hang out sometime whenever we're free. He's looking into getting Baldur's Gate 3 as well. There was something else he told me to check out. I haven't had a chance to view it myself, although I'll probably check him out a little bit after this, but Game Master Domain, which they do. Apparently, they make they help make homebrew content.
Yeah.
And apparently, he's been helping develop some of their homebrew content that they've been publishing on their YouTube channel. So if you like D&D like we do, and you want to check out some cool homebrew stuff, you can check out Game Master's Domain on YouTube. And our buddy Keontae, who runs the D&D game that you play that we're about to plug.
Yep.
He helps write some of their stuff. So let's speak of his game.
So, every Sunday you can catch, well, you can't catch me, but you can catch the rest of the crew over in Trials of Nebu at the Steam Dungeon from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time. We're switching over to YouTube because Twitch and
Yeah, there's some
there's
stuff
some
in the
technical
background with Twitch.
difficulties.
Yeah, people are swapping away from Twitch a little bit.
And so we are now at the Coliseum. Some of us are competing
Yeah.
in gladiator fights. Mine lasted about 10 seconds
In a good way, I guess.
in a good way.
So you basically just went.
Yeah, I didn't have a gun.
No.
But it was pretty unfair for my opponent. Because, like, in terms of, like, there are 3 fights in that episode. Whew. I feel bad for John. 'Cause
Oh, it's
did
a little
not
bit
go
longer.
well.
Yeah.
But ultimately, he's okay.
Good.
He's okay.
We love John here on the podcast.
Yeah.
We love everybody that's a
Yeah,
part of that
they're
crew.
fun. There's some other stuff going on, but the plot's kind of like ramping up.
Mm-hmm.
I say you should go and check it out.
Yep. And then last thing I forgot to mention of our own plugs.
Yes.
Check out the Patreon. You can, which is at Escape Reality Films, patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can check out our content a week before they're uploaded to YouTube. Right now, not a lot is getting uploaded because I've been focused on live streaming Baldur's Gate 3, and obviously I can't upload a live stream to Patreon before it's streamed. Sorry. There is some special content being added to the Patreon, though. I've been starting to run my own D&D game. We've been doing a Acquisitions Incorporated campaign, and we finished the first adventure entirely, Vault of the Dracolich, my own adaptation of Vault of the Dracolich adventure with some Acquisitions Incorporated stuff. And so that's 2 sessions of a game that we've completed, and both of those sessions are now officially on Patreon. Originally, just the first one was up, but while we were doing the stream, I finished getting the second one up. So go check it out. Check out that cool adventure with our friends.
Yeah.
Also, be sure if you want to listen to those sessions while we're playing them, join the Discord, which is linked somewhere depending where you're watching.
The only, well, not the only rule, but the major rule for that
It's just
is
mute,
mute yourself.
Yeah, it's just a kindness thing.
listen.
Yeah, it's just a respectful thing for the sake of the players and me who's running it. Just mute yourself. We do still have like a little chat box for you to chat in, so you can still like chat. Like even the players do it all the time when they're not playing, like when they're not doing anything actively for their turn, because they'll send memes and gifs to each other into the chat. Like you've probably seen a bunch of those.
Yeah.
Like there's some
I
good
remember-
there's some good jokes in
I
there.
remember listening in for a little bit on one of them, and I just asked them like, "Are you winning?" And they're like, "We're fucking trying, man."
But there's some good stuff. So yeah, so there's two. Let's see. The first session is almost 5 hours, and the second session is a little over 3.5. So you've got plenty of content to check out, and that's just for if you pay for the first. I think you have to be the $10 for that one to get the content before it becomes public. So that's how you get that content. I don't know when it's going to become public yet. It's going to be dependent on when I finish Baldur's Gate 3's on my first run with the Dark Urge, because after that I'll just play offline for my other runs. But once I finish the Dark Urge run, then we'll go back to our kind of normally scheduled programming, and that's when we'll start uploading the campaigns publicly. But for now, Patreon, y'all get them as soon as I finish editing them, I pop them up. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And our next session is going to be not tomorrow. We're taking tomorrow off because one of our players
Yeah.
is taking a break. And we lost some players, so there's going to be a lot less.
So smaller.
It's a
group.
smaller crew now, which is fine.
Smaller doesn't mean
we
bad.
No, because we started off with 7.
Yeah, 7 is a lot.
Seven is something I can handle. I've handled way more. But we're also talking about 5 people who have never played and then 2 who have.
Mhm.
So rounding it down to 4 now, with the 4 being people who haven't played and kind of wanting a more. It basically came down to the tone.
Yeah.
There was no I didn't kick anybody out. It was more of people just chose they didn't want to continue, and that happens because Vault of the Dracolich was really meant to be a 1-shot. Became 1-shots, become 2-shots, became a 2-shot, and basically this was okay, this is the tone indicator. This is kind of if we want to do more, you can. It's kind of similar to the Grim Hollow game we ran. I don't expect everybody who played the Grim Hollow game to come back, but if they want to, they can. Same thing with this. This kind of was a test the waters of how you like the game, and then we rounded out some people who didn't want to continue. They had fun, but they just didn't want to continue with where the story was going and where the tone was. And no hard feelings because we're all friends. Because that's the lesson you gotta learn. Important thing on D&D lesson. Sometimes your good friends are not D&D friends.
Yep.
Because sometimes y'all just have different views on what a game is. And at the end of the day, that doesn't mean you stop being friends. That doesn't mean you hate each other.
Yeah.
It just means just wasn't the game for each other. Doesn't mean another game in the future, though, might not be for those people. Because it's just this particular campaign.
Different games require different tones.
Exactly.
You don't go...
And I'm a more balanced DM. I think my thing is I allow too much of far comedy, and then I also allow far seriousness, and I really just let the players decide what the tone is, and that doesn't always work for some people, because some people really want a serious
there
game.
are humorous moments in your game, and some serious moments. I have a different problem in that it's usually played completely straight. There's not a lot of jokes.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, for me, for some of the players that were in that game, it took them out having that. For them, they told me directly it was the whiplash of the comedy and the seriousness.
Whiplash.
Yeah, it was the mood whiplash which took them out a little bit. And I'm generally a DM that lets the players decide the tone. So if that kind of allowing players to do the mood whiplash thing gets to you, I'm not the DM for you, and that's fine. I don't take it personally. But that's just what happened. So we're numbering it down to 4. We're having a new player join as the 4th player because we lost. We lost to where there were just 3. But we got a new player joining, so I'm going to do some character creation with them at some point.
All right.
We got a new character being made by one of the people who stayed because they knew from the beginning after playing, after making their first character.
Like a case of story is why would they stay
No,
here?
it's more of a...
Or I have other...
They have other
story
ideas.
things.
It's more of it's Brit. I told you about this. Brit really dove into this game and really loved it, and I'm glad. She bought dice. She bought the player's handbook. She's gotten to the point where she's like, I want to make so many other characters. It's one of those new players where you're just, it's the honeymoon phase of D&D where you're making a character, and then you're like, oh, but I got another character idea, and it's that. Like, she's already made 2 other characters besides the one that started this campaign with, and so we knew from the beginning that she was going to drop this first character, so that's why if you listen to the first 2 sessions, the story is really about her character, because we knew from the beginning, we were like, okay, this character's going to leave, so we were like, let's tell this character's story, that way there's an ending to it, and it's not just, oh, they were here and then they disappeared, and no, we wanted to make sure that we told a story that narratively, because a little DM secret for those who want to be a DM for D&D, work with your players on their backstory.
Yeah.
And, like, talk to your players and, like, kind of plan the story with them, because you don't have to keep everything a secret. You can, like, the way I run things is sometimes I'll talk to my players outside the game and be like, okay, what is the journey you want to go on? And then I try to feed that into the narrative. And sometimes I'll tell them stuff ahead of time. I'll be like, hey, I'm looking at doing this. Do you want to do that? And that's kind of what I actually just did yesterday. I came up with stuff for her new character because she was working on her background. And she was like, I don't know the specifics, but here's like the main
Here's the
outline.
gist.
Here's the outline. And I then had to use my knowledge of the Forgotten Realms to kind of
fill in the blanks.
to fill in the blanks and be like, okay, this is this and this. I didn't tell her everything, but I was like, here's where you're from, because she didn't come up with that yet.
Mhm.
And I was like, I want to start you as being from Icewind Dale. Thoughts?
Fuck, it's called.
And with her backstory, I think it worked. Not to go too far into it
Yeah.
because I don't want to spoil it for listeners, but she came up with this cool idea of kind of a noble who's become thief.
Mm.
And so rogue is her actual class.
Yeah.
And so I filled in the blanks of like how that kind of worked, along with the other stuff that she told me that I'm not telling you guys yet. And once again, my greatest gift of working with players when they give me backstories is coming up with antagonists to bring in later, because I love coming up with antagonists to bring in later. Now, these antagonists that I created for her are actually existing ones. I did not have to entirely make them up, but I did pull them in and change some of their, I guess, canon stuff to kind of fit what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. All right.
but yeah, so that's a reason to check out the Patreon. Shout out to Jennifer Brantley, our consistent
Thank you.
patron. And we will see you guys next week, where we will be talking about Darth Vader 2020, Volume 6, Return of the Handmaidens. I have spoken.
Y'all be safe.